stepping forward, the final result would be that Xiaobo would no longer have a chance. Zhang Tian, this time, completely destroyed Xiaobo's hope. If this is not enough, sorry, Zhang Tian has a photo in his arms. I don't want to kill anyone. You forced me to do so. I didn't hurt this woman. I just wanted her to cook a meal for me. You forced me to do this. If I don't kill someone, I will die. The voice continued to come from the tent. The first iron rule of the police force is to never believe a criminal's pretense of pity. Come out now and don't report it. I won't hurt you. I will leave as soon as I have my meal. If you don't come out, I will kill her. The drug dealer continued. After hearing this, Zhang Tian also understood that this drug dealer might still have a conscience. It was because Xiaobo did this in his previous life that he was able to successfully win the heart of the beauty and survive, but Zhang Tian couldn't pin his hopes on drug dealers. You have killed 7 armed police officers. Your crimes are heinous. Why don't you turn back? Zhang Tian scolded. 7. Muya's face turned pale. The drug dealer who massacred 7 armed police officers was even more terrifying than he had imagined. I'll count to 3, and you come out, or I'll kill her. The drug dealer shouted. Without any response, Zhang Tian walked out from the bushes, came out. Muya's eyes trembled, and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. You shouldn't have come out. At this moment, Muya looked at Zhang Tian walking out of the bushes, and it was like a beam of light that instantly shone into her heart. What made her even more trembling was that Zhang Tian knew that this man was a murderer who killed people without blinking an eye, but he still came out of his safe hiding place for her safety. You policemen are always so stupid. Don't worry, I won't kill you if I say so. The drug dealer watched Zhang Tian walk out with his hands raised, heaved a sigh of relief, and walked out of the tent as well. Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes and saw that there was an extra stone in the tent. He had been hiding behind the stone just now. Zhang Tian was thankful that he didn't shoot the expanding hard steel just now, otherwise Muya would have died here. Although he wanted to take revenge on Xiaobo, but Zhang Tian's feelings for Muya are true, because in the previous life, Muya was really a light in his heart. A ray of light that is completely opposite to the beast Xiaobo in her previous life. Muya knew that Xiaobo was a beast and was clearly suffering, but she still kept him tightly bound all her life. In addition to taking revenge on Xiaobo, he also wanted to help Muya. Zhang Tian didn't look at Muya from beginning to end, to prevent the drug dealer from noticing anything unusual. Turning around, Zhang Tian carefully examined the drug dealer. Zhang Tian had seen the drug dealer in the file. Zhou Zicheng, 28 years old. He went abroad at the age of 16 and was suspected of joining a secret organization and receiving special training. He was caught by chance because he was carrying drugs, but 3 drug enforcement officers were sacrificed for this. He was not shot directly but kept alive because they wanted to interrogate him for information about the mysterious organization behind him. Just at the first sight, Zhang Tian felt that he was strong and sturdy, with solid muscles all over his body, and he walked with the wind. Zhou Zicheng looked at Zhang Tian's young face and breathed a sigh of relief. Take the rope and tie yourself up. As he spoke, Zhou Zicheng relaxed his vigilance. When he was 3 or 4 meters away from Zhang Tian, he pointed a gun at Zhang Tian with one hand and threw a rope to him with the other. 3 or 4 meters. Even if Zhou Zicheng relaxed his vigilance, it was still a 100% safe distance, at least for ordinary people, but for Zhang Tian. Do you understand the concept of strength that exceeds the human body's limits many times over? Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes and watched the moment when the other party attacked. To be honest, at this moment, Muya had been staring at Zhang Tian closely and didn't see clearly how Zhang Tian made his move. She just saw Zhang Tian, who was originally standing in the same place, disappear the next moment, and when her retina captured it, she saw him. At this moment, Zhang Tian had already raised the criminal's gun-holding hand with one hand. With his other hand, he punched Zhou Zicheng on the temple. A normal person would have been killed by this punch, but Zhou Zicheng was not like that. He tried to block it with one hand, but as soon as he made his move, boom! Zhou Zicheng fell heavily to the ground in an instant. With a mouthful of blood spurting out, he stood on the ground and tried to stand up, but after trying several times, my arms were still shaking. He tried several times to turn his head but couldn't, and the fact that he didn't faint was a testament to his terrifying physical condition. You! Zhou Zicheng widened his eyes, but the next moment, boom! Zhang Tian kicked Zhou Zicheng in the chest. Crack! The moment the sternum broke, Zhou Zicheng flew backwards more than 10 meters, and with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Then his body straightened up heavily, and finally there was no sound at all. Dead. Just like that, Zhang Tian clenched his fist. When it comes to these criminals, Zhang Tian's usual approach is to kill them all, otherwise, like now, there will be endless troubles. Zhang Tian will not leave any troubles for himself. Although he is not afraid, with Zhou Zicheng's skills, Zhang Tian simply cannot imagine if he attacks his family. At this moment, a white light shone on Zhou Zicheng's body. There is an entry. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. Zhang Tian rubbed his hands and came to Zhou Zicheng. When he saw the entry clearly, Zhang Tian was instantly surprised. That's it, investigation sharpness. White, after such a long time, Zhang Tian finally got an entry in the criminal investigation category. Investigation is also a type of criminal investigation, for example, detecting signs and traces of crime, accurately restoring the scene and what happened at the scene in the past, etc. This is Zhang Tian's biggest gain this time. Nothing else. Zhang Tian directly clicks on the hunting suit. Are you okay? But at this moment, Muya looked at Zhang Tian and was stunned unconsciously. It was not until Zhang Tian's voice sounded that Muya came back to her senses. In a hurry, Muya stood up hurriedly. Thank you, thank you. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Tian's face was clearly visible, with sharp features, appearing very dignified and upright, and he just made a move and killed the vicious drug dealer almost instantly. Muya immediately thought of Xiaobo waste, rubbish, a useless drag, and a gilded rich second generation who was also dangerous to him, laughed. Muya suddenly figured it out at this moment. Is this a waste? I guess Xiaobo saw Zhang Tian's excellence and slandered him to the utmost. Previously, Xiaobo even said that Zhang Tian's joining the police force and then asking Zhang Tian to serve tea and water was to force him out of the police force. Now that I think about it, it was all to make things difficult for him. Thinking of this, Muya gritted her teeth. Chapter 50. The photos are completely exposed, and Muya's mentality collapses. He has a natural admiration for the police, especially for Zhang Tian, who perfectly fits her image of a heroic policeman, and he watched with his own eyes how Zhang Tian bravely stepped forward to face the gun in the crisis, and how powerful and fast his methods were, killing the drug dealer instantly before he could react. At this point, Muya's face showed deep guilt. She felt guilty for misunderstanding Zhang Tian. Such a heroic policeman was slandered by that beast Xiaobo. He had never hated someone as much as he did now. I'm sorry. Xiaobo slandered you before, saying that you were a waste, a black sheep, and a cancer in the police force. I actually believed it. I never thought that Xiaobo would do such a thing. People like him should be considered black sheep. Muya apologized solemnly. Zhang Tian's eyebrows twitched, because he did not hear Muya say that she had given up completely. Good. Zhang Tian was very satisfied. This was the most perfect woman in his mind, the only beautiful woman in his memory. It seemed like she was condemning Xiaobo, but in fact, Zhang Tian also felt that she was apologizing to him on Xiaobo's behalf. Such a perfect goddess, normal means, even if she was not pursued by Xiaobo, she would still be so loyal. If she really caught up with him, for a man, how could he not be successful with such a woman, a virtuous wife? However, it can also be seen that Muya has been completely disappointed with Xiaobo, and now she is just one straw away from breaking the camel's back. So, at this time, Zhang Tian showed a painful expression on his face. What's wrong? Are you injured? Muya asked nervously. Her fair face was covered in sweat due to nervousness and fear, and the fuzz on her temples stuck to her face. The purity and beauty that came over her was so breathtaking. When I see you, I think of my girlfriend. Alas. Zhang Tian shook his head sadly. What's wrong? When Muya heard that Zhang Tian had a girlfriend, a slight nervousness appeared on her face, which she herself did not notice, but was clearly felt by Zhang Tian. There's hope. Zhang Tian grinned. At this moment, he was finally convinced that he had completely cut off all of Xiaobo's escape routes. He also killed all the possibilities of marrying a rich woman and becoming successful. Yesterday, when Yunda was carrying out a mission at Kairan Hotel to arrest drug dealers, they discovered that she was. Alas. Zhang Tian sighed. Muya frowned, and a look of deep disgust appeared on her face. She had a natural aversion to unfaithful women. A woman like that is not worthy of a police god like you. You will definitely have someone better in the future. Muya clenched her fists and cheered her on. However, Zhang Tian seemed a little sad when he looked at her. This made Muya's expression slightly stunned. No, just say it. Why are you looking at me? Before Muya could come to her senses, Zhang Tian took out a stack of photos from his arms. It's no use showing these to me. Muya came back to her senses and smiled helplessly. She guessed that they might be photos of an adulterous couple, but she was also helpless. How could she show such things to others, especially in this situation? Her feelings towards Zhang Tian may still be too naive and immature. However, Zhang Tian did not say anything. Due to the face he had just given, Muya could only take the photo reluctantly. With the help of the moonlight, she could see it more clearly. There were two people, a man and a woman, hugging each other and kissing at the elevator entrance. This woman deserves to die. Her boyfriend is a heroic drug enforcement officer. He is on a dangerous mission against drug dealers, but she is having an affair and wearing a hat. Muya was so angry when she saw this. This man's profile looked familiar. Muya looked up in confusion and gave Jiang Tian a silly look. Look down. Jiang Tian pointed. Muya flipped through the photos. The next moment. Boom. Muya's mind exploded instantly. All I saw was that this photo was very clear. After all, it was taken by Jiang Tian semi-professionally using a high-definition lens. In the photo, the adulterer was embraced by a woman, and it was a frontal shot, but this it turned out to be Xiaobao. Muya's face turned pale. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Tian. She finally understood why Jiang Tian wanted to show it to her. You were on a mission, Xiaobao. She took your girlfriend to the hotel. So, when Xiaobao said he was carrying out an important mission that day, he actually came to find this woman to book a room in the hotel. And in the end, he even turned black into white and told me about your contribution? Muya's face was pale, and her consciousness seemed to be about to explode. Xiaobao, how on earth did she do such a thing? How unfair is this to Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian worked hard to carry out the mission, but Xiaobao was secretly harming and framing the heroic police officer. Although this was done by Xiaobao and her have nothing to do with each other now that he can only be considered a pursuer. Both of them have some intentions for the relationship, which is better than just friends. However, this was enough to make Muya feel sorry for Jiang Tian. That if it were someone with a narrow mind, they would definitely be watching me like a laughingstock, staring at me when something unexpected happened. How could they risk their own life to save me, knowing that he had a good relationship with Xiaobao? The other party was still so determined to save him. This is the most admirable police god in her mind. Muya, you are really here. That's great. Let's get out of here quickly. There is a vicious criminal here. It's very dangerous here. I will take you away. Xiaobao ran out from the path, and when he saw Muya, his face flashed with great surprise. Found it finally, there is a chance to save the relationship. Xiaobao believes in his ability and can definitely win Muya back, but at this moment, he didn't know that Muya in front of him was holding a photo in her hand. Her fingers were white from pinching it. Xiaobao was about to say some touching love words to fool Muya, but when he turned around, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, Jiang Tian. Xiaobao's face instantly became alert, and even a huge anger appeared on his face. Because he understood Muya's perfection too well, and was even more afraid of being discovered and robbed by others. In fact, it has always been like this. Xiaobao pursued Muya without telling anyone in the police force, and everything was done secretly, and now, it is the middle of the night, the moon is hanging in the sky, and there is a man and a woman alone. However, Xiaobao instantly thought of Muya's character and felt completely relaxed, because Muya was definitely not a woman who would do that kind of thing. Jiang Tian, why are you here? You useless guy, why don't you go and help search the mountain? Instead, you run here to slack off. A useless guy is a useless guy. Well, Muya and I have something to say later, so you can get out of here. Xiaobao said casually, subconsciously. When you're on a mission, remember this, don't be lazy next time. Seriously, with no one watching, you loser, you don't have any self-awareness at all. Xiaobao still didn't realize anything, or rather, after being beaten, Xiaobao seemed to have forgotten the pain. It may also be that the image of Jiang Tian as an honest and useless person was too deeply engraved in his mind, so he always habitually treated Jiang Tian as the useless person when talking to him. Shut up. Muya said coldly with an expressionless face, looking at Xiaobao's eyes. They were very cold, without any emotion, and he asked coldly, is she a waste? Muya was almost laughing out of anger. If Jiang Tian was a waste, and Jiang Tian, who had made so many contributions and who had bravely saved her today, was a waste, then who is Xiaobao? Muya, did this loser say something bad about me with sweet words? Xiaobao asked in shock and anger, because he had almost never seen Muya like this before, and his eyes were so cold and scary. He subconsciously thought that Jiang Tian said something bad about him, and this time, if Jiang Tian knew, he would definitely applaud. It seems that Xiaobao was right, but at this moment, a very rapid sound was heard in the jungle, and the crackling sound of footsteps was very chaotic. After a while, a shadowy figure finally walked out of the dense forest and reached the cliff halfway up the mountain. There was no surprise on Jiang Tian's face. Just after Jiang Tian dealt with the dangerous drug dealer Zhou Zicheng, he notified the police immediately. But Jiang Tian didn't expect that the lineup was quite large. Gao Xiaolong, Shen Ting and the others almost acted together, led the crowd out. Gao Xiaolong is in a very complicated mood. The excitement of the morning's Meritorious Service Awards hasn't even worn off yet, and in the evening, wow, here's this guy again at the Meritorious Service scene. However, Gao Xiaolong was just thinking it was a joke in his heart. In fact, Gao Xiaolong was in a really good mood. The 7 armed police officers, and the entire police force, were under terrible pressure. It's really terrifying, and the impact is terrifying. If it weren't for Jiang Tian, who knows how many more people would have suffered. The scariest thing would be if he got away. Gao Xiaolong didn't know how to face the folks of Yunhai. Gao Xiaolong stepped forward solemnly. Comrade Jiang Tian, we have understood your mission. You have once again successfully safeguarded the lives and property of the people. You have not feared danger and have worked tirelessly to protect our comrades. Chapter 51 Broken, First-Class Merit Wholesale. The quiet cliff-edged Xiaobo looked at the scene in astonishment, looking at Gao Xiaolong, the big leader, standing in front of Zhang Tian. He even saluted Zhang Tian very solemnly. You are a big leader, how can you do this? Xiaobo's eyes were red. Chief, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I came here to try my luck, but who knew I would really need him? Zhang Tian said with a smile. 3 or 5 people are definitely no match for this drug dealer's skills, and he has dangerous weapons. Moreover, when he still has hostages, you not only successfully eliminated the drug dealer, but also rescued the hostages without any harm. No one can erase your contribution. Gao Xiaolong said solemnly. 7 armed police officers sacrificed their lives. Moreover, even though the other party had taken hostages, Zhang Tian still defeated the opponent with such skills. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tian again seriously. This strength is far beyond imagination, especially since this is an extremely powerful fighting master of Krav Maga. Captain, the drug dealer is dead. According to our examination, his left temple was shattered, his sternum was massively fractured, and other traumatic injuries led to his death. Just then, the forensic doctor came up and spoke. He died so suddenly? Muya was the most shocked, because she watched Zhang Tian punch and kick her with his own ice. 2 moves, kill instantly. Muya took a breath. Is this the hostage? Gao Xiaolong turned around with a smile on his face. I was so focused on looking at Zhang Tian that I forgot about the hostages, but when he squinted his eyes and saw the hostage clearly, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch violently. He glanced again unsurely. His Gao Xiaolong was finally convinced, and Shinting, who was standing next to Gao Xiaolong, was wearing a white shirt. When he turned his head to look at Muya, he was stunned. Xiaoya, why are you here? Director Shen said in a lost voice. Uncle Shen. Muya waved and greeted with a smile. Is that hostage you? Director Shen gasped. Yes, Uncle Shen, the robber kidnapped me and asked me to cook for him. Muya repeated the situation when Zhang Tian just appeared. Buzz. Director Shen looked at Zhang Tian in shock. Good job. Now Director Shen didn't know how to admire Zhang Tian's luck. Who was Muya? This is the granddaughter of a big boss in the province, especially the situation that Muya just described. Even Director Shen broke out in a cold sweat. Stand up and save the people with your life. And what if the people who are saved are the granddaughter of the boss? We can also grow better in the future to serve the people. Director Shen was frantically comforting himself in his heart. To be honest, he was shocked by such crappy luck. Uncle Gao. Muya greeted Gao Xiaolong again, and he played with dignity, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, and managing the distance very well. Zhang Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. To be honest, even in his previous life, he only knew that Muya's family was the daughter of a very scary boss. Otherwise, Xiaobo wouldn't be so crazy about clinging to others. Zhang Tian had originally thought very high, but now it seems that it is not enough, far from enough. Xiaoya, what are you doing here so late at night? It's so dangerous for a girl to come here? Director Shen asked in astonishment. I came here to camp. I'm sorry, Uncle Shen, for causing you trouble. Muya lowered her head and apologized. However, fortunately, Officer Jiang stepped forward to save me, otherwise, I might. Having said that, Muya looked at Zhang Tian, her beautiful eyes shining brightly the moment Zhang Tian stood up and attacked the robber. It was as if a ray of light flooded into her mind, and this scene, but it pierced Xiaobo's heart fiercely. Xiaobo looked at this scene with bloodshot eyes. This moment, he looked like a clown. The whole world seemed to have forgotten him, or rather, had not seen him at all. Zhang Tian stood in the center of the crowd, accepting compliments and praise from everyone, shining brightly, and he stood in the dark corner. Of course, what hurt him the most was the look in Muya's eyes as she looked at Zhang Tian. You deserve to die, Zhang Tian, you really deserve to die. Xiaobo's heart was filled with rage. Although no one cared about what he said, Zhang Tian's disregard made Xiaobo, who was already inferior, even darker. What hurt him the most was the look Muya gave Zhang Tian, that bright light. It's as if it's full of love. It should have been his. Muya is his, but all this was ruined by Zhang Tian. Xiaobo's dream was perfect, to rescue Muya, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life, but reality gave him a loud slap in the face, especially the next moment. Zhang Tian, on behalf of the Yunhai Public Security Bureau and the Kyoto Public Security Bureau, I would like to formally commend you. In the coming period, I will report your achievements and apply for first-class merit for you. Gao Xiaolong's voice sounded immediately afterwards. Buzz. Xiaobo's eyes were red. First-class merit, another first-class merit. Inside story, there must be something inside, otherwise, why did Zhang Tian get the first-class merit so easily? He had just won the first-class merit not long ago. Xiaobo thought about how Gao Xiaolong handed him the first-class medal when he was slapped in the face the day before yesterday. Now, he had to apply for the first-class merit even more. Everyone is saying that you can get the first-class merit without doing anything. Why is it that Zhang Tian can just stand there and receive one first-class merit after another? Exploded. However, Xiaobo didn't know that in addition to these two, Zhang Tian also won the honorary title of anti-drug pioneer. Not only that, Zhang Tian is also applying for the first-class merit medal. Count this, and simply put, Zhang Tian already has two first-class merits on the way and one first-class merit in his hands. Xiaobo's mentality exploded. By the way, Yer is not such a vulgar person. Even if she is a hero saving a beauty, what's wrong? Muya must like me. Muya is a good girl. How could she fall for a loser like you? Thinking of this, hope rekindled in Xiaobo's heart. At the same time, next to the drug dealer's body, Bai Qiu squatted, looking at the corpse on the ground with caution. Before, Bai Qiu looked at the 7 armed policemen he killed. There was no doubt that they were killed with one blow. He was a terrifying existence, but it is such a person. At this moment, how miserable he can be. The skull and chest were sunken, looking extremely horrific, and the death looked even more tragic and terrifying. Killed with one blow. Bai Qiu sucked in a breath of cold air, his pupils shrinking continuously. Was this done by Comrade Xiao Jian? Bai Qiu turned his head and looked at Zhang Tian, who was standing there. Bai Qiu really needed to re-examine Zhang Tian's skills. Then, Bai Qiu thought of the drug trafficking case he was investigating, and his heartbeat continued to accelerate. If Zhang Tian could help. Chapter 52, Breakthrough, Become a Police God. From today, to be honest, these past few days have been full of dreamlike feelings for Zhang Tian. In just less than 3 days, only then did Zhang Tian realize that he seemed to have really changed the course of history. When Xiaobo came up and was ready to volunteer to take Muya home, before he even reached her, he heard Muya's voice. Officer Jiang, could you please take me back? Zhang Tian, who was discussing the case with Gao Xiaolong and had to go back to the municipal bureau to make a detailed task report, showed an embarrassment on his face when he heard this. Uncle Gao, Officer Jiang saved me today. I encountered such a great danger and I was a little scared without Officer Jiang by my side. You won't be so unkind, right? Muya asked Gao Xiaolong mischievously. Gao Xiaolong understood immediately and smiled. How could it be? How could your Uncle Gao be so unkind? Okay, Xiao Jiang, you're still pretending. I'll give you a day off tonight. You don't have to come back after a busy day. Just come to the provincial office tomorrow and give a detailed mission report. Your mission today is to get Xiaoya home safely, yes? Zhang Tian nodded, feeling pleasantly surprised, because Zhang Tian really didn't expect that Muya would defend him like this. Or rather, Muya is too perfect. She truly follows her husband after marriage and will never contradict a man outside. No matter what time it is, she will always protect and stand by her man. Which man doesn't want to have a woman who protects him? The same is true for Zhang Tian. Zhang Jingshan, thank you for your help. Muya's eyes smiled into crescent shapes of invitation. Zhang Tian followed Muya helplessly amidst everyone's envious gazes. Zhang Tian clicked his tongue. In his previous life, he had never imagined that he would be the center of so much attention. From today on, Zhang Tian could proudly say that he was the god of police, especially when he passed by Xiaobo and saw Xiaobo's red eyes. Zhang Tian stopped and straightened his chest. At an angle where Muya couldn't see, Zhang Tian leaned slightly closer and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I have to say, you are very smooth. Zhang Tian smiled contemptuously, thinking of his own stupidity in his previous life. Zhang Tian really wanted to slap himself. He remembered that he was beaten to death with a stick by the bastard son he had raised for more than 10 years. Before he lost consciousness, Xiaobo hugged Wang Yifei and looked down at him with sarcasm and condescendingness on his face. Zhang Tian, you want to kill people and destroy their hearts, but don't be impatient, this is just the beginning. Zhang Tian followed Muya without looking around, strolling slowly. In his previous life, Xiaobo made him raise his son for more than 10 years, cuckolded him for more than 10 years, and finally let that bastard son beat him to death with a stick. A transfer order directly made him leave the system. In this life, Zhang Tian will take revenge tenfold, 100-fold. Muya is just the beginning. Boom. The sky is falling. Murder! Xiaobo's head exploded instantly. With red eyes, he watched Zhang Tian leave, but at this moment, there was no trace of the two of them. In fact, what made Xiaobo most upset was that Muya hardly even looked at him from beginning to end. Thank you for taking me back, Officer Jiang. Muya's voice was filled with a tingling feeling. Seeing Muya's lively personality, which seemed to be contagious, Zhang Tian couldn't help but smile slightly and jokingly said happily, really? Only one thank you? Under the bright moonlight, Muya's bright eyes stared straight at Zhang Tian. The two stopped on the spacious road down the mountain. Muya looked for a moment and suddenly approached. Jiang Tian was delighted and smelled the fragrance at the tip of his nose. No way, hiss, Jiang Tian waited for a moment in surprise, only to find that Muya had just passed him by. Ah, I lied to you, Officer Jiang. Muya's eyes turned into crescents with laughter, the corner of Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. He knew that Xiaobo had pursued her for so long, but they had never even held hands. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had a clear understanding of Muya's conservatism, so he was not too disappointed, but just felt a little regretful. But the next moment Jiang Tian felt a warm feeling on his face. When I looked again, Muya was already walking down the mountain road with his hands behind his back, skipping and jumping. Good guy. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows, touched his face, and his heart suddenly calmed down, and a great ambition was burning in his heart. That's great, Jiang Tian smiled as he looked at the back, his gaze gradually calming down. In fact, Jiang Tian was just testing it a little just now to see how open Muya was towards him and whether she had given up on Xiaobo now. Jiang Tian has confirmed it. What are you still standing there for, idiot? Muya turned to Jiang Tian and joked. However, Jiang Tian clearly caught sight of Muya's flushed cheeks, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the hero saving the beauty was indeed very powerful. Although the routine was old, it was a successful classic precisely because it was so useful, but Jiang Tian didn't see it at this moment. When Muya turned around, the slightly red cheeks had disappeared. She touched her lips, and her eyes flashed with clarity. There is always a loophole in a perfect plan. Jiang Tian ignored Muya's IQ. When Jiang Tian caught up with her, Muya suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Tian, Officer Jiang, did you bring those photos here on purpose? Forehead, Jiang Tian's face was filled with astonishment, and he was suddenly shocked, inflated. Jiang Tian admitted that he was inflated. After his rebirth, he started with a trump card in hand and made a series of military exploits with outstanding achievements. It is undeniable that Jiang Tian himself had unknowingly become inflated and looked down on everyone. Even though Jiang Tian was unwilling to admit it, his face sank. He underestimated Muya, too. Jiang Tian thought of Muya in his memory, who was so smart and intelligent. Even though I am young now, but having been born in that kind of family, how can I be a vase without any knowledge? The reason why Xiaobo never succeeded was probably because Muya knew his true face from the very beginning, or rather, she saw a little bit of it. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly, thinking he had underestimated others. I'm sorry. Although I know you prepared the photos in advance and were able to find me by chance, even if you want to use me as a tool to take revenge on Xiaobo, I accept it, because you saved me from the drug dealers today. When Muya smiles, her bright eyes become like crescent moons, full of charm, which makes people feel favorable towards her involuntarily. Boom. And at this moment, the question that had puzzled Jiang Tian for a long time finally became clear to him. Jiang Tian looked at the trust in Muya's eyes and finally confirmed why Xiaobo was able to pursue Muya in his previous life. It was because of this action. According to Jiang Tian's observation, he was sure that Muya had absolutely no good feelings towards Xiaobo before this incident. In addition, Muya's intelligence was such that she had even seen through Xiaobo's hidden true face. So from the beginning to the end, I never thought about developing a deeper relationship with Xiaobo during this incident. When Muya was most fearful and her psychological defenses were broken, Xiaobo took advantage of the opportunity and rescued Muya from the drug dealers. This allowed Muya to know some of Xiaobo's true face, but he was able to turn a blind eye to it. Jiang Tian was shocked. Fine, almost. If it was a step later, after this incident, Jiang Tian could be sure that even if Xiaobo was an unforgivable criminal, he would not be able to change Muya's heart. However, when that man turned into himself, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel that it was really great. Not only is she very smart, she is also very devoted to him and loyal to him. She has a good family background, a terrifying IQ, but she is crazy about protecting her man. Jiang Tian came to Muya with a serious expression and pushed her to the side of the car. I swear, although I wanted to show you the photos, I never thought of using you as a tool to take revenge on Xiaobo. If I lie, I will be single for the rest of my life and I will have no children or grandchildren. Muya stared at Jiang Tian closely, then suddenly chuckled and changed the subject. I drove here. Muya took out her BMW key, shook it, and threw it to Jiang Tian. It's great to be rich. Jiang Tian envied, but fortunately, he will soon be blessed by the god of wealth. By then, I will have to buy a BMW, Mercedes-Benz or Rolls-Royce or something like that. If you like it, I can give it to you. Muya said with a smile. How could Jiang Tian agree to this? He drove Muya home safely. There wasn't much progress, because Jiang Tian also knew when to stop, and there had been considerable progress today. Then Jiang Tian took a taxi on the street and returned home. Yes, I just got home. Do you want to go to the business building tomorrow? Sure. Let's go together after get off work at noon. After Jiang Tian and Muya got through on the phone, he still seemed to be in a dream, thinking of the decadence of the previous life, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. Bang. Jiang Tian slapped himself and it hurt. This made him feel that all this was real, and that the hellish life in his previous life would never happen again. The father's tired and excited look, the mother's kind and gentle nature, the sister's lively and lovely side, and that perfect woman in the previous life. Everything is so perfect, fate has been completely rewritten. However, Jiang Tian, lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Chapter 53, The Macho Man carries the fan on his shoulders. I'm the craziest in the police world, Captain. Captain, we came to Beidongchan and found nothing unusual. It seems that there is no one here. Captain, are you listening? We can't seem to contact Songji yet. The intercom has been silent for a while. Have you found anything? Sisterly, why can't I get through to Brother Jiang on the intercom? On the east slope, Zhao Wei held the walkie-talkie and looked at Li Zijin. Li Zijin also scratched his head. Or, let's just call and see if the captain has found anything. Also, whether the mission channel has been changed. After all, the robbers killed the armed police and may have obtained the walkie-talkie. That makes sense. When the morning sun shone into Jiang Tian's simple room, I in this tranquility. Bang bang bang. There was a rapid knock on the door. There was also noisy sound. Jiang Tian opened his eyes and heard a voice coming from outside the door. Zhang Pine, what are you talking about? Xiao Jiang works overtime every day and is exhausted. I finally got a good night's sleep. It's not time to go to work yet. Why are you knocking on the door? It's urgent. Zhang Peng's anxious voice sounded. Jiang Tian opened his eyes instantly. He jumped up from the bed, opened the door, looked at Zhang Peng and said, Dad, what's the matter? While he was talking, his sister's room was opened. Jiang Xiaoyu, wearing cute pajamas, was rubbing her eyes in a daze, looking adorable and silly. This was the scene that Jiang Tian had dreamed of countless times in his previous life. However, since his parents left this world one after another, Xiaoyu matured a lot in an instant. Later, he was kicked out of the house by Wang Yifei, which eventually led to an accident for Jiang Xiaoyu. Since then, Jiang Tian has been living in pain and self-blame. Now everything has been rewritten by him, and that bitch Wang Yifei has nothing to do with him anymore. Something happened to Wei Yudao. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. In his previous life, after something happened to Jiang Tian's family, he fell to the bottom of society. He couldn't even take care of himself, and his family was in a mess. Naturally, I was in no mood to pay attention to Wei Yudao's case. Wrong. Jiang Tian's eyes changed slightly. He thought of his previous life. He was sure that he had no knowledge of Wei Yudao's accident and that he had definitely concealed it, because subsequently, no one from the municipal bureau participated in the follow-up investigation into Wei Yudao's case. At that time, Wang Yifei was still standing up for Xiaobo and did not participate in the subsequent developments of the case. It was 5 years later, and Xiaobo had become the captain of the Yunhai City Anti-Drug Brigade. The person leading the investigation was the captain of the provincial department's anti-drug team, but not Bai Qiu, because in his previous life, Bai Qiu 5 years later had died in a mission not long after. But in this investigation, the captain of the anti-drug team died of a sudden heart attack. This case was completely blown up, and that was all Jiang Tian knew, because he was then blackmailed for money by Wang Yifei's family and had no mood to pay attention to it. It's just that this incident happened a long time ago, and there was no news of Wei Yudao's death in Jiang Tian's information, so he ignored these issues. I'll tell you the details on the way. Zhang Peng's face was serious. Jiang Tian put on his leather jacket. The characteristics of this era were leather jackets and jeans. They were not wearing police uniforms. In fact, except for joint missions, most drug enforcement police officers do not wear police uniforms when acting alone. Even when he goes to work at the police station, Jiang Tian usually wears a leather jacket. Many people may not wear it for several months. This gun is not easy to put away. Jiang Tian looked at the gun and the silver bracelet on his waist, then turned around and saw a pink dinosaur backpack. He put the pistol, silver bracelet, and other items in it. Brother, why are you carrying my school bag? Jiang Xiaoyu asked in a daze, rubbing his eyes. Your backpack looks great. I like this macho pink one. Jiang Tian followed behind, and as he left, he could still hear his mother complaining, you shouldn't have listened to your father. Ever since your brother became a drug enforcement officer, he's been so busy he can't even come home. It would have been much better if he had just been working at the finance bureau, or he never had to work overtime. Mom, don't say that. Dad and brother are working to protect the lives and property of the people. We can't be so selfish. I just admire my brother. He looked so handsome when he was in power in my school. Jiang Xiaoyu said while brushing his teeth. It's so dangerous in the hail of bullets. Jiang's mother became even more worried. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes kept gleaming as she washed up, and she took out her phone to edit. XANR, my brother likes macho pink, the kind with flirty pink. My brother's birthday is in 2 days. Come with me to buy him a pink shirt. He will definitely like it. When Jiang Peng and Jiang Tian hurried to the municipal bureau, the entire anti-drug detachment was silent. The forensic doctor came and said that around 2 o'clock in the morning, Wei Yudao and his secretary all committed suicide. Song Ligua's face was frighteningly gloomy. Have they confessed anything? Jiang Peng asked. Wei Yudao didn't, but his secretary couldn't hold it in any longer and was about to confess. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, no one was there? At 3 o'clock in the morning, we on duty still saw that everything was fine. Song Ligua looked grim. How can it not be ugly? They could already imagine the expressions of Gao Xiaolong or the provincial department if they knew about this. It can be said that Wei Yudao is a major case that they are focusing on. The drug manufacturing factory case is a major case that involves too many people. Over the years, how much drugs have been distributed and how much drugs have been sold is a huge and terrifying number. Following the clues will lead to a major breakthrough. Because of this, Gao Xiaolong specially applied for the honorary title of anti-drug pioneer for Jiang Tian, because Jiang Tian was equivalent to tearing a bloody hole in the airtight crime capital of Yunhai. As long as we follow the clues, we can completely uncover the evil side of Yunhai and then perform a radical cure. As a result, the cause of the disease was just discovered and the person died. Chapter 54. Sorry, I'm also a great criminal investigator. Investigate. Ask the criminal investigation team to come over and conduct a thorough investigation. Also, check all the people who entered the police station last night. Jiang Peng slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. This is a slap in the face. Someone died in their police force, and with irrefutable evidence. They were just waiting for more information during the trial, but the person died. Jiang Tian also stood at the door of the small dark room in the interrogation room, looking at the body inside. A forensic doctor was looking for the cause of death. How did he die? Jiang Tian was shocked. He was simply too bold. Jiang Tian couldn't even imagine committing a murder in the small dark room of their anti-drug detachment. According to the preliminary diagnosis of the forensic doctor, he died of poisoning. Captain Boy took Jiang Tian into the conference room. How can you be in a good mood if you don't look good? If you handle this case well, it will be a great achievement, and you may even be awarded a second-class merit. Even if we can gradually figure out the drug trafficking power behind Wei Yudao, then we may be able to get first-class merit as an individual. Now, it's all gone. At this moment, the room was already full of people. At this moment, at the front of the conference room stood a woman wearing glasses and with disheveled hair. The first impression she gave was that she was sloppy, but Jiang Tian did not dare to underestimate this woman at all. If Jiang Tian were to travel through time and space and be reborn, he would be a drug enforcement expert. A perfect start. This woman was the darling of the criminal investigation team. What impressed Jiang Tian the most was that she was famous for having solved a major unsolved case. Rumor has it that she is a genius in the criminal investigation detachment. Although they are both in the municipal bureau, Jiang Tian has rarely seen her. Everyone calls her Miss Qiu. In her previous life, she had seen her photo in the party newspaper. At that time, she had been specially recruited into the 5th Bureau of the headquarters. She stayed in the headquarters for a while and led a team to investigate an unsolved case in Yunhai, but she also died in an accident. In his previous life, Jiang Tian didn't think much about it, but at this moment, Jiang Tian suddenly felt a little scared. He saw the arrogance and terror of criminals. You were safe without touching the darkness, but the moment you touch the darkness, Jiang Tian clenched his fist unconsciously. He suddenly felt vaguely that the entire sea of clouds seemed to be shrouded by an invisible dark force. Bai Qiu, and the captain who succeeded Bai Qiu, the director who succeeded his father, and so on. By the way, there is also Gao Xiaolong. Was it really an accident? But no matter who it was, Jiang Tian grinned. He really wanted to play with them. Hello everyone, my name is Xu Tianxiu. I just investigated the details of the two deceased. Both died of poisoning. The time of death was around 3 in the morning. However, according to the surveillance, no one was found to have entered the interrogation room at this time at night. Miss Chiu pointed at the deceased. What do you all think? How did the murderer deliver the poison? Miss Chiu looked at the people in the conference room. At this moment, Jiang Peng, Sun Haiba, and other people from the anti-drug detachment were silent. Compared with criminal investigation majors, their anti-drug detachment does not have the knowledge to solve cases in this area. No one spoke, and Miss Chiu's eyes suddenly turned to Jiang Tian. Officer Jiang, you've learned of Wei Yudao's crimes through clues and found their criminal gang. You should have some understanding of investigative reasoning. Can you guess how the murderer committed the crime? How did you commit the crime? How would I know? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, but the eyes of the entire conference room were on him. Sun Haibo chuckled and said, Miss Zhou, if you want to commit a crime, just go to Officer Jiang. There's no need to use your brain. Even if you gave Comrade Jiang a few more brains, I don't think he would be able to figure out the reason for the crime. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became cold. Jiang Tian's expression turned even colder. Don't underestimate the lethality and vicious nature of this sentence. In this system, good things don't spread, but bad things do, and they spread even faster. If Jiang Tian doesn't answer today, it will leave an impression on everyone in the system. This is a person who doesn't use his brain but has strong hands-on skills. When future leaders promote people, they will definitely not consider people who don't have brains to eye. In other words, one sentence can negate all the merits, but there was no anger on Jiang Tian's face, and he even wanted to laugh, because Sun Haibo was giving him a free chance to show off and get slapped in the face. System, add points. Jiang Tian directly opened his panel. The last time he upgraded, he spent 10,000 sin points and directly upgraded his physical fitness to red. In theory, if he could replenish enough energy, Jiang Tian would have infinite power. Originally, he had 8,300 sin points, but because he arrested Zhou Zicheng, the heinous criminal, Jiang Tian gained another 1,900 sin points, and the total now exceeded 10,000. Never miss a target, gold, scanning radar, gold, martial arts master, red, infinite stamina, red, investigation sharpness, white, sin value 10200 inch upgrade. Jiang Tian directly clicked on the upgrade button in the reconnaissance agility, deducting 100 sin points. Investigative agility, white, criminal investigation expert, green. You are now competent as a criminal investigation team and can lead a team to solve cases of average difficulty. Not enough. Jiang Tian knew that the murder of Wei Yudao, the hidden black hand behind Yunhai, and other huge forces all required criminal investigation reasoning and logic. Continuing to upgrade, Jiang Tian looked at the sin value that was deducted by 1,000, criminal investigation expert, green, criminal investigation genius, blue. You have already gained initial fame and are able to solve most slightly complex cases. Sin value, 9,100. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and then looked at Zhu Tianqiu on the podium. According to Jiang Tian's thinking, Zhu Tianqiu was most likely at this level, a criminal investigation genius. Combined with Jiang Tian's transcendent memory of the hidden green entry he had received, he carefully reviewed the case and indeed found many things he had missed, and the logic of criminal investigation appeared in his mind without even having to think about it. Sun Haibo continued to belittle him with a smile but a joking tone. If you can't say it, then sit down quickly. No one is perfect. Comrade Xiao Jiang has such good skills, but if his brain is still so good, how can we, who use our brains, survive? Deputy Director Sun, have you figured it out? Zhang Peng said with a grim expression. Everyone knows that Jiang Tian is his son, but Sun Haibo still dares to say so, which is also a damage to his authority. Most importantly, belittling Jiang Tian is already an insult. Not really. It's still under investigation, but I have some ideas for the investigation. Comrade Xiao Jiang can take action, but we are still a long way from being able to complete the investigation. Sun Haibo smiled. Who said I don't know? At this moment, Jiang Tian spoke expressionlessly. You know? Sun Haibo just wanted to deliberately see Jiang Tian embarrassed, or in other words, the father and son were becoming more and more powerful. No one in this police force listens to him anymore. How could Sun Haibo tolerate this? What's more, when there was a conflict between the two sides, Jiang Tian was about to soar to the sky. He won the first-class Medal of Honor several times in a short period of time, which you would only see a few times in your life. In the future, when Jiang Tian grows up, the conflict between them will be so big. No, Jiang Tian doesn't need to grow up, because Jiang Tian's contribution may even allow Jiang Peng to go further. So now, even if Sun Haibo can't kill Jiang Tian, he still has to disgust him from time to time. Jiang Tian left his seat and went straight to the podium. Chapter 55, the subordinates gave a deadline to solve the case, and Yunhai exploded in this case. The key point is where the poison for the two people came from. There are only two sources. The first is hidden in their own bodies, but normal people would not hide poison in their bodies that could kill them at any time, especially people like Wei Yudao. So there is only the second possibility, that is, it was delivered through the evening meal. Jiang Tian said lightly. After discarding all the impossibilities, what remains is the answer. With his extraordinary memory, combined with Jiang Tian's criminal investigation genius, he is simply invincible. Jiang Tian can smoothly recall many unexpected and unseen places and even discover suspicious points. Miss Chiu looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment. Sun Haibo sneered. They died at 3 in the morning. They were already dead by the time the food was delivered. Jiang Tian smiled without getting angry. Really? Deputy Director's son, didn't you think that someone actually left some simple threatening messages in the food and told them the time of death, creating the illusion of death at 3 in the morning? Beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from Lou Haibaw's head buzz. The people at the scene were all from the narcotics squad. In fact, logical thinking is a criminal investigation thinking mode that only professionals can possess. Narcotics police spend most of their time investigating drug dealers and murderers, and solving cases is not their responsibility, and at this moment, even though there was no evidence, they were still amazed at this reasoning. As if that's how it should be a pa. The next moment, the door of the conference room was opened after Shinhan brought President Bai into the conference room. He kept clapping his hands inside the conference room. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause suddenly broke out. These clear and loud applause were like loud slaps in the face of Sun Haiba, making his face look uglier than if he had eaten shit. Wonderful, so right, Xia Jiang, I didn't expect that you are not only a great fighter, but also an expert in reasoning. Shinhan clicked his tongue in disbelief. The case is very problematic. After he received the news, he immediately took Mr. Bai, the chief of the provincial department's team, and rushed to the municipal bureau as quickly as possible. Behind them were the criminal investigation experts from the provincial department. At this moment, even the criminal investigation expert applauded and bluntly stated, while the truth of this case may seem simple, it's definitely not easy to figure out. The most valuable thing is that they were able to analyze the scene in such a short time. That's incredible. I didn't expect that the municipal bureau, besides Xiao Qiu, has another talented criminal investigator. The criminal investigation expert praised with admiration on his face. The words of this criminal investigation expert instantly shocked everyone at the scene, and were like a loud slap in the face of Sun Haiba, because anyone can question it, except this criminal investigation expert. It was Yunhai's fierce ability in solving cases. He even solved a major case that shocked the whole country. Now he is Yunhai's special expert and also a hired professor at the police academy. I just heard someone say that Comrade Xia Jiang has no brains, but he still wants to show off that he is very smart. What's the matter? He can't solve cases, and he can't fight drug dealers, but you can do it just by moving your mouth in this conference room. In this system, yes is yes, no is no. What you say doesn't count, only what you do count. Shinhan swept his eyes sternly. Hiss. The entire conference room was silent. The pupils are also constantly contracting. Although Shinhan didn't mention anyone by name, Sun Haiba's face turned pale. The director's words are already very serious. Some people in particular have already looked at Zhang Tian with fiery eyes, as if they are thinking about how to get closer to him. The director's father, the director of the department, is optimistic about him, and the big boss in Kyoto is valued. Good job. What is a winner in life? Inside the conference room, Zhang Tian looked at the radiant light. Xiao Bo, who was hiding in the corner, not daring to make a sound or attract anyone's attention, suddenly felt mentally broken at this moment, even though he was unwilling to admit it. Facing Zhang Tian at this moment, he felt great envy and even clenched his fists. That's right. He has the support of his father, the director, and the director of the department. The boss even said frankly that he had something to look for him, and I, who have terrifying reasoning abilities, can handle criminal cases. The most terrifying thing is that he has made many great contributions and has won many first-class merits. How to lose? To be honest, facing this start, Zhang Tian really didn't know how he lost at this moment. Even Zhang Tian knew that even if major changes occurred in the future, he would definitely remain standing. At this moment, Miss Chiu looked at Zhang Tian with shock on her face. Good job. She also came early in the morning, and after several hours of investigation and reasoning, she finally came up with this idea. Miss Chiu was very confident that only she could imagine the sophistication of this modus operandi. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tian, who was named on the spot, was ridiculed. Miss Chiu was still thinking about how to apologize to Zhang Tian and make compensation, but Zhang Tian turned around and gave her such a big shock. You figured it out in such a short time? Officer Jiang, are you interested in criminal investigation? Miss Chiu's eyes were bright, but those straight eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. No. Zhang Tian shook his head decisively. Being a narcotics officer is currently a good fit for him, and he has no intention of switching departments. After all, murder is against the law, and no matter how high the sin value is, can it be as high as that of a group of vicious drug dealers? Miss Chiu looked regretful. Shinhan walked up to the podium, looked around for a moment, and then spoke with a heavy face. The Wei Yudao case had already been reported to the emperor, and everyone was waiting for good news. But then this happened. 2 people died blatantly under the noses of the municipal bureau. It's simply audacious. The Ministry of Public Security has issued a deadline to solve the case, requiring the Public Security Department and the Municipal Bureau to solve the case within 10 days. Speaking of this, everyone at the scene looked extremely ugly. Judging from the method of poisoning, it was obviously organized and premeditated. Solve the case in 10 days? Impossible. The Ministry of Public Security treats this as a criminal investigation case. It's not that easy to crack down on a drug trafficking organization. Song Ligua couldn't bear it any longer and stood up. Don't I know it's difficult? There must be a huge force behind Wei Yudao. But is it useful to know this? This matter was ordered by the minister himself, and he explicitly ordered Yunhai to solve the case within a time limit, stop the spread of evil forces, and destroy all evil forces. Look for yourself, Wei Yudao and the other two died here. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Shinhan shouted loudly after Song Ligua sat down with his head lowered. Shinhan continued, we need to solve problems when there are difficulties. For this case, a special task force will be established. I will be the team leader and Mr. Li will be the deputy team leader. Because it involves drug crimes, the main team members will be drawn from the anti-drug team. President Bai is busy with a case and cannot participate. Song Ligua, Zhang Tian, Xu Tianxiu, and the other names I read, you will bring 2 people to join the task force to help you. Let me make it clear that after the case is solved within the deadline, the entire task force will be awarded first-class merit. Others, wait for orders to mobilize support at any time. Boom. Everyone's eyes were hot, because Shinhan's expression was very clear that if you solved the case and perform well, you might even receive a commendation from the minister himself. Hiss. Zhang Tian's face was filled with excitement. Okay, it seems like my path is getting wider and wider. As for Xiaobo, Zhang Tian looked at Xiaobo standing in the corner calmly, with an imperceptible sneer on his face. He saw it all when he came in, but ignored it because he didn't have time. Of course, he would come back, and Zhang Tian was not surprised. Xiaobo had not made any major mistakes, and no one had the right to fire him. Apart from the behind-the-scenes manipulation, with the help of Sun Haiba, it would be easy to cancel the suspension under the pretext of lack of manpower, but what can I do if I come back? How big a wave can I make? Without Muya and Zhang Tian's help, Sun Haiba would be in trouble. What kind of achievements can you, a man from a mountain village, accomplish? Zhang Tian remembered it wrongly. Xiaobo had not achieved any major achievement in his previous life for nearly 20 years. Chapter 56, a man who was even more awesome than Zhang Tian. This is too much. Yunhai is getting worse and worse. I originally thought it was just a stubborn disease, but I didn't expect that once it was disturbed, it would instantly expose the terrifying disease that is full of stubborn diseases inside and outside the body. In an office with solemn and grand decoration, Gao Xiaolong sat in the guest seat, looking at a man opposite him with a serious and heavy face. Old Mu, Yunhai's problem is far more serious than you and I imagined, and it is countless times more serious than what the Ministry of Public Security expected. Gao Xiaolong continued to add. The man called Lao Mu looked at Gao Xiaolong and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the Yunhai problem to be this serious. Yes, the problems that have been exposed before are already very serious. How serious is it? More than half of the drugs in the country flow out from Yunhai because the Sea of Clouds connects the triangular area. It fully embodies 3 advantages: many safe and reliable routes, no danger in covert operations, and convenient and low-cost transportation. But at the same time, pornography, gambling, and drugs are inseparable. The consequences of the drug epidemic are various criminal offenses, the existence of underworld organizations, a large amount of corruption, and other problems. This in turn gave rise to an even more uncontrollable drug trafficking force. Lao Gao, the problem here in Yunhai is very serious. Otherwise, I would not have reported it to Kyoto and asked you to come here to supervise. Lao Mu sighed. Gao Xiaolong nodded slightly. When I arrived in Yunhai, I felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if a tight giant net enveloped the entire Yunhai. Those drug traffickers from top to bottom were acting with impunity, yet it was difficult for them to act. Fortunately, a genius appeared in the Yunhai anti-drug squad. Speaking of that genius, Old Mu was instantly shocked. You mean that Xiao Jian? How could Lao Mu not have heard of this name? Zhang Tian's appearance rate has been too high in the past 2 days. Gao Xiaolong generously praised him. Indeed, Comrade Zhang Tian fully embodies the virtues of fearlessness, putting the people first and fighting bravely. At first, I just thought he was a good shot, but he actually gave me a huge surprise in the drug factory 2 days ago. No matter how many drug dealers there are, he gives me a feeling of invincibility. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong has also seen masters, such as the secret team bodyguards in Kyoto and so on, but that was professional training, traditional training since childhood. Even so, he felt that those people's skills might be only slightly better than Zhou Zicheng, and were far behind Zhang Tian. Hearing about Zhang Tian's achievements in the past few days, Lao Mu's eyes were filled with envy. Oh shit, why isn't such an outstanding young man his grandson-in-law? That's not right. Xiaobo and Xiao Jiang are in the same police force, so they should be equally matched. Even if Xiaobo is slightly behind Xiao Jiang, his level should be pretty good, right? By the way, Mr. Mu suddenly remembered that he had heard his granddaughter complain before, saying that there was a second-generation member of the Xiaobo police force named Zhang Tian who was a drag on the team. I at him, Zhang Tian, who was so outstanding, is actually holding Xiaobo back. Then Xiaobo himself should be even better, right? Thinking of this, old Mu smiled. Although Zhang Tian was outstanding, the young drug enforcement officer who was pursuing his granddaughter and who his granddaughter seemed to have feelings for should also be very outstanding. What are you laughing at? Cao Xiaolong asked in confusion. In addition to Xiao Jiang, your municipal bureau has another outstanding young man, whose ability may even be no less than that of Xiao Jiang. Old Mu said with a laugh. Who? Cao Xiaolong was a little surprised. Zhang Tian was so outstanding that he had opened up Yunhai's evil wounds and had made great achievements one after another, which had already made him ecstatic. I didn't expect there was a second one, and he is not inferior to Xiao Jiang. Who is it? Who is it? Cao Xiaolong's face was full of surprise. That outstanding young man came from an ordinary family. His parents were farmers. He worked part-time to pay for his studies while in school. He is a very outstanding young man, Mr. Mu began to praise without any concealment, because before Zhang Tian showed his talent, Xiaobo had said many times that there was a little brother named Zhang Tian who was a useless person and always held him back. Now that Zhang Tian's young man should have graduated, how good is Xiaobo as a master? Cao Xiaolong's face became more and more exciting. His name is Xiaobo. Forehead, Xiaobo. Cao Xiaolong scratched his ears, thinking maybe he had heard it wrong. I think so. Xiaobo, this young man, has no background, yet he's able to face the second generation without fear of power, argue with reason, and resolutely refuse to use privileges. He has also been pursuing my granddaughter, but I didn't agree because I gave him a test to test his tolerance. I want him to get promoted within this year based on his own abilities. Well, what's wrong with you? Halfway through his speech, Mr. Mu looked at Cao Xiaolong, because at this moment, Cao Xiaolong's eyes were as weird as they could be. If it were someone else, Cao Xiaolong, who had just arrived, would not have known him, but that clown like Xiaobo, the man with a dark mind, a heart full of sinister calculations, and who questioned the authenticity of Xiao Zhang's meritorious service to Cao Xiaolong is too familiar. Before Cao Xiaolong could say anything, his phone rang rapidly the next moment. It's Xiao Shun's call. I guess there's some progress at the municipal bureau. Cao Xiaolong turned on the speakerphone. Chapter 57. Are you still analyzing? Did you solve the case? Time goes back to just before the two bosses answered the phone. The municipal bureau has formed a special task force, but in essence, Shen Han is just a figurehead. The one who can really make the decision is the expert Li Kegong from the municipal bureau. Among them, including Jiang Peng, all have their names on the list. But in essence they are just administrative staff with no role in solving the case. The people who really took the lead in solving the case were Li Kegong and Miss Chiu from the Criminal Investigation Department. As for the narcotics police, they can only cooperate with the operation. It's okay to let them investigate and arrest drug dealers, but I'm sorry to ask them to do the closed-room murder case of criminal investigation. Even the old man Song Ligua can only stare blankly. He has no criminal investigation logic and it's really a mystery, but Zhang Tian is an exception. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I've heard from the director a long time ago that you are a top-notch expert and have killed hundreds of drug dealers. You are responsible for protecting Miss Chiu. Moreover, you have investigative logic. If you work together with Miss Chiu, you will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Li Kegong ordered. Zhang Tian nodded naturally when Miss Chiu heard this. She was stunned. She looked at Zhang Tian in surprise, her face filled with shock. You killed hundreds of drug dealers? To be honest, although they both work in the municipal bureau, one is in criminal investigation and the other is in drug control. Although there are areas of cooperation between the two parties, there is not much involvement between them. Besides, it is impossible for information about drug control to spread all over the world. Yes. Zhang Tian nodded as a matter of course. I feel relieved as long as you protect me. After being shocked, Miss Chiu continued to show her pair of slightly dull deadfish eyes. You know what, although she is such a sloppy woman with a pair of deadfish eyes, Miss Chiu really looks so charming on this face. Zhang Tian already possesses genius-level criminal investigation logic. In this case, Zhang Tian raised questions, Miss Chiu added. When Miss Chiu raises questions, Zhang Tian will make some supplements, especially when the situation was urgent. Zhang Tian also interrogated the person who delivered the food to the cafeteria, and the final result was as expected. There are 3 suspects in total. All 3 of them could have taken action. They are the cleaning lady from the municipal bureau cafeteria, the cook, and the last person involved, the cafeteria owner. Canteen owner? To be honest, looking at Miss Jo's analysis, Zhang Tian smiled. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm wrong? Miss Jo frowned slightly. Zhang Tian's carefree and relaxed smile made her feel very unhappy. Ms. Xiao believes that investigation is a sacred thing, which is to seek justice for the innocent and to ensure that the guilty receive the punishment they deserve. So when solving the case, Miss Xiao was extremely serious, but Zhang Tian's face was full of relaxation, and he even analyzed her with a feeling of disdain, yes, disrespect for her. Even if you eliminate hundreds of drug dealers and use basic criminal investigation logic, you cannot disrespect the fruits of other people's labor in this way. No, on the contrary, I think your analysis is correct. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. Then why are you laughing? Did you discover anything else? Miss Chiu said unhappily. Zhang Tian looked at his scanning radar and smiled. Why was he smiling? It can be said that Zhang Tian suddenly discovered that the function of an entry is very powerful, but if two matching entries are combined together, the power unleashed is far more than several times that of a single function. For example, Zhang Tian's infinite physical strength combined with the martial arts master's unleashed fighting power. Zhang Tian didn't know if even if the world boxing champion came, he could withstand a casual punch from him. If he used special moves, Zhang Tian didn't even know how many people he would need to kill, and the same thing happens when a criminal investigation genius cooperates with the scanning radar. The murderer appeared, well, as long as there is a simple target, brought in front of Zhang Tian, or appears within 1,000 meters of Zhang Tian can see it instantly, and at this moment Zhang Tian saw it. Brother Jiang, I brought it to you. This is the owner of our cafeteria. Miss Zhou and Zhang Tian were in a simple small meeting room. The blackboard was densely covered with drawings of Wei Yudeo's interpersonal relationships, such as his wife, family, etc., as well as possible suspects who might have committed the crime. Zhang Tian was about to say something when he saw Zhao Wei, who had brought people with him, looking at him with resentment on his face. It's not just Zhao Wei. Standing at the door, Li Zijin folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the doorframe, looking at him with a gloomy and uncertain expression. Hey. Zhang Tian scratched his head and finally remembered what he had forgotten yesterday. Brother Jiang, you didn't think of us when you were doing meritorious service, but you thought of us when you were working? Zhao Wei was holding back his anger. Zhang Tian blinked his eyes. This is also a meritorious service, all for the people. This case is solved. Think about it, can you escape the collective first-class merit? But if we can't solve the problem, we will be punished once we join the task force. Zhao Wei's face was full of resentment. What are you talking about? With your brother Zhang here, is there any case that cannot be solved? Zhang Tian scolded. Damn it, brother Jiang, I've been waiting for your confident words. Zhao Wei had a deep admiration for Zhang Tian. Although this case is horrific. It's very stressful. The pressure from the provincial departments and the Ministry of Public Security all fell on them, but precisely because of this, the more attention is focused, the greater the credit will be for solving the case. Besides, don't you know who I am, brother Jiang? Who knew where the murderer was last night? What if he was at your place? I was scared away. I just acted on impulse last night and asked sisterly for the location. I didn't know anything about it in advance. Zhang Tian explained. Oh. Zhao Wei looked a little guilty. It seemed that he had wronged brother Jiang. Li Zijin, who was standing behind Zhao Wei, was almost furious when he saw Zhao Wei's expression. Last night they were halfway up the mountain, and the intercom had changed channels. They searched for most of the night, but there was no one on the intercom, and they didn't dare to call Zhang Tian casually. As a result, he kept shouting and screaming until he ran into a team of retreating armed police, and then he found out that the case had been solved. When he returned to the police station late at night, he found out that it was Zhang Tian who solved the case. I called Zhang Tian again, but his phone was turned off. In fact, he had been chatting with Muya for a long time last night and his phone was turned off. Let's forget about all these. The key point is that Zhang Tian arrested people and they worked so hard but didn't get anything. How can I not be angry? However, Li Zijin did not get angry when he saw Zhang Tian trying the case. He stared at the cafeteria owner gloomily. The canteens at the municipal bureau are all contracted out. The canteen owner is a relatively large local contractor. Not only the canteen of their municipal bureau, but also the canteen of Yunnan University are contracted by this person. You can imagine how powerful this person is, how big the business is, but even Zhang Tian had to admit that the food prepared by this canteen owner was good, of good quality and inexpensive. Why did you come to the city bureau cafeteria last night? Zhang Tian asked. Miss Zhou bit her pen, lay on the table, and stared at the cafeteria owner with dead fish eyes. Yesterday was the month-end audit day. Everyone in the cafeteria knows that I come here every month. It has always been like this. Everyone in the cafeteria knows about this. The cafeteria owner said with a simple smile. Zhang Tian looked straight at the cafeteria owner. If there were no scanning radar, even Zhang Tian, a criminal investigation genius, would not be able to see anything unusual. But now, Zhang Tian looked at the blood-red dot in the scanning radar, which was flashing with light. Who was behind Wei Yudao? Zhang Tian suddenly asked. This is also a type of criminal investigation logic interrogation, which directly attacks the criminal's mind and catches him off guard. Forehead? Don't say? Zhang Tian smiled slightly, then he turned around and looked at Miss Zhou, who was still analyzing the situation. She was confused at the moment. What does this mean? I'm still analyzing. Do you mean you caught the murderer? Chapter 58, Three Sticks Break Up the Drug Dealer. Miss Zhou looked at Zhang Tian in astonishment, as if she had not expected that Zhang Tian would act so suddenly and be so proficient in criminal investigation and interrogation, but she stared at him with dead fish eyes. Only during surprise interrogations can criminals easily reveal their flaws. However, the canteen owner, who looked confused, had almost no flaws. Captain Zhang, here's the information. Just at this moment, Yu Wei walked in with a stack of information, and Zhang Tian took it. The information here is all about the canteen owner. Like Xiaobo, he comes from a rural family and is a representative of people who have risen from humble beginnings. Being able to contract so many canteens would be impossible without huge connections. So, are you fearless? Zhang Tian looked at the canteen owner's honest smile, and he didn't look panicked at all. So, Zhang Tian loosened his shirt and decided that it was time to let the drug dealers and criminals in Yunhai feel the power of brutality. Zhang, Zhengfang Food Company, Limited, registered residence. Zhang Tian spoke the information slowly. I have nothing to say. I don't know Wei Yudao, Officer Jiang, right? If there's nothing else, I'm sorry, I have to leave here. I still have tens of millions of project funds waiting to be recovered. Excuse me. The cafeteria owner Zhang Jiang stood up. This is true confidence, and one's actions and behavior are measured and very elegant. You may have some misunderstandings about yourself. Zhang Tian approached. What misunderstanding? Zhang Jiang looked at Zhang Tian with some confusion on his face. Crack. Zhang Tian directly locked onto Zhang Jiang. Everything else could be deceptive, but Zhang Tian believed that his radar would never be wrong. What's more, in order to handle the case, we have to do it within a time limit. Then Zhang Tian can only take some special measures. What are you going to do, Officer Jiang? I hope you don't hurt yourself. Zhang Jiang was not at all panicked even when he was handcuffed to Bang. The next moment, under the horrified gaze of everyone in the office, Zhang Tian simply pulled out the baton from the wall. A police baton hit Zhang Jiang hard on the head as Zhang Jiang fell to the ground with a thud. What are you going to do? Zhang Jiang was completely confused. He covered his head with his hands and there seemed to be only dullness in his eyes. His tone was a little flustered. Shameless thing, are you threatening a righteous police officer? Or do you think that if you pretend not to know, we can't investigate, you bastard? Check the accounts by the 30th of the month. Look at what day it was yesterday, the 25th, check your accounts for that month. Zhang Tian was holding a baton. He waved his baton and hit Zhang Jiang hard. Bang 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 sounds were heard. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Zhang Jiang curled up on the ground and rolled over. Are you still making a mistake? Zhang Tian was really drunk. These criminals are really arrogant. If they were innocent, or if he was unsure, Zhang Tian would not have taken action. However, Zhang Tian is now very sure that this guy must be the murderer. Last night, now that he knew the murderer, Zhang Tian didn't have the time to play with him. The safety of people's lives will not allow Zhang Tian to show mercy. Was he using a baton? No, it is the people's just judgment. Point 1, 2, 3. After 3 blows, Zhang Jiang's mentality collapsed, because he had never seen such a fierce police officer. 3 blows with a baton shattered all his elegant disguises. How did you make Wei Yudao take the poison himself? What's your relationship with him? Zhang Tian asked again. It doesn't matter, Officer Jiang, I was wronged. Zhang Jiang pretended to look miserable, but at this moment, the cold light in Zhang Jiang's eyes almost exploded. When had he ever suffered such injustice in his life? Zhang Jiang swore that as long as it was safe, he would kill this bastard. As for explaining, it is impossible, not possible in this lifetime. If he doesn't tell, there will be no evidence. If he tells, his crime will definitely result in the death penalty. The reason why drug dealers are the most vicious, cruel, and fearless of all criminals is that other crimes can be survived as long as they are not intentional homicide, but drug dealers will be sentenced to death if they are caught. Bang bang bang. But unfortunately, Jiang Tian's baton was really merciless. Moreover, as a martial arts master, he was very precise in his control when attacking. Although there might not be any visible pain on the outside, the injuries caused by Jiang Tian's baton were all internal. Cough cough. Zhang Zhang coughed up blood and his face turned pale, and at the same time at the door of the conference room, Zhang Zhang's screams were witnessed by Xiaobo, who was passing by. Okay, you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have done meritorious service? Ha, you even dare to force a confession? Xiaobo was shocked and ecstasy appeared on his face. He even thought of using this as an excuse to threaten Jiang Tian to be responsible for Wang Yifei, otherwise, expose his actions. God knows how Xiaobo felt when he returned home yesterday and found Wang Yifei's parents waiting at the door. Because he knew that his affair might have been discovered ever since Wang Yifei's incident, he didn't even dare to go at that time. Xiaobo felt relieved because he knew that Wang Yifei's parents were waiting at his door for Wang Yifei's sake. Fortunately, he ran away quickly and now you're good, he's caught you. No, I'm going to find the director. You're really crazy for slandering innocent people in order to solve the case and get credit. Xiaobo sneered, and he didn't know at this moment. Jiang Tian took out his cell phone. He squatted down, grabbed Zhang Zhang's hair with one hand, and took out his phone. Inside was a bloody photo. Look, do you recognize her? It doesn't matter if you don't. I'm telling you, this is Wei Yudeo's wife. She's been silenced. Although I don't have the ability to sentence you without a warrant, it won't be difficult to arrest you and lock you up for a few days. By then, it won't matter whether you live or die, but I have to consider your family. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it. Our team leader saw it today when he went to Wei Yudeo's house to investigate. He's been silenced by the boss behind you. Think about it, if you had confessed earlier and arrested him earlier, your family would have been safer, right? You don't want your family to be wiped out by the drug trafficker boss behind you, do you? Jiang Tian grinned. As for that bullshit plan, slowly solving the case, luring the snake out of its hole, etc., Jiang Tian doesn't have that much time and leisure. Why did Jiang Tian have to spend so many days with the suspect when a baton could solve the problem? Impossible. Zhang Zhang's pupils contracted. Is it possible that you don't know? Once there is a possibility of you leaking information, think about whether your entire family will be wiped out by the boss behind you. Jiang Tian said slowly. Zhang Zhang had cold sweat on his face. Since I dare to attack you, I already have evidence. It is more than enough to catch you. You can't escape. Accept your fate. Thinking about your family is the most important thing now. Jiang Tian continued to increase his strength. Stop talking. Zhang Zhang didn't know if it was from the baton or the fear, but beads of sweat kept dripping onto the ground. After a moment, Zhang Zhang coughed up a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. Don't force me. If I tell you, not only me, but you too won't survive this day. Yo-ha, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. A big fish. This is a big fish, very good, he likes big fish like this. He just wanted to see if someone so awesome could withstand 3 of his batons. At this moment, the conference room was silent. No one spoke, they all stared at Zhang Zhang blankly. Do you think I'm kidding? I dare not disobey that person at all. Not to mention you, do you know how your former director died? Zhang Zhang gritted his teeth. Hiss. Jiang Tian took a breath. No wonder, in the previous life, after this case was reported to the emperor, the Ministry of Public Security was directly asked to intervene and command the case, and even thousands of people were mobilized from the Ministry of Public Security to enter Yunhai for investigation. The previous director died in office, so Zhang Pang was the successor. The previous director died of natural causes. He was hit by a car on the road. The perpetrator did not run away. He was a drunk. After hitting the director, the car rolled over into the reservoir and then died himself. In short, it is almost seamless and has no flaws. Zhang Tian didn't expect that this would involve the previous director. Some things are better left undisclosed and ignored. Once revealed, no one can cover it up. Zhang Zhang hated it. Zhang Zhang was really scared because of Jiang Tian's 3 police batons and intimidation. It seemed like a simple conversation, but it touched Zhang Zhang's heart. That man was a truly terrifying person. He is even more cruel and ruthless. Tell me his name and let him see how awesome he is. The smile on Jiang Tian's face gradually faded. Although Jiang Tian is arrogant, he will not underestimate others, especially Zhang Zhang's words. He was so cruel and ruthless that he must be beaten to death with a stick and in the shortest possible time. If he could even silence his own men, what about his enemies? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of urgency in his heart. But on the other hand, Everyone in the conference room blushed. This is exciting. If they encountered it normally, they would be terrified as if they were facing a great enemy, but now, everyone around Zhang Tian feels scared, and at the same time, Shinhan looked at Xiaobo, who broke into the meeting room with a confused look on his face. I even wonder if I'm too excited? Director Shen, to meet the deadline, Comrade Zhang Tian has been tortured into confessing. I didn't want to come to you, but I don't want to see the municipal bureau fall and go astray under the leadership of Zhang Tian. Director Shen, please believe me, I absolutely will not lie. There is no risk of being tortured into confessing in such an important case. Yes, other things are fine, but there must be no mistakes in this incident. The focus is not on beating, but on preventing false information from occurring. If someone is forced to confess under torture and then cover up a crime, it would be a disrespect to the Ministry of Public Security. Xiaobo, can you take responsibility for what you said? Director Shen stood up with a serious face. I swear, Zhang Tian is an innocent person who was forced to confess under torture, and he has absolutely no connection with this case. Xiaobo showed off crazily, thinking that his chance had come. In addition to dealing with Wang Yifei's troubles to threaten Zhang Tian, Xiaobo finally made another choice. He is taking a gamble, betting his future with everything he has. If he loses, he may lose everything. Xiaobo couldn't afford the cost of failure. Chapter 59, The Cafeteria is Poisonous? Deputy Director Sun, are you the same? Director Shen looked at Sun Haiba. That's right, given Xiaobo's current character and status, how could Shinhan have the time to meet with Xiaobo alone? Xiaobo is nothing, at present, it is the lowest level, and even in terms of police rank, it is one level lower than Zhang Tian. How could an ordinary person without any special mission have the right? What's more, Shinhan doesn't have the time to meet him alone. In the end, Xiaobo found Sun Haiba to be on the safe side. Sun Haiba was even secretly brought by Xiaobo to the door of the conference room, where he saw Zhang Jiang, who was covered in blood. Inside. Surprise. Sun Haiba's face was suddenly filled with surprise. What kind of case is this? The Ministry of Public Security is paying special attention to it. The provincial department is taking the lead in handling it and setting up a special task force to solve the case. You can imagine how much importance the entire system from top to bottom attaches to this case, and this is the case that is taken so seriously. There is nothing wrong with being ruthless during interrogations. The pressure of handling cases is high, and it is understandable to use special tactics under special circumstances, but if the person is innocent, he may be forced to confess under torture. If such an important case was turned into a false accusation, not only would Zhang Tian be the unlucky one, but even Shinhan would be implicated, and he might not even be able to keep his official position. How could the problem not be serious? Of course, Shinhan is not a fool. The main reason is that Zhang Tian is young and has made great achievements in his youth. Shinhan is afraid that Zhang Tian will go astray due to impulse. Are you sure you confessed under torture? Shinhan asked with a frown. That's right. The person who was beaten was Mr. Zhang, the boss of our canteen. He is the one who contracted our canteen and even contracted the canteens of Yunnan University and many other government agencies. He has always been well received for his good quality and low prices, and he is also an honest man. Director Shen, I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with Mr. Zhang. Sun Haiba said quickly. Let's go and take a look. Shinhan stood up. He did not go back to the provincial department, but went directly to the municipal bureau. It was very convenient. After all, he was the leader of the special task force. He had to keep an eye on it even if it was just for show at the beginning. As they walked, Shinhan frowned. In fact, even if they couldn't solve the case within the deadline, they would at most be punished. The pressure still fell on their leaders. Zhang Tian was so anxious that Shinhan had to doubt whether his and Mr. Gao's actions were right. After all, Zhang Tian is too young. If he is allowed to join the task force as an exception and is entrusted with important tasks, will such a young man be too eager to show himself and make huge mistakes? These are serious problems. At this moment, in order to show off, Xiaobo was jogging in front like a lackey, with an excited expression on his face. That's right, he was just madly showing off in front of Director Shen. Xiaobo had already fantasized that Director Shen valued him and let him replace Zhang Tian's position in the task force, and after I solved the case, he immediately became the center of attention, rose to prominence, and changed Muya's impression of him. But he didn't know that at this moment Shinhan was looking at him with a frown, thinking in his heart, as a drug enforcement police officer, he didn't learn the good things, and actually schemed and reported against his own comrades. Which leader would dare to employ someone who likes to tell tales and tells tales beyond his authority? After all, Xiaobo was still too young at that time. Based on this fact, even if Jiang Tian really went down, it would never be his turn. So, when Jiang Tian dragged Zhang Zhang to take his written confession, looking at the shocking crimes listed in Zhang Zhang's written confession, which were truly innumerable, Zhang Tiandu's eyes widened. He thought that the scanning radar would never deceive him, but he didn't expect the charges to reach this extent. Hiss, he deserves death. Miss Zhou gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Tian in shock. She really didn't expect Jiang Tian to be so bold and to have such an accurate eye for the murderer. Officer Jiang, how did you find out? This is so hateful. This Zhang Zhang really deserves to die. The charges were shocking, and Miss Zhou's pupils shrank as she looked at them with dead eyes, because this guy actually dared to poison the police force. To be honest, when Miss Zhou saw the charge, her scalp went numb and she almost exploded. As soon as this guy showed up, I smelled the stench of drug trafficking on him. Jiang Tian said shamelessly. Hiss, Miss Zhou's dead fish eyes were full of astonishment, but at this moment, Jiang Tian, you are a piece of trash. What do you think of the Municipal Bureau? What did I teach you before? The first bottom line is that you cannot confess under torture. Have you learned it wrongly? You dare to frame such an important case. Who gave you the courage to wrongly accuse a good person? Xiaobo jumped out impatiently and scolded him. Xiaobo's face was full of excitement that he walked up and first showed his identity as Master Jiang Tian. What a shitty master. Actually, how could an ordinary police officer who had just been promoted for less than a year have a so-called apprentice? It's just hilarious. But from another perspective, Xiaobo was deliberately elevating himself. Before Jiang Tian could say anything, Miss Zhou's dead fish eyes had already turned to him. Her gaze was dull and she looked silly. But if you really think she is stupid, then you are really stupid. Chapter 60. Officer Zhang's deep care. Zhang Zhang, who was the one being tortured into confessing, turned around and looked at the person who came in. At this moment, Zhang Zhang's mood was complicated, but he had already accepted his fate. It was for his family, and yes, because the person behind him was too terrible. Instead of trusting the boss behind him, Zhang Zhang actually believed Jiang Tian at this moment. Moreover, when he confessed, Jiang Tian agreed to one condition of his, that is, if he confessed, Jiang Tian could guarantee the safety of his family. At this point, even if he insisted on not telling the truth, could his boss believe him? At that time, without the protection of the police, his family would still be in danger. Although it would still be dangerous with the protection of the police, Zhang Zhang had no other choice. It's too tragic, just too tragic. Jiang Tian, do you still have any humanity? Comrade Zhang Zhang is such an honest man, yet you can be so cruel. Even if you have to solve the case within a limited time, you can't be so confused. I know Boss Zhang very well. He is an excellent supplier of our police station, and I even recruited him myself. Sun Haiba walked up to Jiang Tian with a gloomy face and accused him. At this moment, Jiang Tian was still immersed in the news of poisoning the police force. Good job. It turns out that this guy, just to compete, actually added ingredients to the stir-fried dishes and stews. My goodness, is this thing edible? Jiang Tian broke out in a cold sweat. If you eat that thing accidentally, it can be fatal. If Jiang Tian didn't have a golden finger, he would probably get hurt too. This bastard actually poisoned their drug enforcement officers? Are you crazy? You don't know until you try it. The news that came out during the trial almost made Jiang Tian's brain freeze. If it gets out, it will probably become a big joke. Their professional drug enforcement police were actually poisoned? You recruited him? Jiang Tian was still immersed in the news when he heard two naked accusations in succession. Jiang Tian turned his head and looked at Sun Haiba intently. This damn beast. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. Jiang Tian has been so busy these days with the repeated attacks against him that he has not yet found the time to look for evidence of Sun Haiba's crimes. Unexpectedly, Sun Haiba jumped out on his own. Is there such a good thing? That's right. It's because I recruited him that I know how honest Boss Zhang is. Xiao Jiang, what you are doing is violating the law and challenging the bottom line of the law. It is absolutely intolerable. Boss Zhang, don't worry, our municipal bureau will definitely give you an explanation. Sun Haiba stood up and spoke righteously. Xiaobo followed suit, saying, it's our fault that such a scoundrel appeared in the municipal bureau. Don't worry, we've already called the director to personally handle the matter for you and redress your injustice. We will never allow you to be tortured into confessing. After saying that, Xiaobo even scolded Jiang Tian, what are you doing? Hurry up and come over to apologize to Boss Zhang. Do you really think that you can override the law just by making a small contribution? Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the right? The two of them took advantage of the situation and pointed at Jiang Tian crazily. Jiang Tian was not angry either. He grinned, turned to look at Zhang Zhang and said meaningfully, Boss Zhang, do you want me to apologize? No, no, no. Zhang Jiang shook his head frantically. Boss Zhang, don't be afraid. We are here, and Director Shin is also here. No one can wrongly accuse you. This black sheep is simply a cancer of our police force. He will be cleared out of the team sooner or later. Sun Haiba walked up to support him with a smile on his face, waiting for Zhang Jiang to express his gratitude to him. Zhang Jiang's expression suddenly became agitated. I don't need your support. Who wronged me? I wasn't wronged. This is Officer Zhang's sincere love for me. I was moved by Officer Jiang and took the initiative to confess. Who asked you to seek justice? Boom. Zhang Jiang said this. Sun Haiba's face instantly became dull, as if he had turned into a clown. Xiaobo also had a dazed look on his face. They finally found Zhang Tian's weak spot and were stepping on it hard, but the person who stood up for him said such words at this moment? Boss Zhang? Sun Haiba was dumbfounded. No, what does this mean? That's right, I've confessed. I was responsible for the deaths of Wei Yudao and his son. I put threatening messages and poison in their food last night. What? Xiaobo and Sun Haiba's faces turned green instantly, but it hasn't stopped yet. Zhang Jiang then spoke up, I'm guilty. I even poisoned your food to increase my competitiveness. Boom. Good job this time, even Shin Han couldn't sit still. Mr. Shin clenched his fists. He looked at Sun Haiba and Xiaobo with a gloomy face just now. For a moment, he even misunderstood Xiao Jiang. Fine that he didn't speak impatiently, but at the same time, Shin Han's face was incredibly gloomy as he stared at Sun Haiba and said, you recruited the canteen, and you guaranteed that there would be no problems with them. Now, do you have anything else to say? Boom. Sun Haiba's face turned pale. After a moment, Sun Haiba suddenly turned around. Bang. Sun Haiba slapped Xiaobo hard in the face. Xiaobo, what else do you have to say? You come to me and tell lies and slander Comrade Xiao Jiang. I was kind enough to call you back to the police force, and you're repaying me for coming back. I think you're the black sheep of the police force. Xiaobo opened his mouth to say something. Bang. Sun Haiba slapped him again with his backhand. Shut up. From now on, you are suspended. Go home and write a self-reflection. I will also criticize you and give you a serious warning. Buzz. Xiaobo's face was pale and beads of cold sweat kept dripping down. This is a serious punishment and will be recorded in the file for life, especially when he had a great dream. The dream had not yet set sail, which was equivalent to a heavy blow to him. The test given to him by Muya's family was the promotion this year. Now, he did not get any merit for the promotion, but was directly given a serious warning. Muya was getting further and further away. The more Xiaobo thought about it, the more he felt that his dream was getting further and further away from him. Zhang Tian sneered and watched them fight each other quietly. That's enough. Director Shin shouted angrily, Sun Haiba, what are you saying to slander Comrade Xiao Jiang? Comrade Xiao Jiang was making contributions at the front, but you were chasing after him, persecuting the meritorious officers in the team and harming the heroes of the police force. No wonder the Municipal Bureau has made no progress in drug control for so many years. The canteen owners you personally recruited are all drug lords, and you let the drug lords poison people right at the doorstep of the Municipal Bureau. You think you are so good, do you think you can get away with it? I'm telling you it's impossible. I will seriously report this to my superiors and request that you be transferred from your position. Boom. Sun Haiba was confused. In fact, Zhang Tian also knew that this incident was too big. The entire city bureau was poisoned, and someone must pay the price. He was simply dismissed from his post after being slandered. Even if Zhang Tian had made great contributions, he would not have received such face. The real reason was that the person recruited by Sun Haiba turned out to be a big drug lord, which was a huge provocation to the entire municipal bureau and the entire public security system. So, the truth is that Shin Han reported his work to Gao Xiaolong as soon as possible. That's right. Comrade Xiao Jiang immediately identified the real culprit and decisively used extraordinary means at an extraordinary time to extract a confession. However, during this time, the person primarily responsible for recruiting the drug traffickers, Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau Sun Haiba, and his followers vigorously defended the criminal and insulted Comrade Xiao Jiang. Shin Han gave Gao Xiaolong a detailed report on the incident, and this time it was just when Mr. Mu was bragging about Xiaobo when Gao Xiaolong answered the phone. He also used the hands-free mode. So, when Gao Xiaolong heard that Zhang Tian had identified the real murderer, his face was filled with ecstasy. Mr. Mu was still wondering whether the young man Xiaobo had made any contribution. After hearing Shin Han's next words, Gao Xiaolong instantly became furious. What did you say? There is such a thing? How could Yunhai allow such a thing to happen? Mu Lao also nodded in agreement. If this matter is not handled properly, the consequences will be very serious. The relevant responsible persons must be severely punished. Especially in such an important unit as the Municipal Bureau, such a leader cannot be allowed to appear. Gao Xiaolong also agreed. Sun Haibo must find an opportunity to be transferred from his post. Such a black sheep must not be allowed to stay in the police force. This Sun Haibo is a cancer in the police force. I saw it last time and gave him a serious warning, hoping that he would reform himself. But to my surprise, this cancer has not repented at all. At this point, Mu Lao frowned and said, "Speaking of which, Yunhai's anti-drug campaign is urgent and at a critical moment. We must not make any big moves and affect the anti-drug campaign." Does Sun Haibo have many followers? Shen Han on the other end of the line could also hear clearly. Upon hearing Mu Lao's voice, he immediately revealed everything without holding back. Not many. Besides Sun Haibo, there's another person named Xiao Bo. When Xiao Jiang was working on the case, he was the one who was causing trouble and obstructing the task force. He's just a small police officer. Speaking of this Xiao Bo, he's a cancer. He's more of a hindrance than a help. Little police officer, just one, etc. Xiao Bo? Chapter 61 Behind the Scenes. Xiao Bo, is this the Xiao Bo in his memory? Mr. Mu is a very cheerful person. He supports his children's freedom to fall in love and has no prejudice, but the prerequisite is that you can demonstrate your value and ability. Even after knowing that Xiao Bo came from the mountains, he had a better impression of him and immediately gave him a small test. If he was capable, he would have no objection even if he married his only granddaughter Muya. Although this condition seems difficult, it is actually very easy to achieve with some effort. All you need to do is to be promoted 1 year in advance and perform well. Even just now, Mr. Mu was still praising him to the utmost, thinking about the many contributions Xiao Bo had made in the past few days. If he had such a close relationship with Xiao Jiang, he must have also made many contributions and exceeded the task. The result was unexpected. He actually heard this name at this time. Originally, he thought it was at the award ceremony. Xiao Bo? Mr. Mu was speechless. Shen Han rubbed his head and said, "That's right." Xiao Bo was extremely jealous. Before, when Boss Gao came to the municipal bureau, he went to Comrade Xiao Zhang's house and tricked Xiao Zhang's mother into letting him get in through the back door. He deliberately set a trap for Comrade Xiao Zhang so that he would be misunderstood by Boss Gao. He understood this matter clearly. When the misunderstanding was resolved and the truth was revealed, Gao Xiaolong was also present, so Gao Xiaolong nodded in agreement to show that what he said was well said. Buzz. Old Mu was confused. Was this the elegant young man in his memory? How could he be so vicious in his heart that he could even deceive him? Is this? Mr. Mu opened his mouth, wanting to ask if there was something wrong, but the next moment, Shen Han's voice continued, "Not only that, because Xiao Jiang performed so well, I specifically investigated and learned more about Comrade Xiao Jiang. I discovered that Xiao Bo, out of jealousy that Comrade Xiao Jiang had a father who was a director, secretly slept with all the women Comrade Xiao Jiang had never touched and had always pursued to satisfy his perverted desires. While Comrade Xiao Jiang was arresting the drug dealer Bo Shiyun, this Xiao Bo was checking into a hotel with the women Comrade Xiao Jiang was pursuing." Bang! Good job, not to mention experiencing it. Even just listening to it, Mr. Mu, with his good manners, couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. Gao Xiaolong's face turned serious. He didn't know about this matter yet, but recently Shen Han has been paying attention to Zhang Tian, so he has been paying close attention to him, because Shen Han had investigated and understood Zhang Tian's past interpersonal relationships. He couldn't help but gasp when he found out there was no attack because the drug dealers were the priority, especially since the Ministry of Public Security recently issued an order to crack the case, so these things were put aside for the time being and I wanted to ask Xiao Jiang how to deal with it. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Mu said angrily. Gao Xiaolong looked at the furious Mr. Mu in confusion. He couldn't understand why Mr. Mu was even angrier than him. Did he know Comrade Xiao Jian? It's a cancer, it's a black sheep. Mr. Mu continued to scold. How could Gao Xiaolong know that the reason why Mr. Mu was so furious was mainly because he was deceived by Xiao Bo's appearance? I didn't realize that Xiao Bo was such a beast. By the way, you just said that there is a young man who was better than Xiao Jiang in the City Bureau's anti-drug detachment, and they are short of manpower now. What's his name? Let's transfer him to the task force and see how it goes. Gao Xiaolong said with interest. These matters will be handled by the people below. As the saying goes, high-ranking officials do not oppress those at the bottom. With Xiaobo's level, it would be a loss for Song Ligua to suppress him. These big leaders will not go beyond their authority to pressure others. Gao Xiaolong just expressed his attitude. The next matters will be handled by Shin Han. Now what Gao Xiaolong wants to know most is that outstanding young man. At this point, Mr. Mu's expression changed and his tone became hesitant after Shin Han reported his work. He also knew what to do. After finishing the call, he walked in, glanced at Sun Haibo and Xiaobo without saying anything, then turned and looked at Zhang Tian kindly. In fact, Zhang Tian doesn't have time to deal with Sun Haibo and the others now. Until now the winner has been decided. Sun Haibo was finished. Zhang Tian knew it very well. As for Xiaobo, without those crappy opportunities, he had no hope in this life just by studying and scheming. What's more, Xiaobo's reputation was completely ruined now. His colleagues in the unit would avoid him when they saw him, because everyone knows that Xiaobo slept with the woman Zhang Tian was pursuing because he was jealous of Zhang Tian, who would dare to get along with a cancer like Xiaobo? What if he doesn't like you and cheats on you? In other words, Zhang Tian actually successfully aroused people's empathy by raising this black spot. From another perspective, it even alleviated some possible consequences brought about by Zhang Tian's crazy efforts to make meritorious contributions. Once Zhang Tian has time, it won't be such a good thing for Sun Haibo to be transferred from his post. When Zhang Tian does something, he either doesn't take action at all, or if he does, he will kill him directly. If freeing up his hands would be the end of Sun Haibo. The crimes he committed are enough to get him shot to eye. In that case, why bother with it? Zhang Tian looked at the report in the hands of the person from the laboratory right after the interrogation. Zhang Tian immediately asked the people from the laboratory to come and take away the food from the cafeteria for testing. Because it was an expedited process, the results were quickly tested. Captain Zhang, this is the test report. The food does contain a large amount of opium, which can cause great harm to the body and may even cause sudden death. The person from the laboratory was shocked by what he said. The sky is falling. It's like the sky is falling. Everyone widened their eyes. Sun Haibo even swayed and almost fell to the ground, because he knew it was all over. Joke. Even when the news got out, the entire city bureau became a joke. The horror of this responsibility is that even if nothing happened today and Sun Haibo did nothing, he would be the first person responsible for contracting the canteen to Zhang Jiang, and he would definitely not be able to escape, because it's crazy, the kind that created the world. Are you still a human being? Zhang Tian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and hit him with his baton and cursed. Fortunately, it was discovered early. If people eat this stuff for years, they can die even if they are fine. Then the entire city bureau will be completely destroyed. Hiss. It's just digging for the foundation. The first crime was shocking. Zhang Tian was looking forward to the next part, but before he had time to take a closer look, Zhang Jiang began to confess everything at once. Zhang Tian pricked up his ears with a serious look on his face, because he really wanted to know what the big brother behind the scenes wanted to do. Also, was Gao Xiaolong's ambush on the night of the time travel planned? If it was just a coincidence, it would be fine. But if it was really planned in advance, Zhang Tian simply couldn't believe that there was such a bold person. Who is behind you? Zhang Tian couldn't sit still anymore. No, such a dangerous person must be beaten to death with a baton. Such a cruel and audacious person cannot be allowed to live. Zhang Jiang wiped his bloody face and said, "Have you heard, Mr. Yun, that he was the one who asked me to poison you from the beginning, but the dosage was always controlled? 3 days ago, he asked me to increase the dosage, and even asked me to find a way to put sawoxytocin in your water dispenser, a lethal dose. But I didn't dare and didn't find the opportunity." Hiss. Grass. Zhang Tian's scalp tingled. It's hard to guard against. These drug dealers are too vicious. Wait, 3 days ago? Zhang Tian stood up and squinted his eyes and said, 3 days ago, the night of the operation to capture Tucha. Really? Zhang Tian was shocked. He was now 100% sure that Gao Xiaolong's experience in his previous life was not an accident, but had been planned. The mastermind behind this is the so-called Mr. Yin. Everyone in the room was stunned at this moment. That was a close call. To put it another way, Zhang Tian actually saved them. What's your name and where are you? Zhang Tian was angry. Damn it, his previous life was so miserable. Apart from Xiaobo and Wang Yifei, Gao Xiaolong's death was the fatal cause. Very good, Mr. Yun has a reason to die. I don't know. I don't know his real name, or even what he looks like. He is very mysterious and he always uses an anonymous SIM card to contact me. Zhang Jiang shook his head. The clues are gone. Miss Zhou, with dead eyes, finally spoke. Based on her experience in criminal investigation, at this stage, it is basically impossible to find the clues. Zhang Tian didn't say anything. The name Mr. Yun sounded familiar to Zhang Tian. He was sure that he had heard this name in his previous life. With his extraordinary memory, Zhang Tian kept recalling it, but at this moment, Zhang Tian looked up and saw Xiaobo looking at him with a jealous expression, because at this moment, even Shin Han was standing behind Zhang Tian and watching without participating. Miss Zhou looked at Zhang Zhang with dead eyes and expressionless face. Everyone watched Zhang Tian perform. Xiaobo's eyes were as red as if he had conjunctivitis. He was so anxious. Seeing Zhang Tian was about to make another contribution, it was more difficult for him to accept it than killing him. The most terrifying thing is that not only could he only watch, but he also directly bore the heavy punishment. Of course, Xiaobo didn't know at the moment that he had completely died in society and his reputation was completely ruined. Not to mention his political future, even his own future was entangled by Wang Yifei's family. Zhang Tian was still frightened of how miserable it was. So Zhang Tian ignored him, but instead stroked his chin. The information about Mr. Yun became clearer and clearer, because it seemed that in his previous life, a few days after Gao Xiaolong's death and not long after his mother was arrested, Zhang Tian got drunk in a bar late at night and met a man who called himself Mr. Yun. At that time, he looked down at him with a sarcastic expression on his face. Zhang Tian felt puzzled at that time, but now, Zhang Tian was shocked. That sarcastic expression should be the expression of a victor appreciating the trophies, and he treated him as a trophy. At that time, Mr. Yun stood there so elegantly and superiorly that even Zhang Tian felt extremely envious. That bari Zhang Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter. The main reason was that after so many years, it was such a small thing. If it weren't for his extraordinary memory, Zhang Tian would not be able to remember it at all. We have a clue. Chapter 62, Things Change. It's your turn to sweep the floor. Officer Zhang, where are you going? Seeing Zhang Tian leaving, Miss Zhou behind him spoke hurriedly. Anyway, there has been at least some progress, although the clues have been cut off on Zhang Zhang's side. There's no useful information here. I don't know what he looks like, or even his age. I've never met him in person. The only contact is through an anonymous phone card. Continuing the interrogation will yield no results. I'm going out to look for clues. Zhang Tian explained. In fact, Zhang Tian looked at the time and it was already noon. Zhang Tian and Muya's date is about to begin. Good job. It's a date with Muya. How could Zhang Tian be late? Go out and look for clues? Miss Zhou looked surprised. How to find clues outside. Now Zhang Zhang is the only person who knows about it. At least, we can make some arrangements and use Zhang Zhang to plan it. You don't think that we have arrested and interrogated Zhang Zhang, but Mr. Yin doesn't know about it, right? He must have received the news a long time ago. It's impossible to use Zhang Zhang to plot. Let me see if there are any other clues. Zhang Tian said. At present, Zhang Tian has 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit and is still in the application process, but Zhang Tian will not miss any opportunity to make a contribution, especially this Mr. Yun in his previous life. If it weren't for the other party's sarcasm, or even the condescending look that was too hateful, Zhang Tian would never have remembered such an insignificant matter even if he had an extraordinary memory. In fact, from the perspective of criminal investigation logic, Mr. Yun's behavior is a common psychological reaction of criminals who go to the scene to watch after the crime occurs. The difference is that after harming Gao Xiaolong and even destroying countless anti-drug police officers, the so-called Mr. Yun, in his previous life, ran to him, the first victim, to see the miserable condition of this victim. So much so that when Mr. Yun appeared, the bar was crowded with people. Therefore, Zhang Tian could be sure that even if Mr. Yun was not in that bar, there were definitely clues about Mr. Yun. While thinking, Zhang Tian said goodbye to everyone. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Miss Chiu chased after Zhang Tian. No. Zhang Tian shook his head. What a joke. I'm on a date, so what does it mean to bring you along? The team leader asked you to protect me. Miss Chiu stared at Zhang Tian with dead eyes. Okay. Zhang Tian sighed. Damn, no matter how you look at it, Miss Chiu's sloppy appearance can't hide her natural beauty. A pair of dead fish eyes would look ugly on other people's faces, but on Miss Chiu's face, they actually add a lot of charm. It's not shameful to take it out. It's just a little light bulb. Where are you going? Miss Chiu asked. Commercial building. Zhang Tian said directly. By coincidence, Zhang Tian remembered that the bar was on a street not far from the commercial building. It was even said that because of the task force, Zhang Tian drove the police's commercial vehicle, an ordinary black Santana, openly in the name of handling the case. Ding dong. I'm here, waiting for you at the east gate of the commercial building. A moment later, the phone rang. Zhang Tian took out his cell phone and took a look. That's right, it was Muya's message, and she didn't stand him up. And at the same time, just when Zhang Tian left inside the municipal bureau, Shin Han looked at Xiaobo and Sun Haiba with great regret. The higher-ups have already started the process for Sun Haiba's transfer. As for Xiaobo, if I hadn't completed the internship period, I would have been fired long ago, but now it's official, dismissal is impossible. How? To deal with it, Shin Han stood at the door and called Zhang Tian, ready to ask for the opinion of the person involved. Zhang Tian, I think the environment here at the municipal bureau is not good, and I don't know how to do things. From now on, you will be responsible for the sanitation work here at the municipal bureau. Zhang Tian was driving when Miss Chiu answered the phone for him. That makes sense. Director Shin's eyes lit up. He would just transfer him from his post first so as not to add any burden to Zhang Tian, otherwise, don't cause any more trouble. After hanging up the phone, Director Shin smiled at Xiaobo and said, Comrade Xiaobo, originally, based on your mistakes, we could have even expelled you, but now, we have decided to let you be responsible for the sanitation work of your police force. Sweeping the floor, Xiaobo, who was about to leave, was completely confused. Chapter 63 Dating. Yunhai does not allow such a powerful person. Today is definitely a nightmare day for Xiaobo. He arrogantly thought he could make a contribution, but ended up getting slapped in the face. That wasn't all. In the end, he was assigned to clean the place, yes, although there is no way to expel them, or rather, the organization has very strict controls over expulsion. Even for the director, it is extremely difficult to suspend an ordinary employee. Because of this, there is a saying that goes, as long as you don't want to make progress, you don't have to give face to anyone in the organization. But at the same time, you must also be prepared that if you really make a huge mistake, you will be assigned to a department you would never have thought of. Cleaning. Xiaobo was confused. How so? Why is this happening? Xiaobo thought about the past few days. He was doing well in the police force, so why did it become like this? Zhang Tian, yes, that's right, it's this Zhang Tian. Xiaobo's eyes were red. If it weren't for Zhang Tian, he would still be so outstanding and even had the training of Sun Haiba. But now Xiaobo looked at Sun Haiba's gloomy face and his heart skipped a beat. Waste, I think you are the waste. You call Zhang Tian a waste every day, but have you ever done anything good? You spread lies in front of me every day, trying to confuse me and Xiao Jiang. If it weren't for you, how could I have been transferred from my post? Sun Haiba was even more furious. In fact, the reason why Sun Haiba fought with Zhang Tian and Zhang Peng was because Xiaobo was instigating them, and he had been instigating them from the very beginning, saying that Zhang Tian was a waste. By using this waste, Zhang Peng can be easily taken down. At the time, Zhang Tian did act like a bit of a loser, so Sun Haiba believed it. After all, Xiaobo was plotting against Zhang Tian, and at that time Zhang Tian was still following Xiaobo around, serving him tea and water. The result is now. Etc. Sun Haiba's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot as he shouted, Xiaobo, you're worse than a beast. Have you been colluding with Zhang Tian for a long time? You've teamed up with the father and son to target them openly, but in reality, you're targeting me. Yes, that's right. If this is not the case, why would a person change so much? Zhang Tian hid at the beginning. It must be to deal with him. Director Sun, please believe me, I didn't. Xiaobo wanted to explain with a tingling scalp. If Xiaobo lost Sun Haiba's support at this time, he would really have nothing. After all, even if Sun Haiba was transferred from his position, his level remained the same. Even going to a nursing home department would be easy. Besides, Sun Haiba also has his own connections in this system, so if he is willing to help him, he can help. Xiaobo might have a chance to turn things around. He could meet the conditions of Muya's family and then seek Muya's forgiveness. Yes, Xiaobo still has huge fantasies about Muya. At this point, you are still pretending in front of me. I tell you, you are the one who did what happened today. If I am not doing well, I will let you die with me. Sun Haiba said angrily and turned away. Xiaobo was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Of course, in sharp contrast to Xiaobo's miserable appearance as Zhang Tian brought Zhu Tianqiu to the commercial building to meet Muya. After meeting, Zhang Tian saw that Muya had changed into a white dress. It's stable. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. After all, Muya, wearing light makeup and standing at the door of the commercial building today, was a beautiful sight. In his previous life, Zhang Tian was at a loss and in the most pain. In his previous life, Xiaobo was in great glory. Relying on the connections left by Zhang Tian's family, he achieved success in both career and love. He made progress in his career and even gained Muya, reaching the peak of his life. However, Zhang Tian was in agony, but in this life, things were completely different without him noticing. Zhang Tian got a promotion, a raise, and a successful career in love life, but Xiaobo unknowingly reached the lowest point in his life. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. No, this is not enough. An important case has occurred in the municipal bureau. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Tian explained and apologized to Muya first. I haven't been here for too long. The case is the most important. Muya looked at Zhu Tianxiu with a smile on her face. My name is Zhu Tianxiu, and I'm from the criminal team. I have an important case right now, and I need to be with Officer Jiang. You don't mind, do you? Zhu Tianxiu's dead eyes were still the same, without any changes. Jiang Tian was used to it at Muya nodded, then smiled, and said, I don't mind. As they spoke, Muya moved slightly closer to Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian took Muya's hand. This made Muya slightly stunned, and her face turned red instantly. But what made Jiang Tian happy was that even though Muya was so nervous, she just pretended to struggle twice before giving up. And no matter how smart she was, it was the first time for Muya to be so close to a boy. Oh yes, except for last night with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's smile grew wider. Touching Muya's sweaty palm, Jiang Tian instantly understood that Muya and Xiaobo must not have made any progress yet. I'll pay for today's consumption. Jiang Tian waved his hand happily. Get rich? Muya asked in surprise. Ah, you forgot that the jailbreak that kidnapped you has a reward of 300,000. Jiang Tian explained. That's right, the jailbreak criminal who kidnapped Muya last night is a Class A wanted criminal with a reward of 300,000 yuan. Although it hasn't come down yet, Jiang Tian still has the 50,000 yuan reward in his hand. Even after a while, Jiang Tian's god of wealth will bless him and he will no longer be short of money. Although Jiang Tian accompanied Muya shopping, he was actually observing the scanning radar. The commercial building is very close to the bar where Jiang Tian lived in his previous life, so when he was shopping, the kilometer meter radar could just cover the inside of the bar. At the same time, in the private room on the second floor of the bar. A man in black was looking at the commercial building through a telescope. After a long moment, he slowly said, the target has appeared. Did it appear? Inside the box, a man had a hint of sarcasm on his face. I saw a long scar on his face, which looked like a centipede and was very scary. But at this moment, Scarface was standing beside the sofa with a respectful look on his face. Sitting on the sofa was a man in a white suit and white tie, holding a dagger in his hand and slowly cutting an apple. This Jiang Tian has been very active in recent days. Not only did he cut off the connection with Wei Yudao, but I even got news that the actions of the past few days were reversed by him. We should find a way to kill him first, and his entire family. The man in the white tie gradually raised his head as he spoke. A man in his 40s gradually emerged. When he spoke, there was no emotion on his face, as if he had just killed a cat or a dog. Obviously, this was not the first time he had done such a thing. After a moment of silence, the man slowly spoke, just kill him in Shangmao. Drug control won't allow such a powerful person. This sentence seemed like an order, but also like a death sentence for someone. Please rest assured, Mr. Yun. We have prepared enough C4. No matter how tough he tries, he won't be able to escape. What's more, the one who is doing the operation is Lao Chen, who has never failed in his work. Scarface said respectfully. Well, Lao Chen's actions are indeed foolproof. It was not until this moment that Mr. Yin finally cut the apple, picked up a piece with a knife, and put it into his mouth elegantly while eating an apple. Mr. Yin stood up with his hands behind his back. From here, he could even see Jiang Tian and the two women walking towards the commercial building. Having two women by his side before his death is a reward for him. But Mr. Yun, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent to kill him with a high-explosive bomb? Wouldn't that attract the attention of higher-ups? Scarface was a little worried. Mr. Yun turned around and said expressionlessly, that's why I need to use drastic measures to make this announcement. Don't you know that many people in Yunhai and even back home are already mocking me? If I don't do something, where will my reputation as Mr. Yun be? This bastard keeps sabotaging our plans. We can't keep him here. Bang! But at this moment, a crisp shattering sound suddenly came from the door. Everyone in the room turned their heads and almost instantly saw a woman dressed as a waitress standing at the door, holding a fruit plate in her hand, looking at them tremblingly and in horror. Did you hear everything? Mr. Yun curled his lips slightly and waved to the waiter. The waitress was terrified at this moment. When she turned around and wanted to run, she bumped into a strong chest. With a bang, the waiter fell to the ground as Scarface walked up angrily, grabbed the waitress's hair and yelled, "Bitch, you heard it and you still want to run away?" Bang! Chapter 64, TNT appears? He was killed in seconds before he could even start. Bang! As he spoke, Scarface slapped him in the face without mercy. The waitress's face was full of pleading, but Scarface grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her into the box step by step. But they don't know at this moment. Although Zhang Tian was accompanying two women, his eyes were already excited as he stared at the scanning radar. That's right, you found it right. It turned out to be this bar. Wow. Zhang Tian looked at the huge red dot on the scanning radar. It was the biggest one he had ever seen since he got the scanning radar. At this moment, the red dot is in the bar in the memory of the previous life, but there's more to it than that. Just then, another blood red dot appeared on Zhang Tian's radar. It had been following him when he appeared in the commercial building. Being followed? Zhang Tian was startled for a moment, but then he suddenly thought that if it was a tracking situation, it would be impossible for his scanning radar to fail to detect it. This is the horror of the scanning radar. It can instantly scan the enemy's exact location within a kilometer. If you give Zhang Tian a gun, he doesn't even need an 8-fold scope. He can kill the enemy with one shot within a kilometer range. What's wrong? Miss Chiu looked at Zhang Tian absent-mindedly. The person behind us has been following us for a long time and is wearing a mask. He may be targeting us. Be careful. Zhang Tiandao, however, he was also very skilled and brave, and was confident that he could take the two women and hide if the other party really opened fire. He just wanted to see what the person behind him wanted to do. Hiss, you actually found it. How do you know there will be clues just by coming out? Miss Chiu was completely confused. Originally, she thought that Zhang Tian was using his power for personal gain and went out on a date, but now, Miss Chiu found that she had absolutely misunderstood Zhang Tian. Look, this must have been planned by Officer Jiang. I just know these drug dealers. I have killed so many of them. I have also captured Zhang Jiang and Wei Yudao. I have even killed so many drug dealers. Even if I don't want to provoke him, Mr. Yun will definitely not be able to sit still. Zhang Tian laughed. He knew too well the arrogance and cruelty of these drug dealers. Zhang Tian even believed that these people dared to take revenge on his entire family. Maybe it has already been done. Not only did he not show up, but Zhang Tian had even run to Mr. Yun's base camp. It would be strange if Mr. Yun didn't get jealous and take action when he saw this enemy appear. Maybe they have already planned a conspiracy against Zhang Tian's family, but some things have to be done. In order to protect the safety of his family, Zhang Tian had no choice but to take the initiative. You are very strong. Miss Chiu stared at Zhang Tian blankly for a moment with dead eyes before speaking. The corner of Zhang Tian's mouth twitched. That being said, why did Zhang Tian find those dead fish eyes so cute? After a stroll in a women's clothing store, Muya handed her bag to Zhang Tian and went to the dressing room to change her skirt. Zhang Tian sat on the sofa in the rest area with his eyes closed, but in fact, his peripheral vision was always looking at the door. Sure enough, a moment later, a man wearing a mask pretends to look at clothes. Then, he came to the corner of the clothes hanger, secretly took out an unknown soft object from inside the clothes, and quietly placed it in the clothes layer under the hanger. Ha, nothing more than that. The man curled his lips and was about to stand up, but the next moment, his shoulder suddenly sank, and then a terrible pain came from his shoulder, the kind that hurts to the bone, and the next moment, crack. A crisp sound was heard. The masked man was pale and bloodless, and his whole body was trembling because his shoulder blade was broken. That's right, damn, the shoulder blade is broken. He twisted his neck stiffly and saw a hand on his shoulder. Did that mean that someone had just slapped him on the shoulder and his shoulder blade was broken? As a result, he couldn't lift his entire arm. He could even vaguely feel the brewing of severe pain. So much adrenaline that he felt a dull pain. One can imagine what kind of terrible pain will be waiting for him once he calms down after being injured. However, his endurance was beyond Zhang Tian's expectations. A slap broke his shoulder blade. Although his face was covered in cold sweat, he only groaned and did not scream. Zhang Tian had never seen such endurance before. Come, let me see what you put there. Zhang Tian bent down and searched the lining of the clothes, but the next moment, the masked man suddenly took out a controller with a red button from his pocket and wanted to operate it. It's just that he is fast, but Zhang Tian is even faster. He pulled out a baton from his waist at a speed so fast that it left an afterimage. With a click, he broke the masked man's wrist before the remote control fell. To be honest, the speed was so fast that the man in the mask closest to him didn't even notice any movement. The remote control with the red button was in Zhang Tian's hands before it fell to the ground. Even at this moment, Zhang Tian was still holding something soft in his hand. Zhang Tian pinched it and it was very soft, like a puddle of mud. But Zhang Tian has absolutely solid professional knowledge from the police academy, apart from anything else. Zhang Tian knows about this thing. TNT, damn it, Zhang Tian's pupils contracted. Wow, just to make such a big fuss to kill him, very brave. But at this moment, the most confused person is the man in the mask. He looked at the TNT and remote control in Zhang Tian's hand, and he couldn't figure out how these two things ended up in Zhang Tian's hands in an instant. Broken wrist, broken shoulder blade, the injury was serious, but the masked man didn't say a word. The most important thing was that not only did he not say a word, he even turned around and wanted to run away. Want to run? Zhang Tian sneered, holding a baton. Bang! A baton hit the masked man directly on the head, blood gushed out, and the masked man was thrown to the ground and struggled, but Zhang Tianxia was truly merciless. To be honest, without the scanning radar, Zhang Tian couldn't even think about it. If this simplified version of C4 exploded, not only the shopping mall, but also the dozens of people in the nearest stores would probably be killed. Lawlessness. This is just crazy. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Zhang Tianxia is becoming more and more ruthless. So when Muya came out after changing into her skirt and wanted to let Officer Jiang admire her, she saw a shocking scene when she came out of the locker room. Zhang Tian was holding a baton and madly hitting a man in a mask. The man in the mask rolled on the ground in pain. This? Muya widened her beautiful eyes, but before she could say anything, Zhang Tian stuffed something soft into her hand. What is this? Muya asked in confusion. TNT. Zhang Tian held the baton, bent over and beat the man in the mask. Puff. What? A drug dealer and criminal. I didn't go looking for him, but he sent someone to look for me first. How dare he retaliate? Zhang Tian became angrier the more he thought about it. He had endured too much grievance in his previous life, and after his rebirth, he could not bear any grievance the most. He will react with stress if anyone dares to wrong him. TNT, this? Not to mention Muya, even Zhu Tianxia was stunned when he heard the name TNT. Looking at the thing in Muya's hand, it was indeed soft and came with a remote control, which really looked like TNT. Hiss. If this is true, this is no small case, and this happened in a public place. If they were to detonate TNT, even with the amount in Muya's hand, if there was any more, the shopping mall would probably have collapsed. What if this hadn't been discovered in advance? I will report to the team leader immediately. Zhu Tianxia's scalp was burning with fear, and even his dead fish eyes showed some changes. The masked man lying on the ground had his hat knocked off and his head was covered in blood. Outside the store, there was a group of people watching the fun, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Someone's being beaten. Look, someone's being beaten. Quickly take a picture of this. Is this person crazy? He wants to beat someone to death. How could you do this? It's so tragic. Among the 20 or so people gathered at the door of the store, there were two young men and women who pointed at Zhang Tian angrily. Zhang Tian turned his head abruptly and frowned. What did you say? Chapter 65, the public condemns the murderer and takes hostages. Wrong. Zhang Tian raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he realized that he knew the two people, the man and woman who took the lead in accusing him. Not only did he know them, but he was even very familiar with them in his previous life, because this is Xiaobo's sister. Zhang Tian really didn't expect to meet her here, and Zhang Tian was also familiar with that man, Xiaobo's younger brother and sister in the previous life, but Zhang Tian took a closer look and found that the two of them were probably just in the stage of falling in love. Xiao Garden. Zhang Tian hated this woman so much in his previous life. She relied on her familiarity with Wang Yifei and actually gave him advice and criticized him in front of Wang Yifei. Even the fact that Wang Yifei was able to go out on a date with Xiaobo so smoothly was 90% due to this woman. It was Xiao Yuan who called Zhang Tian out every time. Whenever Zhang Tian disagreed, this woman would immediately accuse him of being stingy and what kind of man he was. Zhang Tian remembered her husband Xiao Yuan very clearly. She was also deceived by him at the beginning, and the final outcome was no different from his die in the previous life. It was because of Xiaobo that he rose to power. Although this man had a house in Yunhai, he had to rely on Xiaobo's power. Generally speaking, he was probably the type who knew he was being cuckolded and could only endure it. Now the two of them are teaming up to stand on the moral high ground to accuse him. Zhang Tian simply laughed. What are you laughing at? You are about to beat someone to death. You are breaking the law. We have already called the police. Xiao Yuan raised his neck high and accused Zhang Tian crazily. Young man, it's against the law to be an adult. Yeah, young man, put your weapon down. You don't look very old. No matter what happens, you can't do this. Therefore, ordinary people are the easiest to be deceived. With Xiao Yuan taking the lead, others began to accuse Zhang Tian, and for a while it seemed as if he was being pointed at by thousands of people. Seeing so many people helping him, Xiao Yuan became even more confident. He took 2 steps forward and said to Zhang Tian, you should apologize to him immediately, compensate him for his losses, and send him to the hospital. Otherwise, we passers-by won't forgive you. You don't want to be beaten so badly, do you? Looking at Xiao Yuan approaching, Jiang Tian wanted to laugh. If he hadn't discovered it in advance, these people would have died long ago. With this amount of TNT, not only would it collapse the commercial building, but it would easily kill dozens of people in several nearby shops. If the explosion occurred on the load-bearing columns, it would be enough to cause the entire commercial building to collapse. All the people visiting the building and those working in the upper floors, totaling thousands of people, would probably be killed directly. So, bang. Jiang Tian went up and slapped him. Xiao Yuan covered his face in disbelief. You thug, you dare to hit me, you bastard. Xiao Yuan, who has been spoiled since childhood, has never experienced such anger, but before she could finish her next sentence, Jiang Tian hit Xiao Yuan with a baton with a bang, causing Xiao Yuan to fall to the ground. Wow. The people at the scene were instantly shocked. After all, although Xiao Yuan was very vicious in later generations, on the surface, she was still a little girl and was most likely to arouse people's sympathy. Let go of Yuan, you bastard. Xiao Yuan's boyfriend wanted to rush over to Jiang Tian swung his baton. Apart from anything else, Jiang Tian could not stand any grievances. He had suffered so many grievances before his rebirth, and he had suffered so many grievances after his rebirth. Wasn't his rebirth in vain? He was about to rush forward with his baton. You bastard. Xiao Yuan's boyfriend was furious. He took advantage of the situation and inserted himself between Jiang Tian and Xiao Yuan. This time, the crowd also rushed forward. Not only did it block the distance between Jiang Tian and Xiao Yuan, it also blocked the distance between them and the masked man. This leads to, young man, don't make the same mistake again. An old man came out and spoke with anger on his face. I have to say that the local customs are still very good. Many people blame Jiang Tian, accusing Jiang Tian of injuring innocent people. No matter what the conflict is, this method should not be used, etc. But the next moment, let him, all of you, get out of the way, quickly get out of the way, or I'll kill this woman. A rapid, fierce, and murderous voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 66, Being a police god is really hard. Xiao Yuan looked at the man who had kidnapped her with horror, and the man's blood slowly dripped from his head onto her face, but it made her even more terrified, because at this moment, the man had a dagger in his hand, which was against her neck. Boom. Exploded. Everyone at the scene turned around with horror on their faces and saw this scene. They saw that the man they had just rescued was now kidnapping the girl who stood up for him. What's this? What happened? They were a little confused, especially the old man who followed closely behind them, who looked quite elegant. At this moment, he looked behind him with a look of surprise, and then looked at Jiang Tian. Yuan. Xiao Yuan's boyfriend shouted in panic. What on earth happened? What on earth happened? Young man, what did you just do? The elegant old man approached Jiang Tian with a look of surprise on his face. Jiang Tian sneered, then put his hand in his pocket and pulled out his ID. I'm the captain of the Municipal Bureau's anti-drug squad. The person next to me is a case-solving expert from the Criminal Investigation Squad. We're just hunting down a criminal who attempted a terrorist attack. Boom. When they saw the certificate in Jiang Tian's hand, everyone at the scene instantly exploded, especially when I thought about the accusations they just made. My face turned red unconsciously, completely red just now. They actually wronged Jiang Tian. Ashamed. Everyone's face was filled with shame. Officer, we didn't know what happened just now. We are really sorry. The old man's face turned red with shame, but he still apologized. The fat is in the fire. At this point, even they had to admit that they were in trouble. It can even be said that if you meet someone who is difficult to talk to, you can charge them with obstructing public service. After all, it is because of their reasons that serious consequences have occurred. It's okay. Seeing that the society can be so compassionate, your original intention is still good and worthy of praise. But you should think twice before acting so impulsively in the future. Jiang Tian took back his ID with an expressionless face. Hiss. Jiang Tian's words instantly made everyone look grateful. This is equivalent to Jiang Tian not pursuing them and even praising them so much. Think about what they did just now. Why didn't you tell me why you were carrying out the mission? Rescue me quickly. My elder brother is also in your team. Xiao Yuan looked at Jiang Tian in fear and spoke in a rage. Little girl, how do you talk like that? You tricked us into standing up and hindered Officer Zhang's mission. I think you deserve it. Yes, Officer Zhang, this woman is not a good person. She might be in cahoots with the robber and is deliberately trying to confuse us in order to save him. That makes sense. Yes, this woman is so vicious. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows as his public opinion changed drastically. Looking at the people who defended him, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He deserves credit for fighting crime. The public still supports these heroic police officers who are on duty. Police officers are a family. You guys. Xiao Yuan was stunned by the scolding. After all, she was still young and her boxing skills were not very high. Being scolded and slandered by so many people made her burst into tears instantly. Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh as he watched. If this happened in the future, Xiao Yuan would dare to do anything when faced with such a situation. What should we do now? Miss Chiu walked up to Zhang Tian and whispered. Have you reported it? Zhang Tian asked in a low voice. After the team leader learned about TNT, he brought people here. Miss Chiu couldn't help but click her tongue. Okay, let the team leader surround and block the nearby streets. This time, we have lured out a group of big fish. Zhang Tian grinned as he looked at the scanning radar, full of sneer.as for Xiao Yuan. It was just a small accident for Zhang Tian.as. He was waiting for Miss Chiu and the task force to report. Zhang Tian looked at the masked man who had kidnapped Xiao Yuan and said calmly, do you think you can get away? Don't dream. I want to report you, but now you want to save me. You clearly know that I am in the hands of a criminal, but you still threaten the murderer. Are you deliberately harming me and deliberately taking revenge on me? Do you still have a conscience? Xiao Yuan didn't dare to say anything to the murderer, but for Zhang Tian, he had to start to be arrogant. Shut up. Zhang Tian frowned. I want to report you. You hit me and you deliberately tried to provoke the murderer to kill me. Xiao Yuan continued. You're right, I can't run away. At this time, Zhang Tian's words seemed to have hit the murderer's last psychological defense line. Looking at the crowd around him and the injuries on his body, he felt dizzy because Zhang Tian's heavy blow just now had seriously injured him and one of his hands was disabled. If it weren't for his amazing willpower, it would have been difficult for him to even stand up. Puff. The murderer was ruthless and wanted to cut Xiao Yuan's throat without mercy. Ha, even if I die, I'll take someone with me. It's worth it if I have a woman to take the blame for me. The murderer laughed cruelly. It's too late to say it. Zhang Tian was stunned for only a moment, then he pulled out his gun and fired, cursing, you really did it when I said you would. With Zhang Tian's combat capability, he could even kill the murderer before he could do anything. However, this case is important, and the murderer is an important witness. On the other hand, a dead terrorist has no merit, while a living one can have more value and thus more merit. Zhang Tian was very curious about the so-called achievement mission. After completing 3 first-class merits, would there be 5 first-class merits, 10 first-class merits, and so on? Therefore, if you need to keep the murderer alive, you have to shoot him at the moment he attacks. This can not only perfectly disarm the murderer, but also capture him alive and rescue the hostages. That's right. That's it.as for the hostage being injured. Whether the injury is fatal or not, it has nothing to do with Zhang Tian. After all, there's always an error in the timing of shooting, right? Bang. Accompanied by gunshots, snap. The dagger cut into Xiao Yuan's neck halfway, then instantly lost all its strength and fell to the ground. Buzz. The masked man looked at Zhang Tian with a blank mind. How is that possible? He clearly remembered that Zhang Tian didn't have a gun just now. He was very sure that when he decided to take action, Zhang Tian didn't have a gun in his hand. When was it? What speed is this? With a thud, the masked man lost all his strength and sat on the ground with his hands drooping weakly. The scapula of one shoulder was broken by Zhang Tian, and on the other arm that had just held the dagger, a bright red snowflake was bleeding. Chapter 67. What? It's him again, and he has made another contribution? Hurry up and save me, I'm injured. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. You deserve to die. Why didn't the murderer kill you? Xiao Yuan broke down emotionally. At this time, he subconsciously found a soft persimmon to squeeze. So Zhang Tian's face was cold, and he became a soft persimmon? Do you have any conscience? You can't be so heartless. If Officer Zhang hadn't opened fire, you would have been killed by drug dealers. Muya couldn't bear to watch it any longer. What does this have to do with you? If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up like this? Xiao Yuan said angrily, do you think you can bully an ordinary citizen like me just because you're a police officer? My brother is also from the municipal bureau. If you don't give me an explanation, I will definitely file a complaint against you. And at this moment, Zhang Tian was almost laughing out of anger. If he hadn't taken action, Xiao Yuan would have died long ago. Zhang Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. Crack. Zhang Tian took the handcuffs and instantly handcuffed Xiao Yuan's hands. I am now formally arresting and investigating you on suspicion of obstructing public service and endangering public safety. Xiao Yuan was confused. Zhang Tian smiled coldly. Talking big sometimes comes at a price. All he could say was that Xiao Yuan was still too young. Obstructing Zhang Tian from capturing terrorists, just this one crime, as long as it is investigated thoroughly, will be enough to give Xiao Yuan a big taste of his own medicine. So, this is the disadvantage of not learning the law. Oh, by the way, if Zhang Tian remembered correctly, Xiao Yuan seemed to have entered society as a little gangster when she was only 14 or 15 years old, so that's okay, and at the same time. An ordinary business car was driving towards the municipal bureau. Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong were sitting in the back seat, but at this moment they both frowned as they watched a large number of people gathered at the municipal bureau. Old Mu sighed and said, "To be honest, although I am in charge of politics and law, in many things, it feels like my whole body is tied up. The whole Yun province is in this situation. I am also partially responsible for the current situation." As he was speaking, a car with license plate number 003 slowly drove towards the municipal bureau. Gao Xiaolong sighed heavily upon hearing this, but then changed the subject and said, "Let's see if the municipal bureau has made any progress on this case. That so-called Mr. Yin seems to be a big shot in Yunhai, but it's probably not easy to find him. This is a long-term battle." Old Mu nodded seriously. "Yes, but it's not easy to find him. But no matter how difficult it is, we have to find him. Mr. Yun may be a key figure in Yunhai's anti-drug campaign." While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the municipal bureau. The most important reason why the two came to the municipal bureau to inspect the work was actually because of the discovery of this case, the appearance of Mr. Yun, the poisoning by the municipal bureau, and Mr. Yun later each and every one of these cases is a case of bombing the sky. Poison the entire municipal bureau and give it oxytocin. Frenzy. By the way, I also came here to see if there was any problem with the police officer's condition. As soon as the two got out of the car, the municipal bureau, led by Shen Han and Zhang Pang, and many other police officers came to greet them. "Secretary. Commander Gao." Shen Han trotted over to greet him. "You gathered so many people together, is there a mission?" Lao Mu asked with a slight frown. Shen Han immediately replied, "Secretary, something serious has happened. TNT has appeared in the commercial building." Boom. Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong were stunned for a moment, then their expressions instantly turned furious. TNT, terrorist attack? This is no small matter. The casualties of terrorist attacks will be very large, and the actions and scale of anti-terrorism will also be large. Shen Han shook his head. It was the drug dealer's revenge against Comrade Zhang Tian. Fortunately, Comrade Zhang Tian noticed it in advance and seized the TNT explosives and remote control immediately. Xiao Jiang hiss. Gao Xiaolong took a breath. "Wow, he's done something great again. Is this another natural skill? It's him again?" Gao Xiaolong widened his eyes. This was purely Gao Xiaolong's subconscious reaction. "It's him. Besides, I have sent people to seal off the commercial building." Comrade Zhang Tian said that he went to the commercial building by chance and there was no ambush in advance. He found out that he was being followed and attacked only after he entered the commercial building. To be on the safe side, he didn't use guns and wanted to blow him up directly with TNT. It's obvious that the other party saw him enter the commercial building, so there must be a big fish nearby. Shen Han said excitedly. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go." Gao Xiaolong roared in anger. "I have asked the armed police to block the area. There will definitely not be any accidents." Shen Han patted his chest. "Go to the scene, now and immediately, go to the scene immediately." Lao Mu also spoke hurriedly. Good, Comrade Xiao Jian, well done." Gao Xiaolong's voice was trembling with excitement as he got into the car while speaking. This time, almost the entire army attacked. In recent days, the citizens of Yunhai feel that the frequency of police cars being activated in the urban area has increased a lot. Wait until everyone leaves. Xiaobo, who was holding a mop, gripped the mop tightly with both hands, his veins showing that he just heard it seems that Zhang Tian has made another contribution. Damn it. Such a big move should at least be awarded a second-class merit, right? Xiaobo was almost going crazy with jealousy. Seeing Zhang Tian make meritorious contributions was even more difficult for him to accept than being punished himself. Of course, Zhang Tian naturally didn't know what happened at the municipal bureau. At this moment, Zhang Tian came to the side of the masked man and reached out to pull off the mask. There were dark brown bloodstains on the mask, stuck to his face. Although it looked dirty, Zhang Tian still recognized it at a glance after so many years. That's right. Is there anything you want to say? Zhang Tian squatted down and asked slowly. Being caught by you can only mean that I am not as skilled as you. I will accept any verdict. But if you want me to say anything, I'm sorry, that's impossible. The man replied. If you don't tell me, you think I don't know who you are? Zhang Tian sneered. The man sneered, don't try to trick me. I'm familiar with your police interrogation techniques. They won't work on me. He also thought that this was a police interrogation method, but he didn't know that whether he said it or not, Zhang Tian had already locked on the target. That's right, Zhang Tian had seen him in his previous life, Mr. Yun Dai in his previous life. Zhang Tian was getting drunk in that bar when Mr. Yin came down from the upstairs box. This man was next to Mr. Yun, and he seemed to be acting as a bodyguard. Lao Chun, if you don't tell me, you think I don't know you, and Mr. Yin behind you? Zhang Tian wiped the dirt on his hands on Lao Chun. At this moment, Lao Chun was in shock, and his pupils kept shrinking. As for why I was so shocked, that's because Lao Chun's identity information is blank. In the country, he is a person with no information at all. He hides in the bar like a shadow all year round, serving as an important tool for handling some dirty work. He was sure that no one knew him. Besides, you think that the so-called Mr. Yin wanted to kill me, so why wasn't I the one luring the snake out of its hole? Zhang Tian stood up with a sneer, because at this time, the armed police have rushed in from outside. It was a terrorist attack, and a targeted attack on Zhang Tian. This behavior was simply provoking someone. To be honest, Zhang Tian didn't expect that Mr. Yun would be so bold. You should negotiate with the armed police here first. Zhang Tian glanced at the scanning radar and immediately spoke to Miss Zhou, then said to Muya, I'll treat you to a movie when I'm done. I have something urgent to do. Hey! Miss Zhou opened her mouth. In fact, at this moment, Zhang Tian chased after him not for any other reason, but because he saw on the scanning radar that several red dots in the bar suddenly left the bar and moved quickly on the road. Want to run? How could Zhang Tian let them get away? After running out of the commercial building, Zhang Tian drove the Peugeot small official car and rushed out quickly with a step on the accelerator. On a street behind the commercial building, Mr. Yun sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce with his eyes closed. The driver was driving in front with a nervous look on his face. Why are you so nervous? Those people are useless and can't catch us. Mr. Yin said slowly with his eyes closed. Mr. Yin did not seem anxious at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Yun. I didn't expect that the mission would fail. Scarface took the initiative to admit his mistake. I don't blame you. No one expected that Lao Chen would be discovered. Speaking of old ministers, Mr. Yun's eyes became gloomy. If you think Mr. Yun has a good personality just because of his elegant expression, you are totally wrong. Scarface understood this very well, and he lowered his head in fear. Chapter 68 Street Racing. Give Mr. Yun a strength. Mr. Yun didn't seem nervous at all. He simply checked his watch and turned to Scarface, smiling. Whether it was an explosion or they were discovered, it's such a serious matter. Even if the nearest police station comes to rescue and seal it off, it will take at least 20 minutes. We have plenty of time. It can be seen that Mr. Yin is very familiar with the developments of the police station. Scarface was completely relieved because Mr. Yin had never lied to anyone. What's more, although Lao Chen's action was a bit of a failure, however, Scarface had absolutely no doubt about Lao Chen's loyalty. So it is impossible for them to confess, not in this lifetime. Other things can be doubted, but in this aspect, they will never be doubted in this lifetime, because Scarface looked at Mr. Yun with a little fear. Anyone who was a little disloyal and dishonest was killed by Mr. Yun using various means. Not only will they be killed, but even your family members will disappear due to car accidents or disappearances. They always disappear for various reasons, and no one dares to betray Mr. Yun. For the police, they were arrested and interrogated, but the police can't do anything to their families. Everyone has shortcomings, even those who don't have families. These are the means by which Mr. Yun controls them. Even Scarface is controlled by him. Therefore, even if some people make money and want to retire, they cannot do it. Boom boom boom. Pity, just when they were feeling at ease and preparing to escape, they ran all the way towards the mountains. And no matter what, it is right to stay out of the limelight. It is because of this vigilance that Mr. Yun has been able to survive. As for those opponents, their bodies have long since rotted away. Boom boom boom. Just then, a car horn sounded. Mr. Yun was immediately furious. Damn, do you know what kind of car I have? A Rolls-Royce. What the hell is your car? Mr. Yin turned his head to look at the small Peugeot behind him. It looked like it was trying to overtake in a hurry and was honking its horn very quickly. Don't let him, damn it, give him face. Mr. Yun cursed. How dare you get so close to my Rolls-Royce? If you hit it, his whole family will be in trouble. Mr. Yun cursed in his heart. The driver was also very obedient and maintained a steady speedy boom boom boom. The horn blasted wildly, without even letting up. Fuck, if it weren't for the special circumstances today, I would have gotten out of the car and taught him a lesson. Mr. Yun cursed. Even the next moment, Mr. Yun opened the car window and raised his middle finger to the outside in a mocking manner. The next moment, Duong. Mr. Yun's head hit the driver's seat in front of him with a thud's buzz. Mr. Yun was instantly furious. Who are you? What kind of car do you have? How dare you hit me? I am a Rolls-Royce. Are you so bold? Stop the car. Mr. Yun was furious. Crack. Mr. Yun got out of the car with a face full of anger, and Scarface, the lead driver, followed closely behind him. His angry expression made the scar on his face seem to come alive. Who is it? Get off the bus, you bastard. Draft? See that car? A Rolls-Royce. That car logo can buy the lives of your entire family. Scarface ran up to the Pusan angrily and started punching and kicking the driver's door, and at this moment, this is a busy street. Soon, a group of people stopped to watch the excitement and pointed at the scene. A Peugeot collided with a Rolls-Royce. This is big news. Oh my god, that Peugeot is in such bad shape. Rolls-Royce, even if I sold the car, it wouldn't be enough to buy half the logo. The back end is completely destroyed. The Rolls-Royce guys came down, and they looked tough. Damn it, they were already starting to smash the car. The driver who retreated was in trouble, and he was definitely going to get beaten up. Yes, I think he'll get a beating too, and a bad one at that. The onlookers were pointing and talking excitedly. As for standing up, forget it. After all, Scarface looks very fierce, and it's Pusan who was so anxious. There are quite a few people who gloat over other people's misfortunes. Scarface's face was full of murderous intent. Open the door, damn it, open the door. While cursing, Scarface pulled the car door frantically, and the door made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Crack. The next moment, the locked car door was finally opened by Scarface. It's terrible, this driver is in such a bad state. It's going to be exciting. Rolls-Royce, I bet 50 cents the driver of the car behind me will fall to his knees and beg for mercy. The onlookers were excited and all watched the excitement with great enthusiasm. Scarface also had a ferocious smile on his face. He wanted to see which little darling dared to bump into the back of his Rolls-Royce, making Mr. Yun furious. Today, I am being fair and square. Even if I don't beat him to death, I will teach him an unforgettable lesson, Scarface thought to himself. He glanced coldly at the driver's seat and sneered, is that a joke? You dare to hit me? Don't you know how to write death? Halfway through his words, Scarface suddenly raised his hands, then took 2 trembling steps back from the distance to the car door. What are you doing? Mr. Yun was a little unhappy because he didn't see the scene of the driver being beaten that he wanted to see, but unfortunately, Scarface did not answer him. As Scarface backed away, the driver also got out of the car. However, the first thing that was revealed was a black muzzle of a gun. Buzz. I'm so rough. Chapter 69. Nationally famous brother Tan Jung Tian? After taking advantage of the opportunity for a long time, Mr. Yun's expression suddenly changed. He had always been calm and composed, but at this moment, his expression became extremely ugly. I recognized you. That's right. No wonder you targeted me as soon as I showed up in the commercial building, Mr. Yun. Zhang Tian smiled slightly. She just looked at Mr. Yun, and deep in her smiling eyes was a biting coldness. Oh shit, this bastard is so cruel and crazy. In order to retaliate against him, they even used TNT. They really don't take human life seriously. Oh no, it should be said that the long-term laxity of the entire Yunhai has led to the continuous expansion of criminal forces. Later, even if we wanted to control it, we could not rely on local capabilities to face the huge and terrifying criminal groups in Yunhai. They were like spiders that had woven a huge and impenetrable web. But Zhang Tian's appearance was like a knife that cut the web apart. These people have lost all humanity. Zhang Tian has always been ruthless towards such people. Holding the gun in one hand, Zhang Tian took out the baton from his waist with the other hand and looked at the scarred face. So fierce, I'm so scared. Bang! Such inhuman things must be taught harshly with batons and loved harshly. Ah! Scarface was knocked to the ground by a stick. The force was so great that he was almost knocked unconscious instantly. It was really cruel, and he slapped him right in the face. It's all a misunderstanding, sir. We have never met and we don't know each other. Besides, we should leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Don't be too extreme in doing things. After the initial panic, Mr. Yun calmed down and said with a smile. Zhang Tian approached with an expressionless face. "Excuse me, I am arresting you on suspicion of terrorist attacks and endangering public safety. Think it over carefully. There are some things you cannot do, and some people you cannot offend. Otherwise, not only will you be implicated, but the two girls around you are also good-looking. Your father is the director, right? Your mother is in the finance bureau?" Mr. Yun narrowed his eyes. Even now, he was still not panicked at all. He revealed Zhang Tian's information calmly. "Honestly, you're young and have made many contributions, more than enough for a promotion. Why risk yourself and even your family? You recognized me. Although I'm curious about how you persuaded old Chen to rebel, don't act impulsively. You're still young and have a bright future, right?" Mr. Yun's face showed no sign of panic, and he remained calm. It was obvious that he was recognized directly, and his name was even called out by Zhang Tian. Mr. Yun just thought about it for a moment. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he thought that only Lao Chen's betrayal could make it happen, but Zhang Tian grinned and smiled slightly. Mr. Yun still hasn't realized his situation. I simply don't understand that today's Sea of Clouds has become a national model and times have changed. They even dared to do this to Gao Xiaolong. These people don't understand at all. Now even the entire Ministry of Public Security is closely watching Yunhai's every move. Bang! Before Mr. Yun could say anything, Zhang Tian came up and hit him on the head with a police baton. The force was controlled so the person would not be crushed to death, but there was blood and flesh all over the place. The face that looked so imposing when he was calm was now covered in blood. Times have changed. Have you ever heard that counter-terrorism only requires one coordinate? Mr. Yun, you have been convicted. As Zhang Tian spoke, a police baton was swung down again. Snap! A pistol was knocked directly out of Mr. Yun's hand. The next moment, Zhang Tian stepped on Mr. Yun's hand that had just held the gun. With a snap, Zhang Tian broke it with his foot. "I gave you face, but you still dare to hold a gun in front of me, you bastard. You are just a small drug dealer, and you dare to threaten the Municipal Bureau and the Public Security Department. You really don't know how to write the word death." Mr. Yun almost wanted to vomit blood. In particular, he almost wanted to vomit blood when he saw the police rank with 1 bar and 2 on Zhang Tian's shoulder. He had been in the business for his entire life, had been able to call the shots for so many years, had killed so many people, and even many policemen had died silently when they were investigating him. A few years ago, he could kill the old directors of the Municipal Bureau quietly. As a result, damn it, I was actually stepped on by a rookie with a bachelor's degree in leather shoes in public on the street. It really hurts to step on someone with those leather shoes. I am a drug control police officer from the Municipal Bureau. I am currently arresting drug dealers. Citizens, please do not spread the news, do not take photos, and do not make random rumors outside. Otherwise, you will be held legally responsible. Zhang Tian spoke loudly to the growing crowd of opera fans. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a burst of rapid alarm sounds rang out. The armed police arrived, and a large number of them first ran quickly to the surroundings to provide alert, and then dozens of them rushed in to control the crowd. In particular, armed police vehicles were parked on the road, and the loudspeakers kept repeating that this was a safety warning area. Please do not watch and leave quickly. They were fully armed, holding submachine guns in their hands, and completely surrounded the street. It turned out that just when the Municipal Bureau and the armed police were dispatched to block the area, they received a call saying that a gunfight had broken out on the street and someone was armed with a gun, etc. It's numb. Shinpeng from the Municipal Bureau was the first to be stunned. Then after the news was passed to Shinhan was also stunned. Gao Xiaolong and Lao Mu, who were in the same car with Shinhan, were also stunned. The terrorist attack over there hasn't ended yet, and gunfights have broken out on the streets again? If you don't know, you would think you have come to Brother Tan. Gao Xiaolong's face was gloomy. This sentence is really not a joke from Gao Xiaolong, because there are indeed many people making fun of the chaos and disorder in Yunhai, and there is also a saying that all the drugs in the world come from Yunhai, and the name of Brother Tan naturally spread. Unfortunately, they were very close to the street, just turning 2 corners. After they knew about it, Gao Xiaolong made a prompt decision and went directly to the street to see the situation. Another part was separated and sent to the commercial building. One crisis after another. Mr. Yun is too cruel. I don't know when he can be caught. Shinhan sat in the car, trembling with worry on his face. There was no way, whether it was Gao Xiaolong or Lao Mu, he had to look up to them. He seems to be very glorious and high-ranking on the outside, but in front of these 2 big guys, neither of them can be afforded to offend him. What's going on up ahead? Their car stopped at the edge of the street. Gao Xiaolong got out of the car and frowned as he asked Wei Sun, the second captain of the Municipal Bureau's anti-drug brigade, who was walking over. Wei Sun took a deep breath to calm himself down, then said to Gao Xiaolong, "Commander, we've caught him. It's Comrade Zhang Tian. We've arrested Mr. Yun." "Oh, catch the murderer." "Eh? Wait, who did you say you caught?" Gao Xiaolong suddenly came back to his senses and asked in shock. "Mr. Yun has been knocked unconscious by Comrade Xiao Jiang with a baton, but Comrade Xiao Jiang is very sure that it was Mr. Yun." Wei Sun took a deep breathy buzz. After getting the confirmation, Gao Xiaolong shook his head and tried to keep himself calm. However, after holding it in for a long time, Gao Xiaolong couldn't help laughing. Okay, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Gao Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He had also thought that after Zhang Tian had made so many contributions in succession, he might become arrogant, or he might force things to happen and end up destroying this ceiling. But now, Gao Xiaolong finally understood and did not force things. Gao Xiaolong immediately said with joy, his eyes bright and sharp, "A true talent can withstand any test." However, Gao Xiaolong suddenly turned around and asked, "Isn't Zhang Tian in the commercial building?" Chapter 70, solving the case in 3 hours, shocking the whole audience just now in the commercial building, but he discovered Mr. Yun's whereabouts in advance. He was not very sure at the time, but after seeing him, Comrade Zhang Tian said that he was very sure. While speaking, Gao Xiaolong led his men directly into the street. As for whether Zhang Tian would lie, how is that possible? The so-called catching rabbits while catching grass. The police report said that the driver who hit the person had a gun, and the person who was hit also dropped a pistol. It was a rare opportunity, but the criminal definitely had no chance of escaping. If he can catch this, he's really a god. Lao Mu felt unbelievable. Mr. Yun, although this is the name I heard recently, and it was also the name Zhang Tian heard after solving the case, and it was from the mouth of the canteen owner, but this person is Wei Yudao's boss and the person behind Wei Yudao, but he even killed Wei Yudao, Wei Rong, and others. It can be said that not only are this person's crimes too numerous to list, but the most terrifying thing is that this person has no name, not even age or gender. It is even unknown whether the name Mr. Yun is a code name or has some other meaning. In order to capture Mr. Yun, they have prepared for a long and arduous battle. But if this Mr. Yun was not fake, Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath. "Did you already have a clue?" After seeing Zhang Tian, Gao Xiaolong couldn't wait to ask Zhang Tian. "No, I just came out for a date." Zhang Tian touched the back of his head. He couldn't say that he knew the clues about Mr. Yun before he was reborn. In fact, many things have changed between the past and present lives, and Zhang Tian is not sure whether Mr. Yun is in this bar. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yun was actually there. "Boy, are you still dating?" Gao Xiaolong was surprised. "That's great, young man. At your age, it's time to get married and start a family. It's hard for a man to establish a career without a family." At this moment, a voice sounded beside Gao Xiaolong. A moment later, an old man with a dignified face appeared in front of Zhang Tian. "This is the leader who controls the political and legal system of our Yun province," Gao Xiaolong explained. "Hello, secretary." Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. "This is a big shot. My last name is Mu. You can call me Old Mu. Don't be so formal, young man." Old Mu said to Zhang Tian with admiration. Last name Mu. Zhang Tian had a strange expression on his face. Was it that Mu? It can't be such a coincidence, right? In fact, it's not that Zhang Tian couldn't recognize Mr. Mu, but mainly because Mr. Mu had nothing to do with him in his previous life. Xiaobo also knew in his previous life that some things can be shown off, but some things cannot be said. Therefore, including Muya's family affairs, it can only be said that it was a certain leader in the province with a very strong background. In fact, Xiaobo didn't dare to tell anyone what the background was, not even someone as ostentatious as him dared to tell it. As for Muya, if there was nothing wrong, Muya would naturally not say it. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian was shocked and exclaimed in his heart, "Wow. Hello, Mr. Mu." Zhang Tian greeted. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, thank you for everything you have done for Yunai. You have saved many people." Old Mu said to Zhang Tian kindly. "It's all my duty to serve the people." Zhang Tian said seriously. Old Mu's smile widened as he looked at Zhang Tian with admiration. After all, who could not admire such an outstanding young man? As for the people around, they all looked at Zhang Tian with envy on their faces. Even Wei Sun, the captain of the 2nd Brigade, had red eyes at this moment. Not only does Gao Xiaolong value it, but even this political and legal leader values it so much that the dual leadership system will prove that everyone has a new respect for Zhang Tian. What about his future prospects? Even Wei Sun's mentality was greatly affected. It can be imagined that if Xiaobo was here, he would probably be so jealous that he would vomit blood and faint out. Of course, Jiang Tian curled his lips. How would Xiaobo feel if he knew that Muya's grandfather was at this level? Jiang Tian was very curious. Would he be so miserable that he would want to commit suicide and lose all faith in living? Well said. You can still remain so calm after making a contribution. You are not proud or arrogant, and you have not changed your original intention. Old Mu admired Jiang Tian even more when he saw his humble look, because Mr. Mu had seen too many people like Jiang Tian, who suddenly made achievements or were suddenly appreciated, and then went astray uncontrollably. But he saw from Jiang Tian that in addition to self-confidence, he also had the necessary humility. The future is limitless. Mr. Mu was amazed. With such ability and wisdom, how could he not be very successful in the future? It's a pity that he already has a partner. Mr. Mu clicked his tongue in his heart. There was nothing he could do if he already had a partner. Originally, Mr. Mu wanted to give Xiaobo a chance, but he didn't expect that Xiaobo's true face would be exposed and he would be completely ruined by society, not to mention Lao Mu. Even an ordinary person would not be able to find such a disgusting Xiaobo, who even secretly slept with his teammate's girlfriend, and did so when the other person was desperately performing a mission. It is not an exaggeration to call him a beast. After the news came out, everyone who saw Xiaobo either avoided him, and those who couldn't avoid him were filled with disgust. In other words, Xiaobo has now become a public enemy. After finishing his words, Mr. Mu turned around and looked at the three people lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, armed police are squatting and watching, waiting for the arrival of the ambulance. What are they doing? Mr. Mu's face was full of astonishment. After all, Mr. Yin in the case gave people the impression of being unfathomable. The key is what is happening now. Each of the three was more miserable than the other. In fact, it was because Jiang Tian used a baton to give Mr. Yin and Scarface a severe lesson. The driver also wanted to take action, but was dealt with by Jiang Tian and was taught a lesson with a baton. So, when Mr. Mu took a calm glance and saw the bloody baton in Jiang Tian's hand, he understood almost instantly. So, when everyone finished dealing with the matter and returned to the police station, the entire police station was really blown away. This time, after the public security department issued a deadline to solve the case, the entire Yunhai was under almost suffocating pressure from the provincial department to the municipal bureau. Almost every one of them is in a hurry, but I couldn't find any clues. Half a month, isn't this putting them in a difficult position? But I never expected it. After Jiang Tian went out for a stroll and came back, he had done something great and the man was caught too fast. The deadline for solving the case was just issued in the morning, but it was solved in just a few hours at noon. To be precise, from the time the deadline for solving the case was issued to the city police until now, it's only been 4 hours. Hiss. Too fierce. Zhongpang looked at his son and was almost dumbfounded. So cool. Dad, what kind of vision is this? Jiang Tian said speechlessly. No, the Ministry of Public Security gave us a maximum of half a month to solve the case, but you solved it in 3 hours. Doesn't the Ministry of Public Security have any face? Zhang Peng said stupidly. All the audience nodded, because, although the injuries were serious, Zhang Tianxia knew how to control his actions, and Mr. Yin soon woke up. As an important suspect in the crime, he will naturally be interrogated as soon as possible. To be honest, I overestimated Mr. Yun. Zhang Tian stood in the observation room next to the interrogation room. Mr. Yun's initial performance, as well as his calmness and nonchalant demeanor, made Zhang Tian feel that he was a character. However, before they could do anything and were ready to play around, I confess, Mr. Yin said, and then excitedly shouted at Jiang Tian, who entered the interrogation room with a terrified face, "Don't come over here, don't come over here." Just as he refused to confess, Jiang Tian rushed in and beat him up violently. I wanted to beat his mouth with the baton until it broke. Now it's all bloody. It hurts so much. I admit, I am Mr. Yun. Don't let him in. I don't want to see him. I will say anything. Jiang Tian slapped him without a word after entering and mentioned the name of his bar. Even if you don't tell me, we found evidence of drug trafficking right here. With over 300 kilograms of drugs, you can't escape the charges. Chapter 71, Drug Dealer's Account Book, The Impending Thunderstorm. Mr. Yin clenched his fists and his eyes were bloodshot. Failed. This is really a failure. Mr. Yin really didn't expect that he would fail so easily. As for making excuses, I'm sorry, the baton in Jiang Tian's hand will teach him a lesson, and even if he doesn't admit it, it will be of no use, because after Mr. Yun's identity was confirmed, even if he refused to admit it, his crime was punishable by death. What's more, inside his bar, according to Jiang Tian's request, Captain Guo went directly to his hometown to search his house and seized 80 kilograms of drugs, but these drugs definitely weren't all there was, they were pretty sure. Yes, I wanted to kill Jiang Tian, and I was the one who sent him out. I just didn't expect that Lao Chen would betray me. Mr. Yun was furious as if he wanted to kill someone. As long as he leaves Yunhai and passes through the border, no matter what happens in Yunhai, it will not have any impact on Mr. Yun, but to be precise, Mr. Yun came to Yunhai because Yunhai has had some serious problems recently. In recent days, the plan against Gao Xiaolong failed, and even his subordinates were discovered later, just as they had completed the investigation and were about to take action against Zhang Tian. The next moment, he was gone. Until now, sitting in the interrogation room, Mr. Yin was in a trance and felt a little dreamy. That's right, in Mr. Yin's opinion, only Lao Chen's betrayal can be discovered. Hiss. As Mr. Yin spoke, everyone present showed ecstasy on their faces. Even Lao Mu and Gao Xiaolong were observing in the conference room. When they saw Mr. Yin's complete confession, they visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He really caught him. This guy has done something great again. Gao Xiaolong clicked his tongue. He could already imagine that if this was reported, even the Ministry of Public Security would keep a close eye on Zhang Tian. The Ministry of Public Security set a deadline of half a month to solve the case, but Zhang Tian caught the suspect in just a few hours. This operation, when the report was submitted, not to mention the Ministry of Public Security, even if they watched it with their own eyes, it would feel like a dream. However, while they were still in shock, Zhang Tian himself was sitting in the interrogation room with the interrogation expert, and Miss Chiu was watching with dead eyes beside him. Actually, I'm from the neighboring country, not this country. I'm from the Yun family in Myanmar. Mr. Yun said shockingly. The Yun family? Miss Chiu was relatively unfamiliar with the situation and inevitably had a lot of questions in her head. After all, she was a criminal investigator and didn't know much about foreign forces, but Zhang Tian had heard of it. It's just that this is not known in this world. It is something that was well known in the previous life. Yun family, one of the major families in Myanmar. It may not have much reputation now, but in the future, after it is completely exposed, these major families will be completely exposed. It was just one of those explosions that is notorious. It even got to the point where people at home were involved in it. Had reached a point where people could no longer tolerate it. Zhang Tian knew about the major families in Myanmar from his previous life, but the expressions of these leaders, especially Mr. Mu and Gao Xiaolong, changed. What do they want to do? Gao Xiaolong asked angrily. That's too much. Mr. Mu's expression also changed slightly, although it is not well known to everyone now due to later reasons. The leadership is naturally very knowledgeable and familiar with the several neighboring forces. So, the white powder you have now is all from the Yun family. Did the Yun family send you here? Zhang Tian asked. Mr. Yun did not deny it. The family doesn't care where we sell the drugs. We just need to buy drugs from them and sell them ourselves. Wei Yudao is my subordinate. However, I was not satisfied with the price the family paid for the drugs, so I instructed Wei Yudao to build a drug factory. Where is the account book hidden? At this moment, Zhang Tian asked the most crucial question. That's right. Account book. Zhang Tian has no interest in Mr. Yun's crappy family power, so he just chooses not to mess with him, but if they provoke him, Zhang Tian will make them understand what fear is. It's possible that Zhang Tian would be so angry that he would go straight to their hometown and destroy the Yun family. And the so-called account book. It is what drug dealers have, or in other words, the most valuable thing. Small-time drug dealers can't have that. However, the big drug lords definitely have account books in their hands, and through these account books, they can even catch the entire drug crime network in one fell swoop, and this is the credit. If he could finally wipe out all of Mr. Yun's drug business networks in the country, Zhang Tian even wondered if his superiors would apply for a special merit for him. Sure enough, everyone held their breath. Chapter 72, Promotion and Salary Increase, Career and Love Double Harvest. The account book is in the safe in the bar's basement. The combination is, there was nothing to hide. Mr. Yun sat in the interrogation room, watching Zhang Tian sharpening his knife and looking at him, which made Mr. Yun's eyelids twitch wildly. Well done. Gao Xiaolong's face was full of surprise, and then he glanced at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng understood immediately and took out his cell phone to call Song Ligua. Otherwise, although Zhang Tian came back, there were still many things that needed to be dealt with at the scene, especially Zhang Tian exposed the situation at the bar, as well as the suspicions and so on. Song Ligua immediately blocked off the bar. In this era, Zhang Tian didn't know whether this situation was unique to Yunhai, or whether it was common across the country. That is, in bars, the three common things were always pornography, gambling, and drugs. Zhang Tian took Mr. Yun and the leaders back to the police station immediately. As for Lao Chen, he had already gone for emergency treatment. Compared with Lao Chen, it can only be said that the injuries of Mr. Yun and his group of three were the least serious. Although they were almost disfigured, their faces were swollen in a short period of time. Song Ji, I'm Zhang Peng. I want you to take control of the entire YG bar right now. Also, there is a basement under the storage room inside the bar. Move the safe inside back to the police station. Inside are the account books of the big drug lord. If this case can be solved, it may become a case that ranks among the top 10 in the history of Yunhai, or even the whole country, or even be used as a textbook. Zhang Peng gave the order in a serious tone at the first time but hiss. Song Ligua on the other end of the phone was almost knocked unconscious by this surprise. Songji, what's wrong? YG bar has been completely blocked and there are not many staff inside. Because it is noon, the bar's normal business hours do not open until after 8 or 9 in the evening. Male and female models also come at that time. Inside the bar were a few waiters on duty, the manager, and some small leaders of the bar. A captain would even suspected that Zhang Tian might have made a mistake when he saw these trembling people. Is this bar really the base of the legendary Mr. Yun? The account book of the big drug lord has been confessed. Song Ligua tried to keep his voice steady. This is a big drug lord. What? Captain Guo was shocked. No one understands the account books of big drug lords better than them and what they represent. This will mean that how many suppliers and drug traffickers from the hands of big drug lords will be brought to justice. This would also mean that the Yunhai criminal group, which was as impenetrable as a spider web, was completely torn open with a huge hole. Doesn't Kyoto know about the situation in the Sea of Clouds? No, the higher-ups knew about it a long time ago and had sent many special envoys, but the final result was either disappearance or accidental death. Kyoto was furious with Yunhai and sent Gao Xiaolong over to explain the reason. It was even prepared for a major change in personnel, but the criminal group's cover-up, as well as their ruthlessness and recklessness, have always frightened even drug enforcement police. No one dared to be the first to speak out. Yunhai is under constant attention from Kyoto and even the Ministry of Public Security is closely watching. If you have an account book. Hiss. Good guy, really good guy. Captain Guo's heart was beating wildly. This ordinary bar actually hides such an important account book. When they went looking for it with excitement. In fact, at this moment, everyone in the meeting room of the municipal bureau was terribly silent, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it was hard to breathe. Zhang Tian even sat next to Gao Xiaolong, in the most central position, surrounded by the city's drug enforcement officers sitting like a classroom. But there is no doubt that at this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on Zhang Tian. Everyone is waiting for news from the bar. Everyone can already imagine that if this account book is found, the entire Yunhai will be completely changed. The drug trafficking group will no longer be unbreakable. At the same time, Zhang Tian will be completely free from trouble, and his achievements will be truly great. Everyone was holding their breath waiting for news about the account book. The atmosphere was so heavy that even Xiaobo, who was holding a broom at the door, could clearly feel it. Xiaobo, it's lunchtime. Stop cleaning and go have a rest. Yu Hui was holding a stack of documents in her arms. Seeing Xiaobo standing not far from the conference room, sweeping the floor with his head down, the kind-hearted girl couldn't help but remind him. But just a reminder, misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes committed by man cannot be forgiven. Xiaobo harmed Zhang Tian, who was at the peak of his career, and he deserved this fate. The main thing is that what you do is so hateful. It is consensual, and although it is not illegal, it will definitely arouse hostility from everyone. Thinking of this, Yu Wei couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Once upon a time, Xiaobo was so successful in the police force. When he made friends with his colleagues, everyone said that he was popular. Deputy Director Sun Haiba treated him like one of his own, training him madly and even preparing to promote him. As a result, now, seeing the scene in the conference room with envy in Xiaobo's eyes, I have to say, he really deserves it. Jealousy is deadly. Seeing Xiao Tian bullying others like that, he really deserves it. Yu Wei cursed in her heart and was about to go into the house. Sister Yu Wei, let me help you. Xiaobo didn't wait for Yu Hui's consent. He grabbed half of the information and walked into the meeting room. Xiaobo didn't want to give up, and was even more unwilling to give up, because he knew that if he gave up, his life would be really over. He wanted to perform. In fact, Sun Haiba valued him before, partly because Xiaobo himself had some small abilities. Simply put, he was smart and could analyze many things that others overlooked. In front of so many leaders, he wanted to seize an opportunity to turn the tables and completely crush Zhang Tian. Xiaobo walked into the meeting room excitedly with the information. The next moment, Xiaobo was startled by the deafening, thunderous cheers. There's more. Before the cheers stopped, Gao Xiaolong's voice rang out. Excellent people should be placed in more prominent positions, able to demonstrate their abilities and protect more people. Now, I announce that, following instructions from the Ministry of Public Security, Comrade Zhang Tian will be promoted a second time, exceptionally, to the rank of first-class superintendent, with deputy section-level rank. Boom. Xiaobo, who had just walked in, had a confused look on his face. What? You said Zhang Tian's promotion had something to do with him. It really doesn't matter. If it was someone he didn't know, Xiaobo would only envy him. However, when it comes to someone who was once treated like a fool and fooled around by him, he despises and looks down on him as a waste from the bottom of his heart. Now, he has been promoted one after another out of turn. He has reached a level that a normal police officer may not be able to reach even after 7 years of service, and all this took Jang Tae-yeon only a few days. As for him, he has been in the team for more than 2 years since he graduated. Now he has just been promoted to the rank of third-level police inspector. If he wants to be promoted, he normally has to endure 2 years of hard work, and then to be promoted to the next level, it will take another 3 years. In other words, if Xiaobo wants to become a first-level police inspector, he will have to endure 5 years of suffering. The most terrifying thing is, what does the treatment of a deputy section-level official mean? This is the representative level that you haven't reached yet, but it has been reserved for you. I'll find a chance to promote you someday. Confused, tear. The next moment, Gao Xiaolong solemnly tore off Jang Tae-yeon's police rank, and at this time, Gao Xiaolong's secretary was already holding a small plate with 1 bar and 3 on it. Chapter 73, showing off one's sword in front of Guangdong's door is like seeking death. Okay, Jang Tae-yeon shouted. This scene was outrageous. Looking at the colleagues in the conference room, there are many who have 3 scores on the 1-bar scale. However, it would be great if there were a few people who could bear witness to your story, since when could the awarding of a medal with 3 bars lead to such a horrifying scene? But no one said anything, because this is what should be done, no matter how big it is. Some people even feel that after making such great contributions, being promoted to 1 level is not enough. Xiao Jiang, I know that this police rank is far from enough compared to the merits this time, but don't worry, there will definitely be good things in the future. Gao Xiaolong patted Jang Tae-yeon's shoulder with joy on his face. His eyes were full of admiration. Serve the people. Jang Tae-yeon saluted subconsciously. Forget it. Gao Xiaolong glanced at it. In fact, when it comes down to it, just now, Song Ligua called and said that the account book had been found. Not only that, it also records in detail all of Mr. Yen's transactions since he came to Yunhai, including the transaction objects, transaction locations, transaction amounts and quantities, etc. Even the details of the transaction counterparty's family situation are recorded. It can be said that this saves the police the trouble of investigation, and they can just arrest people based on the accounts. Song Ligua immediately took the account book and rushed to the municipal bureau under the escort of several police cars. Especially the amount of drugs traded, when added up, it was simply impossible to calculate. It was really impossible to calculate. Song Ligua took a rough look and it was simply shocking. The account book was full of transactions, and any one of them was a huge amount. When you add it all up, you can imagine how terrifying it is. Even Song Ligua suspected that this would very likely become the largest drug trafficking case uncovered in recent years. Gao Xiaolong finished speaking, looked around for a moment, and then said, "Okay, it's too early to open the champagne at halftime. Have you found out the information of those people in the account book just drawn?" Although it has been confirmed that the account book is 100% correct, in order to be absolutely sure, the police still selected some people and compared the contents with the account book to see if there are any mistakes. Commander Gao, here. At this moment, Xiaobo, who was in a daze, finally came to his senses and instantly hid all his jealousy so deeply that outsiders couldn't even see it. It was precisely because of this disguise that Jang Tae-yeon was deceived so badly in his previous life. He trotted all the way to Gao Xiaolong's back and looked at Jang Tae-yeon sitting with Gao Xiaolong. The fire of jealousy burned wildly in his heart, almost driving him crazy with jealousy. Why is it him? No matter who it was, Xiaobo wouldn't feel so bad. Why is it you? Gao Xiaolong saw Xiaobo frowning slightly. When Gao Xiaolong saw Xiaobo appear, his excited heart slowly cooled down. Commander Gao, there is too much information here. Yu Wei is a female comrade. I have the ability, so I will naturally help when I see it. Xiaobo lowered his head and explained carefully. As for Jang Tae-yeon, seeing Xiaobo in such an ugly state, he sneered in his heart, but he just watched without saying a word, pretending not to see it at all. Really seeing this scene, Gao Xiaolong and Mu Lao, who knew the hidden truth of the matter, looked at Jang Tae-yeon with more appreciation. He is neither arrogant nor impatient. Even when facing the adversity of his enemy who once humiliated him, he can remain calm and not even say a word of ridicule. Even if Jang Tae-yeon said it, many people would think it was right, but Jang Tae-yeon just didn't take advantage of his power to bully others, and this is a huge plus. This means that Jang Tae-yeon is emotionally stable, mature in his work and thinking, and is a person who can accomplish great things. Yu Wei, who was chasing after him, turned pale when she heard what Xiaobo said. What? Do you mean she can't get the information? What does this mean? Isn't this just saying in front of all the leaders that she can't accomplish anything great and can't take any responsibility? At this moment, Yu Hui was in a trance and suddenly felt what Jang Tae-yeon had experienced before. Isn't it true? Many times, a casual word can directly belittle others and at the same time elevate yourself. Put down the information and go. Gao Xiaolong didn't want Xiaobo to affect the layout and the subsequent action plan, but obviously, Xiaobo didn't want to. Why did he try so hard to get in? That's right, Xiaobo figured it out. What the leader Gao Xiaolong valued was ability. My abilities are not bad at all, of course. The most important thing is that Xiaobo looked at Mr. Mu with shining eyes. That's right, who is Mr. Mu and what is his identity? In fact, there is something that Xiaobo has never told anyone, that is, he once saw Mr. Mu inspecting his hometown in the countryside. Later, he saw Muya and Mu Lao talking at school. He realized it instantly and then began to pursue Muya madly. Xiaobo knew that nothing else was needed. He just needed to let people know that he knew Mr. Mu, and then give him a chance to perform, and he would be able to make a comeback. Mr. Mu, I have a different opinion on this case. I hope you can give me a chance. Xiaobo said to Mr. Mu. He did not ask Gao Xiaolong for permission because he knew that Gao Xiaolong's ill will towards him would make it impossible for him to show it, but now he wants to create a time difference. Xiaobo cleverly believes that Mr. Mu has a good feeling about him and will definitely give him this opportunity. However, Gao Xiaolong and Mu Lao who were present were all shrewd people. Having been in the officialdom for most of their lives, this little bit of his was just a joke, especially since Mu Lao knew what kind of person Xiaobo was. I almost got slapped in the face. Even big guys need to save face. If people knew that he had been deceived by a small-time figure like Xiaobo, who knows what the leaders in Kyoto would think of him if they knew about it. If you don't know him, pretend not to know him. I am just a witness in this matter. It was led by Chief Gao. I don't know much and have no say. Comrade, it's no use for you to look for me. Mr. Mu didn't even look at Xiaobo knowing what happened. Mr. Mu didn't do it because he was afraid of being dishonorable by bullying the weak, so why the hell did he help him? However, Xiaobo didn't know that the truth had already been known by Mr. Mu, and he kept talking to himself. Mr. Mu, believe me, the iron rule of handling cases is to analyze and view everything with suspicion, so as to be able to. There are many unknowns in this incident, such as how Mr. Yun's identity was known, that Old Chen didn't seem to confess, how TNT was discovered, and so on. Of course, I'm not questioning Comrade Zhang Tian. It's just that raising questions about the matter and resolving all the problems is the only way to truly solve the case. Xiaobo talked freely, but he didn't notice that the people around him were looking at him with increasingly unhappy expressions, similar to Gao Xiaolong who has a hot temper. Standing up, Gao Xiaolong slapped him in the face. This is the municipal bureau, not a place for you to settle personal grudges. Are you raising a question? I think you are just looking for trouble. Just ask, is it important? Are these issues and processes important? What the hell, the results are out, and you tell me there's something wrong with the process. He was about to sharpen his knife, full of excitement to take action. This bastard actually dared to jump out. Jealousy can actually make people lose their minds to this extent. Gao Xiaolong's face was filled with gloomy anger. Xiaobo covered his face with his hands. His nose was bleeding from the slap. It could be seen that Gao Xiaolong showed no mercy. However, when Xiaobo glanced around inadvertently, he suddenly discovered that many people were looking at him with angry eyes. If you are not careful, you will anger the public. In fact, Xiaobo had no idea how important this case was to the entire municipal bureau. Once action was taken, everyone would be able to get some credit. Moreover, who wouldn't be excited to personally participate in this kind of case that can almost be written into textbooks? Where did this shark arm come from? Get out of here, someone in the meeting room cursed. Chapter 74, Dawn breaks, eagles soar into the sky, clearing operations. Xiaoxin, what's going on? Gao Xiaolong frowned at Shen Han who was sitting not far away. Hasn't Xiaobo been dealt with yet? To be honest, with Gao Xiaolong's identity and position, there is no need for him to take action against someone like Xiaobo. Even Zhang Peng didn't have to take any action, as Captain Guo was the one who suppressed the situation. What's more, this matter involves the conflict between Zhang Tian and Xiaobo, so Zhang Peng cannot take action. No matter whether he is right or wrong, there will be arguments in the end. Even if his subordinate Song Ligua took action, it would be the same as it was easy to cause trouble. In the end, Shen Han took action himself and directly assigned him a cleaning job. Chief, it's my fault. I have already arranged for him to clean up. Shen Han quickly explained. Cleaning? I think he should be assigned to clean the toilet. Wait, that's not right. Why does he know the detailed information of the case? Gao Xiaolong just finished speaking when he suddenly reacted and looked at Xiaobo. That's right, Old Chen did not interrogate him, or rather, Zhang Tian did not interrogate him at all. Unlike the pampered Mr. Yun, Old Chen was really doing it for his family. No matter how Zhang Tian threatened him, Old Chen would never tell anything. In this situation, Zhang Tian did not interrogate the man, but went straight to the source and captured him, and it can be grasped so precisely. But this matter is impossible to know unless you understand it in detail. Even the ordinary armed police on duty and even the drug enforcement police on duty outside had no idea about it. But Xiaobo, this Xiaobo, whose current organizational relationship is about to be Transferred out of the police force. I actually know such detailed information, Jiang Tian told him. How could it be possible? The relationship between the two was incompatible. If Jiang Tian was not a fool, there was no way he would have anything to do with Xiaobo because Xiaobo has become stinky. Jiang Tian is already porcelain. How could he possibly stick with Xiaobo, a stinky clay pot? Even if they were tit for tat, Xiaobo was already in this situation and had no psychological burden at all, but it would have a bad influence on Jiang Tian. Who told you? Gao Xiaolong asked with a serious face. Not only did he know this news, he even knew about the damn TNT incident. Do you understand the cause and effect so clearly? Wrong. Gao Xiaolong frowned, finally realizing something horrible, that is, the confidentiality of the identity information of drug enforcement police, intelligence information, etc. has not been ensured. I heard it from everyone in the municipal bureau. Xiaobo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but spoke with a respectful expression on the surface. Traitor. Gao Xiaolong looked at Xiaobo with a cold expression. Do you know that this information is confidential? Even many police officers don't know it during the operation. From now on, you will go to clean the toilets and don't go near the police station. Gao Xiaolong waved his hand and made direct arrangements. Xiaobo was stunned, and even said that he was completely dumbfounded. I never dreamed that my carefully planned turnaround would turn out like this. What are you still doing here? Get out of here right now. As a leader, it was difficult to deal with problems like Xiaobo before. That was because of the relationship and conflicts between him and Jiang Tian, which made it difficult for him to take direct action. And now, Jiang Peng slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. I have endured for a long time. The officialdom is not all about fighting and killing. Many times, there are human relationships and many things that need to be considered. All aspects need to be considered. It was difficult before, so I held my breath. Now Jiang Peng finally found a chance to vent. Get out now. Go to the bathroom and clean the toilet, can't you hear me? Jiang Peng emphasized angrily. Mr. Mu. Xiaobo felt a chill in his heart, and he looked at Mr. Mu for help. As long as Mr. Mu spoke, everything can be resolved. It's a pity that someone of Mu Lao's level just sits on the bench and watches everything. If he has a really good relationship with Muya, it would be fine, but the key is his character. Everything else is fine, but he stole his teammate's girlfriend and even harmed her like this. Moreover, Jiang Tian has become a legend in the entire Yunhai and even in the police force with his own abilities. A little clever, but no brains. With such a person, how could Mr. Mu allow Muya and Xiaobo to have any contact? If you dare to contact her, I will break her legs. Mr. Mu was thinking about the stubborn Muya and felt that he must not indulge her this time. Alright, everyone who's not involved has left. Now, all operational units must work closely together. The upcoming operation is named Operation Dawn. The anti-drug units will be the primary focus, with the armed police assisting, the criminal police unit cooperating, and the inspection department and others all working closely together. The provincial department also has an important case, and most of the anti-drug officers have already taken action. Therefore, this operation will be led by our entire municipal bureau. Do you all understand? At dawn, the eagle soars across the sky, sweeping away the darkness and defending order. Chapter 75. The whole family was wiped out. Xiaobo walked out of the meeting room with a sad face, even looking like he was about to cry this time. He really had an idea and really wanted to show it, but he was ridiculed by everyone. Status exchange. Once upon a time, Jiang Tian was in such a situation. He was used and secretly framed by him, and everyone was hostile to him. But now, when he stood against everyone, Jiang Tian stood among thousands of people, but he was being ridiculed madly by everyone, especially now that I have been assigned to clean the toilets. Xiaobo simply couldn't believe it. He was even more terrified. What if his family found out? You know, he was almost the hope of the whole family. The last time he went home, his family members were even showing him off everywhere. Now everyone in the village knows that Xiaobo has a promising future and is a glorious cadre in the whole village. Scorpion poop is the only one of its kind. Xiaobo couldn't even imagine what would happen if his family or the people in the village knew about his situation. From then on, the whole family couldn't even hold their heads up in the village, and the whole village saw them off when they left home. What if the villagers knew that he was cleaning the toilet? Xiaobo's whole body shook twice and his face turned pale. Songji. While thinking about it, Xiaobo looked up and suddenly saw Song Ligua running all the way. Xiaobo's face showed a flattering expression. In the past, he relied on the fact that his younger brother was Jiang Tian and his superior was Sun Haiba, and with the help of these relationships, he had maintained a relatively good relationship with Song Ligua. Although he made some mistakes, they were just mistakes that all men would make. What does it have to do with him? Song Ji, I want to talk to you. Xiaobo's face was full of flattering expression, but what a pity, Song Ligua was in a hurry, holding documents in his hands, and had no time to care about Xiaobo bump. Xiaobo, who was nodding and bowing, was suddenly hit by the strong and powerful Song Ligua plop. Xiaobo's nose spurted blood and he was knocked to the ground. Song Ligua, who was running, turned around and frowned unhappily, saying, "Don't you have eyes? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the road?" After saying that, Song Ligua ran into the meeting room. Xiaobo, who was sitting there, covered his nose and stared blankly at the back of Song Ligua, who was leaving. He felt like he was being pushed down by everyone, and he was stunned and unable to recover. Changed, is this what it feels like to be targeted by everyone? Xiaobo, who suffered the consequences of his own actions, felt as if the whole world was against him. No, it should be said that Xiaobo only got the treatment he deserved. In the past, he just used Zhang Tian as a step to attract Sun Haiba's attention and then became the focus of everyone, and now, he has simply lost all of Zhang Tian's favor and is suffering the consequences of his own mistakes, but unfortunately, Xiaobo's miserable condition could no longer attract Zhang Tian's attention. To be precise, Zhang Tian and Xiaobo are people from two different worlds. If they have time, they will naturally take revenge. If they don't have the chance, they can just treat each other as AI or .as for deliberately targeting someone. I'm sorry, Xiaobo really doesn't have the qualifications. He didn't have them before, and he won't have them in the future. Here it comes, Chief, this is the drug dealer's account book. Song Ligua ran in sweating profusely, stood at attention, and immediately put the account book in front of Gao Xiaolong. Zhang Tian, who was next to Gao Xiaolong, saw it at a glance. That's right, what is about to be launched as an action against this account book, named Dawn, Operation Dawn. It implies that there is a dark group that will tear apart the Sea of Clouds. Is this the account book? Gao Xiaolong opened the account book with trembling hands. At this moment, everyone was looking at the contents of the account book, because next, there is no doubt that all the people and names in the account book can be arrested directly according to this list. There is no need for investigation, interrogation, tracking, etc., just arresting them step by step. It will completely destroy an entire criminal group of major drug lords. That's right. We searched out the basement and the contents are basically correct. This account book is real. Song Ligua said excitedly. Okay. After getting confirmation again, Gao Xiaolong opened the account book with trembling hands. Page 1. It's Wei Yudao. At first is Wei Yudao's family information, followed by the transaction time, transaction location, and transaction amount with Wei Yudao. In January 1990, I weighed 100 kilograms. In June, 100 kilograms. In 1991, I weighed 150 kilograms. In January 1992, I weighed 200 kilograms. Just looking at the account book in front of him, Gao Xiaolong's eyelids were twitching wildly. Miao Zifeng, 1993, drug dealing. Wait, why does the name Miao Zifeng sound so familiar? Gao Xiaolong raised his eyes and instantly saw that it was in Wei Yudao's family information that Wei Yudao's wife was Miao Zifeng. Hiss. Wow, the whole family is involved. I just thought Wei Yudao and his son were involved. I didn't expect that Miao Zifeng not only knew everything, but was even personally involved in drug trafficking. Gao Xiaolong was surprised. After Wei Yudao was arrested, Miao Zifeng never came once, and never even showed up. If it weren't for this account book, we would have all been deceived by Miao Zifeng. Gao Xiaolong pointed at the account book. This time, people from the laboratory department came in immediately to check the information in the account book and make statistical backups. Soon, the results came out. Wei Yudao started selling drugs in January 1990. 11 years and 5 months have passed now, and the total amount recorded in the account book is 3 tons. The person from the laboratory looked up and spoke in astonishment. Silence, deathly silence. 3 tons, the scale of drug trafficking and sales reached 3 tons, as much as 6,000 kilograms? This is just Wei Yudao's. Gao Xiaolong's voice trembled. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. If Zhang Tian had not uncovered the drug crimes of the Wei family father and son, how could he have found such a terrifying amount of drugs? And this is all. No, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Thinking of this, the person who was just excited suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Tian, you lead the team and capture Miao Zifeng first. Gao Xiaolong said in a deep voice. This case is enough to be called a major case, but it is just one of the cases in this account book. How many more will come next? How many salesmen does Wei Yudao have under him? Besides Miao Zifeng, there are 3 other distributors under Wei Yudao. I'm afraid some of them have gotten the news and fled. Xiaogua, you will be in charge of the planning and capture of these areas. Gao Xiaolong is arranging tasks. In fact, in addition to Wei Yudao's family, there are also some big drug lords in this account book. These people all got their goods through Mr. Yin. What's more fortunate is that Mr. Yin has brought over the drug manufacturing factory and all the bulk goods. In addition to Wei Yudao, there is another big drug lord. When you pull out the radish, you will also get the mud. That is, when the account book records that the goods were directly purchased from Wei Yudao. Oh no, it should be said that they were purchased from the behind-the-scenes boss Wei Yudao. Basically everything was recorded. Shock.an unprecedented shock. Even everyone in the conference room could imagine how horrific this drug case was. Gao Xiaolong even lost all his excitement and was left with only anger. How can I not be angry? Even Mr. Mu was dumbfounded holding the account book because the number inside is too terrifying. It can be said that the total amount of drug transactions recorded in this account book reached more than 5,000 kilograms, which is 10,000 kilograms. What does this mean? 50 grams is a death sentence. Normally, the amount of drugs seized exceeds dozens of kilograms, which is already a huge achievement worthy of the first-class merit, and this entire account book contains tens of thousands of kilograms. Chapter 76 Returning to Alma Mater with a mission. The names of drug lords recorded in the book include Wei Yudao and another one, and in addition to the two of them, the dealers under them are also recorded thanks to Mr. Yen's abnormal desire for control. In addition to Wei Yudao and another big distributor, there are about 10 distributors who buy goods from the two of them. The final statistical results are out. I used to hear people say that most of the drugs in the country flow out from Yunhai. I didn't quite believe it. I thought, how could it be possible? Even if Yunhai is not competitive, it can't become a paradise for drug dealers. But now, comrades, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the beginning of the battle. Gao Xiaolong supported himself on the table, his tone clearly showing that he was suppressing his anger. Wow, this is really wow. How the hell did this guy do so much in 10 years? This case, so to speak, this is the first case in recent years with such a large number of victims and such a horrific scale that it's even the kind that will go down in history. From now on, any drug enforcement officer will inevitably see such a horrific case. Action, take action now. At dawn, act now, immediately, and immediately. Gao Xiaolong slammed the table and shouted. It's still the same conference room, the host is still the same Gao Xiaolong. A few days, for the entire city bureau's anti-drug detachment, it felt like many years had passed, like a dream. The difference is that for Comrade Zhao Wei, the brother who used to sit with him was the target of Gao Xiaolong's scolding, but now he is sitting next to Gao Xiaolong. In fact, all the people involved in the case on the list, except Wei Yudao's family, have been arrested. Following Zhang Tian, Zhao Wei's face was full of excitement. Although he didn't get the credit before, it was not too late now. The captured Miao Zifeng is also a big tiger. After the operation, it can be said that it is at least a great achievement, although compared with Zhang Tian, it is like the difference between sesame seeds and watermelon. But for Zhao Wei, he is already very satisfied. The sound of sirens wailed in the streets. Zhao Wei was driving, while Zhang Tian and Li Zijin were sitting in the back seat. In fact, it is impossible to mobilize the three of them for such a large-scale arrest operation. What is the dawn? It means to spare no expense and give up all resources for the plan. Behind their car, there were 2 armed police vehicles following to cooperate with the operation and ensure that everything went smoothly and no problems would arise. Are you satisfied with such a small achievement of arresting someone? Zhang Tian looked at the satisfied expressions of the 2 people and felt that it was quite boring. Puff. Li Zijin sprayed directly. Do you know that such a big drug dealer, although not as big as Wei Yudao, is also a big drug lord whose total drug trafficking exceeds 1,000 kilograms? Moreover, if Wei Yudao is involved in drug trafficking, Wei Yudao's crimes will also be counted on her. At least she will be awarded a third-class collective merit. If she is lucky, she may even get a second-class merit. Zhao Wei's face flushed with excitement. Not only that, after dawn, all those who participated in the operation will probably receive a collective first-class merit. Li Zijin added. After saying that, Li Zijin looked at Zhang Tian's bored expression. The excited expression on Li Zijin's face collapsed in an instant. Damn, there's no comparison to this pervert. 2 first-class merits and 1 individual second-class merit are on the way, but this operation is expected to change. The first-class merit is worthy of Zhang Tian's contribution. Those who participated in the arrest will all be awarded a collective first-class merit, not to mention that he solved the case alone at the beginning. It was Zhang Tian who busted the drug factory, arrested Wei Yudao, lured out Mr. Yun, and even arrested Mr. Yun. It can be said that the entire drug trafficking gang was completely defeated by Zhang Tian alone. Doesn't that mean that after Operation Dawn, Brother Jiang will have 3 first-class merits in his hands, adding to what he already had? Zhao Wei was dumbfounded. Zhang Tian looked at the blessing from the god of wealth without saying anything, because he seemed to see the god of wealth waiting to her again. Of course, on the other hand, Zhang Tian frowned as he looked at the scanning radar. What's wrong? Li Zijin asked. Zhang Tian didn't answer. After getting out of the car, he looked at the villa in front of him. This is Wei Yudao's home, but it was obvious that Zhang Tian looked at the villa without any radar prompts. which proved one thing: Miao Zifeng was not here. As Zhang Tian got out of the car wearing his jacket, more than a dozen fully armed police officers immediately got out of the two armed police vehicles following behind and surrounded the entire villa in the first place. "Hello, I'm the director of the local police station. I'm responsible for assisting with your arrest operation. May I ask who is leading your team?" At this time, the waiting police officer at the door of the villa trotted up and saluted, looking at Zhang Tian and the other two. There was some envy on their faces. After all, every small police officer has his own pursuits and dreams, even the chief of a small police station. However, when he looked around, he found that there were only 3 young men in front of him, especially Zhang Tian, who was frighteningly young. The young director had heard that the municipal bureau had an important operation that required their full cooperation. So many armed police had come, and it was obviously a large-scale operation. As a result, the 3 young men responsible for the arrest by the municipal bureau were so young. So what about the team leader? "My surname is Zhang. I'm the squad leader of the municipal bureau's anti-drug brigade. I'm in charge of this arrest operation. I hope you will fully cooperate." Zhang Tian saluted and took out his ID. It was just a routine procedure. Without ID, who knows if you are a fake? "Hello, hello." The director looked surprised. There was a young man following behind the director. Looking at Zhang Tian wearing a leather jacket, with a serious and oppressive aura on his face was full of envy and a deep-seated inferiority complex. After all, small police officers seem to be the least important in the entire system. Who doesn't want to become an important police officer who can arrest and solve cases and has difficult tasks, especially when seeing Zhang Tian's police rank? Wow, 1 bar and 3, the young director looked at himself silently and swallowed his saliva. He had been here for nearly 20 years, but Zhang Tian had already caught up with him at such a young age? "Officer Zhang, we have just conducted an investigation. Miao Zifeng is a high school teacher. She is currently teaching at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. It is class time now and she is not at home." The director hurriedly told Zhang Tian the news he had learned. A teacher from No. 1 Middle School? Zhang Tian was speechless. Miao Zifeng? Zhang Tian's eyes changed. Wow, what a coincidence. When he heard the name for the first time, Zhang Tian hadn't thought about it. After all, he couldn't connect the euphemistic female teacher in his memory, the fantasy object of countless male classmates, with Wei Yudao and the drug lord. Moreover, more than 10 years had passed, so Zhang Tian naturally forgot about it and didn't remember the name when he heard it. Now, after being reminded, Zhang Tian was instantly shocked. No. 1 Middle School is his alma mater, and Miao Zifeng was his former teacher. He also made a joke and left a good impression on Zhang Tian. In the end, who knew it would be like this? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Go to No. 1 Middle School. Zhang Tian's face showed no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. If this was really the Miao Zifeng in his memory, Zhang Tian's worldview would be truly shocked, because as everyone knows, drug dealers are inhumane, and he could not connect the Miao Zifeng in his memory with a big drug lord. "You two can come together. Zijin, you sit in the front." Before getting in the car, Zhang Tian looked at the director and the police officer and extended an invitation. After all, sometimes it is easier to communicate with the director, such as communicating with the school along the way. Zhang Tian closed his eyes and rested, not knowing what he was thinking. But when he arrived at the gate of No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Tian suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Tian's eyes were firm, because a scarlet light spot appeared in the scanning radar. I raised my head and looked at my familiar alma mater. He is back. But Zhang Tian knew that the old principal of No. 1 Middle School probably wouldn't welcome him very much. Chapter 77. 10 years later, let's see him. The campus of No. 1 Middle School is peaceful and quiet. In the midsummer, with the lush green leaves and grass. At this moment, Zhang Tian was touched, very touched. Although it has only been 4 years since he graduated from school, in Zhang Tian's memory, nearly 20 years have passed. The gatekeeper. There were only a few people around because Zhang Tian looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, I guess all the students have just started class. Uncle Lu. Zhang Tian got out of the car first wearing his jacket, took a look at the situation at the school, and then came to the guard. Zhang Tian took out the mosquito coils skillfully and walked to the door to hand them out. The old man guarding the gate in the security booth subconsciously picked up his fork when he saw Zhang Tianxia. After all, society was a bit chaotic, so it was a good thing to be more cautious and vigilant. But after seeing Zhang Tian's face, he was dazed for a moment. "Zhang Tian?" Uncle Lu rubbed his yellow teeth and took the mosquito coil from Zhang Tian. And Zhang Tian used this thing a lot in his previous life, but after traveling through time and space and being reborn, Zhang Tian no longer had any obsession with it. He would just draw one from time to time, and after being reborn, he might only draw 2 or 3 every few days. Uncle Lou, I haven't seen you for a few years. Zhang Tian leaned against the security booth without any hurry. Zhang Tian has always been familiar with this security guard because when he was in high school, Zhang Tian often sneaked out at night to surf the internet. Zhang Tian was caught by Mr. Liu several times and sent to the academic affairs office. For this, he was criticized a lot. Even the principal pointed at Zhang Tian and criticized him severely in front of the whole school. He directly scolded Zhang Tian, saying that Zhang Tian, who was not good at studying, would only be able to carry bricks at the bottom of society in the future. You are the privileged one sitting in the office under the wind and sun. Zhang Tian is a waste who doesn't study hard. Just wait and see what happens to him after you graduate from college. At that time, Zhang Tian became a negative example for the entire school, and was even affectionately called the shame of number 1 middle school by the principal. During that period, the security guard, Uncle Lou, even patrolled and kept an eye on Zhang Tian, and sent anyone he caught to the academic affairs office. Until later, Zhang Tian was holding back his anger. He worked hard in the last 2 months and decided to slap the principal in the face. He actually passed the first tier line in the exam and was admitted to the Yunhai Police Academy. What are you doing here? After a few years, Lu Dashua put aside some of his prejudices and asked Zhang Tian. I'll be clear in advance. If you're here to visit your alma mater, you can't enter. You're not a member of the school anymore, so forget about it. Uncle Lu then added that he thought Zhang Tian had returned to his alma mater for a stroll. What if I have to go in? Zhang Tian asked. If you insist on going in, I'll call the police. Uncle Lu sneered. Zhang Tian put his hands in his pockets. You think you can get in just by holding a pack of cigarettes? This is number 1 middle school, can you get in just because you want to? Uncle Lu was very angry and felt insulted. Zhang Tian didn't get angry and placed the black leather hardware on the table in the security booth. Take another look. I said, don't insult me. Uncle Lu could no longer control his anger, but he stopped talking halfway through. A quick glance, this is a brand new certificate that has just been given to him. Zhang Tian's police rank has been promoted and the certificate has also been changed. A brand new certificate with a brand new national emblem on it, but Uncle Lu almost couldn't figure out the following few words. You're a local police officer? Uncle Lu said with disdain, what's the point of being a local police officer? Are you showing off? Although he was a gatekeeper, he had real name authentication, which was not enough for him to show off. He instinctively thought that Zhang Tian came to show off and get slapped in the face. Lift it up and take a look. Zhang Tian said. Uncle Lu opened the ID card, and when he saw it, his pupils contracted, and he looked at Zhang Tian in astonishment. When Zhang Tian graduated, it was naturally impossible for Uncle Lu to care about where Zhang Tian went. I thought he was just a small-time police officer, and I wondered if Zhang Tian, now that he was in such a bad situation, would come here to show off? The results are visible. The captain of the city's anti-drug detachment, first class. Superintendent, looking at Zhang Tian's righteous and majestic face, Uncle Lu put down his ID with trembling hands. If he remembered correctly, this guy had just graduated not long ago, right? Is it easy to get promoted to first-class superintendent? This is just a bit of pretense, but it's enough. Uncle Lu swallowed his saliva, but the next moment, boom. Zhang Tian exploded instantly and slammed his hands on the security booth in anger. I'm acting like your uncle. Open the door. I'm here to carry out a mission. I'm arresting drug dealers. Do you understand? Crash. The moment Zhang Tian opened his mouth, Uncle Lu's face was filled with shock and he hadn't recovered yet. At this moment, nearly 20 people got out of the 3 cars, most of them were fully armed with armed police uniforms. You two will guard the perimeter of the school to prevent the drug traffickers from escaping. Leave 2 of you behind to follow me into the school to arrest them. Try to keep a low profile. Chapter 78. I feel embarrassed to take the credit. Open the door. Zhang Tian had a gloomy face and would take advantage of anyone who was treated well. Why am I so idle that I come to the school, to number 1 middle school, just to show off to you, Uncle Lu? I worked so hard and made so many contributions, and arrested so many drug dealers just to show off to you. Do you think you have such a big face, Gulu? Uncle Lu swallowed his saliva and watched as all the armed police quickly took action under Zhang Tian's command. The armed police operation was coordinated by Zhang Tian. It can also be said that there is no upper limit to the support for drug control police. When drug control police seek support, to a certain extent, all armed forces except strategic weapons can be applied for mobilization, especially the armed police. In fact, most of the time, they really work behind the anti-drug police. These armed police have even gotten used to it. What? You said Zhang Tian's police rank and position are too low? Not to mention Jiang Tian, a first-class police inspector. Even if he is a trainee anti-drug police officer, as long as they seek support or cooperation, they will obey orders 100% because they were just cooperating, yes. Two armed policemen, the station chief, two young policemen, and Jiang Tian's two team members, Zhao Wei and Li Zijin, were left behind. I'm going to call the principal. Uncle Lu said with sweat on his forehead. This was the first time Uncle Lu had seen such a big scene, and he felt scared when he saw it. No need, I'll go find him directly. Jiang Tian waved his hand. What? Do you want to slap Uncle Lu in the face? Isn't this funny? When did Jiang Tian become so low class? Besides, Uncle Lu wasn't a wicked person, so Jiang Tian had no intention of pursuing the matter. After Jiang Tian led this group of people into number 1 middle school, Uncle Lu finally realized what was happening and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He kept muttering to himself, incredible, incredible. A first-class superintendent, and able to command so many armed police. I didn't expect that in the end, the most capable one would be Jiang Tian. Wait, I sent him to the academic affairs office so many times before, he won't retaliate against me, right? Wait, what did he just say, drug dealer? There are drug dealers in school? Buzz. When Uncle Lu realized it belatedly, Jiang Tian had already passed by the teaching building and was watching the students studying inside. However, Jiang Tian did not go to the principal's office immediately. Instead, he suddenly stopped when passing by a classroom because at this moment, the person standing on the podium was Miao Zifeng, the familiar teacher. Miao Zifeng was the English teacher of Jiang Tian class during her 3 years at Jiang Tian High School. Among many of her classmates, she was even regarded as a model of teacher ethics. Of course, they had no contact after graduation. Even after teaching for 3 years, it was just a familiar stage, not a close relationship. Jiang Tian never thought that Miao Zifeng would be his teacher by chance. No one knew about teacher Miao's family situation and that her husband was the wealthy Wei Yudao from Yunhai. Of course, even Jiang Tian, who knew the truth, found it hard to believe that he was still a big drug lord. Okay, the syntax is, Miao Zifeng is writing on the blackboard. As she spoke, Miao Zifeng explained in a gentle manner. When he was tired of talking, Miao Zifeng took the time to drink a sip of water, but when he glanced at the door, he saw a look of surprise on his face. You are, Jiang Tian? Miao Zifeng asked in surprise. All the students in the class looked towards the door with curiosity. Jiang Tian nodded with emotion. To be honest, if the truth had not been found out and no one had looked at the scarlet light spots in the scanning radar, no one would have thought that this gentle English teacher in front of him could be so cruel. That's right, it's brutally. Jiang Tian looked at the light spot and clicked his tongue. In fact, even compared with Wei Rong and teacher Miao, he was nothing. Classmate Jiang Tian, are you here to see me? What's the matter? Miao Zifeng looked confused. After all, she didn't seem to have any connection with Jiang Tian. Not if the principal had not held her neck high and said to Jiang Tian sarcastically, just wait and see what he said in 10 years, she might not even remember Jiang Tian's name. After all, she had to teach several classes a year. Jiang Tian smiled slightly and Miao Zifeng felt a little scared when she saw Jiang Tian smile and realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment a man dressed as an armed police officer appeared from the side of the door. Looking at the uniform, Miao Zifeng's face became slightly stiff. Student Jiang, you brought the police to see me because of Wei Rong and the others recently. It is wrong to bring strangers to see the teacher without asking for permission. Miao Zifeng asked with a smile. Until now, she has not realized the problem and only thought that it was a problem between Wei Yudao and Wei Rong, so she came to her. However, Miao Zifeng was very sure that he had absolutely no involvement in the criminal acts of these two people and could not reveal any clues. Only Jiang Tian's behavior towards the police also caused ridicule in Miao Zifeng's heart. He was indeed the loser he was more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years later, he has done many things to show people the way. Miao Zifeng was sarcastic in her heart, but she never showed it. She turned to the class and said, "Let me introduce this to everyone. This is a former student of mine. He was once criticized by the principal for skipping classes to surf the internet. He finally changed his ways. But everyone, please don't learn from him." How could Jiang Tian not see Miao Zifeng's superb acting skills now? This could not fool Jiang Tian, who had both the entries of genius criminal investigation expert and extraordinary memory in his hands. First, I didn't bring them to find you, but I came to find you. Second, it's not only because of Wei Rong and the others, but also because of you. Jiang Tian said lightly. What's the meaning? Miao Zifeng's face changed slightly before she could say anything. The next moment, crack. Miao Zifeng looked down in astonishment and realized that she was wearing silver bracelets on both hands. Looking up, he suddenly saw the national emblem and Jiang Tian's stern expression. Teacher Miao, have you forgotten that I was admitted to the police academy? Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Tian, the captain of the Yunhai City Bureau's anti-drug detachment. Teacher Miao, you have been caught. Buzz. Miao Zifeng's face was pale, Jiang Tian's eyes were cold, because Miao Zifeng's red light was so terrifying. It meant one thing: her case was not just about drug trafficking, maybe there's something else involved. Jiang Tian racked his brains and thought of only one thing that was more sinful than drug trafficking, except for killing people, coupled with the connection with Myanmar. The result is self-evident: fraud. You're a police officer, squad leader? Miao Zifeng lost her voice, her scalp tingling. Wait, what right do you have to arrest me? What does their crime have to do with me? Are you mistaken? Let me tell you, Mr. Yun has explained all the issues. Don't make any more so-called struggles. Jiang Tian sneered. Even though he was his former teacher, Jiang Tian had no psychological burden to bring into justice because of his heinous crimes. The moment Jiang Tian finished speaking, Miao Zifeng sat on the ground with an extremely pale face. At this moment, the classmates in the class were watching this scene silently with wonderful expressions. Crash. The next moment, Li Zijin and Zhao Wei, who were in casual clothes behind Jiang Tian, ran up excitedly and took control. The two armed police looked around vigilantly when the principal arrived. Jiang Tian had already completed the arrest. This time the arrest was unusually simple. It was so simple that Jiang Tian, who was used to handling difficult cases, even felt very uncomfortable. Pack up. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Classmate Jiang Tian. The old principal of number 1 middle school arrived. Jiang Tian had just stayed here, but the director and the young policeman had already found the principal to communicate. After explaining the situation to the principal rushed over in a hurry, and immediately saw Jiang Tian and his men arresting people in the classroom. This made the principal's scalp explode and cold sweats broke out, especially after seeing Jiang Tian. The principal's expression became even more exciting. Obviously, Jiang Tian's face reminded the principal of the past. At this moment, looking at Jiang Tian, who was leading people to arrest people in a majestic manner, and thinking about what he had said before, the principal felt a burning pain on his face. Chapter 79. A mere revelation of the tip of the iceberg is enough to shock the nation. 10 years from now, you guys sitting in offices, even wearing white hats, will be on the construction site just as supervisors, and he'll be the one doing the hard work of moving bricks. This useless guy is only fit to move bricks in the future. The principal still remembers these words clearly. I'm sorry, principal. 4 years have passed and I haven't moved bricks. Now I'm a policeman. I don't know if I will be moving bricks in 6 years, but I don't think I'm interested in it. Jiang Tian didn't look happy. It is right to love good students, but this principal treats students with average or low grades like Jiang Tian in a horrible way. The principal's expression instantly became extremely wonderful, like a rainbow, and his expression kept changing. Jiang Tian found it very interesting. He is different from Lianing. Lianing is a senior cadre. Although the principal of number 1 middle school is also of high rank, there is no comparison between the two. Just kidding, comrade Jiang Tian, there may have been some misunderstandings before. The principal's face changed. No, thanks to the principal. If it weren't for your encouragement, how could I have been admitted to the police academy and made it this far? Jiang Tian smiled meaningfully. Hiss. There is only one possibility for a first-class police superintendent who has just graduated, and that is exceptional promotion, which means a bright future. The principal's calves are shaking a little at this moment. After a moment, he looked at Miao Zifeng, who was taken away by Jiang Tian, leaving only her back, and subconsciously swallowed hard. Such an incident could almost ruin his political future. The principal couldn't even imagine that a college teacher was a drug dealer. And what if, during further investigation, the things that Wei Yudao had given him were discovered? The principal was cold all over. Thinking back to the past, he thought about how he had ridiculed Jiang Tian. The whole school had made self-criticism, and he had humiliated the student who had been stepped on the face by him. He thought that he would become a waste after entering the society. But he didn't expect that the person he was most pessimistic about was the one who was most motivated. He felt so uncomfortable, so handsome. Oh my God, is that a drug enforcement officer? With armed police, he's so cool. Wait a minute, my teacher Miao is a criminal and has been arrested by the narcotics squad. And the person leading the arrest is our senior, a former student of teacher Miao. Holy shit, this is huge news. That's right, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. When the principal heard this, his face suddenly darkened. To him, it was like the sky was falling. Everyone, please be quiet. The teacher will arrange for you to continue the class. Keep quiet from now on. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, and don't spread rumors. There is nothing certain, only speculation. The school will severely punish the students who spread the rumors. The principal said hurriedly and left. After saying this, the principal returned to his office with a heavy and worried look on his face. He never dreamed that the student whom he once looked down upon the most would now be the squad leader of the criminal police detachment after returning. What is the concept? Uncle Lou at the door didn't know, but as a person in the physical body, how could the principal not know? He just glanced at the ID card and was shocked. A first-class superintendent, this must be fake. Counting the time, Zhang Tian has only been graduated for less than 4 years, yes, a little over 3 years to be exact, because Zhang Tian is a senior this year. He will have to report back to school even after a while, and that was the time when Zhang Tian and Yunda were taking the test. Could it be fake? The principal thought boldly, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Yes, it must be fake. Hello, please help me check someone. Yes, that's right, his name is Zhang Tian. The principal made a phone call with a nervous mood. After hanging up the phone, the principal stood at the window. From here, he could even see the main gate of number 1 middle school, where 3 cars were parked. There were 2 armed police vehicles, and the principal's heart sank. Just as Zhang Tian was about to take action, the entire sea of clouds exploded completely. An absolute explosion. When the Yunhai Municipal Bureau reported all the case information to the Ministry of Public Security through Gao Xiaolong, it even directly attracted the personal review of the Minister of Public Security. Even the Director of the Narcotics Control Bureau provided assistance, because it was too explosive. The main reason is that what was discovered from Mr. Yun this time was not all, but just the beginning, and this is the most terrifying thing. The Sea of Clouds is a terrifying place. The tip of the evil iceberg of Yunhai was gently revealed, and what was revealed caused a nationwide earthquake. After Operation Dawn officially began, the streets of the entire Yunhai have been temporarily supervised. A large number of traffic police, armed police, special agents, etc. have flocked to the streets, mainly for fear of causing any chaos. There is an essential difference between anti-drug police and criminal investigation police. 99% of criminal investigation crimes are crimes of passion or personal nature. No matter how hard you try to catch them, there is no need to worry, but drug prohibition is different. Criminal investigation is an individual task, while drug control is a team effort. It is organized, premeditated, and a huge organization. What's more terrifying is that it is inhumane. There is nothing dangerous about crimes of passion. It can be said that drug control, from the moment it is tracked down, is accompanied by countless temptations and terrifying dangers. Drug dealers are in a highly profitable industry, and they are crazy about trying every possible way to make money. Anti-drug police not only face the temptation of drug dealers, but also have to bear the pressure of revenge from drug dealers of vehicles or driving on the road. Miao Zifeng, who was detained in the back seat, was silent, looking at the police standing guard outside the window. You arrested Mr. Yun? Miao Zifeng couldn't believe it. That's right. Zhang Tian personally took charge. Impossible, the police from Yunhai. Miao Zifeng didn't say the rest of the words, but Zhang Tian had already guessed it. In short, the public security in Yunhai is in chaos, and it can even be called a paradise for drug dealers. Over the years, the drug trafficking power in Yunhai has continued to expand. It is also constantly expanding. According to real data, more than half of the drugs in the country are exported through Yunnan shipping. This statement is really not false. You may not know yet, but Mr. Yun has already confessed. Without Mr. Yun's confession and account book, how can we arrest you directly? Zhao Wei said directly when speaking. Already arrived at the municipal bureau. Miao Zifeng, who had been silent since he said that sentence on the road, arrived at the police station. All I saw was that the police station was full of parked vehicles. One by one, people with deathly pale faces were escorted out of the police car. Having an account book is almost like taking roll call. But if we follow the account book and arrest them step by step, there will be no problems. After all, Mr. Yun has always remained mysterious, and even if Wei Yudao was arrested, not many people knew about it. Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang, did the operation go smoothly? Caught him so soon? This is a big fish. As he approached the municipal bureau, the police officers who were rushing to and fro nearby greeted Zhang Tian with smiles on their faces. For them, before joining the police force, their hearts were full of yearning. I have fantasized countless times about being a glorious police officer and being admired by everyone, but after I came in, I found that it was not the case at all. Unknowingly, they have even become synonymous with waste. The public security in the entire Yunhai area has completely gotten out of control, and there is no way to reverse it. Anti-drug police across the country are cursing them, frustrated at the pressure from above and the look of contempt from colleagues from other places during meetings and study sessions, and now everything has changed. They cracked the first case in history involving more than 5,000 kilograms of drugs. What is the concept? It shocked the entire Ministry of Public Security and the whole country. Everyone was full of energy and excited about the catch, and among them, there was only one person who was out of place. Xiaobo, who was wearing a mask and cleaning the toilet, clenched his fists and looked at the scene in front of him, watching Zhang Tian being admired by everyone. He saw the entire anti-drug detachment get on the right track, but all of this did not belong to him. Ding ding ding. Just as Zhang Tian was responding casually, the phone rang. Zhang Tian said to Zhao Wei, "Take the two of you into the interrogation room first and interrogate you. I'll come in later." After saying that, Zhang Tian picked up the phone and walked out at the same time. "Muya, what, you want to ask me to watch a movie tonight? Okay, I definitely have time. I'll go buy the tickets later." "What, you bought them? Okay, I will definitely not be late." The cold wind started blowing without me noticing. Zhang Tian. Just as Zhang Tian hung up the phone, a sound of gnashing teeth was heard. Zhang Tian looked back and saw Xiaobo holding a mop for cleaning the toilet, standing at the door, looking at him with bloodshot eyes. However, Zhang Tian waved his hands and covered his nose and said, go away, it stinks. It's so smelly, and you're still standing so close to people. Do you have any morals?" Chapter 80 Yunlan Villa, Sun Haiba's evidence. Zhang Tian, don't go too far. Don't forget who brought you into the police force. Now that you have risen, you are ungrateful. Xiaobo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Zhang Tian, who was answering the phone, turned around when he heard this, and the sneer on his face became even more intense. Really? As I recall, when Zhang Tian first joined the police force, although he was not assigned a master, he was just an intern. They planned to assign him a master after the internship period, so the police force arranged for him to follow Xiaobo first. After all, under normal circumstances, you may not be able to stay in the anti-drug detachment after the internship period. Maybe you don't have enough ability, or you may not perform well, and then you will be transferred to another place. It's like you join a new company and find a senior to guide you and let you learn. At that time, Zhang Tian was following Xiaobo. To be honest, Zhang Tian really believed in Xiaobo. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had always obeyed Xiaobo's words, follow behind and serve tea and water, but later Zhang Tian thought about it carefully and found that apart from asking him to serve tea and water and assign him miscellaneous tasks, Xiaobo acted like the master. I accepted a younger brother, and when it was time to eat, Zhang Tian was the one who served him the food. After knowing Zhang Tian's identity, he became even more aggressive towards Zhang Tian. This is Xiaobo's kindness. Even after knowing that Gao Xiaolong had arrived, he and Sun Haiba conspired to harm Zhang Tian. Oh shit, when Zhang Tian thought of this, he almost forgot about that damn beast Sun Haiba. After Jiang Peng fell in his previous life, Sun Haiba was the most ruthless person to kick him when he was down. To this day, Zhang Tian still remembers that after Jiang Peng was placed under double supervision and then fired, this guy even arrested Zhang Tian and took him to the police station to torture him severely. Zhang Tian still remembers that when he returned home, his wife Wang Yifei had disheveled hair and a flushed face. Think of this, Zhang Tian was about to let go of his hatred, but his eyes suddenly turned red. It is impossible to simply let these two beasts go. We may even give them a hard time. Xiao Jiang, don't you understand that pulling up the seedlings to help them grow faster means starting from small things? Without my training of you for a few months, would you be where you are now? Xiaobo was ready to be soft. According to Xiaobo's understanding of Zhang Tian, after he just cleaned the toilet, Xiaobo realized that he had reached a dead end. Don't look at Zhang Tian's many achievements. In fact, it is not so easy to change a person's subjective consciousness. In Xiaobo's heart, Zhang Tian is still the same Zhang Tian. It's just that someone might have provoked Zhang Tian, otherwise how could this fool react? Also, he didn't act secretly enough, and the act of provoking Zhang's mother was actually discovered by Zhang Tian. Xiao Jiang, I am really sorry for what I did to you. Your brother Xiao was wrong. Can you give him a chance? Xiaobo suppressed his nausea and decided to give in, looking for an opportunity to give Zhang Tian a hard time, but Zhang Tian had already seen through Xiaobo's beastly nature. Not only did he ignore him, but he also said into the phone, Xiaoya, just watching a movie is a bit too boring. I know you are smarter. I will book a room in the hotel across from Yun University. Tonight, you can help me research a case. It doesn't involve confidentiality. Just show it to me. Buzz. Xiaobo's eyes were red. If Wang Yifei's appearance is rated 80 points, then Muya's is at least 95 points. If you add in temperament, family and character, Muya would undoubtedly get full marks. Wang Yifei was instantly reduced to ashes. As for Wang Yifei, Xiaobo was just playing with her from the beginning to the end. Such a slutty woman was just a tool for him to satisfy his desires. Once he becomes Wang Yifei's real lover, the treatment Zhang Tian will receive is so great that Xiaobo shudders all over just thinking about it. How could that be? We're just talking about the case. Please give me some advice. You have to trust me. I love you. Jiang Tian finished speaking on the phone, turning around. As expected, Xiaobo's hair was all blown upside down. What's wrong? Jiang Tian turned around curiously. No, nothing. You are going to the movies with Xiaoya tonight? Xiaobo still had a little hope in his heart. Yes. Jiang Tian nodded as a matter of course. Brother Xiao, can you please do me a favor? Don't take Xiaoya to the hotel at night. Xiaobo's fists were shaking, bang. The next moment Jiang Tian slapped him directly and sneered. What does it have to do with you if I take my girlfriend to check into a hotel? What, you played with that bitch Wang Yifei, and now you want to keep an eye on my woman? After saying that, Jiang Tian left the police station without looking back because in the afternoon, he was going to see Sun Haiba. Jiang Tian knew Xiaobo and Sun Haiba too well. Now it's just because Jiang Tian is in the limelight, attracting everyone's attention and having a strong influence, so he didn't cause any trouble. Once there is a problem, these two people will definitely look for an opportunity. It would be fine if it was just Xiaobo, but Sun Haiba was the deputy director after all, and had been under constant scrutiny, so Jiang Tian naturally had to strike first. If I remember correctly, Sun Haiba's villa is in the Yunlan Villa district. Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. Did he really think he was a saint? Jiang Tian still vividly remembers how badly he was beaten up by these two people in the police station. Chapter 81. The Sin Value explodes. Lao Dang, your house is gone. The entire municipal bureau, and even the entire Yunhai police force, were all furious after Wei Rong arrested Mr. Yun. In this case, under the Dawn operation, Jiang Tian was sitting in the car and took a moment to look around, only to be surprised to discover that his sin value was rising wildly. In fact, after arresting Mr. Yun, Jiang Tian received a terrifying and huge reward. It contributed a total of several thousand sin points. The most terrifying thing is that as the entire Yunhai operation progresses, Jiang Tian's sin value is rising wildly. Never miss a target, gold, scanning radar, gold, martial arts master, red, infinite stamina, red, criminal investigation genius, blue, philatelic achievement task 1, god of wealth's blessing, unfinished, 2, god of body management, unfinished, current sin value, 14,344, plus 41 plus 45 plus 6. Every once in a while, it will pop up and rise. Okay, Jiang Tian looked at it with surprise, and even said that he didn't even look at the white entries because they were not needed yet. Even these sin values are enough for Jiang Tian to directly upgrade to a red entry. Criminal investigation genius is completely enough for Jiang Tian at the moment. In fact, he is mainly on the anti-drug police side and does not play a big role in criminal investigation. At present, both physical fitness and combat effectiveness are sufficient. The main thing is that Jiang Tian saves these sin points. Maybe they can be used at a critical moment. Yunlan community. After Jiang Tian arrived here, he directly climbed over the wall and entered the villa area. With Jiang Tian's skills, it was too easy for him to get in. It even avoided all surveillance blind spots. With his extraordinary memory, Jiang Tian was able to recall things from the news in his previous life that he had seen but had forgotten. Villa number 16. Yes, this is it. Jiang Tian glanced around and saw that the environment was elegant and the place was nice. Even though the current housing prices were not as outrageous as in later generations and had not experienced a period of explosive inflation, with the current housing prices, it was impossible to buy a villa in Yunhai, a first-tier city, without spending hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. Then Jiang Tian quickly climbed into the villa. In order to prevent mistakes, Jiang Tian sneaked in. Instead of going through the doors or windows, he jumped up and climbed to the second floor in an instant and sneaked in through the window on the second floor. There was no need to search. Jiang Tian casually lifted the quilt, and it was covered with a layer of cash. I'm rough. Even though it was the first time for Jiang Tian to see so many present things, it suddenly reminded Jiang Tian of a TV series he had watched in his previous life. Zhaodahan, right? Jiang Tian even rummaged through the drawer and found passports and several sets of fake ID cards, all with different names. But with Sun Haiba's power, Jiang Tian was sure that these passports and ID cards could definitely be found online and were all authentic and valid. Okay, you've even prepared a retreat. Jiang Tian sneered. Crack. But at this moment, the sound of a key turning was heard. Jiang Tian ran behind the curtains with a swish and looked out with his eyes. He heard the sound of footsteps and saw a figure walking into the room. Originally Jiang Tian thought it was Sun Haiba. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Tian secretly saw the person coming in, he was stunned. Good job. I'll take 20,000 yuan and buy Muya a donkey brand bag to beg her to change her mind. Director's son, you will definitely support me, right? After all, I have no way out now. As the sound was heard, Zhang Tian took out his camera and quietly filmed. Xiaobo, that's right, the person who came in was the damn Xiaobo. Zhang Tian exclaimed in his heart that it was amazing. This Xiaobo is really an expert at stealing things. He stole the bitch Wang Yifei that he was pursuing, and now he comes to steal director Sun's personal stash. As for how Xiaobo knew about the small treasury, Zhang Tian didn't care. However, he had already photographed the evidence at the scene. It would be so easy to kill them, but Xiaobo did not leave after taking the money, because Zhang Tian heard the voice of the second person. Boer, I haven't seen you for a long time. Come quickly while that loser Sun Haiba is not here. A woman's voice sounded. Hiss. Zhang Tian's face was filled with astonishment. I even felt my scalp tingling. This person is not just a master of stealing, he even stole everything from Director Sun's house. After Xiaobo and the other man simply packed up and left, Zhang Tian jumped out of the window. Of course, all the evidence in the house had been taken away by Zhang Tian, so it was impossible to report it openly. If Zhang Tian wants to stay in the physique, he cannot report it himself, otherwise, he will have no place in the entire physique. It is impossible for everyone, and all leaders cannot employ someone who has reported his or her boss. After a round trip, Zhang Tian returned to the municipal bureau in less than an hour. Zhang Tian, what were you doing during working hours? Why can't I find you anywhere? As soon as he entered the municipal bureau, Sun Haiba stood at the door with a gloomy face and scolded Zhang Tian. I went out to investigate the case. What's the matter, Director Sun? Zhang Tian asked sarcastically. Go ahead and jump, you won't be able to jump for 2 days anyway. On the way here, Zhang Tian took photos of all the evidence of Sun Haiba's crimes and sent them anonymously to the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Moreover, even if Zhang Tian had not made this move, Sun Haiba would have been transferred to another position in a few days. However, that was too easy for him. After leaving his position, he still embezzled so much. It would be impossible for him to live a stable retirement life in the future. Why did you leave your post during working hours? What case were you investigating? Did you report it? Sun Haiba asked. Chief Gao instructed you to go to him if you have any questions. What? Do you have any opinions about him? Zhang Tian said sarcastically. Sun Haiba's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. I know that today's Dawn operation has already arrested 6 drug dealers and distributors. We've also collected information on over 40 long-term drug users. We'll be working overtime and night shifts today to interrogate these people. Also, Miao Zifeng, who you arrested, still has a lot to tell you, so don't go back today. Zhang Tian's expression changed slightly. This instantly made Zhang Tian have many bad associations. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhang Tian glanced and saw Xiaobo secretly looking at him outside the door's grass. You bastard! Zhang Tian's eyes were dangerous. Sun Haiba's request seemed reasonable, but how could Zhang Tian not know that these 2 bastards must have reached some agreement? Zhang Tian could even guess with his ass that it must be Xiaobo who revealed Muya's true identity, and after pursuing Muya, they were able to turn the tables. However, he probably didn't expect that his own home would be robbed. Lao Deng, your family is gone. Chapter 82, Killing the Heart, a decisive blow. Okay. Zhang Tian's eyes turned, but he finally held back and changed the subject, ready to take advantage of the situation. It can even be said that Zhang Tian wanted to wait until Sun Haiba was arrested before showing him the video. By then, he would know the true face of his wife, and that she was having an affair with Xiaobo behind his back. He would not be able to get out at that time, and he would feel so depressed and desperate. After all, if you only kill someone without destroying their heart, what kind of revenge is that? Shark arm, it really is a waste and not worth mentioning. Xiaobo at the door had a sarcastic smile on his face. He thought that such a waste posed no threat to him at all, but he didn't see Zhang Tian's sarcastic look. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't have much time. Although Operation Dawn arrested many drug dealers and drug users, a large number of them had already received the news in advance and ran away. It is quite an experience to capture these people, and even many wanted notices have been issued. Zhang Tian didn't care about those who escaped. However, interrogating the arrested people was a very boring and lengthy process, but since they were all arrested at once, the interrogation went very quickly. Almost as soon as one batch of people was interrogated, it was time for the next batch to start. The information is stacked up. Of course, the most excited one among them was Gao Xiaolong. He smoked a cigarette and watched the busy scene in the police station. In the mist, he watched Zhang Tian interrogating people in the interrogation room. This Xiao Jiang is a talented person. He has made such a great contribution, but he did not become arrogant. Instead, he spared no effort in interrogating the suspect. Gao Xiaolong's eyes seemed to have made some kind of determination. Xinhan watched Zhang Tian's interrogation and nodded slightly. Very busy. Dealing with so many drug traffickers is a huge task. However, it is actually not as troublesome as imagined. After interrogation and cross-examination, the charges are determined and then the person is transferred to the detention center. As for drug users, those involved in drug trafficking will be transferred to the detention center together, while those who are simply drug users will be transferred to the detention center to await trial by the court. At night, Zhang Tian was sitting in the interrogation room. When he saw Muya's call, he felt that it was time, so he stood up and prepared to leave. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Sun Haiba standing at the door. "What are you going to do?" Sun Haiba asked. "Almost all the people have been arrested and interrogated. Those who were not arrested have all escaped. Of course, it's time for me to go off work," Zhang Tian said as a matter of course. "No, you can't leave work." Sun Haiba stopped him. "You can't be special just because you've made contributions. Everyone is working overtime. What's the point of leaving work? Do you think you're special because of your contributions?" While speaking, Sun Haiba also glanced at the time on his watch. This time, Muya called. Zhang Tian ignored Sun Haiba and answered Muya's call. "Zhang Tian, Xiaobo just came to me with flowers and insisted on treating me to a meal," Muya said directly on the phone. "What do you say?" Zhang Tian smiled slightly. In fact, he didn't attack Xiaobo directly just to wait until now. On the other hand, he was also testing Muya's attitude to see if it had completely changed. Now, Zhang Tian seemed very satisfied. If Muya had told him that she had something to do tonight and had no time to show up, Zhang Tian's attitude towards Muya would have changed completely. It turns out that Muya is such a loyal person. "Of course I can't go. Xiaobo is a beast, who knows what he will do," Muya said. "No, you have to go." Zhang Tian laughed. Muya on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded and said disappointedly, "What do you mean? I don't want to go. I don't want to see him. Are you testing me?" No, listen to me." After asking Xiaobo about a better location, Zhang Tian explained to Muya. "You're so bad." Muya could hear some excitement, but, "I like it so much." After Zhang Tian hung up the phone, he didn't even look at Sun Haiba, turned around and left the police station directly. After all, this green-haired turtle wouldn't be able to jump for long. Now that there was no movement, the Anti-Corruption Bureau probably had already started verifying it. This look of disregard instantly made Sun Haiba blush, especially when he saw some of the people who stayed to work overtime and looked at him with strange expressions. Sun Haiba was about to explode with anger. There is no organization, no discipline. You all work overtime, but look at him, he is a maverick. Does he think that because he has made contributions, he can override the organization and discipline? Director Sun, each of our teams has been assigned tasks. Captain Jiang has completed his interrogation mission ahead of schedule, so it's time for him to go off duty. Yes, and the more these shifts, the better. Before Captain Jiang came, who knew that the narcotics squadron would have to work overtime? Captain Zhang Tian got all the credit for this. He even interrogated us for a whole day. Even as a leader, you can't just look for trouble. You're right. He's just looking for trouble. No wonder we couldn't catch drug dealers before. It's because of a deputy director like him. Fortunately, he's finally leaving. At this moment, Sun Haiba, who thought he would be supported by everyone, was stunned. Why did everyone point their guns at him? But he didn't know that Zhang Tian led the team to achieve collective credit in a short period of time, which made him proud and won the favor of everyone. All Zhang Tian needs to contribute is a tiny bit of credit. It wasn't even considered drinking the soup, but it already made everyone grateful. You still dare to target Comrade Zhang Tian at this time, isn't this bullshit? Zhang Tian was willing, but the comrades who saw it were not willing either. You guys. Director Sun truly felt that people left and the tea got cold on him. Knowing that he was going to be transferred, everyone lost their respect for him. Damn it, you guys who are talking, just wait and see. You think I will be transferred? Just wait and see. If Xiaobo succeeds, not only will he not leave, I will also get the credit, and then I will kill you. Sun Haiba's face was gloomy. Zhang Tian walked out the door without paying any attention to Sun Haiba. He took out his cell phone and started dialing a number. After all, although Wang Chang is a bit of a beast, he has one advantage, that is, he is loyal. For example, this mobile phone number is still in use after more than 10 years, which saves Zhang Tian a lot of trouble. Hello, who is this? Wang Cheng answered the phone with a tone full of anger. How can I not be angry? He took Wang Yifei's mother Huang Mei and waited at the door of Xiaobo's rental house for 2 days, but did not see anyone. They even suspected that Zhang Tian had deceived them, but that's not right. After the interrogation, Wang Yifei also said that Xiaobo lived here and she had been here many times. The two even brought bedding and beds and waited at the door. They are ready for a long battle to get compensation and medical expenses. Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian spoke directly. What is it? Damn, Wang Chang was very unhappy when he heard this name because he couldn't blackmail her anymore, but he couldn't blame Jiang Tian either, because it was their fault for giving birth to such a cheap and worthless girl. Instead of Jiang Tian, a second-generation man with a promising future, he was sent to a poor boy from the mountains. The key point is, it seems that he has no future at all. Chapter 83, it exploded completely, and it became a mess. You haven't found Xiaobo, right? I'll tell you once, he's at Alice Western Restaurant. By the way, maybe you don't know the location, it's not far from Yunnan University. Xiaobo is there now, you should be able to find him if you go there. Jiang Tian said, smiled faintly and hung up the phone. Jiang Tian even drove away in the Peugeot official car. After all, this car had been allocated to their team and they had absolute rights to use it. On the other hand, it is not considered as using a public vehicle for personal purposes. After all, Jiang Tian was driving the scanning radar, working overtime for free, and maintaining the stability and safety of the city, so Jiang Tian felt at ease using it, and at the same time. Alice Western Restaurant. Muya was looking at Xiaobo half kneeling on the ground in front of her as he proposed to her with an unpleasant expression on his face. Of course, that's fine. Next to Xiaobo were two elderly, hunchbacked men and women. He was looking at her with bright eyes. He kept saying, "My daughter is so pretty. You come from a wealthy family. You won't look down on us just because we're from the mountains, right? Yes, my dear, you are well educated. We are really impressed that Xiaobo married you. I heard from Xiaobo that you two had conflicts. My dear, for our sake, please forgive Xiaobo this time." The couple's conversation attracted the attention of the entire restaurant, all of whom looked like they were watching the fun. That's right, this is Xiaobo's plan. When his parents came to Yunhai, Xiaobo didn't even ask them why they came. He immediately told his parents about his situation. When they heard that she was the daughter of a big leader and there was a chance that they could pursue her, they immediately forgot the purpose of coming to Yunhai and completely forgot about their daughter Xiao Yuan. By the way, Muya, this is the donkey brand bag I bought for you as a gift. Xiaobo quickly struck while the iron was hot, but he didn't know that Muya had already seen through this plot. Not only did it fail to change Muya's mind, but it made her even more disgusted, because there are many things that she sees clearly but won't say out loud, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know. Muya, promise me. Xiaobo knelt on the ground and smiled what he thought was a handsome smile. The people in the Western restaurant looked at this beautiful scene with surprise on their faces, but the next moment, boom. Plop. Puff. Xiaobo, who was kneeling on the ground and hadn't finished speaking, felt dizzy and his body was in great pain. His whole body flew several meters and hit the ground, spitting out blood, and where Xiaobo was kneeling, Jiang Tian, wearing a jacket, made a brilliant appearance. Then he waved to Muya. As soon as Muya approached, Jiang Tian pulled her into his arms. You beast, what's wrong? You got that bitch Wang Yifei pregnant, and now you're targeting my current girlfriend. Do you think I'm easy to bully or something? Jiang Tian's face was cold. You loser, you dare to hit me? Xiaobo's eyes were bloodshot, but when he saw Muya get into Jiang Tian's arms, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Obviously, he was the one who met Muya first. Whoever wants Wang Yifei, that bitch, can have her. Jiang Tian whipped out a baton from behind and hit Xiaobo on the head without mercy. Blood was flowing. Xiaobo's eyes turned bloodshot and he went crazy. I will fight you. Plop. Jiang Tian hit Xiaobo directly on the cheek with his baton and blood splattered. Xiaobo lay on the ground and struggled for a long time but couldn't get up, and Jiang Tian raised his foot and stepped on Xiaobo's face. Do you have the qualifications, you useless thing? Jiang Tian sneered. You. Xiaobo's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing Jiang Tian hugging his beloved woman was more difficult for him to accept than killing him. What was even more difficult to accept was that it would be fine if it were someone else, but the key point was that Jiang Tian, the waste he once looked down upon the most, was hugging his most beloved woman, the woman he had always pursued but could not get. It almost made him lose his mind instantly. You hit my son, I'll fight you. You bitch, you actually found a wild man to beat my son. Zhao's mother, a middle-aged woman with a dark face, rushed up in a fit of rage and wanted to fight Jiang Tian to the death. Bump. Jiang Tian hit Zhao's mother with his baton, and she fell face down on the ground. What a bitch. She's my girlfriend, and she has nothing to do with your son. It's not possible that whoever your son likes will be his. You came from the mountains, how could you have such ability? Jiang Tian sneered. I'm telling you, I've called the police. My son is a policeman. I've learned that what you did was even an assault. You can expect to go to jail. Father Xiao was so frightened by what he had just witnessed that he broke out in a cold sweat and threatened with his cell phone. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows when he saw this. This person didn't look like someone from the mountains. He could even afford to use a mobile phone. Seeing Jiang Tian remain silent, Father Shao straightened his chest and said, "It's too late for you to kneel down now, except to get her to agree to be my daughter-in-law." Jiang Tian was so angry that he almost laughed. Muya was even more confused by this train of thought. No, what's going on with this family? Muya was dumbfounded. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "You've got the wrong person. Your daughter-in-law is someone else. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that your son even got her pregnant." Zhao's father and mother seemed to have forgotten the pain and their eyes instantly turned to Xiaobo. No. Xiaobo was about to shake his head frantically. He absolutely could not admit it, otherwise, his life would be really over. He knew that bitch Wang Yifei too well, and he was not even sure whether the child was his. After all, that bitch has more than one friend. Back then, he brought Wang Yifei into the circle for revenge, but before Xiaobo could shake his head. "Scumbag, you scumbag, I finally caught you. Quick, take my daughter to see a doctor. You've been hiding for so long, where else can you hide now?" Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. At the critical moment, Wang Chang finally rushed in. Their eyes were instantly locked on Xiaobo, whose face was covered in blood. They recognized him at a glance after seeing the photo. That's right, it was the man who took their daughter to a hotel. Xiaobo's eyes went dark and he pretended to faint on the ground. But, pa. Wang Chang rushed forward without knowing the truth, and rode on Xiaobo's body, slapping him left and right, with such great force that it was deafening. "Stop it, why are you hitting my son?" Zhao's mother, who was lying on the ground, got up and started scratching Wang Chang. "If you hit my man, I will beat you to death." Huang Mei also rushed in and joined the battle. "It's a mess. It's a complete mess." The people in Alice's restaurant were also looking at the excitement in amazement. "I never expected that such a wonderful scene would happen." Interesting. That's right, two families like this should be the perfect match. Jiang Tian watched this ethical drama and even made some provocative remarks from time to time. "If he doesn't have 300,000 yuan, I'll kill him and he must compensate my daughter for her medical expenses and mental damages." Chapter 84, Usury, the painful torture officially begins. Police station, criminal police team. Jiang Tian picked his nose and flicked the booger at Xiaobo, who had a bruised face and nose. He was very skilled and hit the target accurately. "I'm going to fight you." Xiaobo stood up angrily with bloodshot eyes. "Come on." Jiang Tian stood up and hooked his finger provocatively. "You useless piece of shit, even 10 of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Look at him, is there any justice or law?" Xiaobo's head felt hot and he almost fainted, but Xiaobo was very rational and just stayed in his seat and didn't dare to go up. "You useless thing. What use are you other than doing some small things behind the scenes? You are just trash," Jiang Tian said with disdain. "Okay, stop talking." Sitting in the mediation room, Miss Zhou's expression was as wonderful as it could be. My head is so big, really so big, my scalp is numbing. She even held her head with a broken expression on her face. Why should she be the one to handle this? In fact, the process was very simple. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary dispute, so I sent the police officer from the police station. But when we got there, the scene was a bit tragic and the fight was quite fierce. Of course, the most important point is that when they arrived at the police station, Xiaobo's parents said that Xiaobo was a policeman or something, and Xiaobo helplessly said that he was a drug enforcement policeman. Jiang Tian slammed the table and threw out his ID. My goodness, the director's scalp was tingling, and he contacted the municipal bureau immediately. After Jiang Peng knew about this, he could not get involved in such things anymore, especially since he had received news from Jiang Tian that number 3 was also involved. Damn, Mr. Mu's granddaughter was also involved, and Miss Flower was caught up by his own son. Jiang Peng knew that the back of his head was about to explode. Good man, son, you are going to defy the heaven. This makes it even more difficult for Jiang Peng to participate. Then, hand this matter directly over to the criminal police team, and you can deal with it however you like. Anyway, Jiang Peng also knew that no matter how it was handled, Jiang Tian's current contribution would not be a problem in the end. However, Xiaobo might end up in a bad situation in the police force. After all, if Xiaobo brought his family to harass Jiang Tian's girlfriend, even if the matter got out of hand, those big guys would probably kill Xiaobo. No matter what, Jiang Tian is in an invincible position. The criminal police team was also smart. After learning what happened, especially the love-hate relationship between Jiang Tian, Xiaobo and Wang Yifei's parents, they were all confused. Then he handed the matter over to Miss Zhou, who was somewhat familiar with Jiang Tian, and asked Miss Zhou to come and mediate. "You have to pay compensation. He has made my daughter pregnant and she is now paralyzed in bed, seriously injured. He must be held responsible. He has to pay compensation of 300,000 yuan. Oh no, he has to pay 500,000 yuan, not a penny less." Another 200,000 yuan has to be paid for mental damage. Wang Chang became more and more demanding and shouted at Xiaobo, forcing him to pay compensation. Xiaobo's face was pale. 500,000, I can't even get the money even if I sell him. Moreover, 30 or 20,000 doesn't matter, but if you take 500,000 from Sun Haiba, it will definitely be discovered. If I take it myself, my family won't have enough even if they sell their blood. Impossible. Wang Yifei was hit by a car by herself. What does it have to do with me? Xiaobo was unwilling to admit it. Then wait for us to perish with you. Wang Yifei is our lifeblood. She has no money for medical treatment. Even if we risk our lives, we will drag you down with us. It has to be said that Zhang Tian's plan was successful, and Zhang Tian successfully got himself out of it. The two families fought until their heads were bleeding, and Zhang Tian hugged Muya to watch the fun. Xiaobo felt even more depressed. He knew that Wang Yifei's family was not easy to deal with, and they were blackmailed before anything even started, especially when he saw Zhang Tian hugging Muya and watching him having fun. Bang. Xiaobo slapped himself hard. He cried with tears of regret. Look at Wang Yifei's parents, their eyes were bloodshot, they cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang themselves. They beat him half to death, and they were still throwing a tantrum. That's right, Wang Mei just lay on the ground and rolled around. Wang Chang didn't dare to take action in the police station, but he kept cursing and swearing viciously like a shrew. Xiaobo's parents, who came from a mountain village, had never seen such a scene before. As soon as we entered the city, we encountered a terrifying attack. Stop making a fuss. Since this matter has been handed over to me for mediation, please stop making a fuss. If you have any demands, just say them nicely. Xiaobo, you made a girl pregnant, and then you ran away when she got into trouble. You were wrong in this matter. Ms. Zhou spoke directly and neutrally. After all, this kind of scumbag who runs away after playing with a woman and disappears when the girl goes to the hospital for treatment does not deserve any sympathy. Of course, the most important question is Zhang Tian added fuel to the fire. Xiaobo, you're an honorable police officer. How can you smear them? They're making trouble for legitimate reasons and demands, and you've gone too far. If they complain, it'll be a serious offense. You might even be left with nothing to clean. A decisive blow. Xiaobo exploded instantly after hearing Zhang Tian's words. Wang Chang and his wife seemed to have a clear path ahead. Huang Mei shouted, that's right. If you don't give us the money, we will make a scene, confront your leaders, or even file a petition. We don't believe there's no place for the people to make decisions. Good job. Xiaobo's face turned pale, and his parents were even more furious. You dare. 100,000, at most 100,000. Father Xiao stretched out his hand and shouted with almost all his strength. 300,000, 1 cent short, and you can just wait for your son to be expelled. Wang Chang was pleasantly surprised and directly grasped the other party's fatal weakness. Give me time, give me 3 days to borrow the money, and I will lend it to you. Father Xiao didn't dare to bargain. He thought of many people in the village who were courteous to their family because of Xiaobo. They had more than 100,000 yuan out of 300,000 yuan. If they borrowed more than 100,000 yuan, they could get through the current difficulties first. By then, Xiaobo will have climbed up and become a big leader, and he will have received dozens of times the reward. Zhao's father is very good at accounting. Old man, where can we get so much money? There is no way the village can lend us so much money. Zhao's mother thought he was crazy. If it really doesn't work, there's still the third brother in the village who's a loan shark. Father Xiao said with gritted teeth. Xiaobo also remained silent. If it really didn't work out, he thought that the money was not enough and temporarily took it from Sun Haiba's small treasury, but he didn't know. While they were arguing, people from the Anti-Corruption Bureau had already gone to the Yunlan Villa district according to Zhang Tian's report, and at this moment, the entire villa has been sealed off. He also began to organize and count the things in the entire villa wearing gloves. As for Director Sun, he was sitting in the deputy director's office. A dripping sound was heard. Director Sun brewed a cup of pre-rain Longjing tea and savored the fragrance in the cup. Director Sun stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the broad and beautiful scenery outside the window. From this angle, you can even see the grand gate of the municipal bureau. The police cars coming in and out have begun to gradually return to the team, because the case was relatively clear. The arrest operation was quick and 90% of the work was completed in almost half a day. After all, they arrest people according to a list and then interrogate them in one go. The last step is to check the confession. Xiaobo, my future depends on you. You must get Mr. Mu's granddaughter. Director Sun thought to himself, but the next moment, Sun Haiba suddenly saw two familiar figures. Zhang Tian, what else is that? Sun Haiba rubbed his eyes. He was on the third floor and could see everything clearly. As the two walked under the lights, Sun Haiba's eyes gradually focused and he looked at the woman again. Wasn't she the target Xiaobo mentioned? Xiaobo, what the hell did you do? Sun Haiba looked ugly dang dang dang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After a while, a secretary opened the door and said to Sun Haiba, Director Sun, Commander Gao is going to give a summary meeting report on Operation Dawn. Please come to the meeting later. Chapter 85, invite Sun Haiba to have tea, fall, collapse. Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Sun Haiba stood up and followed without thinking too much. When Sun Haiba arrived at the conference room, he found that many people were already sitting there. For example, Gao Xiaolong sat in the first seat, as did Jiang Pang, the director of the municipal bureau, Xin Han from the provincial department, and Song Ligua, the head of the narcotics control brigade. Director Sun, please feel free to sit down. Today's meeting is to make a summary of Operation Dawn, and then send it to the Ministry of Public Security. They are pressing for it. Xin Han waved his hand casually. Jiang Tian has no involvement in this case at all. When you eat the meat, you should also leave some soup for yourself. Otherwise, you will take all the credit, and your colleagues will be dissatisfied even if they don't say anything. Those who eat and dine for free will not last long. Knowing how to share things that you don't need can win everyone's favor, so why not do it? So, even though you solved the case, you did the right thing. You even arrested the most important suspect along with the others. If you had arrested the others, your team would have resented you, even if they didn't say it. Besides, if you reaped the rewards of your hard work, it wouldn't have affected your original merit. Instead, it would have given your superiors the impression that you were greedy. You are doing the right thing now. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You didn't act crazy after making a contribution. You just did your part. After leaving the police station, it was already completely dark, and Jiang Tian had nothing to hide from Muya, because there is no need to do so. Given Muya's identity, these are not secrets at all. Letting Muya take a look at them and letting her feel a sense of participation will be more conducive to the progress of the relationship. However, Muya's opinion surprised Jiang Tian a little. Some women bring good luck to their husbands and families, while some women bring ruin to the family. Although they are both women, different women can bring two completely different effects. Jiang Tian thought of that bitch Wang Yifei in his previous life, who was making trouble at home every day. She acted like a monster and made Jiang Tian miserable, even torturing him to the point where he felt worse than death. Then, looking at Muya, Jiang Tian exclaimed in his heart that it was absolutely amazing that if Xiaobo marries Wang Yifei, he will be blessed in the future. What are you looking at? Are you listening? Muya waved her hand in front of Jiang Tian, who was in a trance. The next moment, Jiang Tian reached out and directly held Muya's slender and perfect little hand. Muya twitched symbolically, then turned her head to look in another direction with her neck tilted, but Jiang Tian clearly noticed that her fair cheeks were already red. Hey. To be honest, in this regard, Jiang Tian really has to thank Xiaobo. If it weren't for Xiaobo's magical operations these times, Jiang Tian might not have been able to deal with Muya so quickly. Because of Xiaobo's appearance, every magical operation brought Muya one step closer to Jiang Tian. Besides, your case should be closed soon. Muya said. Jiang Tian's face was full of surprise. Really? In fact, the biggest difficulty of an operation is the big brother behind the scenes, and arresting the big brother behind the scenes is the final goal of the operation. But Mr. Yin was an accident. He was arrested directly, and then the Dawn operation was launched. In a short period of time, they just used the list to arrest people. Moreover, the biggest drug lord under Mr. Yin is actually Wei Yudao, and Miao Zifeng is considered a small drug lord. There is another one, but the scale of drug trafficking is far smaller for the small drug dealers below. Even if Jiang Tian takes action, it will not be of much value. The entire mission went unusually smoothly, with only a few people escaping. But this case is just the beginning. Mr. Yun does not have the ability to export more than half of the drugs in the country. Jiang Tian shook his head. Let's go, I've bought the movie tickets. Muya took the initiative and pulled Jiang Tian towards the destination. Jiang Tian naturally couldn't resist and followed behind obediently. 20 years ago, 2000 years ago, Jiang Tian looked at the surrounding night scene. Because it was a first-tier city, the infrastructure was already very complete. It was when Jiang Tian and Muya were having dinner and watching a movie. Xiaobo has suffered a lot. Wang Yifei's parents forced Xiaobo's family to hand over the money within 3 days. Xiaobo gritted his teeth and decided to take action tonight. Of course, just in case, Xiaobo thought about his bleak future. He really couldn't give up like that. Xiaobo gritted his teeth and asked his parents to go back and prepare first while he looked for other ways to get the money. By the way, there is one more thing, your sister. I'm in the hospital. My injuries are very serious. The doctor said my brachial plexus nerves are severed. My entire arm might be useless in the future. Buzz. A hemp rope only breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune only finds the unfortunate. Xiaobo's eyes went dark and he almost passed out. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Zhang Tian anymore, because this was an accidental case involving robbery. Even if compensation was needed, Lao Chen had to be found. Although Lao Chen admitted his guilt and accepted the punishment, it was impossible for him to get the money, not in this lifetime. What was the point of working for Mr. Yun? Wasn't it to make money? Taking money from his pocket would be like asking for his life a second time. The city bureau was brightly lit. Less than half an hour after Zhang Tian left, an ordinary official car stopped at the door of the municipal bureau. Immediately afterwards, 6 or 7 staff members in suits with the national emblem on their chests got out of the official car one after another. Thanks to the joint efforts of the municipal bureau, the provincial department, and the special task force, Operation Dawn has reached its final stage in less than a day since its launch. The case is clear, the facts of the crime are clear, and the details of the attack are detailed. There are currently no special features in the case. Aside from 1 or 2 minor perpetrators, a wanted warrant is sufficient, and the case meets the criteria for closure. Dang dang dang. Zhang Peng was reporting to Gao Xiaolong when there was a sudden knock on the door. What's the matter? Zhang Peng frowned. It was meeting timed. It turned out that it was Yu Wei who pushed the door open. She came to Zhang Peng and Gao Xiaolong with a nervous look on her face and whispered to them. What, the Anti-Corruption Bureau is here. Did you make a mistake? Gao Xiaolong asked subconsciously. Zhang Peng shook his head frantically. No, Commander Gao, believe me, I definitely didn't do it. This statement is true. Although Zhang Peng does not have the ability to break through in Yunhai and his ability is average, he never dares to take things that he should not take, things that should not be touched, never touch. Please come in. Gao Xiaolong nodded. A few seconds after Yu Wei left, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Several people in the conference room looked at the figure who walked in. Who are you and what are you doing here? Sun Haiba knocked on the table while sitting on a stool and frowned slightly, but the next moment, as the other party spoke, beads of sweat the size of beans instantly appeared on Sun Haiba's face. I'm Li Yisheng, the chief of the Comprehensive Section 1 of the Yunhai Anti-Corruption Bureau. We would like to invite Director Sun to go to the Anti-Corruption Bureau with us for a cup of tea. Li Yisheng took out his ID buzz. Sun Haiba collapsed on the sofa. Although everyone at the scene was shocked, no one showed too much dismay. Zhang Peng was a decent person and had not done anything illegal. Even if he had done anything illegal, it was not a big deal. After all, he had never accepted any money. Shinhan was not worried at all because his level was not something that a small section chief could catch. Influenced by Zhang Peng, Song Ligua has never dared to make any mistakes. At the same time, the deputy team leader and expert of the special task force is also sitting here. He is highly skilled and has no problems. So, when Director Sun was pulled up by 2 people from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Sun Haiba's legs couldn't even stand up, just like rotten noodles, and he couldn't stand up to fight. Chapter 86. I just made an appointment, and you gave me another great achievement. Zhang Tian took Muya to the movies. It must be said that in the short time since he was reborn, Zhang Tian still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Muya's fair face, sitting virtuously beside him, and her beautiful eyes glanced at him from time to time. Good job. No matter how you look at it, no one can resist Muya's posture and eyes. Those eyes are simply the best phoenix eyes. Anyone who looks at them will be confused. Combined with Muya's posture, when she smiles, her eyes are like 2 small crescent moons, which can make people stunned. Fool, what are you looking at? Muya's eyes were bright. I'm looking at you. Zhang Tian held his head high and chest out. Although Muya is very good, Zhang Tian can pat his chest and say that he is not bad at all. The Zhang Tian in the past might not have been worthy of her, but the Zhang Tian now seems to be more than enough for Muya. Just watch it if you want. Muya pretended not to care and turned back to watch the movie. After all, the movie being played was Infernal Affairs. Zhang Tian had heard of this movie, which had just been released in mainland China, in later generations. It was known as the final glory of Hong Kong police and gangster films. Infernal Affairs is portrayed to perfection in terms of plot, content, and thriller level. Even Muya became nervous. Are you police officers so dangerous? Danger? But Zhang Tian shook his head. That depends on the type of police force. Small-time police officers may never be in danger in their entire lives. Criminal police officers may only encounter the occasional thug. Among them, anti-drug police are the most dangerous type of police force in a peaceful society. But there is one thing that has not been said, that is, this is the type of police officer who achieves merit the fastest and gets promoted the fastest. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. It's like in peacetime, it's extremely difficult for soldiers to make merit and get promoted. Although there are arrangements, they are all about defending the country, and there are no opportunities to make achievements. If it is during wartime, although there are dangers at all times, the opportunities to achieve success are also countless times more. The same is true for anti-drug police. The development of Infernal Affairs is about the battle between spies and a drug deal. Some people plant spies in the police station to monitor the police's movements, while there are also undercover agents sent out by the police station to monitor the movements of criminals. This is Infernal Affairs. Speaking of this, Jang Tian had to look cautious, and the same was true for Yunhai. It is impossible to say that all police officers have not been infiltrated. Drug dealers offer bribes of millions. How many anti-drug police officers can withstand it? However, what made Jiang Tian feel fortunate was that, apart from Xiaobo and Sun Haiba, the two troublemakers, Jiang Tian had not found a third one in the municipal bureau. But we have to be on guard against this aspect, because of Yunhai District 5. Although the municipal bureau has not been infiltrated for the time being, what about the branch bureaus in the 5 districts? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian suddenly felt that the pressure was increasing. Jiang Tian, you must be careful. Although you are very skilled, you must pay attention to the dangers and never capsize in the ditch. The next moment, Muya suddenly held Jiang Tian's hand. This was the first time that Muya took the initiative to hold Jiang Tian's hand and rubbed it tenderly, which made Jiang Tian very excited because he felt that there might be a breakthrough tonight. Obviously, the game between the two sides in Infernal Affairs scared Muya, but this is obviously not a joke, because the fight against drug dealers is so cruel, and even the TV series portrays it a little conservatively. According to Jiang Tian's understanding, too many anti-drug police officers have sacrificed their lives every year. Many anti-drug police officers die while fighting drug dealers, while undercover, or in various accidents. I have a case and there are still some things I don't understand. Can you teach me? Jiang Tian said in a low voice. Okay. Muya nodded innocently, as if she didn't understand anything. This made Jiang Tian even happier. He never expected that the newly released Infernal Affairs would be such a great help. Chiron Hotel is just opposite the Sea of Clouds. Jiang Tian took Muya to the front desk to get the room card. Before that, he had already booked the room in advance. The elevator goes up. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Tian scanned it with the scanning radar. This has become a habit for Jiang Tian. Every time he arrives at a new place, he turns on the scanning radar to determine whether there is any danger within a kilometer. After all, Jiang Tian is not sure how many drug dealers are targeting him. So for his own safety, Jiang Tian naturally puts safety first. After just a quick glance, Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment, because, it seems like, damn, in the box next door, there are more than 1 billion red dots. Are we at the lair of criminals? Jiang Tian was shocked. Well, I just came here to take a nap. I'm not going to give you a big reward, am I? Chapter 87. The department was shocked. Such a big case was solved. Comrades, don't be corrupted by money, and don't go down the wrong path because of bribes from drug dealers. Once you go down that path, there's no turning back. Sun Haiba is a start lesson for us. Inside the meeting room of the Municipal Bureau, Gao Xiaolong knocked on the table and spoke earnestly. Sun Haiba was arrested by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, which caused an uproar in the Municipal Bureau because he was arrested in public. Those who were on duty were shocked when they saw it, and then they immediately informed their acquaintances of the news. But obviously these ordinary people who work overtime have no way of knowing what is going on in the meeting room. Even Jiang Tian did not get involved, because even the worst person here is at the level of Song Ligua. Even Captain Guo and others are not qualified to participate. It is mainly about the final review of the information. After all, the Ministry of Public Security is always paying attention to it and conducting the final trial of the case. What? Why so fast? Joke. Don't Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han understand? It would have been fine if the superiors had not given the task, but after they issued the order to solve the case within a deadline, everyone understood the importance of this task. You can think of it that way. The Ministry of Public Security issued a deadline to solve the case. The task was issued this morning. We not only completed it that evening, but even exceeded it. We also carried out the dawn operation and even busted the whole gang that night. Now let's do any review report to see if there's anything that needs to be added. Do you have any comments? Gao Xiaolong was holding a stack of task information, which was the result of today's work. Gao Xiaolong even closed the case with a quick and decisive stroke. After a quick look, he confirmed that no bigger drug lords would be involved and there would be no wider impact. So far, more than 90% of the people have been arrested, and for the remaining few who escaped, it would not be a big deal to even issue a wanted order. The case was closed quickly. So fast? Zhang Peng was still a little surprised. It's a bit too fast. The main thing is that we solved the case quickly. The sooner we solve the case, the sooner the Ministry of Public Security can see Yunhai's will and determination to crack down on drugs. Gao Xiaolong explained. After a brief look, after making sure that there were no omissions or gaps to be filled, Gao Xiaolong immediately passed this first-hand information to the Ministry of Public Security. Otherwise, how to say it, why is it that in the entire Yunhai area, the Ministry of Public Security is like a frightened bird at the slightest sign of trouble? All the drugs in the world come from Yunnan province, and all the drugs in Yunnan province come from the Sea of Yunnan, Yunhai. Certified products are definitely top quality, and this has even made a name for itself in the industry. Countless drug trafficking gangs and drug lords are stationed in the Sea of Clouds. They are like parasites hiding in the Sea of Clouds and are difficult to be discovered, but he always manages to cunningly escape all pursuit and scrutiny. It also has the most stringent communication methods to drug trafficking is even accidental in nature. Even those who have long-term contact are only connected through a single line, and no one knows who their superiors are, and when you go online, you don't even know who your upper limit is. Sometimes, the middlemen will even hire some people in the mountains who are in urgent need of money to disguise themselves as traffickers. When the police take action to arrest them, they find out that they are just ordinary farmers from the mountains who are transporting a batch of goods to others in exchange for some small benefits. In the end, the awareness and publicity are still not in place. They are so powerful that even the major drug trafficking gangs will hide from each other, help each other, and conceal the truth from each other. In short, the partnership expanded the drug business. This is Yunhai's drug trafficking gang. These criminal groups even have some underground flavor. Catching them is even harder than catching spies. The transportation route is winding and the mountain roads are continuous, which is the geographical location of the natural cloud province. It's a drug dealer's paradise, but at the same time, this is a huge challenge for the entire Yunhai anti-drug work. Before this, unfortunately, although actions were taken to crack down on drug dealers and various methods were tried, no particularly effective amputation method was found. Even the strikes were hard to find. Every time there is a large-scale operation, drug traffickers will throw out a few people to take the blame, and at the same time they will act as if they know them very well and give them the task. But these people are of no use to the entire situation in Yunhai. This situation has caused the entire Ministry of Public Security, and even Kyoto, to pay continuous attention and follow up, and even issue task instructions, criticizing Yunhai's drug control issues more than once. It can be said that this is a serious problem that is difficult to expel, but this time, I feel proud. This is the real feeling of being proud. When Gao Xiaolong was faxing all the information documents, the entire Ministry of Public Security was already busy. In particular, the Minister of Public Security and the Assistant Director of the 21st Narcotics Control Bureau both arrived at the Ministry of Public Security as soon as possible. What's the situation in Yunhai? Minister Tan walked in hurriedly. The drug crime problem in Yunhai is getting worse and worse. It has reached a point where it is difficult to control. Setting a deadline to solve the case is not forcing Yunhai, but forcing Mr. Gao. Supoi, the director and assistant of the Narcotics Control Bureau, sighed. If we don't force them, the entire Yunhai will be finished. Minister Tan shook his head. He turned to look at the secretary holding the fax document. What's the situation over at Yunhai? What news has been passed? What difficulties has been encountered? Lao Gao is not asking for help, is he? Minister Tan asked subconsciously. After all, he felt his scalp tingling after watching the entire process of this case, and he had no idea how to start it. The secretary looked at the fax machine and said, at 8:30 this morning, after the Ministry of Public Security issued a deadline to solve the case, the provincial, municipal, and provincial bureaus attached great importance to it and immediately established a joint task force to solve the case. The perpetrator even had someone use TNT to explode and attack team member Zhang Tian. However, Zhang Tian was quick to spot the perpetrator and immediately raided the drug den. At 1 p.m., the drug trafficker, Mr. Yun, and his accomplices were apprehended. At 2 p.m., after interrogation, Mr. Yun's account book was discovered. At 5 p.m., his account book and his accomplices were apprehended. There are no further escapees, so we have applied for a wanted warrant. Comrade Zhang Tian performed exceptionally well in this case. From the drug factory to Wei Rong and Wei Yudao, it was Comrade Zhang Tian who discovered them. He also tracked down the key drug lord, Mr. Yun, and completely annihilated the entire drug trafficking ring. This drug trafficking case, spanning over a decade, involved a total of 6,000 kilograms of drugs, with the actual amount of drugs seized reaching 500 kilograms. Under the leadership of the task force and the heroic efforts of Comrade Zhang Tian, the case was closed within 12 hours of the Ministry of Public Security issuing a deadline to solve the case. A total of 15 people involved in drug trafficking have been arrested, including 15 people who took over 50 grams of drugs. All of them have been interrogated and their cases have been finalized. The total number of drug users currently under investigation and interrogation has reached 300. All of them have pleaded guilty and accepted punishment and have communicated with the Drug Rehabilitation Center. What is speed? What does shock mean? Good job, such a big case. It was solved in one day. Such a big case was solved in one day? Minister Tan raised his voice. Good job, this means continuous attention and even preparation for a protracted war. Minister Tan had even discussed with Supoi, the assistant from the 21st Bureau, that if the case could not be solved within the deadline, Supoi would have to go there personally to handle it. The result is fucking this. Chapter 88, Tan boosts support and Zhao Wei's sister appears. Minister Tan, it's not one day. One day is 24 hours. They take 12 hours from the time the crime is reported to the time the deadline is issued. So it's half a day, from the time the deadline is issued to the time the case is closed. What is divine speed? Even the knowledgeable Minister Tan was shocked by the speed. By the way, why do I look so familiar with Jiang Tian? Minister Tan took a breath in shock, then thought of something and asked. Oh, Minister Tan, you may have forgotten because you have so many things to do. A few days ago, Mr. Gao was in danger and killed 150 drug dealers. One of them was Jiang Tian, and he had only one gun. You made an exception and awarded him the first-class merit. Suboi explained. It's him again this time? Minister Tan took a breath. Minister Tan, you are wrong again. Have you forgotten that it was he who discovered the drug factory, killed 28 drug dealers, and captured the drug lord Wei Yudao alive? Suboi reminded him. Damn, this guy is a talent. Minister Tan slammed the table and stood up. I exclaimed in my heart that it was amazing. By the way, Elder Gao also urged in the facts, don't forget that Comrade Jiang Tian saved Elder Mu's daughter from a very dangerous jailbreak a few days ago, and even killed that vicious jailbreak. A few days ago, someone attempted to fake a car accident on the road to murder a pregnant woman, but Comrade Jiang Tian bravely caught him. The second-class merit he applied for has not been issued yet, so I hope the merit can be issued as soon as possible. Suboi swallowed. He had never seen anything so perverted. If I didn't know Mr. Gao, if I didn't know that these cases were all in the case files, they really happened and were recorded very clearly. Suboi himself didn't want to believe that there was such a perverted person. So, we owe him 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit. This does not include Comrade Jiang Tian's arrest of Mr. Yun and the elimination of a major drug lord involved in the case of tens of thousands of kilograms of drugs. Minister Tan was dumbfounded. I have lived for so long and met so many talented people. To be honest, with a population of over 1 billion, we lack everything, but the thing we lack the least is talent. As Minister Tan is in charge of the national security situation, he has talented police officers of all kinds from all over the country. There are also many people who have made great contributions. Some are lucky, and some are really capable and lucky, but someone like Jiang Tian, counted down, this guy gets a first-class merit in less than 2 days on average. A buzz. Minister Tan was a little confused. Award it. Immediately and urgently award the first-class merit. We can't owe others credit for anything we do. Minister Tan waved his hand and immediately put on the note. Isn't it just a first-class merit? Isn't it just 2 first-class merits, giving it to one person 3 times in just a few days? And the credit for this time. Supoi reminded. Minister Tan was silent. If he remembered correctly, he was awarded the honor of anti-drug pioneer not long ago. Some time ago, a group of people who were awarded the second-level hero and model title in the national public security system were assessed and selected. Award him and add him directly. Minister Tan said immediately. He is only 22 years old. Suboi was shocked. Second-class hero model. If you think about it carefully, Jiang Tian's contribution is indeed enough, but don't forget, Suboi was shocked when he saw Jiang Tian's information. He was only 22 years old. In fact, I just graduated from college a few days ago. Moreover, awarding the title of model hero is not that simple. Even Minister Tan does not have the authority to add one more person to the approval process. This requires the minister, deputy minister, and leaders at all levels to have a serious discussion and finally make a unified decision and sign before issuing it. Special matters must be handled specially. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Minister Tan slammed the table and said excitedly, not to mention anything else, being able to achieve such a great feat in Yunhai, where the criminal group was arrogant and had never broken through Yunhai before, directly broke through it just because of this achievement. He, Jiang Tian, has this credit. Minister Tan sat down and looked at Jiang Tian's information, his eyes full of admiration. Even he was worried about the Yunhai problem and didn't know how to solve it. If Mr. Gao can't break the deadlock, then the situation will have to be transferred to another system, station heavily armed forces directly on the border, but the cost of this is huge. But even so, it may not be possible to completely eliminate it. Moreover, this will also affect his ability. As a minister, he cannot even solve the drug trafficking problem in one region and calm the national system, which shows that he is incompetent. In the future, perhaps this will be his end. Of course, Minister Tan did not make the decision on impulse. Instead, once Gao Xiaolong signed with him, the matter was already halfway to success. There is no need to think about other problems. This achievement is enough. A drug case involving tens of thousands of kilograms of drugs was solved. This can be said to be one of the most serious drug trafficking cases in the history of the country. The most precious thing is that this is in that terrifying place called the Sea of Clouds. At this moment, Zhang Tian in the hotel had no idea what was happening, but his expression was very cautious. Tell me, if two groups of about 10 people in total meet in a hotel, seemingly for negotiation, what is their general purpose? Zhang Tian asked very seriously. Muya looked at Zhang Tian, blinked her beautiful eyes and said, if it's two groups of people, there must be some hidden deal. This deal could be a gang deal, or it could be a drug trafficking gang deal, but no matter what the deal is, if the two groups get together, there must be some action. Yes, that's right. Zhang Tianyi clapped his hands and said directly, the so-called arrest is to arrest the dirty ones. To be honest, Zhang Tian has never caught someone in the act. Most of them were resolved directly on the spot. This was also Zhang Tian's first time seeing the scene. Moreover, it now even involves an important issue, that is, the transaction in the Chiron Hotel. There were more than 10 scarlet spots of light, and none of them were simple. The worst ones were very scarlet. It is obvious that they are all death row prisoners. Of course, if it wasn't a death row prisoner at the level of being shot, Zhang Tian wouldn't bother taking action. Come, I'll take you to see a show. Zhang Tian said with a turn of his eyes. What play? Muya asked excitedly. Follow me and you'll find out. Zhang Tian laughed. The scanning radar looked into the next room and saw that the red light spots on both sides had approached and stopped. Based on Zhang Tianping's daily experience in watching police and gangster films, this kind of light spot touching is likely to be the beginning of a formal transaction. However, Zhang Tian still had a little worry. It's so late now. If we notify the police rashly, what if they don't catch the person on the scene, or if there's a misunderstanding and the transaction is not taking place? Zhang Tian touched his chin, then took out his cell phone and called Xiao Wei directly. Xiao Wei, are you asleep? Zhang Tian asked. Captain Jiang, my sister and I are looking for a place to eat outside, Xiao Wei explained. Zhang Tian looked at the food that had just been served at the hotel on the table. I have to say that Zhang Tian gave a good review of Chiron Hotel. No wonder Xiaobo likes to stay here so much. A good place with good quality, low price, and beautiful environment. For $1,000 a night, I stayed in the best suite, a single double bedroom, and even had several dishes and soup prepared for me. Muya drank some soup and didn't eat much vegetables, under the pretext of controlling her figure. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Tian suddenly thought of Zhao Wei's sister. In the previous life, more than 10 years later, Zhang Tian had the impression that he had seen her on a list of wealthy women. That's right. Moreover, it ranks among the top and has invested in many unicorn companies with assets worth tens of billions. This is a pure female business tycoon, and a female business tycoon with a terrifying background, who lives in the innermost part of the first ring. Zhang Tian had thought about this countless times in his previous life. What if there was no Wang Yifei? Even if Xiao Wei and Gao Xiaolong sacrificed themselves, would it change Xiao Wei's sister's feelings towards him? In the end, would she give him a little support? Why would she be scolded like a dog by Wang Yifei every day for the daily necessities of life? Sometimes, even Wang Yifei forced Zhang Tian to resign, found 2 part-time jobs for Zhang Tian. Thinking about the bloody history of his previous life, Zhang Tian burst into tears in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, Zhang Tian suddenly had an idea. Although Zhang Tian saw through things after his rebirth, he had no interest in money. However, people can be uninterested in money, but they cannot be truly short of money. Zhang Tian suddenly had an idea. He remembered that before his rebirth, he had specifically sought out an interview with Zhao Wei's sister. Zhao Wei's sister once said that if she hadn't grasped several important time points, otherwise, the capital could have increased tenfold. My subordinate sister is here. You two can meet her later. We should have some common topics to talk about. What's your name? Chapter 89. Who else is afraid of being broken by 3 sticks? Zhao Qioni. The white, rich and beautiful women on the rich list of later generations are even more exquisite white, rich and beautiful women. In her previous life, she was a woman that Zhang Tian could only admire from afar. He didn't even have the qualifications to admire her from afar. He could only see her in newspapers or on the news. The only time they met was when the family encountered misfortune. I guess Zhao Qioni found out that she had a good relationship with Xiao Wei, so she came to help her, but at that time, he was actually plotted against by Wang Yifei, which led to Zhao Qioni leaving in disappointment and being completely disappointed in him after encountering such a big change. He was fooling around with a woman. The only time Zhang Tian met Zhao Qioni in his previous life probably made her lose all hope, even considered a waste by the other party. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian smiled bitterly. Yes, he was indeed a waste. He was a waste in his previous life. Otherwise, why would Xiao Bo, a man from a mountain village, scheme against him and bring him to such a miserable state? The word broken family could not describe him, but he has no right to be abandoned by everyone, because his son is not his wife is not his, and he has no parents or sister. In the end, he was beaten to death by that bastard son, but everything is over. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered and he sneered. In his previous life, he had never committed any crime against Xiao Bo, but Xiao Bo had plotted against him to such a miserable state. So in this life, Zhang Tian wanted Xiao Bo to experience that feeling firsthand. It would be best to turn things around and use that bastard son to let Xiao Bo also experience the feeling of being betrayed by that bastard. If Xiao Bo was beaten to death by the bastards he raised as beasts, his expression would definitely be very interesting. Just as Zhang Tian was waiting out on the way to the hotel, Zhao Qioni followed behind Zhao Wei, driving a jeep. Seeing the flattering expression on his brother's face in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but sneer. Brother, if the people in the compound knew about your fawning look, I'm afraid everyone's eyes would bulge out. Zhao Qioni's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. To be honest, being able to make her brother show such a flattering expression, damn, she is simply like a god. Who exactly is this person? What do you mean by flattery? I'm just communicating normally. Zhao Wei muttered. It's a normal conversation, a normal phone call. Could you please not stretch your head, bend over, or bow while speaking? Zhao Qioni felt ashamed for her brother when she said this. Shame. It's a disgrace to the family. I'm being respectful. Zhao Wei didn't feel anything was wrong. God Zhang Tian is God in his mind. What kind of magic potion did Zhang Tian give you to make you like this? Don't say that about Captain Jiang. Zhao Wei's tone hardened as Zhao Qioni's mood gradually became unhappy. In the past, Zhao Wei only bowed down to her, but now with Zhang Tian, he even dared to speak loudly to her. If he dares to speak loudly now, will he dare to hit her in the future? In the future, will he even dare to chop her with a knife because of Zhang Tian? It's terrifying when you think about it. The veins on Zhao Qioni's hands were exposed. Okay, Zhang Tian, right? Although I don't know what kind of magic potion Zhang Tian gave Zhao Wei. But Zhao Qioni's gaze shifted slightly. His eyes gradually became cold and stern. Although brother Zhao Wei is a bit useless, he is still her brother after all. Even though he has been exiled now, even so, he is not favored by his family. But Zhao Qioni would absolutely not allow it. What could anyone else do to her useless brother, especially trying to feed him some sweet talk? What else could that kind of person do besides sweet talk and empty promises? Zhao Qioni decided to expose the damn Captain Jiang later along the way. Just listening to Zhao Wei constantly talking about Captain Jiang made her unhappy. Very good, she is very interested in exposing the true face of hypocritical people. Zhao Wei, I didn't expect that you were looked down upon in the compound, and your family looked down upon you and exiled you here, yet you can still recognize some big brother in this remote and poor place. Let me see who you are and what abilities you have. Zhao Qioni drove faster and faster. Although Zhao Wei might be a little afraid of this sister, he was shocked at this moment and said in a panic, "Don't make trouble." The main reason was that Zhao Wei was afraid that his sister would be beaten to pieces by Captain Jiang with 3 police batons. The sentence Captain Jiang said most often was that when facing any arrogant person, don't talk nonsense, and you must use 3 batons at the first moment. The first stick is called a leg strike to prevent escape, the second stick is called slapping the mouth to prevent people from shouting, the third stick, called the beheading stick, is used to prevent struggling. After 3 blows, let's discuss the issue. Chapter 90. The drug dealer noticed. Zhao Qioni was furious. Yunhai Kairan Hotel. Zhao Qioni brought Zhao Wei to the hotel and saw a nice car. After getting off the car, the first thing Zhao Qioni came out was a pair of slender legs wrapped in tight-fitting trousers and small leather shoes. There are quite a lot of rich people in Yunhai. Here are 5 Mercedes-Benz cars in front of a hotel. Zhao Qioni looked at them in surprise. Isn't this sea of clouds a remote and destitute place? Zhao Qioni complained. Zhao Wei reminded him with a frown on his face, Yunhai is a first-tier city. First-tier cities have a lot of rich people, okay? Don't be subjective about outsiders. What with the idea of avoiding poverty and rural areas? Zhao Qioni's beautiful eyes turned cold, and after a glance, Zhao Wei shrank his neck. Lead the way. Zhao Qioni, carrying a small leather bag, gestured to Zhao Wei to lead the way. A strong, very strong sister, but Zhao Wei has long been accustomed to it. Walking into the hotel, Zhao Qioni followed behind Zhao Wei, her eyes constantly looking around. When they reached the elevator door, 5 or 6 men in black clothes carrying suitcases suddenly appeared behind them. Zhao Qiuani didn't think much about it at first and followed Zhao Wei into the elevator, and the 5 or 6 men in black followed them into the elevator. 17th floor. Zhao Wei thought about Zhang Tian's room number. The man in black, who was about to press the button, was also a little surprised to see the floor. "Let me help you. Which floor are you on?" Zhao Wei asked. "Thank you. What a coincidence, we are also on the 17th floor." The leading man in black looked at Zhao Wei with a gleam in his eyes. After taking a closer look at Zhao Wei, the man in black smiled and nodded. Zhao Wei was a little confused. He always felt that the other person's smile was meaningful. "What's wrong?" Zhao Wei asked in an awkward tone as he was being looked at. "Nothing, I just feel like we're destined to be together." The leading man in black nodded friendly, but Zhao Wei didn't think much about it. After reaching the 17th floor, Zhao Wei took Zhao Qiuani and walked towards Zhang Tian's room, but they didn't see that the man in black behind them had an ugly look on his face. "Brother Yu, what's wrong?" asked the younger brother behind the leading man in black. "Damn, we're exposed. There are cops." Brother Yu looked grim. "Brother Yu, are you talking about these two?" The younger brother looked a little shocked. Originally, the countless drug dealers, big and small, in Yunhai did not pay much attention to the police. In the past, the police had no deterrent effect on them at all. Every year is like carrying out a mission. I find a few younger brothers who have poor performance or even made mistakes, and hand them over to help them improve their performance, just like handing in homework, but things are different now. In recent days, there have been rumors in Yunhai that Mr. Yun has been arrested. Although Mr. Yun is not the strongest among the drug trafficking forces in Yunhai, he definitely has a reputation, and Wei Yudao has been dealt with. Mr. Yun's entire power was also completely eliminated. This brought a lot of shocks, big and small, to the drug trafficking forces in Yunhai. Now, hearing the word Tiaozi made them a little panic. Damn it, luckily I got some information from the police a few days ago, and it just so happened that this guy, the cop, was among them. It just so happened that the place where we were doing the transaction was on the same floor, and even happened to be in the same direction. Tell me, is this still a coincidence? Brother Yu said wisely. What should we do, Brother Yu? The younger brother asked hurriedly. What to do? Brother Yu's face was icy cold, but when he looked up, he instantly turned into a smiling face and said to Zhao Wei and the other man, "Friends, wait a moment. What's wrong?" Zhao Wei turned his head curiously. Brother Yu approached with his men, smiling broadly as he said, "It's okay, it just feels a bit like a coincidence." "You guys live here too?" "Yes, we are almost there." Zhao Wei nodded. "We're almost there too." Brother Yu glanced at the door and before he knew it, several people had surrounded Zhao Wei and Zhao Qiuani before they could react. Don't blame Zhao Wei and Zhao Qiuani for being careless. The main reason was that when they came up to the hotel opposite Yunnan University, there were several young couples checking into rooms. In such an environment, it is easy for people to let down their guard. On the other hand, even if Zhang Tian had already booked a room here and had invited them here, they didn't believe there would be any danger. What's more, these people, led by Brother Yu, even gave them the impression that he had a very honest smile. By the time they reacted, several people had already surrounded them. The key point is that Zhao Wei was looking at Zhang Tian's room 2 steps away. Captain Zhang is 2 steps away. So what do these people mean? Zhao Qiuani's beautiful face was a little gloomy at the moment. Looking at the people around her, Zhao Qiuani asked dangerously, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" "What do we want to do?" "No, what do you want to do?" Brother Yu turned his head. Crack. Before the two could react, Brother Yu instantly opened the door with the room card, and the few younger brothers who surrounded them pushed them directly into the room. Zhao Qiuani was able to achieve such great achievements in later life, so she could not be a fool in terms of her IQ. She keenly realized that there might be some misunderstanding. These people may have misunderstood something. Before Zhao Qiuani could say anything after coming in, she suddenly saw clearly. At this moment, in the room, there were two big brother-like people sitting opposite each other at the table. Behind them were 5 or 6 younger brothers, and there were about 10 people in the whole room. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a large suitcase on the table in front of them. A box of money and another box filled with white powder. Good job. Zhao Qiuani's head was buzzing. So, when I first arrived at the Sea of Clouds, it seemed as if someone misunderstood me, and then was misunderstood by drug dealers? I said that your Captain Zhang is not a good guy. He deliberately asked you to be here. Your Captain Zhang must know the situation here and treats you as a cannon fodder. Zhao Qiuani gritted her teeth and kept scanning, trying to see if there was any place to escape, but after looking around, Zhao Qiuani felt a little desperate. With a click, the door was locked and the curtains in the entire room were drawn. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. let alone escaping. The key issue now was that they seemed to be really finished. As for the cause of all this and the occurrence of this coincidence, Zhao Choni had only one thought, that is, they were all being used by Jiang Tian. It's even possible that your Captain Jiang has some connection with these drug dealers. It's not Zhao Choni's fault for thinking too much. The key reality is that in her opinion, this is only one possibility. Although she had never met Jiang Tian, Zhao Choni already had a very bad impression of Jiang Tian subjectively. Coupled with this speculation, Zhao Choni's mental impression of Jiang Tian, who was masked by Su Wei, completely turned into a dark-minded corrupt policeman. So this useless brother has been completely exploited and is even about to be killed. With Zhao Choni's intelligence and talent, she no longer cares about any way to break the deadlock, although given their identities, if something happens to them, countless people will suffer horrific revenge. But what's the use if all the people are gone? Mengyu, what's going on? Who are these two people? The boss sitting on the side of the table looked up with confusion. Two strangers suddenly appeared at the transaction site, and the boss's expression looked a little strange. Chapter 91, Arrogant and Domineering? Cruelty is his nature. Mengyu spoke directly. Boss, there are two cops. They might be stalkers. They've set their sights on us, but they're a bit foolish. We let them in directly, leaving them defenseless. What should we do? Fuck, cop? How come there are cops here? How did you get exposed, Black Wolf? The boss said in shock, leaning on the table. Pan Laoji, your people are being followed by the police. What does it have to do with me? It's possible that you exposed it. The Black Wolf on the other side of the transaction said with an unhappy expression. Damn it, I hope it's not you. Mengyu's boss, Pan Laoji, had a gloomy face. The Black Wolf's face was full of contempt, not only for the two policemen, but also for Pan Laoji, who was just a chicken butcher back then. Later, by chance, they gathered a group of brothers together. After making it in the vegetable market, they were lucky enough to be spotted and funded by an overseas boss. Then he just got into the mess, but because he used to kill chickens, he got the nickname Pan Laoji. They are just two cops who scared you. A chicken killer is a chicken killer. Damn it, if your goods were not good, I would feel sick just by looking at you. The Black Wolf took the goods and sniffed them. It's very good and pure, but damn, the channel was controlled by a stinky chicken killer. Thinking of this, the Black Wolf looked at the two cops. When he saw Zhao Choni, his eyes suddenly lit up. She was beautiful, so beautiful, extremely beautiful, especially fashioned. Black Wolf swore that he had never seen such a beautiful and fashionable woman in his life, especially his height of over 1.7 meters and the slim little suit. If you are so afraid of the police, leave them to me. The Black Wolf said excitedly. He swore that he must get this woman. As he spoke, the Black Wolf approached. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Choni. He must get such a beautiful woman. Get out of here. Zhao Wei hurried forward, trying to push the Black Wolf away to protect Zhao Choni. It must be said that Zhao Wei's appearance softened Zhao Choni's gaze. Although the family looked down on Zhao Wei, and Zhao Wei was cheated this time and also implicated her, but just based on this incident, Zhao Choni could forgive this useless and stupid brother. Bang. Puff. But, unfortunately, before Zhao Wei could touch him, the Black Wolf instantly grabbed Zhao Wei's neck with one hand, and then used his knee to hit Zhao Wei directly in the face. This made Zhao Wei spit out a mouthful of blood. You little brat, do you know who I am? I once won 49 consecutive games in the underground arena. The Black Wolf said with a sneer, his moves clean and neat. I'm just a businessman. If you want it, I'll give it to you. It has nothing to do with me. Pan Laoji looked at Zhao Choni and his heart was moved for a moment, then he sighed and shook his head. He is interested in making money and is not that obsessed with women. Besides, Mr. Yin had failed in the recent police operations, so he planned to stay out of the spotlight for a while. This hot potato, if Black Wolf wants it, just give it to him. Boss, just give it to him like this. Mengyu said with jealous eyes. He was also attracted by the beauty of this woman. Black Wolf runs several underground arenas and even a death-fighting arena on the border next door. He has many thugs under him. He is capable, but we can't do it. He is a lunatic. We are here to make money. There is no need to offend Black Wolf and possibly come into conflict with the police for a woman. Pan Laoji explained. Then Pan Laoji asked the Black Wolf one more question. How are you going to deal with them? Take the woman away, and the man, cough cough. Zhao Wei lay on the ground coughing up blood, still trying to struggle to stand up. Bang. The Black Wolf kicked Zhao Wei directly in the face with a vicious kick. He sneered and spat, you bastard, you're not even worthy of licking my shoes. Go to the bathroom and chop you into pieces and pack them up in the suitcase, hiss. No matter what, Zhao Choni was just a young girl who had just graduated and was well protected. She had never witnessed such horrific scenes and sights. And no matter how smart she was, facing such a brutal crime scene, especially when the person was her brother, she could not just speak directly to decide life and death, not to mention killing people in such a cruel way. It's such an understatement. Obviously, this is definitely not the first time this has happened, and Zhao Qiu's worldview has been refreshed. Elder brother, aren't you afraid of being found out? Zhao Qiu was filled with mixed feelings of anger and wanted to hold Zhao Wei back. Black Wolf, don't even know what fear is. Black Wolf sneered. As he spoke, Hypolang grabbed Zhao Wei's hair and dragged the unconscious Zhao Wei, who had been beaten unconscious, towards the bathroom as Zhao Qiu's pupils contracted. This was the first time she saw another world dangers for the police. The two drug dealers rushed up with a rope and dragged Zhao Qiu. Ahem, Xiaoya, don't worry, Captain Jiang will come to rescue us. Although Zhao Wei's face was covered in blood, he still whispered weakly to Zhao Qiu. Save us? Zhao Qiu's anger grew, and she felt both distressed and angry. At this point, couldn't Zhao Wei understand that Zhang Tian was definitely sending him here to die? No one would believe this. She even thought that Zhao Wei had been brainwashed too deeply by Zhang Tian, and it was at this time. 5 more people. Zhang Tian looked at the 5 red dots that appeared in the scanning radar. To be precise, Zhang Tian's scanning radar is not omnipotent and is limited to scanning things with sin values. In other words, if you have not committed a crime, or if the crime is minor, it will not even appear on Zhang Tian's scanning radar. However, in Zhang Tian's current scanning radar, there are as many as 16 scarlet people. Zhao Wei should be here by now, right? Zhang Tian called Zhao Wei with his cell phone, but unfortunately, no one answered the phone. What's wrong? Muya was sitting on the big bed watching Tom and Jerry on TV. She was actually enjoying the show so much that she even smiled from time to time with her eyes narrowed into crescents. She looked innocent and anxious, which made Zhang Tian, who had a dirty heart, feel guilty. No, it's just that Zhao Wei hasn't arrived yet, and no one answered the phone. Zhang Tian frowned. And no matter what time it was, he was sure that Zhao Wei would definitely answer the phone. Even if he arrived at the door, Zhao Wei would definitely answer his phone if it rang. In other words, did something happen to Zhao Wei, or lost your phone? But no matter what. Chapter 92. The blind shot shocked the whole audience. Are you human? No matter who calls you, don't open the door. Do you hear me? Zhang Tian ordered Muya. Oh. Muya nodded obediently, then turned back to look at Tom and Jerry. However, when she turned around, Muya's eyes were full of worry. Of course, Zhang Tian, who was going out, did not see this scene. He opened the door and came to the door of the box next to him. In Zhang Tian's scanning radar, 16 people with scarlet lights were flashing. And no matter what, given the current situation, Zhang Tian had to take action regardless of whether Zhao Wei was there or not. Originally, Zhang Tian wanted to let Zhao Wei come and knock on the door first, and then Zhang Tian would take the opportunity to rush in and crush them, so that Zhao Wei could get some credit. After all, after following him for so long, Zhang Tian suddenly discovered that the 2 team members were very miserable and didn't even get any credit. And all my own achievements have exploded. It can be considered as a share for Zhao Wei, but no matter what situation Zhao Wei is in now, Zhang Tian will not wait any longer. He will deal with the drug dealers first. What's more, what if these drug dealers also encounter Zhao Wei? Of course, the most important thing is that half of the red dots in the scanning radar are moving towards the door. Obviously, they are preparing to leave. It will be too late if we don't take action now. Then Zhang Tian came to the door, reached out and knocked. As the knock on the door sounded, Pan Laoji, who was about to take the money and leave, and Hypolang, who was pulling Zhao Wei's hair and holding a knife in his other hand ready to attack, both stood there in a daze. Who is it? Pan Laoji's face was full of vigilance. Even the Black Wolf subconsciously stared at the door. I'm a hotel waiter. We've prepared a night snack for you and brought it to you. Listening to the sound, I felt a little relaxed. However, the people in the house still dared not let their guard down, especially Pan Laoji. He came to the door vigilantly, pressed the door handle and opened the door. At the same time, another voice came through the crack in the door. What a handsome guy. The waiter is dressed very stylishly. Handsome Guagua, where is your midnight snack? Why don't you have any? Let us have some too. At this moment, a cute female voice was heard. Pan Laoji's scalp felt numb. Zhang Tian at the door didn't even have the chance to explain. Damn, what a coincidence. Just at this moment, 2 girls passed by the corridor and heard Zhang Tian knocking on the door. They turned around and took a look. Zhang Tian was wearing a leather jacket and jeans. His hands were empty, but he said he was here to deliver snacks. He was actually a waiter. Aren't the waiters in this hotel amazing? The two girls stopped to take a look out of curiosity, and one of the lively girls even teased Jung Tian and smiled while covering her mouth. Just the next moment, the door was only half opened and then quickly closed. What's even more terrifying is that the following scene left the two women stunned. Bang. The hotel room door was kicked open. A terrifying sound. Jung Tian gave a flying kick and rushed directly into the house. At first glance, I immediately caught sight of the unclosed white and pink suitcase on the coffee table. It's stable. With this thought in mind, Jung Tian immediately took out his pistol. Shoot directly at someone who was trying to rush towards you. Headshot. Blood splattered. What, you said to leave him alive? Sorry, for Jung Tian, the only people he can keep alive are those who are beaten with 3 police batons. As for this tense situation, Jung Tian will not keep anyone alive if he can shoot them in the head, in order to prevent accidents, and even if they are dead, so what? Their identity information can still be found. As long as there are a few of them alive at the end, that's enough, especially the leader. Of course, Jung Tian didn't need to distinguish them. Those with less bright colors were all his younger brothers, and he could handle them accurately. He fired 3 shots in a row, and after entering the room, he shot 3 people in the head. Stunned, everyone in the room was stunned, looking at the thugs who suddenly broke in, and at this time Jung Tian swept his eyes around and saw Zhao Chuni, whose hands and feet were tied with ropes. Jung Tian knew Zhao Chuni. Not only did he know her, but he was also very familiar with her. Although he hadn't seen it after his rebirth, Jung Tian had a very deep impression of him before his rebirth. Wait, Zhao Chuni appears here. So where is Zhao Wei? At this moment, Zhao Wei was being pulled by his hair by a strong, muscular man, and his face was completely covered in blood. It's no wonder that Jung Tian didn't recognize her at the first time. If it weren't for Zhao Chuni, Jung Tian would even have found it difficult to discover her just now. Zhao Wei. Zhang Tian's pupils contracted. Then came the wrath. Zhang Tian asked Zhao Wei to come over just to give Zhao Wei some of the credit. He knew that these drug dealers were ruthless and had never intended to put Zhao Wei in danger. He only called him over to give Zhao Wei a sense of participation. Who would have thought that he would be caught by drug dealers right after arriving at the hotel? As a member of Zhang Tian's team, Zhao Wei has always been very low-key, no matter in his past or present life. Although he has a huge background, he has never revealed his identity. In his previous life, facing the siege of drug dealers, Zhao Wei asked Zhang Tian to follow Gao Xiaolong away first, and he himself stopped the drug dealers. Moreover, before his rebirth, Zhao Wei also told Zhang Tian about Xiao Bo's true appearance. It can be said that Zhao Wei was grateful to Zhang Tian in his previous life. Even Zhao Chuni helped Zhang Tian, although in the end she only helped Zhang Tian get a miscellaneous job within the system and did not help Zhang Tian's family turn around. But that's not Zhao Chuni's fault, it's the fault of that bitch Wang Yifei and my own stupid behavior. Zhang Tian even suspected that Zhao Chuni would help Zhang Tian in this way in her previous life. The two had no relationship at all, and Zhao Wei might have sent a dying message to Zhao Chuni before his death. Otherwise, there is no way to explain all this. After rebirth, Zhang Tian didn't say anything, but he remembered it all in his heart. Who are you? The Black Wolf was not afraid at all when he saw the gun in Zhang Tian's hand. Instead, he asked with a gloomy expression. Unfortunately, Zhang Tian ignored it. Take a look around, careful. At this moment, Zhao Chuni suddenly screamed in horror. However, at this moment, in front of Zhao Chuni's eyes, Zhang Tian didn't even look behind him, raised his hand, and shot directly behind him, accompanied by gunshots. Plop. A drug dealer behind Zhang Tian fell to the ground with blood gushing from his forehead, holding a gun, killed without vision. What kind of shooting technique is this? Zhao Chuni was confused. The scene shocked all the drug dealers in the room. Blind shooting with no vision. They had never seen such a scene, let alone such an operation. Zhao Chuni was stunned. Who is this person? This is a movie? Zhao Chuni muttered to herself in confusion. No, even movies aren't this perverted. If this scene appears in the movie, I'm afraid it will be criticized to pieces, right? You, let him go. Zhang Tian pointed the gun at Zhao Wei and said to the Black Wolf with a gloomy face. Anger continued to rise in his heart. After rebirth, he was determined to change his destiny, but Zhao Wei almost lost his life because of his negligence, especially Zhao Wei's injuries. Zhang Tian was furious at the sight of them. The injury is very serious. Brother, you are good at fighting, but you can't fight with 2 fists, and you can't protect your family all the time. Why do you have to do something extreme to make a friend? While the Black Wolf was speaking, he gradually approached Zhang Tian with a smile on his face. Zhao Chuni shouted, "Be careful, he is a master of free fighting, he wants to attack you." Shut up, bitch. It's too late now. Damn it, you bastard. The man who dares to act wildly in front of me wasn't even born yet. The Black Wolf was furious and sneered, "Be quick if you're 3 steps away, but in front of me, within 3 steps, boom." Chapter 93, A Gladiator Master? Beaten by a police baton, kneeling and begging for mercy, he is not only a master of fighting, but also a master of underground boxing. Such a master is absolutely a professional among professionals. Although Zhao Qioni didn't know who the person who suddenly broke in and attacked her was, it did not prevent her from seeing the opportunity to survive. No matter who it was, at this moment, they were all her benefactor, especially after seeing the Black Wolf approaching Zhang Tian. Zhao Qioni's eyes turned red with anxiety. Danger. It's really dangerous, but her reminder seemed a little late, because the Black Wolf had already approached the defenseless Zhang Tian. The movement was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed Zhang Tian's wrist holding the gun. It was so simple that it made the Black Wolf smile, and it was a sarcastic smile. I have to admit, that blind shot you made after you came in surprised me a bit. You're quite skilled indeed, but you absolutely shouldn't have provoked me. Do you know how powerful I, the Black Wolf, am in this underground sea of clouds? You're showing off in front of me, and now the grass on your grave is already 3 feet high. The Black Wolf was completely relieved and looked at Zhang Tian with a sarcastic sneer. He even took a special look behind Zhang Tian and found that there was no second person who wanted to attack at the door. There were even 2 ordinary little girls hugging each other and almost leaning against the wall to stand. The smile on the Black Wolf's face became even stronger. If there are too many people, the Black Wolf will be in trouble. Black Wolf had no psychological burden in killing these few people. It's over. Zhao Qioni's face was full of despair. Although the Black Wolf attacked Zhao Wei for only a moment, the power that erupted and the professional movements in that moment all showed how terrifying this Black Wolf was. In addition, at this moment, the Black Wolf attacked without any warning. It's over, completely over. The glimmer of hope in Zhao Qioni's eyes is gradually fading. Zhang Tian looked at the red-black light spot that was very close to him in the scanning radar, then he looked at the Black Wolf with a hideous grin on his face. He has a sturdy body and solid muscles, and his whole body exudes a vigorous and strong aura. No lie, this is definitely from free fighting. Quite interesting. Do you have any last words, kid? Asked the Black Wolf. I don't like what you said. Your threats make me angry. I approve of your level of pretentiousness. Zhang Tian raised his eyes and met the somewhat surprised gaze of the Black Wolf. You bastard, do you understand the situation? You are shameless. Bang! Grabbing Zhang Tian's wrist with one hand, he slapped Zhang Tian in the face with the other hand. This kid is in trouble. Brother Black Wolf once had a record of dozens of consecutive victories in the underground arena, but he was actually approached by Brother Black Wolf. This kid is still too naive. I'm afraid he doesn't know how terrifying Black Brother is. The many younger brothers in the room who had just been frightened spoke with ferocious expressions, saying that Zhang Tian had just come in and killed several of their brothers. They were already thinking about how to torture Zhang Tian, but the next moment, the Black Wolf's hand that was about to fall was held. It was his wrist that was grabbed. The Black Wolf was just about to express his approval and exert some force, but the next moment, the force on his wrist was like a pair of machine pliers. And he couldn't move. No. In the next moment, suddenly, a sharp pain came from his wrist, and the Black Wolf screamed in surprise. His pupils kept shrinking, the body is also shaking constantly. This kind of power, the Black Wolf was completely confused. Crack. What followed was the sound of broken bones. Almost instantly, the Black Wolf was completely covered in cold sweat and howled miserably. The pain of having one's hand bones crushed is something that not everyone can endure, but it's not over. In severe pain, the Black Wolf bent down subconsciously. Unfortunately, facing him was Zhang Tian's series of attacks, or rather, he didn't give the Black Wolf any chance to breathe, and the moment he bent over in pain, Zhang Tian followed closely without a running start, but jumped up instantly, pressed the back of the opponent's head with both hands, and lifted his knees high. Puff. Blood splattered. With a thud, the Black Wolf fell to the ground, twitching and shaking, even rolling over in severe pain. The pain was so severe that no screams could come out of his throat, and he lost his voice. Buzz. And this instant kill scene shocked everyone present. Zhao Qioni looked dazed at the Black Wolf in front of her that was killed instantly. It would have been fine if there was no sharp contrast with Zhao Wei. The key point is, there was a comparison with Zhao Wei just now. Zhao Wei was just hit by the same move by the Black Wolf, who held the back of his head and hit him with a knee, and he was directly disabled. Zhao Wei didn't even have the strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, all his fighting power was destroyed and he was dragged like a dead dog. The Black Wolf who did all this was killed in an instant by the man who just appeared in front of him. It was because of this that Zhao Qioni was shocked and dizzy. Who is it? Who is he? Zhao Qioni's eyes flashed with bright light. There is a saying called "Hero saves beauty," which is old-fashioned, but it is a classic precisely because it is useful. But it's not over yet. The next moment, Zhang Tian took out a baton from his hand at some point. It's true. No one saw the moment Zhang Tian took it out from somewhere. Plop. Crack. A stick hit the Black Wolf's calf directly. A stick breaks a leg. Zhang Tian's face was cold. Zhao Wei's miserable appearance made Zhang Tian's eyes flicker with danger and terrifying murderous intent. Ah, you lunatic, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. The black wolf curled up on the ground, its whole body shaking continuously. Finally, it let out continuous howling sounds, which spread throughout the corridors of the hotel. However, the physical pain is far less than the mental blow that he was killed instantly. No, it should be said that the drug dealer's soul was shattered with one stick. Big Brother. Big Brother was killed in seconds, impossible. All the younger brothers in the room were dumbfounded by this scene, especially when they saw their big brother, who had been so arrogant just now lying on the ground like a dead dog. The key point is that the most brutal thing is not over yet. Zhang Tian walked up and stepped on the bloody face of the black wolf. Holding the baton in both hands, he smashed it directly into the black wolf's mouth as if playing golf. Puff. Blood spurted out. The second stick, a slap on the mouth. Chapter 94. The whole audience was shocked. Is he a ghost? Zhang Tian sneered as he looked at the black wolf twitching on the ground. It must be said that Zhang Tian was measured in his actions and did not kill it, because he could see at a glance, and the scanning radar could also see, that this black wolf was almost the only one of the two most sinful ones here. There is even at least around 3,000 sin points. This sin value is already terrifying. Even Mr. Yin is no more than this. But if the criminal is killed directly, how can we interrogate him about his criminal activities, criminal evidence, etc.? Of course, Zhang Tianxia showed no mercy when he attacked. In any case, the black wolf would not be able to stand up in the short term. Woo woo woo. The black wolf lay on the ground and twitched wildly, and its mouth could only make woo woo sounds. His eyes had already turned blood red and were covered with bloodshot, looking hideous and terrifying. Hero. At this moment, Zhao Qiuni, who was watching this scene, not only did not feel fear, but instead shouted at Zhang Tian with bright eyes, "Hero, this is the kind of hero that should be admired. As for that useless Captain Zhao Wei, what the hell is he? If it weren't for this hero," Zhao Qiuni didn't even dare to think about what the consequences would be for her. Even if they revealed her identity and background, it would be useless because they had beaten Zhao Wei so badly. If it was exposed, they would have no chance of survival. Therefore, even if Zhao Qiuni revealed her identity and powerful background, the other party would probably not let her leave alive in order to keep it secret. Zhang Tian's heroic rescue of the beauty directly shocked Zhao Qiuni. In Zhao Qiuni's opinion, the other party should untie her as soon as he saw that she was tied up. However, what Zhao Qiuni did not expect was that after Zhang Tian glanced at her, he looked at Zhao Wei. Tap tap tap. 1 step, 2 steps, Zhang Tian walked slowly towards Zhao Wei. At this moment, Zhao Wei couldn't even see his face clearly. To be honest, the other party was greeting him in the face. Therefore, Zhao Wei was the one who was actually beaten, and his mother couldn't even recognize him. His face was covered in blood, but the good thing was that he was able to hold himself up after struggling for a few times while lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" Zhang Tian squatted down and took a look, his brows furrowed deeper because the injuries on Zhao Wei's face were a bit scary. His nose bridge was directly collapsed, and his entire face probably had fractures. Fortunately, Zhang Tian arrived quickly. If he had been a few steps later, the other party would have brutally dragged Zhao Wei into the bathroom, and who knows what he would have done. But according to Zhang Tian's experience, Zhao Wei is likely to suffer. These drug dealers are so brutal. Zhao Wei wanted to say something, but he hissed as soon as he opened his mouth because it was so painful. "Okay, stop talking for now. Let me see what's going on with these people." Zhang Tian patted Zhao Wei's shoulder. Zhao Qiuni, who was tied to the side, looked a little dizzy. This is the real hero, because only a true hero can see how beautiful she is and ignore her. Instead, the first thing he cares about is the injured Zhao Wei. Because of this, if this person came to comfort herself first and ignored the wounded, Zhao Qiuni would look down on him with full marks. This is the kind of hero that should be admired. "Thank you, hero." Zhao Qiuni thanked him happily. Tear. At this time, Zhang Tian saw the injuries on Zhao Wei's face, so he asked Zhao Wei to lie on the ground and rest for a while. He came to Zhao Qiuni and tore off the tape that bound Zhao Qiuni, but before Zhang Tian could speak, a bang. A gunshot rang out. As Zhao Qiuni's pupils contracted, she clearly saw a pistol. It was Meng Yu, the one who had captured them. He had been standing behind the door and suddenly drew his gun when Zhang Tian relaxed his vigilance. "Die, go to hell." Brother Yu's eyes were bloodshot with blood vessels. "Are you crazy?" Pan Laoji's scalp tingled. It was simply crazy to fire a gun here. That was why Zhang Tian came in and fired 3 shots first, which made them confused. This is opposite Yunnan University, this is a huge event. By then, I'm afraid they will be pushed out directly, and those people will completely abandon them. To become a discarded pawn to vent people's anger. Zhang Tian could shoot, but Pan Laoji didn't dare let his men shoot. What's more, after Jiang Tian came in, he directly grabbed the black-skinned wolf frame and smashed it to pieces. He didn't notice them at all, and at this time Pan Laji even breathed a sigh of relief. I was already 80% certain in my heart that this guy was probably seeking revenge. This scary guy was probably looking for revenge on the Black Wolf. After all, he killed the Black Wolf first when he entered the door. Thinking of this, Pan Laji felt a little bloating as he watched the show from the side. Boss Pan, if we don't take action, we will be the ones to die. This person saw us making the deal. Brother, you're reminded of Boss Pan was shocked. Yes, I almost forgot about this. Mengyu saw Boss Pan wavering and a look of surprise on his face. Then, without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger at Jiang Tian. I admit that you are strong, but you should never look down on us. Your carelessness is the reason why you lost your life. After Mengyu fired the shot, he had already sentenced Jiang Tian to death, shot in the back without any reaction time. Mengyu didn't believe that he could survive. You were strong in combat and have good marksmanship, but, at this time, Jiang Tian was untying Zhao Qioni, but by the time Zhao Qioni saw it, it was too late. Danger! Zhao Qioni's pupils kept shrinking and her heart kept beating rapidly, but before she could react, the next moment, bang! Jiang Tian, with his back to Mengyu, shot directly behind him from under his armpit. The movements are quick, accurate, and ruthless. When bullets collide, what does it mean to hit the target with every shot? As long as it's within gunfire range, so to speak. Jiang Tian can fight however he wants, and as long as he relies on his feeling, he can hit any target he wants, even if it is a bullet that has been fired. Hexagonal warriors, let me ask you, how do you respond? Damn it! Mengyu cursed as if he had seen a ghost. The next moment, puff! A bullet instantly shot into Mengyu's eyebrows where he fired the gun. Blood spurted out. When? This was the confusion in Mengyu's eyes before he died. Yes, when was this bullet fired? Chapter 95, Identity Exposed. Dumbfounded, it's you all. Everyone at the scene was shocked instantly. I'm rough. Brother, you is dead? What just happened? Was he hit by a bullet? How did brother you die? Ghost, this person is a ghost, right? Damn, that wasn't just one bullet. This guy is a top-notch expert. He's definitely one of the world's top killers. That was 2 bullets. Exploded, the scene was completely blown up. At this moment, Jiang Tiankai calmly untied all the bandages on Zhao Qioni's body, then he stood up, raised the pistol in his hand, blew at the smoking muzzle, and scanned the crowd one by one. This, my god, even movies don't dare to shoot like this. Zhao Qioni's stunned expression, as innocent as she is, looks like someone who has never seen the world. She swore that if a movie dared to be shot like this, she would find the director and slap him a few times. Isn't this an insult to her IQ? But at this moment, it actually happened before her eyes, and this person also saved her. Then, Zhao Qioni turned her gaze to Zhao Wei. Zhao Qioni didn't dare to delay and hurried to Zhao Wei's side. Although her attitude had improved a little, she still said stiffly, "You're not dead, are you? Can you still get up?" Zhao Wei smiled bitterly, as if he had long been accustomed to his sister's attitude. "Did you see it?" Zhao Qioni said. "What did you see?" Hiss. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Wei gasped. Several of his teeth were broken and he could barely speak. His mouth was swollen like a balloon with blood blisters all over it. If it weren't for this hero who suddenly appeared today, we would be dead. Zhao Qioni reminded with a frown. She thought to herself that she had reminded him so clearly, but this useless brother had not reacted yet. Yes, he is indeed a hero. Zhao Wei nodded. Jiang Tian came in with great arrogance and killed everyone. More than a dozen drug dealers didn't even dare to take action and could only stand around or even retreat. There was nothing but shock in his eyes. Zhao Qioni said with a look of anger, "Have you not reacted to what I said yet?" "What?" Zhao Wei looked confused. "What I mean is, if you have something to say, can you just say it directly? No wonder he's a waste." Zhao Qioni sighed inwardly and reminded him, "Can't you see? This coincidence tonight was all planned by your Captain Jiang." "That's right. Hey, why didn't I think of that? Captain Jiang is just amazing. He can even calculate this." Zhao Wei laughed with surprise. "Sister, you are so smart. Captain Jiang is simply my god." Puff. Zhao Qioni nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "Zhao Wei, you pig-brained fool, what are you thinking? Your Captain Jiang is clearly scheming us to kill you, and you're praising him. I even suspect that Captain Jiang is connected to these drug traffickers, otherwise how could he have caught us so accurately? Damn it, but that bastard didn't expect us to be rescued, did he? When we get back, we must repay that so-called Captain Jiang for his scheming." "What are you talking about?" Zhao Wei was completely confused. Don't you understand yet? Look at what kind of people can be admired. Your so-called Captain Jiang is definitely a corrupt policeman. Zhao Qioni nodded affirmatively. Him? Zhao Wei pointed at Zhang Tian. Yes, that's right. Zhao Qioni nodded affirmatively, then she looked at Zhang Tian with bright eyes, her face full of tenderness. Zhao Wei could swear that he had never seen his sister so gentle in his life. In the silence of the whole place, Zhang Tian walked slowly to the coffee table and looked at the goods on it. A whole suitcase of white powder, sealed in a transparent sealed baggie. Zhang Tian took a look and made a conservative estimate that the amount was around 50 kilograms. There were also several open suitcases filled with banknotes. Millions? Zhang Tian turned around and saw Meng Yu lying dead on the ground, still holding a large suitcase in his hand. My friend, every wrong has its perpetrator, and the grudge between you and the Black Wolf has nothing to do with me. Pan Laoji just wanted to run his business peacefully. His name is Black Wolf? Zhang Tian pointed at the Black Wolf lying on the ground like a dead dog. He had to say that this nickname seemed to fit him very well. The Black Wolf had dark skin, solid muscles all over its body, and its personality was as aggressive as a wolf. Yes, he runs several underground arenas in Yunhai and has great influence. It is expected that he would offend a master like you. Your grudges have nothing to do with me. I won't accompany you anymore. I'm leaving first. Pan Laoji wanted to leave. Want to leave? Zhang Tian almost laughed. What? You still want me to stay? Pan Laoji took a step back. The younger brothers beside Pan Laoji took out pistols from their pockets. The guns are rampant. Oh no, it should also be said that this is the romance unique to the Sea of Clouds, because it is connected to the chaotic country next door, and because the mountain is winding, there are always various paths and routes that can connect with each other. Crime, especially drugs, which are the source of all evil, is inseparable from the evil forces of pornography, gambling, drugs, and illegal possession of firearms. Zhang Tian was a little surprised that they could all pull out guns, but it was also within his expectations. Friends, more friends mean more paths. I just want to do my own business and don't want to get involved in any disputes or chaos. If you want, I can even leave the goods from my deal with Black Wolf to you. Pan Laoji pointed at the drugs on the table. Not enough. Zhang Tian shook his head. Pan Laoji's face was grim. What else do you want? Money? Okay, I'll spend money today to ward off disasters, and I can leave the money to you. Pan Laoji saw Zhang Tian's performance just now and felt that it was full of weirdness and his methods were too terrifying. Although he brought 8 or 9 younger brothers with him and most of them had guns, this did not give him a sense of security. Spending money can eliminate disasters, but he didn't expect the other party to be so greedy, and Pan Laoji felt that he had suffered a great loss. Show me the person behind the drugs. Zhang Tian grinned. Shoot him, kill him. Pan Laoji's hair exploded almost instantly. He yelled orders to the younger brothers around him. It seemed that Pan Laoji's men had been patient for a long time. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and no matter how good your kung fu is, you were still afraid of a kitchen knife. And no matter how good your kung fu is, can it be faster than a gun? Well, even if you were faster than a gun, you can still be faster than so many guns. The room was not big to begin with, and it was almost crowded with people. No matter how far away, Zhang Tian could not catch up with his speed of one leap. At this moment, Zhang Tian almost turned into a shadow. He kicked a drug dealer head on, and the next moment, he grabbed the throat of a drug dealer's subordinate and broke his neck with a little force. With another powerful kick, the dead drug dealer flew directly into the crowd and was smashed into pieces. Tang tang tang. Zhang Tian took 2 steps forward, instantly inserted his fingers into one person's eyes, and kicked another drug dealer directly in the crotch. Before a scream could be heard, Zhang Tian had instantly arrived in front of a drug dealer who was about to shoot. With a little force, the dealer's arm broke with a snap. Of the moment the pistol fell, Zhang Tian caught it with his other hand. Bang bang bang. After a few shots, the whole room became completely quiet. On the ground, there were scattered corpses and people twisting and screaming. Among all the drug dealers, only Pan Laoji is still standing. Zhang Tian walked over the bloodstains and came to Pan Laoji. Excuse me, I'm a police officer. Zhao Qioni, handsome. Zhao Wei, see? He is also a policeman. This is the one you should admire, not the black policeman who harms people. Zhao Qioni was even more excited. Police? The pistol in Pan Laoji's hand fell to the ground with a click, his face full of astonishment. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm from the 1st Squad of the 1st Brigade of the Yunhai Anti-Drug Detachment. Zhang Tian grinned. What a coincidence, Zhao Wei, you seem to be also from the anti-drug brigade. Yes, I remember you said you were also from the first brigade. This is your first brigade, what a coincidence. Zhao Qiuan's eyes brightened to Zhao Wei. My name is Zhang Tian, and this is my ID. I'm officially notifying you that you're under arrest. Crack. Zhang Tian took out handcuffed Pan Laoji and was about to say something. A splashing sound of water was heard at the next moment. A voice of astonishment, surprise, disbelief, and endlessly complex shock rang out. You, Zhao Wei's Captain Jiang. It turned out to be you. Whoopoof. Zhang Tian turned his head. Chapter 96. How did the proud queen become a Yandere? Officer Zhang Tian is so handsome. Zhao Qiuan's eyes lit up. She didn't know why this name seemed familiar to her. Think about it carefully. Thought about it. Zhang Tian? Captain Jiang? The 1st Squadron of the Municipal Bureau's Narcotics Control Brigade? Zhao Qiuan scratched the back of her head, wondering if she was overthinking it. Oh no, wait, Zhang Tian, puff. Ahem, Zhao Qiuan, who had reacted, coughed violently twice. He stared in amazement at Zhang Tian, who was handcuffing Pan Laoji. At this moment, Zhang Tian was standing in front of Pan Laoji. At Zhang Tian's feet, there were pools of blood, as well as corpses lying all over the place or seriously injured people struggling. Pan Laoji stared blankly at Zhang Tian's ID, lost in an endless daze. In a trance. This name made Pan Laoji feel familiar. Zhao Qiuan's head was buzzing. How could it be? How is it possible, this person? How could he be that Captain Jiang? Zhao Qiuan's face gradually stiffened. First impression, although they had never met, Zhao Qiuan had no good impression of Zhang Tian at first, and was even subconsciously full of rejection. From the very beginning, Zhao Qiuan saw her brother Zhao Wei fawning over a small team leader like a dog. She felt very disappointed with him and thought that the team leader was just sweet-talking and making empty promises for her brother. Turning around, after arriving at the agreed location, they even encountered extremely vicious drug dealers. Not only that, they even caught them. This made Zhao Qiuan firmly believe that they were not only a pie-in-the-sky dealer, but also a corrupt policeman who set a trap to get her simple and useless brother. And now, you tell me the result. The man in front of me was standing there, holding a baton that was dripping with blood on his shoulder, his feet in a pool of blood. Just now, in less than a minute, he was a hero who took care of more than a dozen drug dealers. He is actually Zhang Tian. Is that Captain Jiang? Is this fake? Is the team leader followed by my useless brother so terrifying? Also, did I misunderstand my brother's position as squad leader? No, it's probably just a coincidence of names. Zhao Qiuan really didn't want to believe the truth, but the next moment, she handcuffed Pan Laoji and dealt with more than a dozen drug dealers as if she was strolling in the garden, leaving more than a dozen drug dealers dead or injured and lying on the ground like a hero. Trample, tumble, step by step, stepping on the ground. Covered with blood, there were still some traces of blood on Zhang Tian's face, and he looked terrifying and intimidating. But after coming in front of Zhao Qiuan, Zhang Tian showed a gentle smile on his face. It was just a smile, but Zhao Qiuan's whole body was shocked and her eyes were completely blinded. There was only one thought in my mind: how could there be such an outstanding man in the world, and why was his smile so beautiful? You are Zhao Wei's sister, right? Zhang Tian asked knowingly. Yeah. Zhao Qiuan didn't hear clearly what was said, but just kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice, staring at Zhang Tian with her eyes, as if she wanted to deeply imprint Zhang Tian at this moment in her mind. Zhang Tian sighed inwardly and said apologetically, I'm sorry for causing you an accident. Actually, I've already discovered these drug dealers. I could have dealt with them myself, but I thought Zhao Wei still needed some credit to be officially promoted, so I asked him to come over. I was planning to let Zhao Wei share some of the credit, but I didn't expect you to be caught early. This is my fault. Are you okay? To be honest, Zhang Tian's eyelids twitched when he saw Zhao Wei's injuries. Zhao Wei is fine. In fact, the first person Zhang Tian paid attention to when he came in was Zhao Qiuan. Damn, if anything happened to Zhao Wei, it would be a big deal. If something happened to Zhao Qiuan, it would be the end of the world. To the extent that Zhang Tian's scalp subconsciously went numb and his whole body shivered just thinking about the scene of Zhao Qiuan's accident. Although not all efforts were ruined, the sea of clouds was definitely collapsing. Fortunately, Zhao Qiuan is fine. No, you're not wrong. We were careless. How could it be our fault? Captain Jiang, please don't say that. Besides, you saved us. We can't thank you enough. Captain Jiang, thank you so much. Zhao Qiuan spoke with a face full of gratitude. She bent down slightly from her 1.7-meter height, allowing Zhang Tian to see the thrilling tip of the iceberg. Zhang Tian took a breath. However, Zhang Tian looked at his hands helplessly. You can talk, but can you let go of my hand first? To be honest, Zhang Tian was quite surprised. In his previous life, in Jiang Tian's mind, Zhao Qiuni was definitely someone he could never reach, even someone unattainable. In Jiang Tian's mind, that temperament during their only meeting gave Jiang Tian a deep sense of inferiority, so inferior that he couldn't even raise his head, as if the other person was born to be superior, while he was just a mud-legged person in the quagmire. Later on, she not only had a terrifying background, but more importantly, she was called the investment queen of the financial street. At the time, Jiang Tian could only look at it with admiration through the news and newspapers, and even felt that he might have been born a waste, and this is the kind of woman she is. At this moment, she held his hand with such admiration and affection. The admiration in her eyes was so great that Jiang Tian had to admit that he was very happy. Zhao Wei, who was lying on the ground, was even more confused. He knew the sister. He swore that he had never seen his sister show such an expression in his life. Her eyes were almost bulging out of shock. This sister has been arrogant since she was a child. She is dismissive of everything and looks down on everything. Her brother is the victim of this. He is a waste when he opens his mouth and trash when he closes his mouth. He is so arrogant that it is outrageous. He even had a second-generation pursuer, but Zhao Qiuni turned around and scolded him. What kind of waste are you? How dare you pursue me? As a result, what he saw now was that his sister, who was always proud by nature, was bending down with an expression of admiration on her face. No, it should be so. Ah, Zhao Qiuni, you have come to this day. Zhao Wei came back to his senses, his heart was shocked, and then he felt that his injuries no longer hurt and he wanted to laugh out loud. The sister who had called him a waste all her life actually came to this day? I've called an ambulance. Jiang Tian smiled. Seeing Zhao Qiuni's appearance, Jiang Tian felt relieved. There was definitely no problem with her mental state. At this moment, Zhao Wei was lying on the ground and struggling to lean himself against the wall. Although his mental state looked scary, he was not in any danger of life. He just needed time to recover. Why are you so powerful? Zhao Qiuni's eyes were full of admiration and curiosity. I like to exercise on weekdays. Jiang Tian said perfunctorily. The main thing is that it felt great at the beginning, but gradually, Jiang Tian felt something was wrong. Zhao Qiuni's eyes became more and more scary, as if she wanted to eat him. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Jiang Tian withdrew his hand calmly. For some reason, he always felt that Zhao Qiuni's eyes were full of reluctance, and even a kind of possessiveness. Jiang Tian was almost confused. What are you doing? What are you doing? Where is your aloof investment queen? Where is your arrogance? How did she turn into a Yandere? Thinking of the sickly investment queen Zhao Qiuni, Jiang Tian's scalp went numb and he didn't dare to think about what kind of horrible scene that was, and it was at this time, Pan Laoji suddenly looked up, and in a trance, he thought of it, he suddenly thought of this name. Jiang Tian, are you the Jiang Tian who captured Mr. Yun? Pan Laoji said in a lost voice. Jiang Tian's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Pan Laoji with a bad look on his face. How did you know? Although it was not a big secret that Jiang Tian had arrested Mr. Yun, it was definitely kept confidential. After all, the files of drug control cases had confidentiality levels and would not be made public. Sometimes, they would not even be known to everyone within the bureau. How could a drug dealer know so much and even know his own name? Jiang Tian's face looked grim. The main reason was that he himself was not afraid, and even his father as the director did not have to be afraid. But what about Jiang Tian's mother and Jiang Tian's sister? They couldn't be on guard all the time. Even a small drug dealer like Pan Laoji knows his name. What about other big drug lords? Chapter 97. Everyone, don't move. Wait, I'm rough. So it's you. I finally know. Jiang Tian and Mr. Yun were both captured by you. It's not surprising that they fell into your hands. Pan Laoji smiled bitterly. Bang. But before he could finish his words, Jiang Tian's baton had already hit his leg. Hiss. Pan Laoji fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The pain from the blow was so severe that his bones were shaking. I asked you how you knew that. Why the hell are you hesitating? Jiang Tian approached and said, he must figure out this matter. Was it an internal leak, or was it secretly investigated by these drug dealers themselves? In other words, how many people know about it and who spread it? Don't hit me, don't hit me. Not only me, but many drug dealers in Yunhai know your name. Someone sent us a text message, and I don't know who it was. Pan Laoji replied hurriedly. Jiang Tian's expression changed and he slowly put down his baton. Someone wants to get him. That's right, Jiang Tian was thinking in his mind. But no matter who it was, Jiang Tian wanted him to die, especially my sister. Jiang Tian's mother's workplace at the finance bureau is actually not far away, so it's okay to be careful about safety. The key is his sister. It's just too easy to get into danger. Jiang Tian doesn't have many relatives. To him, his closest relatives are his parents and his sister Jiang Xiaoyu. As for other relatives and friends, Jiang Tian had already seen through them in his previous life. When the Jiang family fell and Jiang Tian was in the most difficult time, those people only cared about adding insult to injury and distancing themselves from Jiang's father. They even slandered Jiang's father behind his back in an attempt to prove that they had nothing to do with Jiang's father. They also completely forgot how Jiang's father had helped them over the years. Jiang Tian had no intention of having any contact with his aunts and uncles in his life. The most difficult thing for Jiang Tian now is his mother and sister. He never thought that his name would be known to the entire drug trafficking gang. Who is it? Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. His extraordinary memory, combined with a genius criminal investigation, made Jiang Tian's mind constantly recall Papa. Jiang Tian took out his lighter and wanted to light one. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Tian seldom smoked cigarettes. However, when he encountered some brain-stimulating or difficult situations, he would light one. However, the open window blew the curtains, and the lighter in Jiang Tian's hand kept going out, which made Jiang Tian feel a little irritated. In fact, he never thought that his information would be leaked on such a large scale. Even if it was leaked, Jiang Tian thought that it would be in the hands of some specific drug lords. Or in the hands of several drug lords involved in the case. In this situation, although it is dangerous, there is still room for turnaround. Such a big commotion has been made and such a terrifying contribution has been achieved. Even if the confidentiality work is done well, it is impossible that no news will be leaked. But what Jiang Tian didn't expect was that it came so suddenly and was directly spread to so many drug dealers. This directly exposed Jiang Tian to the eyes of all drug dealers. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's eyes were burning with fire. Very good, the person behind him successfully attracted Jiang Tian's attention, but just when Jiang Tian was thinking of the next moment, a black shadow covered the area, and there were snaps. The sound of buttons being torn was heard. Jiang Tian looked up and suddenly found that Zhao Qioni was standing between him and the window. She tore open her coat and stood in front of Jiang Tian, blocking the wind blowing in from the window. The breeze also blew the bangs on Zhao Qioni's forehead, and her beautiful cheeks were full of charm, and she had an elusive noble temperament. Snap! The lighter finally lit up, the flickering flame illuminating Jiang Tian's gloomy face. At his feet were corpses lying all over the place, the beauty, the corpse, and the culprit who smoked. The scene, click. At the door, two girls were huddled together and trembling. One of them was looking at this scene in shock. From this scene, we can capture Jiang Tian's gloomy profile, the action of opening his coat to block the wind, and the corpses lying all over his feet. He couldn't help but subconsciously film this scene. Tang tung tang. And just at this moment, the end of the corridor, there were hurried and rapid footsteps, and a moment later, several armed police officers holding explosion-proof shields rushed up to provide guard. A moment later, a large group of people came up from the bottom of the stairs. Song Ligua took 2 steps at a time, stuck his head out from the stairs, looked at the corridor, and saw 2 little girls slumped on the ground at first sight. Song Ligua's expression instantly became serious, then he waved silently to Captain Guo. The next moment, Captain Guo, along with more than a dozen men, quietly moved into the room, all holding guns and moving cautiously. Song Ligua's eyes were red, but he couldn't hide the dullness and worry in them. That's right, both eyes were red and bloodshot, and even both eyelids were swollen. This was because he had been staying up for too long. It can be said that because the case was tried overnight, as the first person in charge and the captain of Yunhai's anti-drug detachment, he was the one who ultimately took charge of the task. You have to manage people and control case details at the lower level, and supervise the compilation of case summaries at the upper level. It can be said that among the people above and below, he, who is neither above nor below, is the most tired in this case, but it is also the thing that makes Song Ligua most excited. Originally in the police station, Gao Xiaolong and his colleagues had already transferred all the documents and case files to the Ministry of Public Security. After confirming that there were no problems, they were all ready to go off work. As a result, at this time, he received a message for help from Zhao Wei on his mobile phone. Although there is only one among all the anti-drug team members of the Municipal Bureau, as long as the message 1 is sent, it means asking for help in danger. This is a one-click help. After long pressing the button on the phone, the location will be automatically sent to the police station. Of course, there have been cases of accidental touches in the past, but after some modifications, accidental touches have been basically solved. At the same time, it can also solve the problem that when the police officers are in danger, they can call for help from the Municipal Bureau as soon as possible. Otherwise, why does this problem exist? It is because behind every system there are painful lessons. After Zhao Wei realized something was wrong, he secretly sent an emergency distress message to the police station. At the same time, the police station was able to locate his position. In other words, even if Jiang Tian had not arrived in time, it would not be long before people from the Municipal Bureau would come to support. Song Ligua, who had not slept for more than 30 hours, was stunned when he suddenly learned that Zhao Wei was in danger and received a distress message from his mobile phone. Subsequently, a large number of personnel were mobilized immediately and rushed to the scene as quickly as Possible. Son Ligua brought Captain Guo and others who were working overtime at the municipal bureau and had not yet left work, and called for support from the nearby armed police. It was not that Son Ligua was making a fuss, but that there were precedents. There really is something going on. Son Ligua was shocked. Two little girls collapsed on the ground at the door, looking at the room in fear. What happened in the room, compared to this situation? What Son Ligua really hoped for most was that it was an accidental touch, but now it seems Son Ligua's heart sank. He could only pray that Zhao Wei was okay. Get ready and follow me in. Captain Guo took a deep breath and nodded, hoping in his heart that nothing would happen to Zhao Wei, because, in the past, whenever this function was used, by the time they arrived to rescue, the person seeking help had often lost all life and was tortured to death. Their past experiences made them feel fear every time they received this kind of distress message. Be careful. Son Ligua warned. Captain Guo had a heavy expression on his face. He raised his pistol, gestured to the armed police and the city bureau's anti-drug police behind him, and then rushed in. Don't move, everyone, don't move, put down your weapons. Don't move. Wait, I'm rough. Fuck, I'm rough. Chapter 98. Songji is here. Songji is crazy. Do you want to defy the will of heaven? Elegance everywhere you look, bloody elegance, and the smell of blood that rushed straight into my mind. There were 3 corpses closest to the door, which were the ones that had their heads shot off as soon as Zhang Tian came in. There was no doubt that these 3 bodies were still warm at this moment, and blood was still oozing out of the wounds. There were only a few people who were still able to stand, and the remaining dozen or so people were lying on the ground in a mess, filled with a horrible smell of blood. People with weaker mental endurance would have their faith collapsed after seeing this scene. As for those with a better mentality, for example, the people in the anti-drug detachment had actually experienced a bloody battle before. That bloody battle had caused the psychological endurance of the people in the anti-drug detachment to increase sharply. I thought I had seen so much that I could endure it mentally, but seeing this scene, my stomach still felt churning and I felt like vomiting. This is actually an animal instinct. After seeing the death of a fellow animal, the animal will instinctively feel fear, trembling, and even convulsions, which will then lead to nausea, vomiting, and other conditions. What is particularly shocking is that in this scenario, Zhang Tianjing stepped on the black wolf's head. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had already felt the cruelty of facing drug dealers. Only a few people in the entire detachment survived an operation. As a survivor, he gave up. In fact, in his previous life, Zhang Tian could not bear the continuous blows from drug dealers in his family and gave up completely after being reborn. Zhao Wei almost paid the price of his life for a small moment of carelessness, and his sister Zhao Choni was also implicated. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian felt so angry when he looked at the culprit, the black-skinned wolf. What are you doing? Son Ligua was standing at the back, watching the crowd blocking the door and refusing to go in. Everyone was swearing wildly, and he was immediately furious. Don't you know that your teammates are in danger? Don't you know how you train on a daily basis? What are you doing standing at the door? What if there is a murderer inside? Are you going to be a sitting duck? No, Songji. Captain Guo stammered. It's nothing, Lao Gua. You are also a veteran drug enforcement officer. How could you make such a low-level mistake? Son Ligua scolded angrily, then he pushed Captain Guo away, and in anger, he kicked away the people who were blocking the door. The main reason is that this approach is too dangerous when performing tasks. Then, Son Ligua's vision finally became cleared. He finally saw clearly. Zhang Tian blew out a smoke ring to ease his inner anxiety. Turning around, he saw Son Ligua standing at the main entrance. A smile appeared on his face and he said, Songji, you're here. You guys? Songji looked at the scene in front of him with his pupils constricted. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhang Tian in disbelief. As far as the eye can see, Zhao Choni is wearing a yellow coat with her arms open, standing at the window as if blocking the wind for Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian was still blowing smoke rings the first time he saw it after entering the door. Son Ligua was stunned. Okay, this is how you play, right? Even idol dramas have been involved, right? Songji, you came at the right time. Zhang Tian smiled. This saved Zhang Tian the trouble of making a phone call. Of course, Zhang Tian didn't take this operation too seriously. He just happened to encounter a group of criminals and planned to clean them up. Who knew that this group of criminals were really not simple at all? This group of people is so brutal that it is appalling. Son Ligua shifted his gaze, suddenly remembering what he came here for. However, after turning around and seeing the scene on the ground, Son Ligua also cursed, Fuck, Zhang Tian, what did you do? As for the corpses lying on the ground, most of them have lost their breath of life, which means that most of them are dead. In particular, there was a corpse with its face facing him, its 2 dead eyes almost bulging out as it stared at him, which made him feel creepy and his scalp numb. Son Ligua suddenly thought, damn, these 3 people are a major criminal case. Even provincial departments will get involved in major criminal cases. How many people are here? You did it? Song Ligwa said in a lost voice. Yes, it just happened to be convenient. Jiang Tian exhaled a puff of smoke and waved his hand casually. No, Song Ligwa's eyes were red. So many people died. What do you mean by acting so casually? Killing so many people is not like killing chickens. Are you crazy? Song Ligwa roared with his scalp tingling, but the next moment, Jiang Tian pointed to a box of Daigo on the table. Song Ligwa's roar unconsciously became like the crowing of a rooster. He was so shocked that he even forgot to breathe, and his roar was hoarse and high-pitched. Oh my god. Chapter 99, I caught a big fish. It's going to be awesome this time. Song Ligwa rushed to the coffee table in an instant. Looking at the drugs on the table, he reached out and wiped a little, then smelled it on his fingertips and crushed it twice. Song Ligwa's pupils continued to shrink, then he suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Tian, with a shocked expression. What's going on? I came to Kairun Hotel to play today. Coincidentally, Zhao Wei didn't have dinner, so I called him over. Who knew that Zhao Wei was kidnapped by drug dealers as soon as he arrived here? I rushed in and saw the drug transaction scene. Jiang Tian explained. On the one hand, Jiang Tian thought that Zhao Wei had a hard time too, and now he really needed a small contribution so that Zhao Wei could be promoted to a regular employee. Don't underestimate the early regularization of exceptional promotions, because Zhao Wei joined the police force after Jiang Tian. In other words, he has been in the police force for less than a month. To the extent that, after leaving the house, they do not even have the right to handle cases independently, let alone the right to possess guns. Jiang Tian had been promoted to a regular employee due to his special circumstances and many meritorious services. In addition, since drug enforcement officers are equipped with firearms, they are allowed to carry firearms with them. However, according to the gun management regulations, which are very strict, they are drug enforcement police because of dangerous and special circumstances. Under normal circumstances, even Director Jiang Peng is not qualified to carry guns with him. Of course, the most important point is that in addition to carrying firearms, being converted to a regular employee in advance is a terrifying bonus for Zhao Wei's future. It is extremely dazzling for the entire resume. Because of this, Jiang Tian also gave some credit to Zhao Wei. Mainly because Jiang Tian dealt with all the drug dealers, so he couldn't get much even if he divided the profits. Jiang Tian's explanation moved Zhao Wei so much that he burst into tears. That's right, Zhao Wei knew Jiang Tian too well. First of all, he looked at the room number, which was next to the drug dealer's transaction place. In his opinion, this must be the credit that Jiang Tian gave him for the profit. That's why I invited him to come and have dinner with us. But after he came here, not only did he not help at all, but Jiang Tian rushed in to save him, and in the end he had to share part of the credit for discovering the drug dealer with him. If the loyalty of such a big brother could be seen, Zhao Wei's loyalty would be directly raised to the limit at this moment. What's wrong? Jiang Tian asked in confusion, because at this moment, Song Ligwa looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. Looked left and right. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Tian. After a moment, Song Ligwa gave a thumbs up and said, I'd like to call you the nemesis of drug dealers. You can easily come across drug dealers trading in the hotel. Song Ligwa's scalp was tingling. Think about Jiang Tian's contribution. Song Ligwa really wanted to say enough. Enough was enough. Song Ligwa was already full of what does Jiang Tian's achievement have to do with him? Nonsense. As the captain of the Yunhai anti-drug brigade, the more drug dealers he arrests in the entire Yunhai, the stronger his ability is. On the other hand, Jiang Tian can also be said to be his subordinate. His subordinates cracked major drug trafficking cases one after another. If nothing else, it's all a collective achievement and we've had enough. By the way, this guy's nickname is Black Wolf. I heard he has several underground fighting arenas under his control. He's here to buy drugs. Jiang Tian explained. Dark Wolf? Song Ligwa was stunned when he saw the figure under Jiang Tian's feet, which was like a dead dog, twitching with blood all over its body. You said he was a black wolf? Song Ligwa pointed at the person on the ground who was stepped on by Jiang Tian. That's right, the drug dealer said he was the Black Wolf. Jiang Tian nodded. Puff. Song Ligwa directly sprayed. Do you know that Haipalang is a wanted criminal, and he is a Class A wanted criminal? What a coincidence. Jiang Tian really didn't understand. All I can say is that the Black Wolf's sin value is very high, but unexpectedly, he has been wanted for a long time. That's right. Black Wolf was involved in many murders before. The police have been chasing him for 2 years. I didn't expect that you would kill him here. Song Ligwa explained. Good job. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. You know, those who are wanted have bounties. For example, the person who escaped from prison before has a wanted list of 300,000 yuan, which has been reviewed and will be deposited into his bank card immediately. And this wanted criminal, what a guy. Report, on-site inspection confirmed that the suitcases contained methamphetamine, totaling 58 kilograms. In addition, a total of $3 million in cash was also seized. At this moment, someone from the laboratory came to report. Okay, Song Ligwa's face was full of excitement. As long as he did nothing wrong, it was good. If it weren't for drugs, so many people would have died here, and Zhang Tian would be in big trouble. And now, Song Ligwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was not a misunderstanding, that also proves that the dead dog-like person in front of him is really a black wolf. By the way, who is this person in handcuffs? Song Ligwa asked, because at this moment, there were 3 people standing there. One of them was a girl who was blocking the wind for Zhang Tian. Now she was following behind Zhang Tian honestly without saying a word. Song Ligwa thought the girl was frightened by something, so he turned to look at another person, Pan Laoji. Song Ji, this is a big drug lord, the big brother who sells drugs, nicknamed Pan Laoji. Do you know him? Zhang Tian suddenly remembered something. That's right, Pan Laoji was also involved in this operation. Although Pan Laoji didn't look that ferocious, he also had a face that said he believed in peace and harmony and didn't want to cause trouble. However, in Zhang Tian's scanning radar, the sin value represented by Pan Laoji is much greater than that of the Black Wolf. The crime value is even higher than that of the murderer Hypolang. Zhang Tian was really surprised, because with Pan Laoji's appearance and dress, no one would dare to think that he was a big drug lord when he walked outside. In fact, 100% of everyone would think that Pan Laoji is a real big boss. This is mainly because Pan Laoji's appearance is too deceptive. Pan Laoji? Song Ligwa looked at Pan Laoji in astonishment. At this moment, Pan Laoji seemed to know Song Ligwa, and a smile appeared on his face. Song Ji, we meet again. Zhang Tian was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the scanning radar uncertainly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was indeed no red light on Song Ligwa's body. Yet he was really shocked because it was obvious that Song Ligwa not only had met Pan Laoji before but also seemed to be familiar with him. This made Zhang Tian think that the two of them had some unspeakable secret, but when he saw Song Ligwa's safety value in the scanning radar, he felt relieved. It's not that Zhang Tian doesn't trust Song Ligwa. The main thing is that for a person who only earns a few hundred yuan a month, he faces the temptation of hundreds of millions every day. Zhang Tian mainly doesn't trust human nature. Faced with such temptation, anyone could betray and go against their faith. It really is you, Pan Laoji. Song Ligwa was completely certain, because Zhang Tian had just hit Pan Laoji on the head with a stick. Blood spurted out and flowed all over his face along his scalp, so he didn't recognize him at first glance. Do you know Song Ji? Zhang Tian felt a little nervous. The main thing is, if Song Ji really does that, Zhang Tian will really have to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. However, based on Zhang Tian's understanding of Song Ligwa, it can be said that Zhang Tian grew up with Song Ligwa since he was a child. He understands Song Ligwa's character, but as the saying goes, human hearts are the most fickle, and he is afraid that Uncle Song has really changed. What are you thinking about, kid? You have done a great contribution, you know that? Song Ligwa rolled his eyes and said with excitement, his face flushed. Zhang Tian shook his head blankly. He only knew that he had dealt with a drug lord. Chapter 100. Another deadline mission? Sorry, I'm late for the mission. The main thing is that looking at the harmless Pan Laoji, I didn't expect that his sin value was so high. This man is from Tucha. Song Ligwa explained. Boom. Zhang Tian glared. That's right, Tucha. This is the most sensitive name for Zhang Tian after his rebirth, or before his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he suffered heavy losses in the attempt to capture Tucha. Who could have imagined that Tucha was so bold as to wipe out the entire drug enforcement team after rebirth? He was killed by Zhang Tian, but Zhang Tian didn't have a scanning radar at that time. It was also pitch dark, and although every bullet hit its target, there was no way to accurately find Tucha's whereabouts. Tucha's name has already turned black on the Ministry of Public Security's wanted list. At that time, Tucha's intelligence was transmitted through the undercover agent beside him. However, the mission failed in the end, and all news about that undercover agent was lost. Song Ligwa went on to explain. Zhang Tian finally understood the whole story. In other words, in the original operation, the undercover agent had long been discovered by Tucha, and he colluded with Pan Laoji to pass on false information to the Yunhai detachment, which led them into the trap. Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian's scalp went numb. Oh no, what about Mr. Yun? If Zhang Tian remembered correctly, Mr. Yun was also involved in this matter. Black Zhang Tian suddenly realized that the sky over the sea of clouds was too dark. The drug dealers are more arrogant and daring than each other. Catch all the living people and keep them under guard. For those who are injured, call an ambulance for emergency treatment. For those with minor injuries, take them back to the police station for interrogation immediately. Song Ligua quickly issued all the orders. After the order was issued, all personnel began to be relocated in a hurry. At the same time, Song Ligua called Jiang Peng as soon as possible. As expected, Jiang Peng had already returned home at this moment. After receiving the news, his face was filled with excitement. Really? Okay, I get it. Then Jiang Peng couldn't wait to put on his clothes and threw down his chopsticks. We haven't eaten yet. John's mother complained. Time is tight and the task is heavy. I won't eat yet. You guys eat first. Jiang Peng spoke quickly. Let's wait for Xiao Tian to come and eat together. John's mother sighed, who knew that Jiang Peng, who had walked to the door, turned around and said, "Don't wait, that kid just did a great job again." Yes, great merit, heavenly merit. Tucha. As for Tucha, because of the last operation, everyone from the Ministry of Public Security to the Public Security Bureau was almost going crazy investigating. Good job. If Jiang Tian had not performed well on the spur of the moment, the entire anti-drug detachment would have been almost wiped out, if not completely wiped out. This matter can be said to be challenging the bottom line. It challenges the bottom line of the entire department, the bottom line of the entire Ministry of Public Security, and even the bottom line of the country, because, from ancient times to the present, only anti-drug police have been planning to arrest drug dealers, and this is the first time that drug dealers have retaliated and annihilated anti-drug police. Although Jiang Tian killed many drug dealers, Tucha did not show up in the end. Since then, I have been working on cases. However, few people from the provincial department intervened. The main reason was that not only the Ministry of Public Security, but also the anti-drug department of the provincial department and others were frantically investigating all the information about Tucha, but the final result was not satisfactory. After a few days, there was no news about Tucha at all. Even Tucha's drug trafficking forces in the country were not found at all, and now, Jiang Tian just had a meal in the hotel and was caught on the scene of drug trafficking. He even directly arrested a general under Tucha. Although Pan Laoji was not Tucha's spokesperson in the country, he was also an extremely important general under Tucha, and knew most of Tucha's information. That's it. And you still want to eat? Can you eat it? My son has accomplished something extraordinary, but the Ministry of Public Security and the provincial government don't know how to make a fuss about it. As an old father and a senior leader, how could he eat with peace of mind? He had to tell Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han and other senior leaders as soon as possible. Let these big leaders see the ability of Jiang Peng. Oh no, the ability of his son Jiang Peng. Oh my god, brother has done something great again? Zhang Xiaoyu, who was eating, said excitedly with his eyes lighting up. After the last action, Zhang Xiaoyu became quite famous in the whole school. When entering and leaving the school, many classmates even come up to me and ask for my autograph. What? You ask why? Everyone in Yunnan University knows this. Zhang Tian's brother was in the clutches of drug dealers and saved the president of Yunnan University. There are even rumors that the heroic anti-drug police officer who saved the president of Yunnan University will soon come to Yunnan University to pursue a master's or doctoral degree. In short, Zhang Xiaoyu's identity has almost been exposed. In fact, this is something that cannot be avoided when it comes to confidentiality. If you know less, it will naturally be kept secret. However, when your contributions are too great, there is no way to keep them secret. With so many contributions, and also when handling the case, when Jiang Tian arrested Wei Rong, many people in the dormitory saw Jiang Tian. Jiang Xiaoyu was full of admiration for his brother, especially after hearing that he had made another contribution. Bang. The next moment, Jiang's mother hit Jiang Xiaoyu and scolded him. What meritorious service? What's so good about meritorious service? Don't you know that meritorious service can put your life at risk? There's a saying that third-class merit is awarded standing up, second-class merit is awarded sitting down, and first-class merit is awarded lying down. To be able to achieve great merit, it must be a very dangerous mission. I told you long ago that Xiao Jiang can't join this team. It's simply too dangerous. Originally, Jiang's mother asked him to go to the city bureau to be a drug enforcement officer, and she agreed just to get by and make some small contributions to pass the time. In fact, drug enforcement police had a bad reputation before and did not have any major tasks. Everything was concealed too well by the Yunhai drug trafficking group, and many of them were even concealed from each other. It was extremely difficult to break the situation. This is also the reason why Jiang's mother had this idea before. If it were like now, with drug enforcement police working overtime every day to carry out their duties, Jiang's mother would not have let Jiang Tian in. Brother is so powerful, there will be no danger. Jiang Xiaoyu has mysterious confidence in his brother. Jiang's mother didn't say anything, but her face was full of worry, thinking about whether she could use her connections to transfer Jiang Tian or find Mr. Gao and talk to him with emotion and reason. Jiang's mother was speculating in her heart. This time, Jiang Peng had already driven his ordinary Audi business car. That's right, it's just an ordinary little Audi, with nothing special about it. It's far inferior to a Mercedes-Benz or something like that. Zhang Peng was driving with his cell phone in his hand, quickly found Gao Xiaolong's phone number. Under normal circumstances, this needs to be reported to Shinhan, but this time the situation is unusual. Even if Shinhan is told, he will not be able to handle it. On the one hand, Shinhan was still handling other cases, so Zhang Peng didn't think about Shinhan and directly called Gao Xiaolong first. On the phone? Zhang Peng looked at the busy phone in confusion, and when he was on the phone, Gao Xiaolong's cell phone was busy, and he was talking to Minister Tan. Although the merit has been approved for you and will be delivered tomorrow, it was my strong advocate for special treatment of special matters. However, let me be frank. You can't slack off just because of such a small merit. Lao Gao, Tucha must show an attitude to deter others. Some people above are already angry about Tucha's matter. Minister Tan sighed. That's right, Tucha's problem is too serious, so serious that it is no exaggeration to say that it is equivalent to challenging the bottom line. If no attitude is shown, there will be no results of revenge. If everyone learns from this in the future, the consequences will be something that no one can bear. Gao Xiaolong's expression gradually became deep and heavy as he listened. I don't care what method Yunhai uses. I want Yunhai to find out any news about Tucha, no matter what it is, and the people under him. So, this task is not difficult, but if there is no news for a few days, it will be difficult for people to see your efforts and actions. I don't care. If there is no news about Tucha tomorrow, it will prove the seriousness of Yunhai's overall problem, as well as the overall problem of the public security system. Minister Tan continued with a serious face. Fortunately, Jiang Tian didn't know about the conversation between Gao Xiaolong and Minister Tan, otherwise, the task would be much slower than usual. Chapter 101. Are you crazy? You even got the special merit. Of course, in fact, it has been the above investigation all the time, without the participation of the Municipal Bureau. It is because the Municipal Bureau has solved a major case, and the Municipal Bureau is dealing with the cases of Wei Yudao and Mr. Yun and others, but in a few days, the above is very urgent, and the time is even more urgent. How can it be possible to find any clues in a few days? There have been no clues for so many years. I finally got an undercover agent and went in. In the end, they laid a net of heaven and earth. The Gao Xiaolong smiled bitterly when he heard the words, Lao Tan, how can it be that simple? In a few days, even if you turn Yunhai over, you can't find it. That Tucha is old and cunning. This is not the first time the Ministry of Public Security has hunted down Tucha. In the end, after so many years, it's not that nothing has been found. Minister Tan's face was full of helplessness. How could he not know the difficulty of the matter? However, there must be an attitude in this matter, and it must be a deterrent to everyone and all drug dealers. Drug dealers are too arrogant. This is the bottom line that must not be condoned. This issue must be paid attention to. Even if you turn Yunhai over, you must find the key clue of Tucha. I don't care who it is, as long as I find the clue of Tucha. Even if it is a clue, I will give it to him. If I can catch Tucha, even if it is a special merit, I can apply for it. Minister Tan spoke with great initiative. Special merit? Gao Xiaolong sucked in the air. What is the concept of special work? It can be said that even if Jiang Tian arrested Mr. Yun, successfully overturned the dark clouds of Yunhai, and successfully broke the ice in Yunhai, but with so much credit, in the end, he could only apply for the first-class merit and the second-class British model. It's not that you can't apply for special merit, instead, it's gone. This credit is the greatest honor in wartime. Those who can get this credit will not only change the situation of a war, but even have a certain impact on the overall national situation. But turning his head, Gao Xiaolong suddenly thought of what Tucha had done. Its harsh influence and degree of harshness can be said to be unique in recent years. This is simply provoking the entire public security system. To be serious, it has risen to the level of provocation at the national level. Moreover, the operation to arrest Tucha had already begun a long time ago. In addition to supervising Yunhai's anti-drug operation, Gao Xiaolong came to Yunhai to supervise Yunhai's anti-drug operation. On the other hand, the reason was even more because of the news of Tucha. Who knows the result? In the end, it turned out to be a trap. Tucha dared to boldly lay a net of heaven and earth for them. That's right, the capture of Tucha was successful, and I personally applied for the honor of special merit for one of them. Minister Tan said affirmatively. Well, I will try my best to urge here. Gao Xiaolong sighed and hung up, and then he smiled bitterly at Lao Mu, who was sitting next to him. Look, Lao Ten doesn't feel any pain when he stands and speaks. Is Tucha so easy to catch? If it's so easy to catch, it won't make him arrogant for so many years. Yes, with regard to the wanted of Tucha, strictly speaking, special arrests have been underway for 10 years. Lao Mu, who was sitting on the side of the car, gloated and said, Didn't you stand and talk without pain at the beginning? Now that you are down, how do you feel about us? Can this be the same? Gao Xiaolong thought with a headache. For a few days, there was not even any useful news about Tucha, including the special investigation by the provincial department. There is no news at the moment, but the only good news is that the provincial department has not found the picture, but found another clue about the drug trade. But for special merits, it seems that the Ministry of Public Security is also serious. This time, the inspection has pissed off the entire Ministry of Public Security. Speaking of this, even Mulao smacked his tongue that if the case is solved, Tucha will be arrested. Good guy, this is simply groundbreaking. What a terrifying political capital, and even, to some extent, history has been created, the only one in the era of peace, the winner of the Special Meritorious Service. What kind of honor is this? What kind of political capital is this? But it's a pity that this thing is out of reach even if it is placed there. I can only think about it. If Tucha is so easy to catch, the Ministry of Public Security has been chasing it for many years, and in the end it was set up and almost counterattacked. Gao Xiaolong never knew about this, but just when Gao Xiaolong was about to say something, the phone rang suddenly. Gao Xiaolong took out his mobile phone. After seeing the call, Gao Xiaolong looked at him in amazement, as if he didn't expect this person to call. But after thinking about it, Gao Xiaolong still connected to the phone. Zhang Peng. What's the matter? The tone was a bit displeased, mainly because it was so late. Gao Xiaolong was going back to rest, and he hadn't rested for a long time. On the other hand, Gao Xiaolong's immediate boss should be the Municipal Bureau and the Provincial Department. Looking for him directly, it was a leapfrog report. Forget the big deal, the key is that the case has just been solved now. If it is to show his face, Gao Xiaolong will naturally be in a bad mood. Chief Gao. Chapter 102. Gao Xiaolong's high-profile support brings a bomb to Yunhai Dejiang. I have seen all the credit of the Municipal Bureau, I have also seen your performance, and the Ministry of Public Security has seen it even more. For Xiujian's face, I didn't take this call today, that's it. Gao Xiaolong said slowly. Leapfrogging reporting is taboo. In other words, in terms of physique, Zhang Peng's action represents distrust of the Department of Industrial Safety of the higher level department. To put it bluntly, did you not put the Department of Safety in your eyes? On the side, Mulao looked at Gao Xiaolong with surprise on his face, as if he had met Gao Xiaolong for the first time. That's right. According to Mulao's understanding of Gao Xiaolong, when he encounters this kind of thing, he will give you a few opportunities. He has already scolded and cursed. Even in the future, I will give you a public trial meeting. No matter what level you are doing, it is a real scolding you without any face. It was as if it was Zhang Tian at the beginning, but now, Gao Xiaolong can even give people face. Xiaojian's face is a bit outrageous. Old Mu complained in his heart, because he was very sure that his face was useless in front of Gao Xiaolong, and because of this, Mulao was shocked by Zhang Tian's face. Of course, on the other hand, thinking of Xiaojiang, Mulao expressed his understanding again. After all, this is a god of killing. Oh no, it should be a god of police, a vital talent for ice-breaking operations. It is also the nemesis of drug dealers. In the drug dealer group it has almost no gaps, it has abruptly killed a way out. Don't hang up, Mr. Gao, I have something important. Zhang Peng hurriedly said. For a moment in a daze. How important is it? Let's talk about it. Gao Xiaolong frowned, seeing that Xiaojiang's face had already given Zhang Peng face. Now I don't even know how to praise. Don't look at Gao Xiaolong in front of Zhang Tian. His attitude is extremely good now, but really, Gao Xiaolong is definitely a terrifying gangster. He is a big boss who can be counted in Kyoto. How could such a big brother be so genial? Facing Zhang Tian, it's just because Zhang Tian's credit is too great, to the point where Gao Xiaolong is so confused. Even Gao Xiaolong feels that in this life, there are not as many shocks and stimuli in the past few days. The number of times that Gao Xiaolong sighed, thinking that Zhang Peng was still too young. That's it, Chiron Hotel, a drug dealer transaction was captured on the spot. Zhang Peng said hurriedly. A drug dealer? Good, good, how much is the quantity? Gao Xiaolong's eyes lit up, and he felt refreshed when he said this, and he forgave Zhang Peng for the time being. This efficiency is too fast, it is not a clue, but it is directly arrested. The quantity of a full 60 kilograms on the scene is still about 3 million in cash. Zhang Peng said the number. Hiss. Don't think that after Zhang Tian searched out the drug dealer's ledger before, he directly got tens of thousands of kilograms. He thought that 60 kilograms was very small. You know, more than 1 kilogram is a big case. 10 kilograms can almost have a second-class work. 60 kilograms, first-class work is almost enough. Okay, well done, Dajian, I knew it. Ha, the Municipal Bureau did a good job. Did a good job, who found out? Wait, I just left the Municipal Bureau, haven't I heard of any actions by the Municipal Bureau? After the excitement, Gao Xiaolong said in a daze. At this moment, Zhang Peng had already rushed to the Municipal Bureau, and a touch of pride flashed on his face when he heard the words, but his tone was full of humility. Ahem, that's it, Inuzi. Dog? Gao Xiaolong was shocked. That's right, didn't Inuzi go to the Chiron Hotel to stay and play? It happened that the team member Zhao Wei didn't eat and then asked Zhao Wei to go together. Who knew Zhao Wei was hijacked by a drug dealer, and Newsy rushed in when he noticed something was wrong, but he didn't expect it. There were two groups of drug dealers inside. A total of 14 people were engaged in the drug trade, and Newsy stood up to stop this criminal act and controlled all drug dealers. It's him again. Gao Xiaolong couldn't help it. A good guy, 2 first-class merit and 1 second-class merit, and a second-class British model who worked overtime is on the way, but the award hasn't arrived yet. Has this product made another contribution, and many more, 14 people, all of them are controlled by Xiao Zhang alone? Gao Xiaolong said uncertainly. Yes, and they all hold dangerous firearms. Zhang Peng has understood the situation. Puff. Grass. Gao Xiaolong's skull was buzzing. After a while, Gao Xiaolong finally recovered and calmed his shaken heart. After all, it seemed reasonable to think that Zhang Tian had killed 150 drug dealers alone a few days ago. Has the identity information of the drug dealer been verified? We must catch all the people on the upper and lower lines. Gao Xiaolong said excitedly, not to mention the arrest of the crime scene. The key is the network behind them. If the network of these people is interrogated, most of them are criminal. At that time, there will be continuous breakthroughs. Gao Xiaolong's face was full of surprise and admiration. Okay, Xiao Jiang is good, be careful, you are not allowed to call Xiao Jiang a Newsy in the future. Isn't this nonsense? If you want to be called a little hero, haha, I will definitely give you credit. The corners of Zhang Peng's mouth were about to grin to the roots of his ears, but fortunately he didn't forget the business. This is also the reason I called you Cao Lao. The two groups of people who traded, one of the buyers is the Black Wolf, a class A wanted criminal of the Ministry of Public Security. The black-skinned wolf, the most wanted criminal on Yunhai's side, I know him. This person seems to be running a criminal organization. He has been hunted down by the criminal police team for a period of time before, but he ran away. Gao Xiaolong nodded. I can only say, good job. Where's the other group? The black-skinned wolf is enough, and he is barely qualified to report to him personally. It's not bad. This achievement is worthy of affirmation. Zhang Peng endured the excitement and said, Chief Gao, this group of talents is the reason why I called you. He is Pan Laoji and the eldest brother we followed undercover under Tacha. The action a few days ago was the false information that Tacha passed on to the undercover agent through Pan Laoji to it led to the almost annihilation of the entire army and was ambushed. This old chicken Pan was Tacha's general. Humph. Tacha? Zhang Peng's skull exploded with a buzzing sound. Fainted. This is really dizzy. I just said that after hunting for so many years, there has been no news of Tacha, so Yunhai can find Tacha's information in a short time. Isn't this killing them? Even if it is a reward for first-class merit, it is difficult to do it. As a result, he turned his head. Tacha's generals were caught. Okay, you like to surprise me so much, don't you, Xiao Jiang? I didn't expect you to be such a person, Gao Xiaolong said with ecstasy. Where are the people? Where are the people? Wait, Xiao Zhang does it. I'll do it. Wait, don't worry. How many of those drug dealers are still alive? You won't be killed, right? Halfway through speaking, Gao Xiaolong suddenly reacted. Who was the one who shot? Zhang Tian. If you take a shot, you are either dead or injured. Thinking of the drug dealers arrested by Zhang Tian, the good guys, one by one, are simply terrible. If you want to interrogate them, you have to treat them first. The black-skinned wolf's injuries are relatively serious, mainly because the black-skinned wolf boldly wanted to kill Comrade Zhao Wei, and Newsy. Oh no, Hero Xiao Zhang was a little angry when he arrived, and he was beaten a bit badly, but that old chicken Pan was fine. He was just beaten with 2 batons, which did not affect anything. Interrogation. Zhang Peng coughed. In my heart, I felt refreshed. Damn, I didn't expect it to feel so cool to pretend to be forced. Zhang Peng could fully appreciate Gao Xiaolong's mood at this moment. After all, he was so shocked when he learned the news. It is also so unacceptable. Chapter 103, Clues, Targets, and Special Merit create history. Okay, it's okay. Where are you all? Gao Xiaolong couldn't wait to continue asking. The dead and slightly injured drug dealers have been transported to the municipal bureau, and the seriously injured have also been sent to the hospital for emergency first aid. Pan Laoji is now at the police station. Zhang Peng looked at Pan Laoji in the interrogation room. That's right. After Zhang Peng received all the news and arrived, Song Ligua, Zhang Tian and others had already escorted Pan Laoji and others to the police station 1 step ahead of schedule. As for the dead bodies, nonsense, these drug dealers are out of breath. Isn't it a waste of medical resources to send them to the hospital? Of course, there is a forensic doctor to decontaminate and inspect the bodies. Damn, you didn't say this earlier, so much nonsense. Gao Xiaolong snapped, hung up the phone quickly, and then said to the driver, hurry up, turn around, and go back to the city bureau. Lao Gao, you haven't slept all night. Old Mu didn't know why Gao Xiaolong was going back again, especially seeing Gao Xiaolong's eyes flushed after he had been boiled. Mu Lao was a little worried about Gao Xiaolong's body. Big event, huh? Pan Laoji, the general under Tacha, was caught just 20 minutes ago. Gao Xiaolong laughed loudly. Puff. He didn't hear it on the phone just now, only some drug dealers or something came out of Gao Xiaolong's mouth, but now Minister Tan just called again. He was very serious and also stated that although the task is difficult, it must be done. Even if you turn Yunhai over, you have to find clues to the map.asa result. As soon as he turned his head, the phone just hung up for less than 10 seconds, so he came directly to tell him that Pan Laoji, the general under Tacha, had been caught. Is this a surprise that came so suddenly? With suspicion in his heart, Mu Lao followed Gao Xiaolong to the municipal bureau in a hurry. After arriving here, Gao Xiaolong couldn't wait to ask directly where Pan Laoji was interrogating. Yue, who was working overtime at the door, pointed in the direction, and Gao Xiaolong and Mu Lao rushed in eagerly. However, he did not enter the interrogation room, but came to the observation room with one-way glass installed next to the interrogation room. Here, Jiang Peng was already waiting with Song Ligua. Then in the interrogation room, Gao Xiaolong and Mu Lao looked at the clear glass mirror. As far as they could see, there was nothing wrong. The photos of Pan Laoji were no secret to them. Because they were sent undercover at the beginning, and they were directly undercover by Pan Laoji's side, and the photos had already been passed on. Speaking of which, after all, it is 2000 years, and there has not been Skynet access for more than 10 or 20 years. If Skynet is connected, it can be said that whenever Pan Laoji appears under the cameras all over the street, he can be checked in a few minutes, and he can be surrounded in 10 minutes. It's a pity that in this era, cameras have not been completely popularized, and this thing is only installed in a more important place. It's him, that's right, it's him, Pan Laoji. I can recognize him when he turns into ashes. Seeing Pan Laoji, Gao Xiaolong's eyes blushed, and he almost gritted his teeth. The person undercover beside Pan Laoji is a very good anti-drug police officer in the 21st Bureau. It was the young girl that Gao Xiaolong personally found and selected, with a little ruffianishness and wildness, and her temperament was very suitable. That he is also a fighter with firm faith. As for the final result, the other party can pass the undercover layout, and it must know the identity of the undercover agent, and once the undercover agent is exposed and loses its utilization value, it is almost impossible to know what the consequences will be. But Gao Xiaolong still wanted to know the undercover news. Let's talk about it. Zhang Tian took the baton, knocked on the table and spoke to Pan Laoji, who was sitting on the interrogation chair. Seeing Zhang Tian's baton, he seemed to have thought of something bad. Pan Laoji couldn't help but tremble his eyelids twice, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. But the next moment, boom! A sharp pain suddenly came from Pan Laoji's forehead. A huge sense of impact made Pan Laoji scream in pain. Before he opened his eyes, there was the sound of a violent wind whistling in his ears. Stop, don't, I said. Pan Laoji shouted. After a while, Pan Laoji opened his eyes and looked at the baton in front of him in fear, only 2 fingers away from his skull. One step later, Pan Laoji shivered all over, and even couldn't help but feel numb on his scalp. Those who know the current affairs are Junjie. Zhang Tian shook his head regretfully. It seems to be a pity that it was explained so quickly, and there is no way to do it. Pan Laoji shivered all over when he saw this. Mainly, it hurts too much for Zhang Tian's batons to hit people, not to mention that an unwavering businessman like Pan Laoji is a black-skinned wolf, and the batons facing Zhang Tian are twitching and rolling in pain. Even for Zhang Tian, whether Master Wushue understands it or not, it hurts you a lot, but it won't hurt you too badly. Few people can stand it. My hometown is from Panjiakan. I came out to work 15 years ago but almost starved to death. I fainted from starvation on the way home. It was Tacha who saved me when the goods happened to be shipped at that time. Later, I followed Tacha. Being caught at the transaction site, there is no way to rely on the past at all. There is basically no difference between confessing and not confessing. Even in Pan Laoji's thoughts, if he has made a lot of achievements and performs well, he may not be able to get a suspended death sentence or something to pick up his life, even if the hope is very slim. And Zhang Tian finally knew from Pan Laoji's mouth what Tacha had done. It was frenzied and lawless. Tacha is overseas. In addition to a drug-making factory, there is also a parts factory. And what does this factory do? It can be said that some of the people who go missing every year in Yunhai are in that factory and will become parts. Among them, there are those who have cheated in the past, and there are also those who have met a fate and forcibly robbed them. Tacha has 2 nightclubs in Yunhai as temporary headquarters. The person in charge is another of Tacha's subordinates, nicknamed Brother Biao. He has worked as a mercenary abroad before and is a very capable thug. Through these 2 nightclubs, on the one hand, he can take the opportunity to get some people to the parts factory. On the other hand, he can still take the opportunity to sell drugs, but Brother Biao is very careful. He never sells them in his own nightclub, but resells them to second-way vendors. Officer Jiang, if I help you catch Tucha, can you give me a major meritorious performance and don't give me the death penalty, even if it is a suspended death sentence? Speaking of the back, Pan Laoji spoke to Jiang Tian full of hope, and in this matter, Jiang Tian actually has no such right. However, Jiang Tianping was the most ruthless to negotiate terms. Boom. Jiang Tian carried a police baton, with terrifying power, and instantly hit Pan Laoji's handcuffed palm. Click. The sound of broken bones came vaguely. Pan Laoji trembled and curled up all over, and the screams of extreme pain came out a little hoarsely from time to time. Promise him. Just when Jiang Tian was still trying to do something, Gao Xiaolong's voice suddenly came out of the earphones. As long as the information is true, he can be given a chance to reprieve. If Tucha is really arrested, then he can be guaranteed a way to live. Jiang Tian reluctantly retracted the baton in his hand. Who wants to die if he can live? Pan Laoji knows very well that if he walks at a normal pace, he will definitely be miserable, and there is no chance of a 100% death penalty. And now that he can have a chance to survive, of course Pan Laoji grasped it like crazy. Actually, the undercover agent of your police is still alive. Boom! Everyone at the scene exploded with a bang in their heads, especially Gao Xiaolong. His eyes completely changed color, and he anxiously said to the walkie-talkie, "Come on, ask him, how is that undercover agent?" The eager tone is impossible for an old soldier to be so eager. It's even more impossible to wait so eagerly. Could it be that the undercover agent had a different identity? Jiang Tian moved in his heart and thought of Gao Xiaolong silently. He was not so excited, especially as a big brother. It is the role of sitting down, and his emotions will not fluctuate. It will. An undercover agent turned out to be so excited. The undercover agent is in good condition now, but I won't know until tomorrow. The boss has ordered her to be sent to the parts factory. Chapter 104, Sensational. Okay, I won't follow the rules of martial arts if I play this way. Jiang Tian helped his earphones, and his eyes gradually became serious. In fact, no matter whether it has anything to do with Gao Xiaolong, even if it has nothing to do with it, as a glorious anti-drug police officer, Jiang Tian can't sit idly by and ignore the terrible consequences of being caught by a drug dealer and about to encounter. Where is the parts factory? And Tucha will take the undercover agent over tomorrow? Jiang Tian asked. Pan Laoji nodded. The boss was originally going to use the undercover agent to deal with the undercover agent directly, but then because it was almost time to reconcile the accounts, he planned to send it to the parts factory tomorrow, and, tomorrow, there will be a meeting in reconciliation at the parts factory. The undercover agent looks good, and the boss Tucha will discuss his merits. As a reward this undercover agent to his subordinates with good performance. Having said that, Pan Laoji paused and then said, I just want to make the last rush. That's why I took the risk to transport a batch of drugs for trading at this time. Who knows that there was no problem on the most dangerous transportation route, but there was a problem during the transaction. It's too miserable. When Pan Laoji said this, his mood was really low. In the past, although the undercover agent was lurking by Pan Laoji's side, the identity of the undercover contact arranged by the police was not low. Pan Laoji really had a crush on the undercover agent. Unfortunately, undercover is undercover. Even later, Pan Laoji also discussed with boss Tucha whether he could reward him, which made Tucha settle for the next best thing. In order to convince the public, performance is the main focus. Whoever creates a large profit for him and whose performance is good will be rewarded. Whoever has good performance will be rewarded, because that undercover agent is really good. For this reason, even Pan Laoji had no intention of competing for Zhao Qioni, and gave it directly to the black-skinned wolf. Jiang Tian listened to Pan Laoji's narration here, and probably understood what was going on, but what came out of the headphones was Gao Xiaolong's heavy breathing. Obviously, Gao Xiaolong's mood fluctuated greatly. Even if Jiang Tian couldn't see Gao Xiaolong's expression through the one-way glass, he could think that Gao Xiaolong's face must be extremely difficult to see at this moment. Go on. Jiang Tian nodded blankly. His senses for Pan Laoji had changed a little bit, but it was just a little bit. For these drug dealers, it is rare and valuable to be able to retain some human nature. However, according to Jiang Tian's understanding, if what he said is really true, and he really has a major merit performance, and he pleads with the undercover agent, finally, after comprehensive consideration, maybe he can really leave a life. On the other hand, Pan Laoji only wanted to live, and he was extremely cooperative. The 30th of the end of this month will be the day of reconciliation, that is, tomorrow, boss Tucha will be rewarded for his achievements. Old Chicken Pan said, where is it and how is the guard strength? Jiang Tian patted the table and asked that he knew that Gao Xiaolong absolutely wanted to know this location at this moment, and he wanted to know the undercover situation even more. As Gao Xiaolong's leader, solving all problems for Gao Xiaolong is the most important problem facing Jiang Tian now. What, do you think Jiang Tian is flattering? Joke. What is this? This is a matter of serving the people. How can it be said to be flattering? It is incumbent on Jiang Tian to save the lives of heroes, and this can also give Gao Xiaolong a more three-dimensional understanding and appreciation of him, so that he can reach a higher platform. Of course, it is not that the grassroots is not good, but a better platform can also allow him to better show his service to the people. The parts factory is outside the country, in the town of Value, where Touch's forces are all there. He has nearly 500 armed people there, all of whom are heavily armed. If you want to act, it's impossible without a response, but I can help you sneak in and get the undercover agent out. Pan Laoji hurriedly showed himself that he is indeed right. There are more than 500 people, all of whom are heavily armed. This is a very huge force, entrenched in the town of Value. Even if it is a special forces operation, it is even more difficult, especially in the absence of a response. Even if it is in the past, they are blind, and they can't find a way to talk about how to save people. There is another problem. That is between him and Mr. Yun. Through Jiang Tian's understanding, Pan Laoji had once done business with Mr. Yun. Before that, he had taken goods from Pan Laoji, but it was a long time ago. But even so, it also represents one thing, that is, Mr. Yun did not tell the truth. Mr. Yun lied, but now that Mr. Yun's question was put aside, Jiang Tian walked out of the interrogation room with a heavy face. When he came to the conference room was immersed in a vibration at this moment, especially for Jiang Tian. And Team Jiang is awesome. My brother, I have made great achievements again. Yes, Chief Gao just said that the Ministry of Public Security has issued a reward for first-class merit for finding clues to the investigation. If the investigation is arrested, the special merit will be directly rewarded and the application will be rejected. Hiss. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes instantly lit up into day. Okay, let's play like this, then I won't talk about martial arts. Chapter 105. You write the note and I will approve it. Another first-class merit at the same time. Even during Jiang Tian's interrogation, the Ministry of Public Security was not calm. Minister Tan hung up the phone worriedly, rubbed his brows, and finally sighed deeply as he looked at the brightly lit lights outside the window. Drugs have always been his zero-tolerance behavior, and drug crimes are repeatedly banned, and even more arrogant, according to statistics in recent days, since Tacha committed the crime. The overall activity of the drug trade in the country has increased by about 10%. Especially in recent days, some drug dealers have begun to retaliate against the anti-drug police with the initiative and will. The impact of Touch's behavior is too bad. Su Chaoye said, it's too difficult. Although I gave Yunhai a few days, I can't keep much hope based on Yunhai's past achievements. I think we still have to use the people from our headquarters. After hesitating for a moment, Su Zhouye still spoke. Minister Tan raised his head, his eyes flashed, and he thought carefully, suddenly realized that this seemed to be the case. The solving of Mr. Yun's case gave him an illusion. What made him start to believe in Yunhai? It is simply a shame to even be able to let drug dealers give to the anti-encirclement team. Mr. Yun's case actually made him lose his basic sense of judgment. Although Lao Gao was watching over there, one person's power is limited. It can't be said that just because of one person, all the waste materials in the mountains can be turned into jade. Minister Tan thought about it and recovered. Kick, kick, kick. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside the door. Minister, Zhang Fan from the 21st Bureau is here. The secretary's voice sounded. Zhang Fan. Minister Tan stood up and then looked at Su Chaoye, and Su Chaoye said with a wry smile, I guess it's for that girl. Minister Tan came back to his senses. Gao Yangyang, hey. Let him in. As the door of the room opened, a powerful man came in, exuding a fierce aura all over his body. Chief, I applied to go to Yunhai. Zhang Fan went straight to the subject after he came in. Yourself? Su Chaoye shook his head. No, there is also a small squadron following me. Zhang Fan explained, this is not a trivial matter. Su Chaoye frowned slightly. How could it be possible to save Yang Yang by relying on Yunhai's group of wastes? Chief, let me go, I can give a military order. Zhang Fan said confidently. Su Chaoye frowned slightly. Speaking of this, Zhang Fan was once a talent in the local anti-drug team. He had won 5 second-class awards and 1 first-class award. He was valued by Su Chaoye and brought directly to the general administration. After arriving, for some unknown reason, he launched a crazy pursuit of Gao Yangyang. The current attitude is also getting more and more expansive. Although it is a talent, it is not a good thing to have a personality that is too expansive. This matter has been verified by Yunhai. Minister Tan knocked on the table. Minister, you don't know how much waste there is in Yunhai. If you let the group of waste in Yunhai handle this matter, I'm afraid the grass on Yang Yang's grave is 3 feet high. Zhang Fan's face was full of disdain. Shut up. Su Chaoye feels that his leaders value talents so much that their mentality has expanded. All right. Minister Tan shook his head again, because, deep down, Minister Tan, like Zhang Fan, doesn't have much trust in Yunhai. The drug dealers on Yunhai's side are more arrogant. There has been a breakthrough in anti-drug progress recently, but it is still very difficult to face Tacha. Great difficulty. It's just that before Minister Tan finished speaking, the phone rang. Minister Tan gave the two of them waiting eyes, and then took out the phone. When he saw Gao Xiaolong displayed by the telegram, Minister Tan frowned slightly. Gao Xiaolong expressed his difficulties just now, but what it means to call now is self-evident to Minister Tan. Most of it is because it is difficult to solve. It seems that I still look up to Yunhai. With this in mind, Minister Tan connected to the phone. Lao Gao, is there any difficulty on your side? I have prepared some manpower from the headquarters to call you. When talking about Lao Gao, Minister Tan's tone was slightly low. In fact, he didn't know why. Compared to himself, I am afraid that Lao Gao wanted to arrest Tucker more than him, rescued undercover, because that undercover agent is. He was even able to use the special merit as a reward for breaking the rules, so why didn't he help Lao Gao from another perspective? But the so-called ability is ability, even if it is a big reward. If the ability is not enough, it is not enough. On Yunhai's side, except for the recent emergence of a talent, it was still too tender to face Tacha. Not enough, just at this moment. Gao Xiaolong's voice sounded, and he said in a calm voice, Lao Tan, I have good news for you. I have found the information about Tucha. I found it. Wait, have you found the news of Tacha? Minister Tan stood up with a rub, his face full of excitement. That's right, it's because one of Tucha's generals, Pan Laoji, was arrested. He was also the one who went undercover and defected. Gao Xiaolong could obviously hear the excitement, and his tone was calm, but I was afraid that his heart was about to explode with excitement. Minister Tan heard it, but because of this, he stood up with a rub, his face full of surprises. Lao Gao, you didn't lie to me? It's absolutely true, they've all been recruited. Gao Xiaolong said, okay, in that case, yang her. Minister Tan suddenly paused when he said this because, even if it is found, what can it do? According to the usual experience, it is not that no undercover agent has been discovered in the country, it means being sunk in the sea, buried alive or something, and if it is not economical, it means being severely beaten to death. However, abroad, that end is countless times more miserable than this. Once those people do it, even if they are rescued, they will definitely be abandoned. Life is really worse than death, and you can't do it if you want to die, because those people are too cruel. When Minister Tan said this, he was still a little worried about Gao Lao. Gao Lao said in a relaxed voice, the undercover is very safe for the time being, but it is controlled at the border. We will go to the parts factory tomorrow to deal with it. We have one night to prepare for the operation. Really? Minister Tan was full of surprises. Who did it? Did a great job. You make a note and I will approve it. For first-class merit, you must be rewarded for first-class merit. It's too timely. Thinking of Yang Yang's accident, even Minister Tan felt uncomfortable, not to mention Gao Xiaolong, and now, such a timely arrest, as long as there is a direction, then they can be able to act. Whoever has to get a big reward must be rewarded with a special reward. This is a huge credit. Speaking of which, you also know, Comrade Zhang Tian. Gao Xiaolong spoke directly without selling off humph. Chapter 106, Are you going to be picked? Do you have the ability? Good guy. Minister Tan's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. Shocked. I was indeed shocked. Yes, it's still this product? It is not that the 2 first-class and 1 second-class functions of the goods seem to be still working overtime on the way to deliver them. The result is now, here comes the first class again. Next, Gao Xiaolong explained from beginning to end the process of how to capture Tucha. 1 person. A gun. There are a total of 14 drug dealers, and a small pistol is no less than a bare hand. It's hard to beat 4 fists with 2 fists, not to mention the 14 guns in the room, and a small pistol is simply death. But, on the contrary, Zhang Tian actually did it. Why, so fantasy? Why? Minister Tan's face was full of confusion. Is this really something that humans can do? Wouldn't it be that Lao Gao lied about military intelligence to train promising talents under his hands to take credit? Lao Tan, you don't think I would do that kind of thing of lying about military intelligence, do you? As soon as Gao Xiaolong heard the silence on the phone, he, who knew Minister Tan very well, probably guessed Minister Tan's thoughts and spoke bluntly. Hiss. Hearing Gao Xiaolong's words, Minister Tan quickly recovered. He would rather believe in the destruction of the world than believe in this thing. I don't believe that Gao Xiaolong will lie about military intelligence. This is simply an insult to Gao Xiaolong. No, okay, it's good to have the news from Yang. Lao Gao, congratulations, you will fax the note right away, I will sign it, and Zhang Fan will hand it over to you for signature, and Zhang Fan will also take the first-class merit medal directly. At that time, you can directly arrange for Zhang Fan's hand, the squadron below will do. Minister Tan arranged directly to I have to say that although Zhang Fan was a little arrogant, he absolutely didn't say anything about his strength. This has been tested, Hearing this news, Gao Xiaolong frowned slightly. When he still wanted to say something, Minister Tan had already hung up the phone. Gao Xiaolong put down the phone, frowning deeply, thinking about something. I have heard of that young man Zhang Fan. He is very strong. He is a well-known talent at the headquarters. He is already the captain of the headquarters squadron at a young age. He has changed magazines with one hand in one hand. He has fought more than a dozen drug dealers alone and caused a total wipeout. It was a sensation for a while. Mulao moved his ears and turned his head to look at Gao Xiaolong. The two sat together, so Mulao could hear the contents of the phone clearly. But, why, you are not happy? If the young man Zhang Fan goes out, coupled with the cooperation of Pan Laoji, it is estimated that Yang Yang can be rescued. When Mulao spoke, his face was really full of admiration because even if Mulao changed his thinking and changed to himself, he couldn't do Gao Xiaolong to the point where he could send his granddaughter undercover. That's right, that undercover Yang Yang is Gao Xiaolong's granddaughter. If Muya was undercover, it would be impossible for Mulao to be killed, and this is the pattern of Gao Xiaolong, and it is also the greatness of Gao Xiaolong. It's really done. The children of the people are children, and his children are also children. In the face of danger, in the responsibility of things, since you are the most suitable, then you are the one to go. Mulao clearly knew that. In fact, when Gao Xiaolong knew that he was surrounded by the enemy a few nights ago, he knew the pain in his heart after entering Tucha's encirclement, because, that means my granddaughter, Gao Yang, is more or less unlucky. But Gao Xiaolong didn't show a shred of performance from beginning to end. Actually, I want Xiaojiang to pass. Gao Xiaolong said, Comrade Xiaojiang is young after all, and it's okay if he does it, but those people are all cunning. If you are not careful, they will fly moths to fire, and rescue will become an act of death. After all, Yang Yang is your granddaughter. Old Mu said directly. Yi Gao Xiaolong's eyes were contemplative. The task is very difficult. Zhang Tian looked at the location, and had already interrogated the detailed location from Pan Laoji, almost deep into the opponent's hinterland. At this time, Zhang Tian was holding a map drawn by Li Zijin in his hand. If you want a rescue, the nearest border to us is also close to 50 kilometers away, and there are countless criminal forces, large and small. Li Zijin pointed to the sign on the map, and Zhang Tian also began to draw a route in his mind. To be honest, although the temptation of special merits is great, for Zhang Tian, this difficulty is so difficult that he can feel tricky. 500 heavily armed drug dealers are still on other people's territory. They still have the advantage of time and place for the benefit of others. Coupled with the support of the local people, it is simply a dream for ordinary people to arrest Tucha in that environment. Even the headquarters never thought about arresting Tucker directly in that environment, because it was outside the country, and large-scale armed forces could not get through. They could only pass by in disguise with small-scale armed forces, and even if they were sacrificed, there could be no place to show their identity. Died silently and nameless. For the headquarters, being able to rescue the undercover agent is a success. In the brightly lit city bureau, time soon came to the second half of the night. In this time, Comrade Xiaojiang, you have been tired all day, so let's go back and rest first. Gao Xiaolong patted Zhang Tian on the shoulder. This made Zhang Tian directly confused. To be honest, Zhang Tian never thought about it, because the entire municipal bureau, or the entire Yunhai, apart from him, who else can perform this difficult task? Zhang Tian doesn't think anyone can do it. In particular, the drug dealers he discovered were also the drug dealers he arrested. In the end, the intelligence interrogation came out, and it was more unpleasant to say that someone had picked peaches? That's right, this is Zhang Tian's first thought. Although his credit is stable this time, even if he saves the drug dealer, he won't get much profit, but this feeling is still unpleasant. Xiaojiang, in this operation, a team of masters came from the department to prepare for in-depth rescue. They have a wealth of rescue experience and are familiar with the hostages as colleagues. In order to prevent accidents, the headquarters finally decided to let them come over to carry out the operation. You have wronged you this time. Gao Xiaolong said a little apologetically. Master, Zhang Tian's eyebrows jumped, and he looked at the bright red Pan Laoji icon in the scanning radar. Zhang Tian was a little skeptical about whether this operation would go as smoothly as he had imagined, but on the other hand, Zhang Tian really hasn't done rescue in this regard. After comprehensive consideration, let a professional person do it, and Zhang Tian can understand it. Click. But at this moment, the sound of opening the door sounded. The next moment, a voice came out. I think, this is not a grievance. How much ability to do how much things? The waste ability on Yunhai's side can only do a little handyman, and if they don't succeed, they are also saving them. Chapter 107, Lao Deng explodes rewards, entry explodes. Hearing this, Zhang Tian turned his head and frowned at the person who came in after the figure of Feng Fenghua came in. He didn't even look at Zhang Tian, and said directly to Gao Xiaolong, without further ado, Chief Gao, you are waiting for our good news. That's right, they are leaving the country tonight. Zhang Fan frowned deeply, and the anger in his eyes was also rising. You can insult Yunhai, but if you insult Zhang Tian, Gao Xiaolong can't see through it. The clues of Tucha, as well as Pan Laoji's arrest, were all done by Zhang Tian. If you are really good, why haven't you found any news before? The pursuit of Tucha by the headquarters has never stopped. Who are you scolding for waste? Zhang Tian turned around. No matter who came, however, Zhang Tian was upset when he was picking peaches. At this time, he stepped on his horse and jumped to the muzzle of the gun. The people I had worked hard to catch, the news that had been interrogated, and all the information had been found out. In this way, if you haven't taken out any credit, can you still curse when you turn your head? Waste. Zhang Tian was simply angry and laughed. Oh, aren't you a waste? Zhang Fan sneered condescendingly. If it weren't for you, how could Yang Yang undercover be discovered? If the undercover is discovered, you are responsible for all the responsibilities. Are you very dissatisfied with scolding you for waste? Hey! Zhang Tian's violent temper made his eyes rise in anger. He had eaten enough grievances in his previous life, and he couldn't be wronged the most in this life. Whoever wronged him, Zhang Tian drew out his baton uncontrollably. Zhang Tian smashed it down with a stick in the head. Tucha, have you found out any news again? You pointed at me in the back and scolded me for waste. Then what are you? I arrested Tucha's subordinates. The news of Tucha was found out. Now you run out and scold others while eating someone else's meal? Zhang Fan's eyes flashed secretly. That's right, when he learned that the special merit was to be applied for because of the special approval, and that the special merit was directly rewarded for the arrest of Tucha, he couldn't sit still for an instant. I originally wanted to understand the situation, but I didn't expect that there was really news of the inspection. The leader also took into account his rich experience in Zhang Tian's younger age, and entrusted this task to Zhang Fan. Dare to do it. Do you know what I used to do? Have you ever heard of it? Nanzang Baji collapsed? Zhang Fan's face flushed slightly when he was said to be in the center, and he was furious. With one hand blocking, the other shoulder directly hit Zhang Tian's heart, and it was a murderous move to do it fiercely. Touch. But, the next moment. In Zhang Fan's thoughts, he was a shoo-in to block the baton with his elbow, but after the contact, the sharp pain pierced the terrifying pain in his heart. Zhang Fan instantly recalled the past when he was beaten and cried for the first time practicing martial arts. What surprised Zhang Fan even more was that Zhang Tian's shoulders were also on top of the 8-pole collapse. It has always been said that literature has Tai Chi to settle the world, and martial arts has 8 poles to set the universe. It is said that the 8 poles collapse, and the moves are fierce, but Zhang Tian is a master of martial arts. No matter what martial arts, to be honest, Zhang Tian uses it casually if he wants to use it. I admit that you have a small strength advantage, but with these, you want to be better than the people I have trained from childhood to adulthood? Zhang Fan was overjoyed and decided to teach Zhang Tian a lesson. Boom. But as soon as he touched it, Zhang Fan's face changed. His shoulders collided, as if he had hit a sharp piece of steel. What? Zhang Fan screamed in pain and instantly flew 2 or 3 meters to the ground. That's enough, Zhang Fan, what do you want to do? Just when Zhang Fan was sitting on the ground in a daze, Gao Xiaolong was furious, completely furious. When is this all? It's an urgent task. His daughter, in order to solve the case, went deep behind enemy lines, and now undercover is always in danger of her life. You guys actually fought directly in the back, Chief Gao. It was him, he did it first. Zhang Fan, who did not accept defeat and stood up to continue, said in a daze. That's right, it was Zhang Tian who did it first, snapped. However, in the next moment, Gao Xiaolong slapped him directly. Is there anything wrong with what Xiao Zhang said? Without Xiao Zhang, can you find the trace of Tu Cha? Are you very strong? Why do you want people's information? Why didn't you see you arrested Pan Laoji? Comrade Xiao Zhang has been arrested. You are here to taunt your nose and face. Who gave you the courage? Originally, Gao Xiaolong was still a little optimistic about this Zhang Fan, but a simple incident also made Gao Xiaolong see him clearly. In fact, Gao Xiaolong was completely wrong. It was mainly what Zhang Fan wanted to show to Gao Xiaolong. On the road, Zhang Fan thought that anti-drug control in Yunhai was a joke that was known all over the country, and Gao Yangyang was caught undercover and couldn't get out of Yunhai. This proves that Gao Xiaolong must not have a good impression of Yunhai, so when he came here, he wanted to flatter Gao Xiaolong to calm down. As a result, he patted the horse directly on the leg, because, you can change someone. Gao Xiaolong might really not be able to say anything, but Zhang Tian had just made another first-class contribution. Count this first-class work. Point 4 first-class merits are in hand. What's so arrogant about you? Besides, if there is no Zhang Tian, Gao Yangyang would have no chance at all at Chief Gao. Zhang Fan's face was blue and red, his mouth hardened. He is a piece of trash. I was just careless. That's enough, scold others for trash. Did you forget what the headquarters asked you to do here? Gao Xiaolong reminded, of course it is. Halfway through speaking, Zhang Fan suddenly reacted and hurriedly picked up the package that had just been thrown on the ground from the ground. Seeing that the packaging box was dirty, he even blew it carefully. Then he said with an excited expression, Chief Gao, this is an important item given to me by the minister, so I must give it to you. Okay, then I'll tell you now, this trash in your mouth. Speaking of this, Gao Xiaolong stood at attention with a serious and meticulous expression, even extremely sacred, and the direction was Zhang Tian. No, it's not. What's the situation? Did Chief Gao salute that young man? When I first arrived, Zhang Fan was actually not stupid. Zhang Tian was too young. He was still wearing a leather jacket and no police uniform. He looked like he was in his early 20s. The stepping stone for him to flatter was not small. Just right. It was also Xuanbiao who deepened Gao Xiaolong's impression in order to express himself. Comrade Zhang Tian, now I represent the headquarters in XXX. With the approval of the minister and the conference, and in order to flaunt your heroic performance in the suppression of more than 30 drug dealers in the drug factory case during the anti-drug operation, it is now decided to award you a first-class meritorious service. While speaking, Gao Xiaolong opened the box, took out the first-class meritorious medal, put it on Zhang Tian's neck, and put a certificate in Zhang Tian's arms. Ding! The current blessing of the God of Wealth, 3 special achievements of first-class merit, have been completed 2 out of 3. Zhang Tian's voice sounded in his mind. Hiss. It's coming. Zhang Tian waited for this day for too long. I have to admit, he is a bit short of money, so he has taken a fancy to the account and ran away, and some people are happy and some are worried. Am I pretending to be from the first class? Zhang Fan, who was struggling to stand up, watched this scene in shock. First-class merit. This is a first-class merit. Only a few first-class merits are awarded throughout the country every year, especially those who stand and receive them. At the beginning, Zhang Fan had just stood and received a first-class merit, so he was finally taken to the headquarters, but it's not over yet. After research by the headquarters, Comrade Zhang Tian successfully located Mr. Yun in the operation a few days ago, and found all the books of the drug lord Mr. Yun to create a historical precedent, and did not award first-class meritorious service. Humph. Zhang Fan was completely dumbfounded, his eyes widened in disbelief. 2 first-class jobs, pop. Just when Zhang Fan was in a daze, behind him, there was a sudden burst of applause. When he turned his head to look around, he found that he didn't know when. There were already many police officers around, clapping for Zhang Tian with excitement, because Zhang Tian's credit has come down. Their group credit may also be coming soon, and Zhang Tian was also confused. Because the special entry, Blessing of the God of Wealth, has been automatically worn. After wearing the Blessing of the God of Wealth, 1 yuan can be generated every minute. Every time you get 1 more first-class power, you will automatically increase your money gain. Zhang Tian calculated that 1 hour and 60, 10 hours and 600. If you do nothing every day, you can give birth to 1440 additional benefits every day. That's 30,000 to 40,000 extra income in January, which doesn't seem to be much, but you know, what era is this? After discussion and research at the headquarters, Comrade Zhang Tian was a frenzied fugitive who was successfully captured when a fugitive appeared in Yunshan prison, and in the subsequent operation, he rescued innocent hostages. He was specially rewarded with a second-class meritorious service and the Anti-Drug Pioneer Medal. That's right, that action was originally a first-class merit, but later, Zhang Tian was awarded an honorary title. You can't get this title. In fact, Zhang Tian made it, and Zhang Fan, who was standing at the door, was completely dumbfounded and his mentality collapsed because he didn't kick to the iron plate. The stepping stone that he originally wanted to gain prestige and please the High Chief turned out to be his mother, a terrifying mountain, or a golden mountain. Can it not collapse? 2 first-class awards are awarded at once. Who has seen it? Zhang Fan has never seen it in his life. But now I not only saw it, but I was still being frantically slapped in the face by the owner. Chapter 108, Earning 100,000 yuan a month by lying down. So cool, Comrade Zhang Tian, he made a key contribution to the arrest of drug dealers last night and saved his comrades in arms. More importantly, in the operation last night, Touch's subordinates were arrested and they were also key figures. With the approval of the Ministry of Public Security, Comrade Zhang Tian was awarded the first-class meritorious medal. The third time, Gollum. 3 first-class merits. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. No, what do you mean? Are you doing a first-class job in wholesale when you step on a horse? Ding. The Blessing of the God of Wealth has increased, currently LV2, which generates 2 yuan of revenue per minute. Current first-class meritorious medal, 3 out of 4. Zhang Tian was full of surprises. 2 yuan per minute, 24 hours a day. Even if Zhang Tian did nothing, he could get 2,880 yuan in income. The daily income is 28,000. What was the concept around 2,000 years ago? The monthly income is close to 100,000. There is no shortage of money. There is no shortage of money at all. Ding. Complete the achievement task of the God of Figure Management. The special entry, the God in charge of figure entry has been automatically worn. After wearing, the most perfect figure and physique will be automatically generated. For a moment, Jiang Tian only felt a warm current pouring in the muscles and height of the whole body, as well as the bones, changed almost instantly due to the influence of factors such as the bones and muscles of the previous body. Jiang Tian's martial arts master and his endless physical fitness were actually affected to a certain extent. There are also many martial arts moves and killing moves that cannot be used. Now if Jiang Tian wants, my elbows, knuckles, arms, even my inner joints, knees, etc., can become murderous weapons. Even if Jiang Tian didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, except that his clothes seemed to be smaller. The other changes were not big, but with this strength, especially if he is in a duel with a master, Jiang Tian is confident and can even fight against the two of himself with his bare hands. Sure enough, Jiang Tian was excited. I'm fine. Zhang Fan opened his mouth. His face was unbelievable, and he even raised his hand and slapped himself. His face hurt very much, which also made Zhang Fan realize that he was not dreaming. What is happening in front of you is the real situation. There is someone who can get 3 first-class merits at once, which is even constantly impacting his worldview. It is no exaggeration to say that this is simply a historic moment. Comrade Xiao Jian, thank you for your hard work. The certificate and medal were solemnly held in both hands and then handed over to Jiang Tian's hands, as if it was a pass. It even gave Gao Xiaolong, who never surrendered, the illusion that he was indeed old, serving the people. Jiang Tian saluted. Gao Xiaolong gave Jiang Tian a look, and then said to Zhang Fan, I thought I could be defiant and look down on the people of the world if I had achieved a first-class achievement. Don't you know that you are the frog at the bottom of the well, sitting in the well and watching the sky? I don't want to continue to pursue today's affairs. Since Lao Tan asked you to come and perform this time task, I won't say anything. Originally, Gao Xiaolong was not ready to do anything, but what Zhang Fan did and said after he arrived made Gao Xiaolong worried instantly. Damn it, Zhang Fan is a well-known young man in the headquarters, but Gao Xiaolong couldn't do it by putting his daughter's life and safety in the hands of such a person. Even so, this was an order directly issued by Minister Tan, and Zhang Fan lowered his head. In fact, his heart was full of jealousy, because, in his opinion, it was not that he was inferior to Jiang Tian. Not it's entirely because after I arrived in Kyoto, I didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with so many cases. If he said that he was in Yunhai, the capital of crime, a place called Little Gotham, his credit would have gone to heaven a long time ago. Correct. Apply for transfer to Yunhai. As soon as Zhang Fan turned his eyes, he suddenly realized that his opportunity to make a great contribution had come. What? You said Jiang Tian was forced? No, he thought, it's just that the local people in Yunhai are too wasteful, which is why Jiang Tian, and in turn, was able to make so much credit. If you come by yourself, wouldn't the credit go directly to heaven? Ooh, okay, when you finish this mission, let you Yunhai monitor what is called the God of Police. So many people have been robbed of the limelight by an intern. It's a waste. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan, who was in a stable state of mind, smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, Chief, I will leave first if I still have a mission. Now I don't have time to play any games with a newly graduated person. After all, although my first goal is to rescue the hostages, I will put it in my bag for special merits. Already. After speaking, Zhang Fan looked up proudly, and even when he left, he glanced at Jiang Tian contemptuously. What can I do with the 3 first-class powers? And there are special powers waiting for me. This showed Jiang Tian scratching the back of his head, and he didn't understand what this person was thinking just now. Why did he suddenly become such a stupid critic? In particular, Jiang Tian turned his head and saw Gao Xiaolong's gloomy face, which made Jiang Tian squint at his eyes and felt more and more that this product might be a shortcoming. It's just that Jiang Tian hasn't waited for Jiang Tian to leave. In any case, Jiang Tian also feels that he can go back and rest. Although the history of special merit creation is indeed attractive, and Tacha can be found for revenge if someone does it, Jiang Tian doesn't want to fight for anything. The above leaders were optimistic about this Zhang Fan, but Jiang Tian couldn't help it. Although Jiang Tian didn't think that this Zhang Fan could succeed. Xiao Jiang, I will give you a task. Gao Xiaolong stopped Jiang Tian. The chief has something else to do? Jiang Tian asked, why are you still emotional? Gao Xiaolong said with a smile, report to the chief, I dare not be emotional in serving the people. Jiang Tian stood at attention and replied forcefully. Gao Xiaolong was full of black lines, isn't this still emotional? You boy, I know you have emotions, but I don't worry about this Zhang Fan. Follow them and don't be discovered by them. That's right. Although Minister Tan and the others strongly recommended Zhang Fan's actions, how could Gao Xiaolong rest assured? Originally, I wanted Jiang Tian to go back and take a break, but the more Gao Xiaolong thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Zhang Fan had heard of this before, but this was the first time he had seen it. After meeting, the more he looked at it, the more wrong it was. Ding, the philatelic task is triggered. When the special merit, first-class merit, second-class merit, and third-class merit are collected for the first time, the Iukai level special entry, Eye of Judgment, will be rewarded. After use, it will have an unimaginable effect on you, identifying loyalty and rape, and automatically displaying criminal information, guaranteed to complete the task. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Good guy, simply good guy. He really wants to shout now, you were simply a god. The Eye of Judgment seems to distinguish between loyalty and rape, and the scanning radar coincides, but it is not, because the Eye of Judgment can directly see the criminal's past criminal record. This means that all criminals have nowhere to hide in front of Jiang Tian's eyes, and even the painstaking search for criminal evidence and interrogation have been saved. Once he had the Eye of Judgment and cooperated with the scanning radar, Jiang Tian felt that he was directly invincible when he stepped on a horse, and whoever saw him died. In this criminal capital, you can walk sideways directly. Chapter 109, Drug Dealer's Lair. Making a fortune. You are the youngest person in the entire Yunhai system, but you are the most competitive. Gao Xiaolong said with emotion. That's right. Looking at the 3 first-class exercises he just hung on Jiang Tian's chest. Oh no, it should be said that there is another first-class exercise, but Jiang Tian put it in the house. Point 4 first-class merits, a second-class work. I remember correctly, I seem to have applied for a third-class going before, which seemed to have saved the woman in the car accident. It's too competitive. My name is Yang Yang, Gao Yang Yang, and it's my daughter. I hope you can help me bring it back. Just as Jiang Tian was about to leave, he suddenly heard Gao Xiaolong's words, which shocked Jiang Tian's whole body. Has Chief Gao's daughter been sent undercover? At this time, the picture in Jiang Tian's mind flashed. That's right, the details of the previous life emerged little by little. After Gao Xiaolong's sacrifice, an old lady came to the municipal bureau. That was Gao Xiaolong's family member. At that time, she burst into tears and said, "You and Yang Yang must have someone to take care of on the road. You didn't take care of it when you were alive. After you die, you must take care of Yang Yang." Thanks to extraordinary memory, Jiang Tian recalled more details. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw the sadness in Gao Xiaolong's eyes. At this moment, the aura of mission came to his heart involuntarily, and the sense of responsibility of mission made him nod his head heavily. When Jiang Tian left, Gao Xiaolong dialed Minister Tan directly with anger on his face. "Lao Gao, are you satisfied with Xiao Zhang? To be honest, he is very strong. He came out of the 8-pole collapse family and once turned over more than 20 people with his bare hands. With him, it is absolutely foolproof." Minister Tan said with a smile. If it weren't for such talents, the arrest of drug dealers had made great achievements before. How could Minister Tan value it so much and explain such an important task? Both the ability and the ability to solve cases have a past history. Lao Tan, I hope what you said is true, that Zhang Fan is really as good as you said. Gao Xiaolong hung up the phone and looked out the window faintly. "Yang Yang, you must be fine, don't be in trouble." This happened. It is even more impossible for Gao Xiaolong to be in the mood to go back, and he sat directly in the command room of the municipal bureau. As for Jiang Tian's actions, because it was the border, in fact, whether it was Jiang Tian or Zhang Fan's actions, it was impossible to dispatch helicopters or escorts, because it was outside the country and could not cross the border. You can't even carry any documents that can prove your identity. Jiang Tian only brought 2 pistols, as well as 7 or 8 pistol magazines, and the others also had a satellite communication phone, which could contact the municipal bureau at any time. Jiang Tian had just sorted out his things, when suddenly his cell phone rang. Looking at the incoming message, Jiang Tian patted his forehead abruptly. It's broken. Sure enough, after connecting the phone, Muya's voice came out. "What are you doing? Don't you want to discuss the case with me?" Good guy. Before Jiang Tian came out, he warned Muya not to go out no matter what happened to the noise outside. So Muya had been in the room. After Jiang Tian arrested the drug dealer, he had been busy interrogating at the police station, and he had forgotten Muya. "I have an important case to deal with now. Muya, if you don't go home, just rest there." Jiang Tian hung up after speaking. He knew Muya and wouldn't be angry because of such a trivial matter, not to mention that he didn't deliberately fail the appointment. It's just a pity. Damn, these drug dealers. Jiang Tian originally thought about doing something unspeakable with Muya tonight, but now he really doesn't have time. What's more, there are entry rewards for Iukai. How could Jiang Tian not know how difficult it is to obtain special merits? This is simply a great feat specially established for the existence of changing the war situation in the original war years. There are role models for the whole system, and even exaggeratedly, role models for systematic publicity throughout the country. Moreover, the special merit is not completely cancelled, but since the war, no one has been eligible for this credit. There is no such opportunity from this. It is possible to imagine the difficulty of special powers. Even Jiang Tian did not dare to think about it. And now, catching Tacha has special powers. If you miss Tacha, you simply don't know when and when you will be able to get the special merit. If you are unlucky, even Zhang Tian doesn't know if there is still a chance to get the special merit. As soon as he crossed the border, Gao Xiaolong called, "We have already contacted Zhang Fan and the others. You should stay where you are and don't act. I will arrange for someone to take you there." It is possible to choose a means of transportation, but this is not Zhang Tian's first choice. Zhang Tian did not pay attention to how Zhang Fan passed. For Zhang Tian, the hidden jungle and secret actions are more conducive to Zhang Tian, not to mention 50 kilometers. To be honest, if Zhang Tian advances at full speed, it will be about 3. You can get there in an hour. Taking transportation, for Zhang Tian, also has the risk of exposure. No, I'll go there on foot. Zhang Tian said, 50 kilometers, are you running over? Gao Xiaolong asked with a smack of his tongue. That's right, I can copy the trail here, but it won't be much slower. Zhang Tian said directly. At this time, it happened to be the rainy season in summer, and many of the ground was almost non-hardened muddy areas, and it was uncertain whether there would be any other accidents on the road. Zhang Tian is like a cheetah in the jungle, thanks to his extraordinary memory. According to the map that had been prepared in advance, Zhang Tian took shortcuts all the way. This shortcut, according to Pan Laoji, was a route they used to transport drugs. It's almost there. Zhang Tian didn't start acting until 1 o'clock in the morning. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Tian glanced at the time and his eyes lit up slightly. Zhang Tian squatted on a tree, like a hunting beast, wearing tights during training, staring straight at the dark town of Wailu in the distance. The hunt is about to begin. In fact, at this moment, what Zhang Tian was most surprised by was looking at the scanning radar, about the almost dense red sin value in the village. Good guy, it's really dense. Is there any crime per capita? Zhang Tian was really taken aback, but soon Zhang Tian learned that thanks to the chaotic situation and environment here, the warlord-like system, and almost no supervision of various criminal acts just for drug-making factories, there are at least several large-scale factories under Zhang Tian's observation. If this is all solved, Zhang Tian couldn't help smacking his tongue. If all these people were dealt with, Zhang Tian would at least be able to upgrade to a golden entry. The sin value that exploded close to 100,000 is definitely not a big problem. Chapter 110, Crazy, Terribly Strong, Killing a Lot. I got rich. Zhang Tian licked his lips. If it weren't for saving the undercover agent, Zhang Tian couldn't help but want to act now. According to Pan Laoji's confession, Zhang Tian also quickly found the parts factory that Pan Laoji said. It's in the town. Damn, by the way, there is Zhang Fan, let's wait for him. Zhang Tian resisted the desire to do it. He was ready to wait for Zhang Fan to act, and it would be better to rescue the undercover agent. If he couldn't be rescued, he could act later, taking advantage of the chaos and harvesting the evil value in the back. Chief Gao, where are Zhang Fan and the others? Zhang Tian took a satellite phone and hid outside the parts factory. Gao Xiaolong, who had been up for more than 2 days, was in a bright spirit in the conference room, walking back and forth with his hands behind his back. When Zhang Tian's voice was suddenly heard, Gao Xiaolong's expression instantly became difficult to say. Since an hour ago, Zhang Fan and the others have lost all contact, and we have been completely unable to contact Zhang Fan. Lost contact? Zhang Tian was dumbfounded. Didn't these people pick up with the contact person here? That's right, not only have we lost contact with them, but also the contact person. We suspect that the contact person has mutinied. Gao Xiaolong said in a low voice. It's over. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong's heart sank completely, because he understood that the calf was about to be finished. In fact, Zhang Tian's actions in the back were only a drag. Even if the person who really acted was unreliable, Gao Xiaolong actually pinned his hopes on Zhang Fan. Minister Tan and Gao Xiaolong knew that Zhang Tian's personal abilities might be stronger than Zhang Fan's, but Zhang Fan had an advantage that Zhang Tian did not have. That is, there were 12 people in their entire squadron, each of whom was an experienced veteran member, and his skills were not weak. It can even be regarded as a special operations team in the general administration. After all, there are too many opponents. It is impossible for one person to cross the border to rescue the undercover agent, but now, there is no action yet, and there are no people left. Is this a misunderstanding? Zhang Tian said in a daze. No, our communication with them is the same as yours. Satellite communication. Even if we lose contact with one of them, it is impossible for Zhang Fan to lose contact with the contact person. Gao Xiaolong had to plan for the worst. It was even said that Zhang Fan's entry had been compromised. Gao Xiaolong struggled with his eyes for a moment before he said in a deep voice, Xiao Zhang, although I don't want to admit it, you should come back first and discuss it in the long run. I have already asked the military for help in this matter and sent special forces to see if there is still a chance. That's what he said, but Gao Xiaolong knew that even if the special forces arrived, he didn't know the year of the monkey, the moon, and the details of the operation were being discussed. By then, the cucumber dishes would be cold. Oh no, Gao Yangyang's body may be cold and can't be found, but there is no way, Tacha. It's too terrifying. It was terrifying, and their action team members were gone before they got close. Going out of the country to capture is a dangerous action in itself, not to mention in this case, Chief, I'm already at the parts factory. Wait. Zhang Tian was talking, and suddenly, he saw several cars appearing on the road, and these cars drove to the parts factory at a fast speed. Zhang Tian flashed to the periphery of the courtyard wall. Unsurprisingly, a batch came. Pan Laoji's waist should have been exposed. The boss is waiting inside. Let's catch these people in. Now that only Pan Laoji is left, he hasn't come back. It's probably because Pan Laoji has been caught and let those policemen chase him out of the country. Damn, if it weren't for staring at him all the time, I really didn't expect that this person would also be a cop. This matter is bothering you. The dialogue gradually blurred, but judging by the news Zhang Tian heard, the genius of Zhang Tian's criminal investigation combined with extraordinary memory to make his mind run fast. Through just a few words, Zhang Tian judged it. This is not a betrayal by the contact person. According to what these people said, it should have been discovered and monitored in advance, and this group of people who drove the transportation should not be from Tacha, or rather, this contact person should belong to another force. Zhang Tian's eyes became clearer and clearer, and Zhang Tian probably deduced the situation. There may be a group of forces on the border that have a good relationship with Tucha. The contact person was lurking in that force, but because he was found to be under abnormal surveillance, he was directly discovered by that group of forces when he moved and found a car to transport Zhang Fan and his group. In the end, I didn't know why I knew that Zhang Fan's purpose was to investigate, and then send Zhang Fan and his group directly. Another key message is, boss, the boss is already in the factory. That means the undercover agent who was arrested is also here, accompanied by a burst of thunder. Zhang Tian speculated that it should be the sound of the human body being thrown on the ground. Not long after, several cars left the factory. There was someone on guard just now. Because of the effort to open the door, Zhang Tian had already reached the wall of the factory and glanced at the height. It was not high, only about 2 meters. Soon, a series of vehicles drove out of the factory, and a voice came from inside the factory. You janitors, be careful. You must be careful. Those people will never give up. Remember, if you see a sneaky suspect, you have to shoot as soon as possible. We got it. The two security guards who opened and closed the gates of the factory immediately agreed, and the vehicles left completely. They ran over to close the door as soon as possible. Following Boss Tucha is really the right choice. One of the drug dealers who closed the door said with emotion, yeah, damn, this group of people still wanted to be a cop to save people and arrest people, but they were caught as soon as they entered the territory. Huh? The other bodyguard who watched the door said with a smile. When he spoke, he was full of contempt. After all, thanks to Yunhai's weak supervision and becoming a paradise for criminal forces, those of them who don't care about the chaotic zone have completely become rich. Even the rush is a lot less. Puff. Ho ho. The bodyguard, who had just closed the door halfway, covered his neck halfway through, and made a terrifying voice in his mouth. Puff. Zhang Tian pulled out the dagger from the neck of the bodyguard drug dealer. Ding. Plus 78 sin value. A janitor has close to 3 digits. Zhang Tian was instantly excited. You. The other person who closed the door pointed at Zhang Tian and wanted to shout out, but the next moment, there was a snort. Zhang Tian's dagger had been instantly inserted into his throat. Zhang Tian followed closely, covering his mouth. Then the two corpses were slowly dragged into the bushes. There are at least hundreds of drug dealers in it. Zhang Tian looked at the red dust, especially many of them are purple in color. Pan Laoji did not lie to him. Today is indeed the day of reconciliation, and it is estimated that all Tucha's subordinates can come. Zhang Tian opened the door and took a careful look, then walked in slowly. Sure enough, as shown by the scanning radar, in the yard of the parts factory, more than a dozen drug dealers carrying guns in 2s and 3s were heavily armed. After Zhang Tian came in, no one noticed. Sure enough, after too long of peace, it is easy for people to lose their vigilance. 500 armed personnel. These are just the armed personnel under Tacha's hands, and they have not counted the other forces outside Tacha. For example, the staff who make drugs, those who collect money, and those who sell drugs outside, etc. This can even be called a little warlord. Ada, you two boys are not outside. It's not time for your shift. A drug dealer who was half-lying behind the door, squinting his eyes and pretending to be dreaming, felt that his eyes were darkened, and he woke up from his sleep. But the next moment, I instantly realized something was wrong. He just wanted to stand up and say something, and the next moment, Zhang Tian inserted a dagger into his heart as fast as lightning. To be honest, the people on duty and standing guard in the entire yard really couldn't bear to look directly. There were more than Dozen people in total, although a little scattered. Some of them are sitting on the ground, some are still resting on holiday, and some are even really asleep against the wall. 4 o'clock in the morning is the easiest time to get sleepy after 3 seconds. No one was alarmed. Even the drug dealer next to him, who was also sleeping, was pierced by Jiang Tian with a dagger through his throat and covered his mouth at the same time. 4 kills. Jiang Tian silently remembered in his heart that it was simple, it was too simple. Since his figure was improved to the most perfect, Jiang Tian seemed to have completely lifted the seals of the shackles before. Whether it is power, speed, all aspects of 4 dimensions and fighting movements, etc., it is a double improvement. Now Jiang Tian only feels that he is terribly strong. Just use you to try the water first. Chapter 111 Gao Yangyang's trace, fighting his way out. Just as Jiang Tian gently put the 4th person down, he yawned in a daze while Jiang Tian was standing asleep against a pillar a few steps away. With blurred eyes, he only felt that a few people in front of him fell to the ground, and he rubbed his eyes subconsciously. At this moment, he saw clearly 4 people, that's right, 4 people, lying neatly on the ground. Everyone was holding their necks stiffly with their hands, but at this moment, they had lost all their vital reactions. Come on. He subconsciously opened his mouth wide and wanted to shout out. Just at this moment, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. Puff. The slight sound and severe pain made the drug dealer want to shout out, but unfortunately, his mouth was already covered. Even if he desperately wanted to break free of his arm and then shout it out, yes, that's right, to remind his companion who was only 2 steps away and leaning on the pillar pretending to be dreaming. It's just a pity that even if he exhausted all his strength, it was difficult to shake the arm covering his mouth. Oh ha! He struggled to make a sound, but he couldn't do it at all, and the power of his struggle was rapidly weakening, and even he could feel the passage of his life. Shoo. Be obedient, don't make a sound. At the last moment of his life, a soft voice finally came from this person's ears. As the sound fell, he also lost all his breath of life. Spray him. Jiang Tian murmured silently. Gao Zi, if you are really sleepy, find a place to rest. Today, the boss asked the guard to say that someone is coming to act. Now those people have been arrested, and there is no danger. I will call you later. The drug dealer who pretended to be a drug dealer across the pillar of the drug dealer was still talking in a hurry. The whole courtyard was silent. There are a total of 10 drug dealers, all standing in their respective positions, but overall, this yard is really not small. The entire parts factory, in terms of its simple area, covers an area of at least a few thousand square meters. These more than a dozen drug dealers were only standing at the entrance of the gate on duty. In Jiang Tian's scanning radar, there were scattered people standing on duty in all corners of the parts factory. Jiang Tian didn't know exactly how it was, but Jiang Tian was going to take his time first. It was only 4 o'clock. The dark nights in summer were often relatively short, and the sun would rise around 5 o'clock. For Jiang Tian, there is only less than an hour of action time. If it is dawn, it will be very unfavorable for Jiang Tian's action. However, 1 hour was enough for Jiang Tian. Gao Zi. Jiang Tian slowly put down the drug dealer. He knew that the drug dealer next to him was the drug dealer he had just killed. After shouting and no response, the drug dealer wanted to turn around, but at this moment, he felt a little wet on his ass. Damn, where did the water come from? The drug dealer swore, stretched out his hand on the ground and wanted to stand up, but the next moment, his whole body stiffened, because when his palm was on the ground, his palm was sliming. At the same time, the smell of blood on his face made his scalp almost numb. As a senior drug dealer and an experienced drug dealer, he knew for the first time that it was bloody, and the blood under his hands was definitely blood, but Gao Zi, who was called, did not respond. It was 100% Gao Zi's blood. In other words, Gao Zi is dead. Someone came in and killed Gao Zi, maybe even behind him. When the pupils of this drug dealer contracted, but with experience, he almost subconsciously wanted to roll and change positions to ensure his safety. It's just that this idea has just emerged in my mind, and my body has just begun to move a little bit. Puff. The drug dealer covered his neck with both hands. Blood flowed from his neck, and he finally saw clearly that in front of him, there were 4 people lying in water. It's really neat. When he hadn't slept, and even clearly remembered that just a few tens of seconds ago, he was still joking with one of the 4 people. Tens of seconds. 4 people. Oh no, there is the tall man behind him, and him. 6 people. In a few tens of seconds, 6 people were killed quietly. Are you a ghost? What exactly is this thing? His neck couldn't breathe, his brain roared. Who is it? Who is it? With his eyes confused, he lost all signs of life forever. 6. Sin value plus 130. Jiang Tian moved quickly, especially seeing the accumulation of sin values. It was so cool. Even if Yunai City is the capital of sin, there are very few opportunities for Jiang Tian to get points. Yes, that's right. For Jiang Tian, this is the same as swiping points. It's very simple to say that they are armed personnel, but in fact, they basically haven't undergone much special training. It's almost the same for crooked gourds and split dates, not to mention these people, even if there are mercenaries here, with Jiang Tian's current strength, he doesn't feel much pressure. The remaining 4 people were simpler for Jiang Tian. When he acted, he had already observed them, and the first ones to solve them were all sober. The 4 people who followed fell into a deep sleep. If it was in the country, Jiang Tian would have to consider whether he wanted to leave apart and then arrest and interrogate him, but here, Jiang Tian has almost no scruples about doing it. The remaining 4 guards were all resolved in their sleep, but only the last person was left. Just opened his eyes vaguely, and a knife was placed on his neck. There was also a hand covering his mouth, making him unable to shout, "Oh!" He yelled in horror. It's just that the afterglow swept across. When I saw the companions who were talking and laughing together not long ago, they were all lying neatly in the corner of the wall at this moment, and the entire yard was covered with bright red blood. Oh! The drug dealer was frightened. "Let me ask you, don't yell, okay?" Jiang Tian asked. Thanks to this, although it is outside the country, the language here is basically zero barriers, except for some dialects, but Jiang Tian can easily understand it by listening carefully. He blinked when he agreed. Jiang Tian continued. The drug dealer blinked, his eyes full of horror. "Where is the undercover female arrested by your boss?" Jiang Tian asked. "Oh, huh." The drug dealer seemed to want to talk. Puff. Jiang Tian pierced the palm of the drug dealer's hand directly with a knife, which made the drug dealer's face confused. "Oh, let's just say, how can I say it if you don't cover your mouth?" The drug dealer was a little confused and a little bit aggrieved. Oh, sorry, I forgot." Jiang Tian pulled out the dagger apologetically, and then let go of the hand on the drug dealer's mouth. Hoo. The drug dealer kept gasping for breath, and he said with horror on his face, "I said, can you let me go? I swear to God with 10 years of life, say it quickly, or I will kill you now." Jiang Tian said directly. The drug dealer also knew that he had no choice, and pointed in one direction tremblingly. Chapter 112. The biggest enemy? No, he is dead now. We have all seen that female undercover agent. She is very beautiful. Many big brothers want it, but Boss Touch has said that the bill will be settled at the end of the month, and whoever has good performance will be rewarded, so she was locked up in that villa. You are quite honest. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction, then he squinted his eyes. The location of the villa is very wide. It can be said that there is absolutely no hidden place nearby, and it is all flat. No, it's not so much a villa as a manor. It is located in the center of the parts factory, or the drug factory is the interior of the manor, and want to enter the villa. Not to mention anything else, Jiang Tian found that the place was too wide, and the sentry near the parts factory had to be cleaned up. Otherwise, Jiang Tian used to be the live target of the sentry here. Jiang Tian also glanced at it just now. It was different from this side. The people standing guard over there were not even ordinary drug dealers. They were all standing outside the villa with murderous intent, looking outwards without turning their eyes to watch. "Can I go now?" "I swear, there will be absolutely no ventilation to report the news." The drug dealer asked tremblingly of the younger brother of a drug dealer. He was really scared in the face of this terrifying god of killing. It was like killing someone in the blink of an eye, just piercing his arm without even blinking. Aren't your eyes astringent? You go, I keep my promise. Jiang Tian nodded. The drug dealer couldn't seem to believe it. "Brother, you really can't kill me? Let's go, let's go." Jiang Tian showed a comforting and kind expression. The drug dealer took 2 steps back carefully and found that Jiang Tian hadn't done anything. He kept thanking Jiang Tian. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You have a good reward. I wish you a fortune and smooth sailing." "Thank you, brother." The drug dealer's face was full of surprise, and then he stood up behind him, and he ran towards the villa abruptly. Just the next moment, puff. The drug dealer clutched his neck and turned his head to look at Jiang Tian in disbelief, trying to say something, but apart from cuckoo vomiting blood, he couldn't make any sound. "Boy, you think I'm stupid when you step on a horse and run to the villa? Did you run away? Did you inform me?" Jiang Tian walked over and pulled out a dagger. The drug dealer closed his eyes. "Sin value plus 380, you deserve to die." Jiang Tian cursed. "With a sin value of 380, how many people have been maimed? This is not domestic, otherwise Jiang Tian would let him be tried by law." After cleaning up the last person at the main entrance, Jiang Tian cleaned up more than a dozen people who were standing guard on the periphery of several other places in the parts factory. With scanning radar and cooperating with Jiang Tian's methods, it can be said that even if you bury yourself in the soil, Jiang Tian can find it out accurately. However, because the factory building was large enough, Jiang Tian ran down in a circle for nearly 10 minutes. The harvest is also huge, close to the evil value of 5,000. There are more than 20 drug dealers in total, and some have contributed more, even reaching 600 or 700. It is conceivable how many heinous crimes these people have committed. Jiang Tian looked like a ghost in the dark night, standing at the door of the factory building of the parts factory. I didn't go. In because the scanning radar accurately showed that there were two drug dealers just behind this door. In addition, at a deeper depth, there are constantly moving red spots of light. There is no doubt that this must be a lair for unloading parts, because Jiang Tian clearly saw that Zhang Fan and other 13 people had just been transported in through this door. But for Jiang Tian, the goal was not Zhang Fan and the others. Can Zhang Fan and the others be saved now? There is no doubt that it is not difficult, because in the scanning radar, those figures walking back and forth may just be people working on disassembly and assembly of parts. There are probably only two drug dealers guarding behind the door, which can be easily solved with Jiang Tian's skills, but what to do if it is solved will definitely be exposed. I am not afraid of exposing Jiang Tian. These people will not pose much threat to Jiang Tian, but Jiang Tian's first goal was Gao Yangyang. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong's granddaughter could be sent out as an undercover agent. With this kind of behavior and this kind of mind, how could Jiang Tian really let Gao Yangyang sacrifice here? According to the normal mode of action, Zhang Fan and the others were indeed rescued first before they could be safely maximized. It's just that once it is exposed and Gao Yangyang is not found, once the drug dealer takes the risk and kills Gao Yangyang, it is completely possible. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian did not set his sights on the factory, but on a villa next to the factory. Jiang Tian didn't approach the villa area just now, so he first cleaned up the sentry near the parts factory to make sure that there was no one behind him. Those in the factory building will not be able to get out for a while. Jiang Tian only needs a few minutes to enter the villa with confidence. I am the villa. The icons are almost all red and purple. All are drug lords. There are at least 20 red dots, and each red, according to Jiang Tian's experience, is worth 5 or 6,000 for simple SINI. In the dark night, Jiang Tian stood in the corner of the factory building, looking at a spacious villa in the distance. There is an artificial rockery directly in front of the villa. The main entrances that the left and right roads surround the rockery and finally converge into a spacious avenue, which is about 10 meters long. Unlike those crooked gourds and split dates just now, there are probably two men in camouflage uniforms standing on both sides of the rockery, one left and one right. It's them. Even in the dark night, but because of the light, the very bright headlights shone brightly. At the same time, Jiang Tian could clearly see each other's appearance. That's right, just a few days ago, when the anti-drug detachment was surrounded by drug dealers, 4 of the group of mercenaries surrounded them from behind. There were about 10 mercenaries in that group at the beginning, 2 of whom were killed by Jiang Tian. The remaining 8 were all good at skills, and after Jiang Tian killed them, they all retreated quickly, step by step. At this moment, 2 more men in camouflage came out of the villa. The 2 sides were talking about something, but one of the mercenaries who had just come out made Jiang Tian look at him sternly. That's right, it can't be wrong. In his previous life, a shot hit Jiang Tian from the back. At that time, Gao Xiaolong kicked Jiang Tian away, but he was hit in the spleen and lost too much blood. He did not come to the rescue and died. The shot at that time was this man. After being reborn, Jiang Tian used his bullet-free hair to kill the quartet, and he was deliberately looking for it, but in the end he didn't find it. But now, I finally saw it. It's him. The so-called enemies are extremely jealous when they meet, and Jiang Tian's eyes turn red. Chapter 113 1v200 Battle records available. If Gao Xiaolong hadn't died in his previous life, nothing would have happened. The death of his parents and the tragic death of his younger sister would not have happened, because his parents were alive. Wang Yifei, that bitch, didn't dare to be so unscrupulous, and Jiang Tian wouldn't be so messed up. However, Jiang Tian did not act rashly, because the place where Jiang Tian was hiding was about 10 meters away from the 2 mercenaries on duty. It would take 3 seconds for Jiang Tian to rush over. Although Jiang Tian brought a pistol with a silencer, if he fired, even if there was a silencer, the sound would definitely be exposed in this silent night. After Jiang Tian constructed the route in his mind, he saw the opportunity to change shifts. When the 4 of them communicated, Jiang Tian sprinted at a fast speed and almost turned into an afterimage. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Tian instantly crossed 10 meters, and then jumped directly into the small pit on the side of the villa road. What's the matter? No, it may be an illusion. One of the mercenaries rubbed his eyes, and a dark shadow seemed to appear in the afterglow just now, but it disappeared in an instant. Maybe you are too sleepy, go back and rest, and leave the following duties to me. The substitute mercenary replied, today is the day when the big boss summoned all his subordinates to settle the accounts. Just now, a group of people from the north came over. Be careful. I won't have a problem doing things, so go and rest. The substitute mercenary said with a smile. When the shift was completed, there were only 2 mercenaries left on the scene, standing on the road between the 2 villa entrances, one left and one right, staring at the direction of the parts factory, intently. It's elite in the end. Zhang Tian's eyes were faint. Zhang Tian's small pit lying on the side of the road slowly moved to the feet of the mercenary. Looking at the familiar face, the face of the enemy, slowly showed his dagger, and then took a vertical step. Zhang Tian shot as fast as lightning, covering the mercenary's mouth with one hand and holding a dagger in the other. He thought it would penetrate his heart smoothly. As a result, Zhang Tian's wrist and backhand were tightly held by the mercenary's hands. Whether it's elite or not, you can react to it, but how can you react to it? Can you stop my power? Zhang Tian's movements in his hands remained unabated, and he slowly spoke in the ears of the mercenary. Who is it? The mercenary's gaze condensed, and he was still extremely calm at this time, holding Zhang Tian's wrist with a dagger in both hands. Almost instinctively, he had already had a series of fighting anti-killer segments in his mind. He broke the opponent's hand holding the dagger and broke it. Then he hit the opponent in the ribs with his elbow. The moment the opponent bent over, he took the dagger and killed him. No, maybe he should stay and interrogate him for life. Thinking like this, but as soon as he got started, the mercenary was confused. The power of terror. Even if the opponent was one-handed, the mercenary found that the fighting routine of breaking the opponent's wrist with one hand in the first step and then hitting back was stumped in the first step. He grabbed the opponent's wrist with both hands, but as a result, he couldn't even break one of the opponent's fingers. This is embarrassing. Oh ha! The mercenary watched the dagger move a little bit, and it gradually touched the skin of his heart, and he became frightened. He kept struggling, even swinging his legs, trying to remind his companions. Who the hell is it? The mercenary thought in horror. Let you be an understanding ghost. The 1v200 record can be checked. When Zhang Tian spoke, he didn't stop the movement of his hand. Puff. The moment the words fell, the dagger had pierced into the opponent's heart. Oh ha! The mercenary's pupils contracted and he gradually stopped struggling, but his eyes seemed to gradually understand. When he lost all his struggles, Zhang Tian covered the mercenary's mouth and wanted to put him on the ground. It was only the next moment that the mercenary seemed to burst out with all the power before his death, kicking heavily on a small stone on the side of the road. The faint sound made by the small stone also caused the mercenary standing guard next to him to shift his gaze and quickly looked here. Jimmy! While shouting, the mercenary had quickly loaded his gun, but the next moment, a dark shadow struck immediately afterwards. Without waiting for the mercenary to react, the black shadow almost rose from the rockery. His feet directly clamped his neck. Click. The mercenary's neck was broken, but it was too late. Bang bang bang. The automatic rifle in the hand of the mercenary whose neck was broken was spitting fire snakes. When Zhang Tian stood up from the ground, the mercenary had lost all his breath of life. Grass. Zhang Tian's face was ugly. It's not that I'm afraid of exposure, but that Gao Yangyang will be in danger after exposure, because for Zhang Tian, solving these people, whether they are exposed or not, will have no effect on Zhang Tian. He hardly dared to delay at all. Now that he had been exposed, Zhang Tian took out his silencer pistol and walked quickly towards the villa. At the same time, it's 4 o'clock in the morning at night. In the top floor room of the villa in the parts factory, a tall woman with long hair covering her face and wearing a cheongsam was handcuffed to the bed with one hand, while the woman squatted under the bed with her head down. The eyes that were originally as beautiful as peach blossoms were full of numbness at this moment, or rather, the eyes were a little gray with the taste of losing all light. Yawn. In the room, on the sofa opposite the bed, there were two guards who were yawning at the moment. One of the drug dealers had just finished going to the toilet, and when he walked back to the sofa, he came to the woman, grabbed the woman by the hair, and directly pulled the woman's head up. The long hair spread out from her cheeks, revealing a thrilling face full of heroic but beautiful beauty. The only catch is that the woman has no expression at this moment, as if she is walking dead. Snapped. The drug dealer raised his hand and slapped it directly on the white and flawless face. The slap was very loud, but the woman's face and brows did not wrinkle. Her eyes were still dull and indifferent, as if she had already lost sight of life and death. The drug dealer's expression became colder when he looked at it and said, "Bitch, this is a dead look, smile and show it to the master." The woman still didn't have any expression, since her identity was discovered and she was caught. The woman has accepted her destiny, and if you are caught in the territory, your life is not as good as death, not to mention that you are abroad, you can die, you can't ask for it, because it's not that there has been no precedent. After a woman's previous undercover agent was discovered, her bleak appearance still makes women unforgettable. Brother, this girl is so beautiful. She used to ride a horse and mix with old chicken pan. She didn't have a chance. Now our brothers guard her. Would you like to enjoy it? When he spoke, the drug dealer's eyes were greedy. Another drug dealer who was sitting yawning on the sofa was refreshed when he heard it. He originally wanted to scold him, but after seeing the woman's face, he swallowed subconsciously. Brother Yu was heartbroken, but he still had scruples. But Lao Jipan said, "You can't touch this woman. Brother Yu, this bitch's pussy, anyway, was discovered undercover, and the final ending of this undercover is doomed." The boss said, who has a good performance to whom, maybe brother your performance is better than that of Pan Lao Ji, and in the end it doesn't belong to you. Let's just enjoy this pussy in advance. Point one moment. The silly rabbit swallowed his saliva and stretched out his hand with his eyes shining. It seemed that he wanted to touch the pretty white face. Just the next moment, puff. The woman squatting on the ground with her hands tied to the bed kicked Silly Rabbit's crotch directly. Ah, bitch, I killed you. Silly Rabbit clutched his crotch and screamed, then he picked up the stool on the side and smashed it on the woman's head. With a puff, blood flowed down the woman's head. Well, Lao Tzu likes such a strong woman, and she has a sense of accomplishment in her education. Ha ha, Silly Rabbit, step on the horse and get out of the way. Let Lao Tzu meet this bitch. Brother, you took out a pill from his pocket and soaked it in water, then pinched the woman's mouth and kept pouring it. Ahem. Gao Yangyang kept coughing. She had completely lost hope. Seeing the grim smiles on the faces of the two drug dealers, they smiled bitterly in their hearts. Is it so difficult to even die, and they still have to suffer humiliation? But at this time, Gao Yangyang felt a bulge on the ground, and touched it. Gao Yangyang clenched his hands tightly in an instant, and breathed a sigh of relief. You guys go to work in your next life. Gao Yangyang sneered, holding a sharp wooden stick on the ground, and just wanted to insert it into his neck. Just the next moment, bang bang bang. Fierce gunshots rang out, accompanied by the roar from inside the villa. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Hurry up, everyone take their weapons. Horse rider, is this a ghost? Fire, he's on the first floor, fire quickly. Chapter 114, the informant's news spread to the country, causing a sensation in the villa. Fierce gunshots rang out, and with the fire of the mercenaries before the death, the entire villa area was alarmed. By the way, what followed immediately was Zhang Tian, who had no scruples, holding a silencer pistol in the house. In fact, a pistol is much more convenient than a rifle or something in many cases, especially for Zhang Tian, who hits every shot. It seems to be a god of killing, but at the same time, the entire villa was alarmed. According to Zhang Tian's plan, after lurking into the villa, he slowly searched room by room and wiped out all the drug dealers in his sleep. However, just because it was a little slower, Zhang Tian was exposed. Zhang Tian was only able to bite the bullet and had a fierce exchange of fire with the drug dealers gathered in the entire villa. Amidst the roar of gunfire, the parts factory not far from the villa was also completely alarmed, and the drug dealers who were working overtime inside rushed in with rifles like crazy. Many people wore white coats, but now Zhang Tian has rushed into the villa, which is actually the purpose of Zhang Tian, to clean up the drug dealers around the factory from the beginning. At the same time as the fierce exchange of fire in the villa, the city Euro was brightly lit. Gao Xiaolong, who had not rested all night and had not slept, opened his red eyes. His eyes were staring at the map. By his side, Shen Han rushed over as soon as possible. There was no way, except that Gao Lao was here, but Mu Lao was also here, especially when the headquarters also sent a special operations team to operate. After Shen Han knew about it, he rushed over as soon as possible, and first glanced at Zhang Peng grievously, which turned out to be the last to inform him. Do you understand the leapfrog report? According to the information and investigation of the informant, because today is the day for checking accounts, in the entire parts factory area, the big brothers of drug dealers have come, and they are watching outside. There are about 100 drug dealers who have entered the parts factory, not counting the armed forces of the parts factory itself. Personnel. At this moment, Zhang Peng looked at the map on the table in the conference room. Especially the red dots in it are especially bright. This location is the parts factory. It's much more than that. Don't forget, in the small town on the outskirts of the parts factory, there are close to 500 armed personnel. Once there is an exchange of fire, these 500 armed personnel can gather in an instant. At this moment, Mu Lao suddenly raised his head and reminded. The moment this sentence appeared, everyone in the conference room was silent, all voices were lost. Moreover, according to information from peripheral informants, it has been determined that 13 people have been transported to the parts factory and are preparing for processing. Zhang Peng's tone became more and more serious, and the situation in the parts factory is becoming clearer and clearer. Gao Xiaolong's eyebrows beat twice from time to time. The conference room is also more silent, which also means that one thing is certain: Zhang Fan and the others have indeed been arrested, and now only Xiao Jiang is left there. Gao Xiaolong closed his eyes, and at this moment, he seemed to be countless years old. Was Zhang Fan wrong? He was not wrong, because no one expected that the person in charge of transportation had mutinied. The point is, now Xiao Jiang, I can't get in touch. Mu Lao said solemnly. What did the informant say? Gao Xiaolong opened his eyes with some sadness in his eyes. Because of this situation, he has already understood that his granddaughter should be more or less unlucky. Even the rescuers are deep in the quagmire, and they are struggling to protect themselves. No, or they are more or less unlucky. The key is that this kind of thing cannot be said clearly, because all people who leave the country have no identity and are confidential. On the one hand, Zhang Tian did not take a car, but on the other hand, this situation is already a dead end. It hasn't started yet, and the task can already be said to be declared a failure. The informant is just from the outermost town, but with Xia Zhang's skills, even if there is an accident, there should be some movement. There is no news now, even if it is good news. Zhang Peng said in a suppressed voice. That's right, after all, Zhang Tian is his son. Seeing his son in this dangerous situation, Zhang Peng was suddenly able to realize how much pressure and pain Gao Xiaolong was under in his heart. Gao Xiaolong was also apologetic, because if it weren't for saving the undercover agent and his granddaughter, there would be no such action. Ding ding ding. At this moment, a call suddenly came from one of Zhang Peng's mobile phones. Everyone stopped breathing instantly, because this mobile phone is the mobile phone used by Zhang Peng to contact the informant on a single line. Everyone saw that Zhang Peng had just obtained information from the informant through this mobile phone. Here it is. Zhang Peng stretched out his hand trembling unconsciously. At the next moment, Zhang Peng connected to the phone, but did not speak, quietly listening to the movement on the phone. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a suffocating thing happened, and a messy burst of gunshots rang out on the phone. After a while, it was densely connected into a piece. Something happened. Everyone is aware of this problem, and everyone's faces were nervously waiting for a voice to come from the phone. Didn't wait too long. For a moment, accompanied by a heavy breathing, a voice came from the microphone. 0101. A fierce gunfight broke out here in the parts factory. It was very fierce. Many drug dealers surrounded the parts factory. Past. Humph. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's minds exploded with a bang. The foundation of this informant, because there are not many outsiders in this conference room, Zhang Peng also told them, and everyone knew it. The informant's lurking place was in the town next to him, but because of a problem tonight, Zhang Peng ventured to let the informant from the town next to him rush to Walia town to find out the news. No, it should be said that go to the outskirts of Walia town, especially near the parts factory, to hide and observe the situation so that they can keep abreast of the situation in the event that Zhang Tian loses all news. And now, when the news came, everyone's minds exploded. No news is good news, but there is news, make it clear. Zhang Peng's eyes flushed and he said hurriedly, because, after it has been determined that Zhang Fan and the others have been arrested and controlled, they are there. The only manpower, and the only manpower who can cause chaos in the parts factory, is Zhang Tian. 01, I was hiding upstairs in the parts factory about a few hundred meters away from the residence. Here I can see the whole picture of the parts factory. The entire parts factory is actually a large manor, consisting of a villa area and a factory building. The place where the gunfight broke out and the place of support are in the villa area. The informant said, humph. Everyone stood up. Chapter 115. The God of Death calls the shots. The more the better. Everyone stood up. His eyes kept flashing, especially Gao Xiaolong. His eyes were a little wet. Xiao Jiang, he is confused. This is simply an act of death. Zhang Tian, who was at the scene, didn't know that it was dangerous there, but knowing the danger, he still broke into the villa area. He can only prove one thing, that is to save his granddaughter and save Gao Yangyang. Thinking of this, how could Gao Xiaolong remain calm? Xiao Zhanghe. It's done, he's done. How is this possible? Shouldn't he come back at this time? That's the lair of drug dealers. Everyone is crazy, because in the beginning, they were not worried. Under this situation, they briefly analyzed it. When Zhang Fan and the others had already been exposed and arrested, and the drug dealers were already alert, not to mention Zhang Tian alone, even if they replanned their actions, it was impossible. This task can already be announced to be abandoned. They also believed that Zhang Tian was probably already retreating under these circumstances, but now, he told them that Zhang Tian had entered the factory. This is crazy. That's the lair of drug dealers. How could it be possible to save people there? Well, you must pay attention to your own safety and don't be affected. If you have any news, you must report it as soon as possible. Zhang Peng said hurriedly. At the same time, Song Liguo was also holding a satellite phone next to him, constantly dialing Zhang Tian's phone number. It's just a pity that Zhang Tian's phone number has always been turned off. But now, they are almost certain silence. In the dead silence, the entire conference room could hear needles falling. Zhang Peng put the encrypted mobile phone on the conference table and turned on the hands-free. From inside, there was a fierce gunshot, very intense. To what extent is it intense? Bang bang bang. It was almost connected into pieces of gunfire. At this moment, Zhang Tian was standing in the villa on the first floor and thoroughly searched the first floor. Drug dealers killed nearly a dozen. This villa is too big. It is said to be a villa area, but in fact, it is this huge villa. It is accessible in all directions, and there are only two small villas with the same configuration in the open space on both sides. Zhang Tian was standing on the first floor of the villa, and there were already more than 30 rooms in the villa on the first floor. Zhang Tian searched all the way, and almost every room was luxuriously decorated. Luxury, but this luxury is based on the murder of the lives of others and the exchange of a little bit of the blood of others. In Jiang Tian's eyes, it simply reveals the smell of filth everywhere. It's not on the first floor, it's on the second floor. Jiang Tian stood at the foot of the stairs, holding his silencer pistol against the wall. Under his feet, there was already a terrifying pool of blood. The battle just now was very fierce, and it took Jiang Tian a lot of time to clean up these reacted drug dealers, and they still cleaned up room by room. This further greatly delayed Jiang Tian's speed, however, thanks to the large size of the villa. This is more than a villa, it is simply a luxurious palace. There are resplendent, large enough villas everywhere, which also provide Jiang Tian with huge operating space. It can be said that either a strategic weapon will give peace to this villa, or Jiang Tian will be able to swim the dragon. It can't be delayed. Jiang Tian glanced at the time, suddenly realizing that Gao Yangyang was in danger at any time. Jiang Tian's expression gradually became serious. At the next moment, when there was obviously no movement, Jiang Tian turned his back to the stairs, against the wall, and his hands were just able to grasp the iron guardrail of the stairs. With just a little force, Jiang Tian instantly turned over from the stairs and jumped up. As soon as he landed, a drug dealer looked at Jiang Tian, who appeared in front of him in a daze. It's just that his mind hasn't turned around, and he hasn't even had time to think about what happened. I didn't have time to think about how the enemy suddenly turned up so fast from under the guardrail of the stairs. Jiang Tian had already done it. Between raising his hand, Jiang Tian's top elbow instantly hit the center of the armed drug dealer's chest. Click. Puff. The drug dealer sprayed a mouthful of blood wildly, and his whole body instantly flew up the stairs for 2 or 3 meters. The strength was so great that the drug dealer had already lost his breath before he landed dead. The pupils of the drug dealers who were carefully hiding behind the wall on the stairs kept shrinking, especially one of them squatted down and carefully measured his breath. Suddenly I only felt numbness on my scalp. This is not a headshot, this is someone who was hit to death by an elbow. The sturdy adult with at least 160 or 70 caddies was so instantly killed, while the two of them were still thinking. A dark shadow suddenly flashed before their eyes. The next moment, puff. The two of them clutched their necks, looking at Jiang Tian, who suddenly appeared in trembling fear, and then fell to the ground. The first floor is dead and clean. Who is it? It's terrifying. Which bastard provoked this demon? Crass, there are at least 20 or 30 people on the first floor. Now that it's so quiet below, wouldn't it be dead and clean? It shouldn't be. How could the devil be killed so quickly? Hurry up and ask Boss Tacha. I think it's too perverted. More than that, I just went down and took a look, and the bullet directly hit the little brother next to me in the head, and the exposed head was almost killed by seconds. At this moment, Jiang Tian, who had already arrived behind the wall of the stairway on the second floor, heard the sound of a discussion. Looking at the 2 scarlet spots of light gradually approaching in the scanning radar's grass, there are at least tens of thousands of these 2 people, right? It's worth it. Jiang Tian took a breath of air. Sure enough, the evil value of these people is too terrifying. It's terrifying. These people's evil deeds are so many that they deserve to die, and they even have to go to hell. While discussing, the two of them came to a corner away from Jiang Tian and stopped. Does it feel wrong? No. No, don't you feel it? Is the silence a bit scary? There is no sound at all. Moreover, do you smell blood? I smell it. One of them sniffed his nose, his tone full of vigilance. Yeah, there was a lot of gunfire just now. Could it be that the villain was killed? The other drug dealer also stopped, and the two glanced at each other. It's just that in the next moment, they haven't waited for the two of them to react. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from their throats with a click. They even heard the sound of their necks being pinched, accompanied by a soft voice that seemed to be a demon from hell. Sorry, you guessed it wrong. Puff. Chapter 116, Crazy, Impossible Task. Youth. The 2 corpses limped weakly to the ground. Jiang Tian's footsteps passed in front of their separated pupils, and then gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. In a short period of time, 5 people were killed, and Jiang Tiancheng was even unable to bear any psychological fluctuations, except that these people really deserve to die. Jiang Tian was already a little numb in his heart. At this moment, with a crunch, the door of one of the rooms in the villa was opened, and the drug dealer who walked out glanced at the 5 corpses on the ground. Ting ting tang. He staggered back, and after a while, he shouted sadly, "Come up, that demon is coming up." Boom! Accompanied by his howling sound, messy and hurried footsteps resounded throughout the second floor of the huge villa, followed by a moment of time, bang bang bang. Fierce gunshots resounded throughout the second floor of the villa. It was obvious that Jiang Tian was alone, but it seemed that he was in all corners of the huge villa. There was the sound of fierce gunfire everywhere. Relying on the non-empty bullets, Jiang Tian, who had no scruples, killed in one move within 3 steps, and 3 steps away, Jiang Tian had already been shot in the head by Jiang Tian. The moment the opponent saw Jiang Tian killing crazy, Jiang Tian was completely crazy. And in a certain room in the villa, Brother Yu and his younger brother stood. Behind the door, listening to the voices outside, accompanied by fierce gunfire on the second floor, Silly Rabbit looked at Brother Yu with astonishment on his face. Brother Yu, the gunfire is getting closer. Yes, outside the door, there seemed to be fierce gunfire everywhere. Fuck, which bastard caused the trouble and implicated Boss Tacha? Brother Yu cursed and swore, it hasn't been resolved for so long? Silly Rabbit was also confused. Will there be a lot of people coming? Yes, there were gunshots from the beginning. How long has it been since now? Snapped. Brother Yu slapped him and swore, grass, no wonder I called you a stupid rabbit. Is he really a fool? The whole town is from the boss of Tacha. Near this factory, plus the younger brother we brought, there are at least hundreds of armed personnel, and there is no movement outside. The IT must be lurking in, and there must be not many people. Having said that, Brother Yu looked at Gao Yangyang. This moment, Gao Yangyang's expression was expressionless, as if nothing had changed. Even if Brother Yu was forced to drink an unknown drug, Gao Yangyang didn't have any reaction, which made Brother Yu come up with a sneer on his face. Then he grabbed Gao Yangyang's hair, snapped. Brother Yu slapped Gao Yangyang's white face with a slap, causing a trace of blood to appear at the corner of Gao Yangyang's mouth. But the corner of Gao Yangyang's mouth was sarcastic, and there was still no change. Bitch, you can really bear it. You can still bear it. You don't think that the people who are making trouble outside can rescue you. Don't dream on a horse. This is the base camp of Boss Tacha. Now it is estimated that hundreds of armed younger brothers are here to support you. Even if you plug in your wings, people who come can't run either. Brother Yu sneered, trying to combat Gao Yangyang's self-esteem. It's just that although there are some bloodstains on the corners of Gao Yangyang's beautiful mouth, it has a flirtatious beauty. The only catch is that Gao Yangyang's sarcastic expression at the corner of his mouth at this moment adds another sense of nobility to it. With this temperament, Brother Yu actually felt a trace of humility shamelessly. This caused a huge blow to Brother Yu's humble self-esteem. Snapped. Brother Yu slapped him down again, and said with an angry expression on his face, bitch, dare to look at Lao Tzu like this, Lao Tzu will let you kneel down later. Don't you think someone will come to save you, bitch? Wait, I'll let you see for yourself. Which bastard is making trouble? How was he tortured to death? With these words, Gao Yangyang's eyes changed a bit, and he held the sharp wooden stick in his hand tightly. She really wanted to commit suicide just now. However, Gao Yangyang was afraid that if someone really came to save himself regardless of sacrifice and danger, if he died desperately when he saw himself, but it was just a corpse, how could he be worthy of the hero who sacrificed for this? Moreover, you think I didn't see your little move just now? I didn't expose it. I just want you to see hope and then make you desperate and want to die. How can it be that simple? While speaking, Brother Yu suddenly stepped on Gao Yangyang's wrist, and Gao Yangyang's expression, at this moment, finally, there has been a huge change. Haha, continue to be proud. Lao Tzu likes a proud woman like you, begging for mercy and despair at Lao Tzu's feet. Haha. Brother Yu laughed excitedly. With the severe pain in her wrist, Gao Yangyang gritted her shellfish teeth without saying a word, but at this moment, her eyes gradually fell into despair again. Is there really no chance? Gao Yangyang looked at Brother Yu, who was laughing arrogantly. She had never hated anyone so much. At the moment of going undercover, she thought she would die, but she never thought that she didn't even have a chance to commit suicide. When Brother Yu was talking, he also crushed his feet, looking at Gao Yangyang with a grim smile on his face. Gao Yangyang gradually showed a painful expression on his face, and became even more excited. Yes, that's it. I will wait for you below, it won't take long. Gao Yangyang was completely desperate in his heart. At this moment, she has no other idea, that is, if the person who caused the riot is the one who saved her. Don't come, you must withdraw safely. It's just that when Gao Yangyang was desperate, a dark shadow stood under the light without knowing when, and also stood behind Brother Yu. Before Gao Yangyang could react, her beautiful eyes widened, because, this person, this figure, he raised his feet, click. But, just when Brother Yu smiled grimly, suddenly, a terrifying pain came from the back of his waist. Pain. The pain in my heart is severe. What? Brother Yu screamed. It's just that I haven't called out yet. The next moment, a terrifying big palm fell from his head. Then, there was a severe pain in the scalp hair. At this moment, is being grabbed by someone. At the same time, there was also a voice of doubt. What are you laughing at? The great pain caused Brother Yu's whole body to tremble. Where could he hear this voice? But it doesn't matter, because Zhang Tian will let him answer. Snapped. Zhang Tian slapped his head and face down, holding Brother Yu's hair in one hand, and facing Brother Yu's face with the other. The power of terror. Puff. Brother Yu vomited blood, and the skin on both cheeks was forcibly slapped off, and the skin was bloody, not to mention the teeth. Let me ask you, what are you laughing at? Are you deaf? Zhang Tian increased his voice, his eyes were cold and cold. Woo. Who are you and who are you? Brother Yu vomited blood, and he was knocked unconscious by a slap just now, but he was awakened by Zhang Tian's backhand slap. After waking up, he could no longer feel the consciousness on his face, because, at this moment, the injury was as serious as him, and he had temporarily lost all consciousness, which also made Brother Yu's scalp numb with horror. Snapped. Zhang Tian was silent, and after another slap, he brought out the red blood of one hand. Zhang Tian's whole face was turned to the light, and his facial features looked so cold in the shadows. I'm asking you, what are you laughing at, you, don't you understand? While talking at this moment, Brother Yu, who was beaten, and Gao Yangyang, who was locked next to the bed, finally saw Zhang Tian's image clearly at this moment, covered in blood, killing people and collapsing into blood is inevitable. Just Zhang Tian's face was almost washed by blood, the whole body was completely exposed to the light. At this moment, almost all of it was scarlet or blood stains that had been there for a long time appeared to be many black blood scabs. It's like a god-killing executioner bathed in blood, but in Gao Yangyang's eyes, at this moment, behind Zhang Tian, it seemed that all the brilliance was shining. When? Where's the silly rabbit? At this moment, comparing the panic and pain, and the confusion that made Brother Yu at a loss, is that the stupid rabbit? I was standing outside and shooting just now. When did this demon run in? There is also the silly rabbit behind the door, there is no sound or movement. Why? Countless puzzles caused Brother Yu to twist his neck stiffly, which was very difficult, but when he saw the scene, Brother Yu's pupils contracted and he kept yelling, silly rabbit. You lunatic, who is it, who is it? Chapter 117 An unexpected surprise, an important mission completed. Silly rabbit, no, a more accurate description should be like a dead dog. The silly rabbit was lying on the ground, his face covered with blood, and his body was still twitching twice from time to time. Humph. The tragedy of the silly rabbit did not shock Brother Yu. What really shocked Brother Yu was that he was still talking to the silly rabbit just now, and it hadn't taken half a minute for him to turn his head. Not only was the silly rabbit lying on the ground, but just now, it was obvious that he had suffered a terrifying beating. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, his two eyes were also full of fear and fear. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Brother Yu was lying on the ground at the moment, but Zhang Tian grabbed his hair and forced Brother Yu's face up. This moment, Brother Yu finally saw the murderer's face. The young man, a young man covered in blood, had calm eyes, but in this calm, he seemed to be brewing a murderous intent that made his whole body tremble. I asked, what are you laughing at? Are you deaf? Zhang Tian frowned slightly, lay down on his waist and greeted the unrecognizable face with a punch-a-puff. The blood collapsed, but Zhang Tian didn't even frown in my eyes. Brother Yu screamed. He wanted to cover his eyes. Zhang Tian almost broke his eye bone with a punch just now, but as soon as he raised his hand, there was a terrifying pain in the palm of his hand, and with a click, his finger was broken. Brother Yu continued to scream. Zhang Tian was just still expressionless. Gollum. Just when Zhang Tian's eyes were cold and he was constantly beating at Brother Yu, Gao Yangyang, who was watching this scene from the side, was stunned. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the terrifying man who suddenly appeared in front of him. The originally expressionless face became a little pale at this moment. Even a woman with a strong bearing capacity like Gao Yangyang was frightened when she faced the sudden appearance of a man. It's too cruel, but at the same time, it's so cool. How did Brother Yu humiliate her just now? But at this moment, Brother Yu was beaten into this bleak appearance. Retribution is simply retribution. Be obedient. Yes, don't scream. Come and tell me, what were you laughing at just now? Zhang Tian's voice is like the devil in hell. This moment, Brother Yu was finally smart. The pain of dying all over his body made Brother Yu's teeth tremble and explained, I taught this woman excitement. Oh, Zhang Tian nodded blankly. Very good, very right, very obedient. Zhang Tian smiled and nodded, then put down Brother Yu. This moment, Brother Yu, who lived the rest of his life, had no strength to escape the pain of broken fingers, and the pain of broken lumbar vertebrae. There is also the pain of being blind. Brother Yu is suffering, lying curled up on the ground and trembling constantly. 2 lines of tears are about to flow out of his eyes. Who was this lunatic who suddenly appeared? How did it suddenly appear? And many more. Brother Yu thought of the gunshots downstairs just now. It's you, just downstairs. Brother Yu's voice trembled. You guessed it. Zhang Tian smiled slightly, and then the dagger flashed. Brother Yu covered his neck and stared at Zhang Tian, blood flowing down his neck, and the smile on Zhang Tian's face gradually disappeared. But there is no reward. After the words fell, Zhang Tian came to the silly rabbit, and it was also the result of a single shot. Nearly tens of thousands of sinful values were recorded again. Zhang Tian didn't have much smile on his face, stepped on the warm blood on the ground, and gradually came to the woman. This moment, the woman was sitting on the ground, her hair covering her face. Zhang Tian couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly. Even when Zhang Tian approached, the woman curled up and took 2 steps. Back. It seemed a little scared. Zhang Tian spread out his hands, looking at the handcuffs on the woman's hand. He knew that this woman must not be the same as the drug dealer, and he would definitely not do it. The killers he killed were basically criminal drug dealers. These people didn't know how many hurtful things they had done. Raise your head. Zhang Tian squatted down to look at the woman and couldn't help but speak in a slightly heavier tone without looking up. Gao Yangyang's whole body was stiff, and his face paled a bit. I have to say that she can face life and death without changing her face, and she can face the beating of drug dealers without any fear. Traveling north and south forged her strong heart. Although she was born in a second-generation family, she has always been in danger for her inner justice. He has also made outstanding contributions to anti-drug work. At the beginning, Gao Yangyang thought that someone in the country had come to save him. She had a moment of surprise and joy, but this emotion, in a short time, completely dissipated because of Zhang Tian's methods. This is too terrifying. The beating of her by brother Yu just now, in front of the subordinate, was nothing short of nothing, and there was no comparison. It was as if the frog at the bottom of the well had jumped out of a deep well. She thought she had seen the world, but suddenly found that it was as if she had seen Hao Yue floating. The slap of the drug dealer actually made her feel that this brother Yu was better than the man in front of her. It seems to be a child living in a house. How could such a person be from the country to rescue her? Will a third-party person kill himself? Gao Yangyang lowered his head, pale, and fell into contemplation, especially accompanied by a cold scolding. Gao Yangyang didn't know why. He obviously resisted in his heart, but his body stiffened honestly and raised his head, disheveled on her face. Zhang Tian frowned. He doesn't have much time here, because, scanning the radar, it clearly shows that a large number of drug dealers are already pouring in him. When Zhang Tian first thought so, suddenly I saw the beautiful face obscured by the scattered hair. Although a little pale, the right face is also a little red and swollen, but it adds a bit of beauty. Of course, it is impossible for Zhang Tian to be interested in seeing the color, but this woman, with a swish, Zhang Tian lifted the woman's hair up as fast as lightning. Sure enough, Zhang Tian was overjoyed. Found it. That's right, Zhang Tian thought Gao Yangyang would take him a lot of time to look for it, but he didn't expect to find it as soon as he arrived on the second floor. Gao Yangyang was stared at by Zhang Tian's deathly gaze, his heart bristling. You, what do you want to do? Gao Yangyang was sad in his heart. Could it be that he just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den again? Gao Yangyang? Zhang Tian asked her before the action. Zhang Tian must have seen Gao Yangyang's photos. Although there are some discrepancies, Gao Yangyang at this moment has a more morbid beauty, but his facial features are still exactly the same humph. When Zhang Tian said the name, Gao Yangyang widened his eyes and his pupils contracted subconsciously. You, how do you know? That's right, Gao Yangyang is not a fool. He used another identity to go undercover here, and her original name, even in the headquarters, only a few people know it. And many more. Could it be a Gao Yangyang looked at Zhang Tian in a daze and said, are you here to save me? Chapter 118 Tears. What a great man he is. Although it's not from the headquarters, I did receive a mission to save you. Zhang Tian nodded. Puff. Gao Yangyang sprayed instantly at just now. She thought it was a killer who broke into here. The hope of life reappeared, and Gao Yangyang thoroughly realized what the excitement of going from hell to heaven was. After all, who wants to die to be alive? Where's the key? Zhang Tian looked at the handcuffs and said, in the hands of the man you just killed. Gao Yangyang pointed to brother Yu, who had become a corpse. Zhang Tian quickly turned the key over and found it, and then untied Gao Yangyang's handcuffs. Gao Yangyang moved his wrists excitedly and rubbed his numb knees. Gao Yangyang's face was full of comfort. It feels so good to be free. Thinking like this, Gao Yangyang couldn't wait to say to Zhang Tian, thank you, comrade. By the way, how many comrades are there outside, and how many people are here in total? By the way, I have been arrested. There must be someone named Zhang Fan at the headquarters who will come over. Why haven't you seen him? Yes, Gao Yangyang knew Zhang Fan too well, especially when this kind of hero saved the United States. How could that Zhang Fan make Zhang Tian show off? Gao Yangyang scratched his head, a little confused. Oh, just me. Zhang Tian said, yourself, Puff, wait, yourself? Gao Yangyang's eyes widened. What about Zhang Fan and the others? If you mean that in an operational team dispatched by the headquarters, there is indeed a squadron leader named Zhang Fan, but when he first entered the country, he was collectively captured by drug dealers, the entire squadron. Zhang Tian explained, Zhang Fan's entire squadron has been arrested? Gao Yangyang lost his voice. What's the matter with so many footsteps outside? I don't know, they are probably all drug dealers. Zhang Tian walked behind the door without worry. When he just came in, Zhang Tianshan closed the door directly. At this moment, there was a sound of rapid footsteps in the corridor outside the door. In particular, what made Zhang Tian frowning was that there were already more and more drug dealers outside the corridor. When he came to the window, Zhang Tian took a quiet look at the open space under the window. At this moment, there were already groups of drug dealers staring intently around the big village. Zhang Tian was sure that if he jumped from the window, countless bullets would be able to hit him into a hornet's nest. It's over. Gao Yangyang's excitement became heavier and heavier, and he fell from heaven to hell again. Those with low tolerance were estimated to be about to have a complete mental breakdown. What's the matter? Zhang Tian looked at the red dot on the scanning radar. To say that the disadvantage of this scanning radar is that it can only scan out those with sinful values, such as righteous people like Gao Yangyang, who will not appear in the scanning radar. This is also the reason why Zhang Tianhui is looking for room by room. Are you not afraid of death? Gao Yangyang said in amazement, because she looked at Zhang Tian's expression calmly and a little scary. You know, there are drug dealers out there. There are at least hundreds of drug dealers in the entire parts factory. Big brothers from all over the world have come to report their accounts. There are still 500 armed drug dealers in Waliu town. In fact, you shouldn't have come. Gao Yangyang sighed faintly with his eyes. Why is your face so red? Zhang Tian asked suddenly, are you listening to me or not? Even if you find me, you will just die alone. Gao Yangyang grabbed Zhang Tian's shoulder and said loudly because she saw that Zhang Tian's skills were so good just now. She was definitely a great talent in the police force. How many cases will such a talent solve and how many bad guys will be arrested? You shouldn't sacrifice your skills here for me. Gao Yangyang lowered his head and said lowly, who said we would die? Zhang Tian asked rhetorically. At this moment Gao Yangyang's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he grabbed Zhang Tian's hand and whispered eagerly, don't open the door, there are drug dealers outside, don't. Are you crazy? Speaking of later, Gao Yangyang's mind buzzed, because Zhang Tian opened the door. Is there a mistake? Are there drug dealers out there? Are you crazy? That's right, dying early and dying late is death. Instead of this, long pain is better than short pain. Gao Yangyang realized in a daze and stopped Zhang Tian no longer, and Zhang Tian also opened the door. In fact, it was mainly seen from Zhang Tian's scanning radar that drug dealers were searching one by one from the left and right sides. At this time, 2 drug dealers were already standing at the door outside the door. Even if Zhang Tian didn't open the door, these 2 drug dealers would run in sure enough. The next moment. As Zhang Tian opened the door, the 2 drug dealers were looking at Zhang Tian, who suddenly appeared with astonishment on their faces. It's over. Gao Yangyang was desperate. Open the door and meet love. Count them unlucky. I hope I can die simply. Here it is. Originally, Gao Yangyang thought that the 2 drug dealers were about to shoot when they saw them, but the next moment, the 2 drug dealers turned around frantically and wanted to escape when they saw Zhang Tian. Are they crazy? Gao Yangyang looked at him in confusion. It's just that at this moment, Gao Yangyang's eyes widened because their speed, in front of Zhang Tian, seemed to be slowed down 10 times in slow motion. The moment they turned around, kick, kick, kick. Zhang Tian leaped forward, his legs rose into the air, and he clamped the neck of one of the drug dealers in the air so fast. Gao Yangyang took a breath of air, and almost instantly, after a difference of less than half a second, Zhang Tian had already adjusted his body, and in midair, his elbow strangled the neck of another drug dealer. Click. Crisp noises almost in no particular order. Puff. The 2 drug dealers fell down the corridor so softly, losing all vital signs. One took a face-to-face, and the 2 drug dealers were directly killed. Until this time, when Zhang Tian fell to the ground, he didn't know when a silencer pistol was in Zhang Tian's hand. It was almost there, so that Gao Yangyang, who was close at hand, couldn't see clearly at all. A bang bang. Zhang Tian fired 2 shots at his back in succession. During the shooting, he did not look behind him. Therefore, when Gao Yangyang looked in the direction of the muzzle with a confused face, it turned out that at the other end of the corridor, 2 drug dealers were standing in the corridor looking at this place, still holding rifles in their hands, but at this moment, their movements were static because on their foreheads, a bright bloody mouth was bleeding. This, Gao Yangyang was dumbfounded. What are you doing in a daze? Follow me. Zhang Tian walked towards the end of the corridor. Gao Yangyang also reacted at this time, and hurriedly grabbed Zhang Tian and said hurriedly, I made a mistake. The exit of the small door of the villa is in that direction. This is on the 3rd floor of the villa. That's right, I was originally on the 3rd floor. Zhang Tian walked in front and ordered, you follow and hide, no matter what happens, don't come out, keep a little distance from me and hide. Hiss. Do you want to take a picture? Chapter 119, Killing Tucho in Seconds. The fall of a generation of drug lords. Gao Yangyang inhaled the air frantically and his scalp became numb, and he suffocated for Zhang Tian's boldness just when she first thought about it. At this moment, Zhang Tian had already strolled towards the corridor. At this moment, I came to the entrance of the stairs in the corridor, but Gao Yangyang was stunned in place for a short time, but suddenly reacted. There are drug dealers under the villa. In the case of densely packed drug dealers outside, it is as difficult to escape as it is to ascend to the sky. But the 3rd floor where Tucha is located seems to be the most dangerous, but in fact it is the safest at this time, with Tucha held hostage. Maybe there will be a glimmer of life. Who is it, and when did such a master appear in the headquarters? Gao Yangyang followed Zhang Tian excitedly. Bang bang bang. When Gao Yangyang came to the entrance of the stairs, all he could see were 3 corpses lying on the stairs, as if they were looking at her in death. My goodness. Gao Yangyang sucked in the air, carefully stepped on the stairs full of blood, and walked up step by step. Corpse, the corpse of death. Every few steps is a corpse. Even Gao Yangyang lost all emotions and looked at these corpses numbly unconsciously. When I walked up the corridor of the villa on the third floor, Gao Yangyang recovered in a daze, only to take a fixed look. Zhang Tian was standing alone in the corridor, and in front of Zhang Tian were 4 drug dealers sitting on the ground, squirming. Backwards. Obviously, they have guns in their hands, but they seem to have lost all the courage to resist. Where's Tacha? Zhang Tian asked softly. He. One of them wanted to speak, but in extreme panic, he stammered and couldn't speak. Boom. Zhang Tian shot blankly, looking at the second one. I fought with you. The second one seemed to be bloody, bending over from the ground and rushing up to pick up Zhang Tian to fight back. Just the next moment, Zhang Tian stretched out his hand and slammed the back of his head, raising his knees a little harder. Puff. There was a crisp sound of fractures, and the drug dealer fell to the ground with blood all over his head and lost all consciousness. Where's Tacha? Zhang Tian pointed to the third one. He. Boom. Killed it. Zhang Tian shook his head blankly, regretfully. It's too slow. He didn't wait for Zhang Tian to look at the fourth one. The drug dealer had already reached out and pointed. Boom. Zhang Tian still shot when the drug dealer fell. His eyes were still confused, and he didn't seem to understand why he shot this time. He had already answered which room Tacha was in first. He all answered. Why did he kill him? At this moment, Gao Yangyang stood behind Zhang Tian, looking at more than a dozen corpses of drug dealers all over the ground. Looking at Zhang Tian's calm face, it seemed as if he had just crushed a few chickens to death. Wouldn't there be fluctuations in his heart? Because I knew where Tacha was a long time ago. I was just teasing them just now. Did you feel happy? Zhang Tian smiled and said, That's right. He found that Gao Yangyang was in a heavy mood, still in a daze. He was really afraid that Gao Yangyang would have some mental problems, which would affect his mission score. Tease me? Gao Yangyang looked at Zhang Tian blankly. Can you still tease her so much at a time like this? It feels so good. At this moment, Zhang Tian had already reached the end of the corridor, which was also the deepest part of the villa. The room is very large, with a huge main entrance. From the main entrance at the end of this corridor, it is the location of Tacha. Zhang Tian twisted his neck and walked step by step to his final destination. It is also the location of the special merit. Zhang Tian stretched out his hand and put it on the door slowly and vigorously, and the portal was gradually opened. Swish. And just as Zhang Tian had just opened a gap in the door, a terrifying sound of strong wind whistling sounded in Zhang Tian's ears. Zhang Tian raised his head almost expressionlessly, and a foot passed in front of him, as if he was hiding dangerously. This surprised Tucha, who fell to the ground, a little bit. In particular, when he saw the corpses in the corridor, his face suddenly turned ugly. Your kid is good at skills, how about working with me? Tacha twisted his neck and asked. To be honest, Tacha thinks that with this kind of record, he can barely do it with his skills, but it is rare for people to be comparable to him. If you can beat me. Zhang Tian hooked his fingers. At this moment, Zhang Tian looked at his sinful value approaching 70,000. You can upgrade a golden entry at a distance of 100,000. And the last one. Zhang Tian looked at the flush Tucha. This one is worth more than 30,000 yuan. And Zhang Tian looked at the vividness of the spot of light. I couldn't help but lick my lips. How terrifying is the golden entry? It can be said that the bomb-free virtual launch is simply conceptual, and the other scanning radar is even more outrageous. It can be said that in all the entries of Zhang Tian, although the scanning radar has no attack power, it is definitely Zhang Tian's most terrifying killer. Any criminal in front of him is the kind that has nothing to hide. Boy, you are very arrogant. Tacha had bandages tied to his hands. He even put on a Muay Thai posture facing Zhang Tian. Muay Thai master? Tacha is very ferocious. He once slaughtered more than a dozen people with his bare hands in a fighting arena. Gao Yuan seems to understand Tucha, able to kill 10 people with bare hands. To be honest, this is already a top existence among ordinary people, especially if 10 of them are people who understand a certain fighting force and have a certain combat effectiveness. It is even more terrifying. The so-called double fist is difficult to fight with 4 hands. This is what it means. If you want to do it, even the top special forces, facing 10 people with a fighting foundation, can't do it with their bare hands, but that is for others. Drink. Tacha burst out, then he rushed to Zhang Tian abruptly, and Zhang Tian slammed his right foot on the ground, and with a kick, Zhang Tian rushed up quickly. At the moment of approach, Tacha jumped up and, with the standard fighting action of Muay Thai, jumped on his knees and collided with Zhang Tian, trying to seize the opportunity. If you step back, people who use Muay Thai will seize the opportunity. If you step back, you will already be considered a loss in normal combat, because next, you will be greeted by continuous violent storms in Muay Thai. Be careful, Muay Thai is very dangerous. Gao Yangyang seems to know Tacha well too. After all, it's undercover. These people have all had some investigations, especially Muay Thai. It surprised Jiang Tian that Gao Yangyang understood it so clearly. It's just that it's dangerous for others, but it's far worse for Jiang Tian. Your next door is empty. Jiang Tian paused, raised his leg, and swept past Tucha's one-legged support. Puff. Tucha hit the ground directly like a dog eating shit, but this is far from over. Tucha hadn't stood up yet. Jiang Tian put one knee on the top of Tucha's face directly. Puff. After Tucha's whole body rose into the air and flew upside down for a few meters, his head hit the wall hard. His head was full of blood, but Tucha still stood up in a hurry and shook his head vigorously as if he wanted to stay awake. Just the next moment, he was greeted by Jiang Tian sweeping his legs and facing Tucha's neck. Click. Puff. After Tucha vomited blood frantically, he still tilted his neck and staggered to stand up, shaking his fist at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian grabbed it with one hand and exerted a little force. Click. Tucha's wrist was broken, but Jiang Tian's right hand pierced Tucha's eyes with a two-finger snort, released his left hand, and then took out a dagger. Puff. The dagger was directly inserted into Tucha's neck. A generation of drug lords fell. Sin value plus 36,000, current sin value, 103,000. Chapter 120. Are you fishing? When he was poked blindly, Tucha's mind was blanked out. On the first day of the first fight, Tucha knew about Jiang Tian's horror. As long as he wanted to run, as long as he left here and left the villa, there were hundreds of men outside who were all heavily armed. In the true sense, it can make it difficult for the murderer to escape. He didn't leave the first time because Tucha wanted to see who it was. Is it possible to put it in the bag? If such a master follows him to do things, I have to say that Tucha thinks very well. It can even be said that Tucha has absolute confidence in his charisma. It wasn't until after the fight that Tucha wanted to run that he realized that it was too late and he couldn't run away completely, because when I didn't face Jiang Tian, I would never feel it. How terrifying that terrible sense of oppression was. It's like many moves are to seize the opportunity, and the enemy takes a step back, then the enemy is greeted by the merits of the storm, and when the enemy takes that step back, the enemy has already lost. Similarly, Jiang Tian has the reputation of a master of martial arts. All moves can be said to be universal, and they are all arbitrary. When Jiang Tian was serious, the kind of terrifying pressure he faced was that every move was a fatal move, and he couldn't hide anymore, so there was no chance to escape. And this was not completely figured out until Tucha was blinded by a poke in the eye. The sun, as terrifying as ever, is not an opponent at all. But he didn't have a chance to run if he wanted to. Facing him at this time, only Jiang Tian's final fatal blow. A generation of drug lord Tucha, in such a simple way, died in his manner. At the same time, it was the countless subordinates of Tucha who were destroyed together. The terrifying smell of blood filled the entire villa, and at this moment Gao Yangyang, who knew it later, recovered in a trance, and even pinched himself. When the pain in his heart appeared, Gao Yangyang was surprised to find that all of this was true. From heaven to hell, from hell to heaven, Gao Yangyang cycled countless times tonight. If it weren't for her strong psychological tolerance, this kind of stimulation would make Gao Yangyang faint directly. Is he dead? Gao Yangyang still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. She expended countless scheming, expended countless thoughts, almost racked her brains and used all means, and finally just came into contact with one of Tucha's younger brothers, and for this reason, the country has also spent a lot of money to create an identity background and a network of relationships from here for him. It's just a pity that with her exposure, everything has been completely wiped out. There are also many people who have been cleaned up and sacrificed as she was exposed. All this is just to get in touch with Tucha and get some small information about Tucha. From this, you can feel how terrifying the darkness that Tucha brought to Gao Yangyang is. How many evil doing things have been done in the past. Even if Gao Xiaolong made Gao Yangyang go undercover, he didn't hesitate. 30,000. This is the sin value that can only be possessed by how many sins have been created. It can also be said that this is the most evil value Jiang Tian has ever seen in his history. But if it is on a person, this is no longer a person, this is simply a demon that is rampant in the world. Jiang Tian nodded, then took out the law enforcement recorder and took a closer look at Tucha's appearance. After all, just in case, this is a special merit. Of course, the special merit is on the one hand. It is mainly the reward brought by the special merit and the credit for creating history. For decades, no one has ever won a special merit, created history and brought political resources, and the reward that special merit brings to Jiang Tian is the Eye of Judgment. This guy cooperates with Jiang Tian's scanning radar. Have you seen him in seconds? Jiang Tian was moved. This is simply a conceptual existence. All criminals will have nothing to hide in Jiang Tian's eyes. Since then, no criminal has been able to walk safely in front of Jiang Tian. The third floor has been cleaned up by Jiang Tian. There is a drug dealer on the second floor. Also, with the steady influx of drug dealers on the first floor, Jiang Tianning realized that there was still a fierce battle next. What are you doing? Gao Yangyang looked at Zhang Tian standing in front of the window and couldn't help asking. Zhang Tian did not answer or speak, but glanced deeply at the open space outside the villa, where a large number of drug dealers were standing around. Even in Zhang Tian's scanning radar, those drug dealers stopped moving after they reached the second floor and did not continue to the third floor. In other words, the third floor was safe. Throw something down and see how these drug dealers react. Zhang Tian pulled Tucha's body, and then with a little force, the entire body had already been vacated, smashing the window on the third floor. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by the sound of broken windows, dense gunshots appeared instantly. On the wall behind where Zhang Tian was standing, dense bullet holes had already appeared. Sure enough, the drug dealers were staring at them all the time, and as long as there was a movement of breaking the window, they would shoot as soon as possible. After all, drug dealers are not fools. After learning about the indiscriminate killings in Zhang Tian Villa, they only need to guard the outside. As long as all exits are blocked, anyone who shows up will be killed, and then there will be no problems. With so many people dead, these drug dealers are also smart, and accompanied by the body fell to the ground. The poisonous dealer carefully checked in the past. Zhang Tian turned off the lights in the room. At this moment, he really showed what it means to have 4 fists against 4 hands. No matter how terrifying Zhang Tian was, he was still flesh and blood. With bullets and bullets, Zhang Tian was afraid that he would cool off in an instant when he jumped from the window. When the room fell into darkness, Zhang Tian approached the window carefully. There are at least 15 pairs of eyes staring under the window, and there are more than a dozen people hiding under the bunker in the dark. In other words, it is completely impractical to walk through the window. Zhang Tian frowned. No, it's not that it won't work. If you jump out of the window, with Zhang Tian's hand speed, you can kill 7 people first, but the rest of them were enough to turn Zhang Tian into a hornet's nest. And at this moment, when he came to the drug dealer next to the corpse under the window, he carefully opened the corpse. When I saw the face of the corpse of Tucha, who had gone completely stiff, the drug dealer let out a thump and sat on the ground with his buttocks. It's Boss Tucha, this bastard killed Boss Tucha. The drug dealer yelled. The voice was full of sadness. This made Zhang Tian slightly surprised. Isn't this Tucha very attractive, or are many people convinced? That's right, Zhang Tian had seen a lot of underworld or criminal forces, especially when he was in the civilian department in his previous life. Those who are mixed in society have a good brother in their mouths. After entering, they have 10 pages of confessions, each with the name of their brother. The normal boss is dead, and I am afraid that some of his subordinates will still be excited about fighting for power and profit. But at this moment, the news of Tucha's death came out. These drug dealers even ran out with 3 people, and quickly came under the window to risk their lives to pull Boss Tucha back, which was convenient for Zhang Tian. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tian raised his hand and fired 4 shots from the window. In an instant, 4 drug dealers carrying Tucha's body fell to the ground and were killed on the spot, while countless bullets vented towards the window. Taking this opportunity, 4 or 5 more drug dealers ran out, but Zhang Tian turned on the scanning radar and reached out through a window and shot 4 shots in an instant. Even if countless bullets covered it, 4 more people died.